like a red. Once you got it, your girl supersonic. You know you want it. You know you want it. You know you want it. You know you want it.
Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
She's spanking new, and she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls, and I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring, all she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the start. heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever.
Oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm. Brand new kind of charm. And fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it out. Doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Pulled out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull a pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, y'all ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Put metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for another day of Dream League Season 22, and it is MLP Dota and JohnXFire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another day of some fantastic Dota ahead of us. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had some great matches already for day one of our group stage 1 here. A lot of series going 1-1 in Group B. Group A, maybe a little bit less back and forth, but still ending up in fairly even score lines for day number 1. Of course, that is just day 1. Tends to shift hard by the time we get into day 2 and day 3. And again, it's only a 4-day group stage here for phase 1. We will have a second group stage afterwards. Of course, only the top 4 teams from each group are moving through, so a lot on the line. Every single match counts, of course, and it's going to be pretty risky to drop some of these games going forward now. Again, it's only 4 days. We're halfway there here at day 2, so everything counts.
Yeah, it certainly does. There's not much time whatsoever with Dream League Season 22. You know, you got to get all the points you can while you can get them. And of course, we can have a look at some highlights of what happened yesterday. Of course, this was Virtus.pro versus Heroic, which, you know, Heroic was showing us some signs of strength, right? Like, this is a team that certainly feels like on paper they are a roster to watch out for. Obviously, Virtus.pro just proving to be the better team yesterday, if I remember correctly, securing a 2-0 victory, but Heroic certainly looked like a pretty damn good team, especially during that Game 1 comeback that was about to happen.
Yeah, they had some good opportunities in especially the first game, VP cleaning up their act by Game 2 in that series. I believe Heroic did go on to get a 2-0 later on in their series up against G2IG. Not an easy opponent by any means, but again, it's a sign of the early group stage days, right? These are best of 2s, lots of draw opportunities. This series didn't quite go that way. VP played some really good tempo and just upended him. This series up against 1win and Liquid as well was a pretty fun one to watch. We talked about 1win having a lot of potential, being a really young roster. Chira Jr. just had some fantastic performances and was also really sacrificial on that Invoker, but just not quite enough to fully clean up as well. Still, I think it was a great showing from 1win and Liquid, just going off to a fairly strong start for themselves to manage to draw it out, dropping that first game but managing to rally. We heard from Insania as well, of course, in that series that Game 1 was a very heavy bullying incident onto Nisha. Like, they just ganged up on Nisha constantly.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's just the way you play it, right? Like, you identify the key piece of the puzzle and you just aim down that piece the whole game, and that's exactly what they did just yesterday. And of course, we are looking at some other series as well that did happen. Of course, you had BetBoom versus VP, and plenty of series did happen yesterday. Done a lot of great Dota action. happening over the next 3 days. But my goodness, only time will tell exactly who is going to come out on top. The standings have been looking rather interesting. I know you kind of already went over it, but it is a bit of a split bag here in Group A and Group B. This is new patch to me. There's plenty of things that we are kind of yet to learn. I believe FNG was saying that in particular, that you tend to have a meta set out through a grand final. So plenty of time till we truly understand what the meta of this new sub-patch is going to be. But already we have been seeing some fairly interesting picks, some fairly interesting Dota. And there we go. Of course, we can have a look at the teams during DreamLeague Season 22. You know all these boys. I mean, a couple of new names here and there, but overall, all the teams seem like they probably deserve to be here.
That they do. A few of them have gotten through long journeys as well through the open qualifiers. And of course, all of these teams are playing for some pretty hefty prize pools here in DreamLeague Season 22 and a lot of EPT points. And that's the one that really counts. I mean, the prize pool is great, of course. 300,000 for first place, 175 for second, going down the list. But those EPT points going into the Riyadh Masters is really the big motivating force, right? It reminds me of the DPC where you'd be riding up to TI. This is its own TI, its own environment as well for the ESL Pro Tour. So a lot of points in line, and every single one gets you closer to Riyadh. Of course, again, we have two groups here for DreamLeague Season 22. Remind you, again, half of the teams are getting eliminated at group stage phase 1. So yeah, the bottom 4 are going to be out. Every single game matters. You can see just how topsy-turvy it is. A little bit more clear-cut in Group B, with a few teams going 3-1 and the other half going 1-3. A little bit more of a mix and match in Group A. But it's early days in the groups. This can still flex very hard, depending on how teams do.
Yeah, I mean, we can have a look at the schedule here for today as well. And obviously, again, all these series are going to be very important. We have Heroic versus Team Falcons up first. One win versus Team Secret straight after that. And to finish off the night, we've got Azure Ray and Heroic, and of course Shopify Rebellion against One Win as the final series. So it's kind of like you said, John. We just looked at the groups. Obviously, the bottom 4, they're going to be gone. You don't want to be in that bottom 4. So every single series does really matter quite a lot. The schedule in particular, obviously, these teams are looking for those 2-0 victories if they can get them. Every series a best of 2 as well. So, while draws can be nice for some teams if you're in the top 4, Jonathan, but if you're in the bottom 4, you are just looking for the straight 2-0 victories here against any team you can. And so today, second day of DreamLeague Season 22. I mean, again, just so much emphasis on trying to find these wins here for every single team. Can only imagine what's going to happen. I mean, it's a pretty interesting start to the day already.
That it is, and our first matchup, of course, it's going to be a very interesting one. Falcons up against Heroic. I think that's going to be a very fun matchup. We've got some pretty good teams. Falcons coming off a high, just having that big win in Betboom Gacha, but of course Heroic having a lot of promise. And this team did manage to rally. They managed to find a 2-0 to close out their day yesterday after a 0-2 loss in the first series we casted. There's been a lot of promise coming out here on Heroic as well. I think one big highlight for me is just seeing Hector play on the carry. I think we talked about Davai Lama yesterday in our highlight, but in this matchup in particular, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they bring out for Hector. Because in the series we casted from Heroic in their first game, in their first series yesterday, it was a lot of Weaver, and it didn't feel particularly impressive from Hector. Like, not down to his playstyle. He was hitting these really good timing spikes. He was managing to work his lane really well, but it felt like the impact of Hero was somewhat negligible. So I'm wondering if they'll be able to pick something more in line with what we are used to seeing from Hector, something like his CK if they want that. Naga has been something that's somewhat banned out. Terrorblade's coming back in somewhat with some touches up, so we can see what they expand Hector's hero pool with here.
Yeah, I mean, so am I. I don't mind Weaver as a carry, but I do agree. I mean, that series we saw yesterday, the Weaver just had no impact. It really just, it felt more defensive than anything, right? Like, you had Lincolns, you had BKBs, you had Time-Lapse, you had Sakuchi, but none of it seemed to matter. It seems as though every single time the BKB was used up for a team fight, that was about it. The Weaver was just kind of screwed and had to leave, and well, I do certainly hope that K1 does have a bit of a different idea here as to what hero he does want to play throughout this series, because I don't think it's going to be an easy one here against Falcons.
Yeah, definitely not. And Falcons, again, this is a team that's coming off a high out of a very dominant win in Betboom Gacha, an outside tournament, of course. Getting a 3-0 there. This roster has looked promising coming out. Ever since their formation, it has felt like this is a little bit of a super team, right? Like getting a bunch of stars from all across, putting themselves in MENA and kind of showing up in that region as well. Of course, the highlight for me is going to be how Skitter compares up against Hector here. And Skitter has been a really strong carry for a long time now. In the first day of group stage, I believe he played mainly Sven and Slark, and to pretty great success. So I'm keen to see if that's something they'll build up on. I think the Slark is a really interesting aspect. It's a hero that does feel like it's going to emphasize aggression a little bit more, especially in comparison to what we know Hector likes to do on some of those heroes like the Naga, if he does manage to get a hold of it. Skitter, in comparison, is going to be looking to be a little bit more up-tempo with something like the Slark if it slides through. Even the Sven doesn't take too long to farm up to hit like a Mask of Madness blink timing where you're somewhat comfy to come in.
Okay, I mean, we'll see how it all does pan out. I mean, Falcons, they're going to be pretty hungry for the wins, I think, as well, because they had 2 draws yesterday, which isn't going to quite feel the best for them. You know, just they are sitting in the bottom 4 right now in terms of their group, so I mean, Heroic is also in that similar position, bottom 4 at the moment. Falcons, we'll see how they do here. We'll see how Heroic does, but I think it's going to be a pretty great series to start us off. I think Heroic, again, I do hope they've got everything together here, because Falcons are going to be rather hungry going into this series to find that big victory and drag themselves up to that upper position spot of group number A, or group letter A rather. Again, Heroic. I kind of want to just be a big fan of this Heroic squad as well. Like, I love the players in both sides, so it's kind of hard for me to root for either team. And I just hope for some good Dota, Jonathan. That's what I always hope for, you know. It's a best of 2, you know. As long as we get some good Dota, who the hell cares what the result's going to be?
Yeah, and again, it should be a pretty good matchup for these 2 teams. Looking forward to see what exactly changes in that draft, especially again for the safe lane pick. We should be able to take a peek at that draft rather shortly, as our first game for the day should be set to launch relatively soon, and we should be able to take a look at those drafts in a little bit. But it's been interesting. I think there were some day 1 stats coming out, and it doesn't feel like we've seen that meta shift too hard. You know, Rubik, Tiny, Timbersaw, Mars, CM, Hoodwink, Batrider, Slark. Those are pretty much all the most common heroes we've seen contested in day 1, and it's not really too far off the mark. We've seen a little bit more stuff like Leshrac pop out, mainly on mid. Nothing like what Insania said for support Lesh just yet, but that could be something that starts to build up momentum as the group stage builds on. For now, pretty standard in terms of the bans. Hero taking care of the Timbersaw, taking care of the Chen, Falcons taking care of Viper. I wonder if they're going to ban out just Amar's heroes, right? Like take care of the Mars, take care of stuff like the Centaur perhaps, or a Razor. You know, when you're up against Falcons, a lot of those first phase bans tend to just be off lanes. Not quite here for Heroic though.
No, not quite. A bit of a mixed bag. Team Falcons, 1 more ban to go from their end before we can see them the first picks from either side.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, Viper and Enigma being removed here by Falcons. Now, Falcons, one of those squads as well. When you look at the roster, like, there's a very high ceiling, I would argue, for this kind of squad of players. But there's also, it feels like one of those rosters that at any moment could also implode in any tournament. It's hard to know with these boys, I'll tell you.
I wouldn't say I expect them to implode. I think with a backbone like Aoi kind of guiding this team, it's a very stable foundation, you know, and I believe Amar is not that hard to work with. It's a pretty chill guy.
Nobody said anything about Amar, John. You just assumed.
Well, you said it would explode, and everyone in chat would look at it as Amar. That's just how it is. You know, it's like I don't see that for Falcons. Still, speaking of Amar, they do pick up that Razor really early here on Falcons, just giving Amar one of his signature heroes in the offlane. Heroic also picking up the Divide Llama Mars here very early on, so straightforward, just offlane picks, nothing to counteract each other yet. With a Razor on hand for Falcons, I'm wondering if Heroic considers things to help increase spacing or stuff to help you break that static link here that Amar will just try to chase down with down the line. Something like Avenge can kind of help in that, so it could be something Falcons bans out if they figure it gives Amar a bit of a hard time. It's open enough that you could just go for whatever bans you want here. Like, you could take care of matchups that suck for the Razor, just like this Naga. Maybe something like, I don't think CK is too hard. A lot of Hector's melee heroes aren't too hard. Maybe you ban the Weaver, actually. like it can be a little bit annoying for a Razor to try to chase down a Weaver in lane and try to maximize static link. So that's probably one of the core matchups for Falcons that would feel pretty bad from the offlane and safe.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, more bans to come. Naga Siren being removed. Team Falcons, they'll get rid of the Terrorblade to boot. Not wanting to have to deal with the TB, which we did see a bit of yesterday. The TB looking like it's back. The Heroic, one more ban to go for themselves. There's again been a bit of a mixed bag as to what they've been banning out, but so far it's been mostly mid laners.
10 seconds.
Maybe just another mid lane to be banned out here before we can continue.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of the Spirit Brothers are still available if anyone's looking to last pick a mid next phase, but I'm not sure if you're really fully concerned. You have a lot of support still left in the pool as well. It could be annoying. Stuff like that Venge, Hoodwink. The CM, maybe not as high priority, but certainly has been popular. There are also, again, some of those pocket picks, like Leshrac. That's something Falcons could lean into as well from the mid if they wanted. So Hero could look to kind of take that out. We've seen a resurgence of like Tiny. They'll take care of the puck, which is a really annoying hero as we've seen yesterday. And they will take the Tiny themselves on Heroic. So having a little bit of flex in the opening, a Tiny Mars lane isn't too bad. You could still run Tiny mid, of course, coming out here for Analog. It's certainly something that you can still pull out. We've seen more players start to dip back into that mid Tiny as well. So pretty open for Heroic, not locked into too much. I guess my one concern with Mars Tiny is the potential of just a double range lane from Falcons zoning you out. That's where it can get a little bit rough. Still have some pretty good range trading cores here, or supports for Falcons. We'll go for that Leshrac we were mentioning. Left in the pool, picked up. And this hero, again, it's had a resurgence. I mean, there was already murmurs of resurgence before this patch with the Bloodstone changes. I think that was very notable for the hero, and then Bloodstone got somewhat nerfed in the next sub patch, so it kind of died out. But with the slight buffs to Lesh, early levels feel better. It's not as costly for the mana, and Bloodstone get a slight bump up with +3 mana regen, so Bloodstone's also on the menu. So you're just going to be stuck with that. This Tusk as well with a Razor lane, really easy to run down. Love this kind of solution coming out from Falcons. Some steady setup for the Lesh, or follow through for the Lesh stuns as well. Really good tempo coming out from Falcons early on.
It certainly is. I kind of just asked the question now, and this is all thanks to Insania, but what role does the Leshrac go to? Is now the question on my mind, because Insania really seem to want to see +5 Leshrac coming out. Heroic, they're going to go straight into a K1 faces Void, so very different sort of carry pick here today for K1, which you'd love to see. Love me a Void, Jonathan, but again, the question I have still stands, where the hell's this Leshrac gone?
Probably mid. I don't think we've seen the support Lesh that Insania was talking about at all yesterday. Lesh did get picked up quite a fair bit, but pretty much every match I saw was like mid lane. And the mid lane matchup for Lesh versus Tiny is pretty straightforward. It's not too bad for Lesh. It's very easy for him to just clear out the creep wave, so long as you don't walk up to copping some tree damage or avalanche damage. It can be workable. It does look like Heroic is considering, again, just the Tiny Mars lane instead. You know, having this Phoenix pick up, saving their mid for last, could try to throw off this Leshrac from mid lane. Still a couple of heroes that I suppose could be annoying. Ember's not the best, but we have seen Ember Leshrac multiple times before as well. So it can be a consideration. You could go for something that can just sit back pretty far and also clear out the creep wave. So looking for a static sort of lane. Maybe something like the Zeus gives you some... Oh, okay, never mind. Into the Tusk day, into the Husker they go here for Falcons. So perhaps we will get something like the Leshrac support for Falcons. Maybe this is the game for it. Huh.
Oh, we shall see. I mean, I'd love to see it, Jonathan. You know, again, it's one of those things with Leshrac. It feels like every couple years, you know, Leshrac's going to just rotate back into the meta, which it obviously is now. And, well, I say couple years, it's literally an annual thing with Leshrac, you know? At some point throughout the year, it's going to be back. And here we are. This time around, maybe a support is what it is. But we'll have to wait and see. It still could just be a position 1 Husker and a mid Leshrac. But I'd love to see a support Lesh.
I don't know about safe lane Husker. into the Mars Tiny lane, it sounds like your level 1, level 2 is going to feel awful for that hero. You're not going to be that durable up against the magic damage spam that hero will have by their same level 2, level 3 spike. It's not going to be tenable for the Husker, so it's more than likely mid. I mean, again, it could be down to them trying to suss out what this Tiny is going to be as well, but for Heroic, it does look like they're leaving it open. I would say, I'm trying to recall, I think we did see Snaking play a lot of support Lush back in the day, so it's not completely unfamiliar territory for Falcons. Again, this, as you mentioned, this tech does come and go. I remember a time when, we were watching like Optic Gaming, and CCNC, as he was known before, they would always draft Leshrac, and it would always be Quinn or one of the supports playing it, or mid. Like, it was the most flexible pick. And I'm getting flashbacks to that era, and I don't know if I like it. I mean, it's not a bad pick, but I don't like cycling back. I don't like rolling it back.
Wait till we get back to Naga Disruptor, John. Wait till that matters.
I don't think that ever left. I mean, it doesn't come out so often anymore, but certain games, when you're watching some Chinese leagues, it's still there.
Yeah, certainly is. I have a weird feeling as well we're going to see DPTB very soon again, John. By the way, it's just, TB, he's kind of coming back. Death Prophet's been a little bit quiet as of late, but, there were 1 or 2 little buffs here and there, and suddenly we might have that meta back again. We'll have to wait and see. One more ban to go here. Lifestealer Alchemist being removed by Heroic. Team Falcons, they'll get rid of the Lena. See, they are looking for one more mid ban out here up against Heroic. Unless Heroic run the mid Tiny that we did see yesterday, though it wasn't that great from the performance we saw, to be fair. Because it could be different today. Yes?
I'm wondering if Falcons is considering something like the Slark safe lane for themselves. Like, it's weird because there's a lot of AoE on Heroic, there's a lot of burn, a lot of AoE control, so you're not fully shaved by Depth Shroud or your ultimate, but you can kind of outplay the Chrono to an extent. You don't care too much for Phoenix debuffs. There's not enough hard stuns as long as you're spamming Dark Pact for you to fully pin down Skitter here, so I wouldn't exactly mind something like the Slark 1 coming out for Skitter on Falcons. It might be a little bit greedy, but even the lane, like a Slark Leshrac lane sounds pretty scary. Straightforward setup for that early stun on Lesh. You build off really nicely in just some of these trades against these tanky heroes in the Mars and the Tiny. Still not the comfiest perhaps in your first 2 levels, but it is workable. I'm wondering if that's something Falcons will lean into. Not go Wraith King instead.
Yeah.
This is insanely annoying. It is. I mean, to an extent it is, but the crazier part is eventually it's more of an off-lane build, but something like the Ags is going to be really annoying. Like, if you scale into a really late-game scenario, that's kind of scary to have to deal with a Husker who has 0 HP and just running at you with his spears. Even for like 5, 7 seconds, like that's still a lot of damage you can output. A lot of things you can do with a Wraith King in this game. And again, the Wraith King Leshrac lane looks fairly straightforward. Wraith King is a little bit harder to go 100 to 0 really fast, even with Mars Tiny, so does work itself out. And they'll go Wind Ranger.
Here we go.
Up against a Husker, it does make sense. You can Wind Run, you can try to dance around Burning Spears a little bit. So you have an opening to play with here in that mid matchup against Maulrine, but I'm not completely sold. I'm not completely sold. Again, this is probably on paper still a really decent matchup for Wind Ranger. You stand back, you power shot. When you have to come into last hit, you Wind Run, so you don't cop any spears, and you're pretty happy. You have decent damage in Chrono here for Heroic. I think my one concern is, again, the lane for Amar, Razor interfaces Void, it's not a direct win for Razor. It's still a pretty decent Razor lane, all things considered. Like, you might not max out your static link, you might focus on just clearing out the creep wave with your pulse, but it is still really nice, and you still have that concern coming up for Hector. How well can his lane go? Early levels, not going to be the best for Hector, and we've seen some games where he has had to default to farm. Whereas in this case for Falcons, it does look up-tempo, right? Like the Husker might need some build-up into 15 minutes if the lane's a little bit slower with that Wind Ranger matchup. But once it gets going on the Falcons lineup, this is constant tempo that's going to be coming out. And they're not reliant on as many cooldowns as you are here on the side of Heroic. Like, Arena's not that long, but the Chrono, the Egg are going to be quite a fair bit to wait for. So once you commit and the full resets there, Falcon's going to have an opening where you don't have to worry about all of that control, and you can kind of take the next 1 or 2 fights afterwards before those ultimates reset.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game to say the very least. I still just... It's the last big Wind Ranger that gets me, John. I realize laning stage-wise against the Husker, the Wind Ranger does very well, and hell, even later on, you know, you might build into a Diffusal and be very annoying against the Wraith King, but I don't know. This hero, every time we see it in the core role, it ends up just kind of flopping every single time. Let's see what happens. I don't want to judge too quickly here. Heroic, surely going to show us something a little bit special here with this Wind Ranger last pick and see what analog can get done. Nonetheless, we do have Game 1 now officially underway, as it seems as though tips are already coming out between the position 4s of both sides. Because why the hell not?
There's some friendly tips, Amar and Devi.
Nice.
There you go.
I don't know if I'd call those ones friendly. You know, Amar, you never...
Nah, it's always friendly with Amar. If he had something to say, he'd type in all chat. You know, a tip, yeah, it's a legitimately, hey, you know, like Devi, and that's the one set of people I wish we'd be able to see together at LAN. I mean, not necessarily in the same team, but literally just interact with each other. Devi, Llama, and Amar. I wonder how that goes, considering their personalities.
I'll tell you what, John. If we ever get them at a tournament that we're invited to, we'll do a scuffed podcast with those two on at the same time. I reckon. You know, we'll get them on.
There'll be a lot of throat singing.
Yeah. No, they won't, John. No, they will not. I assure you, I will make sure there'll be no throat singing that day. Unless the Lama wants to, you know, call the tournament early. You know, if you want that, I can make that happen as well. That's fine. Team Falcons. Wrapping around. So KJ is around the area. I mean, mind you, he can just skill up Icarus Dive if necessary. They'll make the jump in. No, he goes for the Spirits instead. All right, I mean, I guess you prefer it for the laning stage, but he will end up just dropping First Blood to go the way of snaking on the support Leshrac.
Sets a good tone for the side of Falcons, even finding 3 of the bounties as well. Still managing to snag Wader's safe lane bounty rune. So already a great start. Having that gold injection onto Lesh does help massively, especially with regen, which is the one shortcoming for Leshrac as a support. Spell spam is not the best to sustain through, so we'll see how much he can get done with that extra start. Still taking a look at that mid lane. Analog and Wind Ranger up against Malrine on the Husker, and again, this lane for the Husker, not as comfy. You're outranged by the Wind Ranger. She has decent magic damage with a power shot to clear out the waves. And down the line, once Wind runs up, you're not even going to be able to try to twack her back. So, going to be a little bit rougher in the early levels for Malrine. Should kind of hold steady, but you're probably not looking to duel the Wind Ranger too much either. You're just going to focus on your CS build up. Wondering if we're going to see too much bullying on mid. It does feel like this is a less bottle-emphasized mid matchup. So that should provide a lot more room for these supports to play the side lanes in comparison to what we've seen yesterday.
How are those side lanes going? I mean, bottom lane, Crit, KJ, Amar, and K1 going at it. It seems like ATF, of course, on the Raze is having a great old time. As expected, not much K1 can do once that static mech is running. So at least does have the time walk available, but at level 1 the cooldown is just so damn long. You're a little bit annoying against that Razor, and you wholeheartedly expect that ATF should have a pretty damn good bottom lane, I'd argue.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough. Again, early levels of Time Walk is pretty atrocious, really easy to punish. KJ caught out.
Yeah, very nice setup there from Crit. Realizing the level 1 mark is still there, Crit just going for the easy shards into the tag team and sets up the easiest of kills here for ATF, which, again, it all goes back to the fact that you leveled up Fire Spirits level 1. Even against this lane duo, you might have actually just preferred Icarus Dive, honestly, just based off those kind of shards being thrown out.
Fury, minuscule, infinitesimal. There were plenty of better choices.
A bit of harassment up at the top lane. Devi's going to be alright to back his way out, though. It's just that double stun combination between Skitter and Snaking just so scary. Especially if there's no creep wave around and he can just use that Diabolic Edict immediately afterwards. It can be very, very detrimental to the Mars and the Tiny. Devi's still finding plenty of farm, though, to be fair. Just top of the CS board here with 20 and 1. Has been able to keep the creep wave mostly underneath his own tier 1 tower, so has been relatively safe. Speaking of safe, Analog in the mid lane, not having the worst time either on the Wind Ranger, currently 15 and 6. Obviously, Malrine is still going to pull ahead, especially every time you've got the Wind Run on cooldown. Malrine is just going to be able to pressure you like this. And in fact, Malrine really just getting right behind the tier 1 tower, forcing a rotation early from Schofield to try and ensure they do not lose this Wind Ranger mid. But even with the hero advantage that you do have, and I say advantage, I don't necessarily think it is an advantage, but the Wind Ranger pickup against the Husker still doesn't really feel that comfortable based off what we were seeing.
Take that too.
Absolutely not. Analog already going for the double bracer build up, just trying to tank himself up a little bit here. Although those power and timings, of course, going to be ultra important for the Wind Ranger not to give away to Malrine. Not like the Husker needs much more of an advantage here in this mid. So Heroic already getting the stacks going as well in the triangle, just kind of prepping for a bit of a comeback farm here for Analog, who is going to continue to suffer as with the top lane Divine Llama now just being chased away by Snaking. It's kind of the thing as well, like every time you get left alone here in the Mars, you can't really stick around. It's pretty tough, you know, against this pos 5 Leshrac just chasing you down with Diabolic Edict, it can be a pretty tough affair. Oh, Devi. Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward situation here for Devi Llama. He's getting kind of cut off. He's going to run, just continue run towards the east of the map. And looks like he is eventually going to be alright, as Malrine was not quite level 6 yet. But definitely scary, scary times here for Devi, who's just currently running across the map. He just doesn't really have any kind of gameplay at the moment. Which is, I suppose, the strength of the pos 5 Leshrac. It just doesn't really lose the lane, as now mid lane, Crit, he's going to find Analog. Some great body blocks coming out, and Malrine, he's going to be able to go right into the life break, which means Analog is just as good as dead. Perfect setup here from Crit. Meanwhile, though, K1, he does take out ATF. So you find a pretty damn good trade across the map here for K1. But it seems as though Falcons are putting a lot of emphasis on just ensuring this mid lane is not going to work out for Heroic. Devi just can't catch a break right now. Snaking just continuing the chase here with Skinner. It is very tough again. Like, he's been left alone. You know, I mean, even if Schofield stuck around on the Tiny, it's not like you could really do too much as a position 4 Tiny against this kind of duo. And we're now Snaking, of course, can just start pressuring the T1 tower with the Siege Creep. Level 3 Diabolic Edict. Sure, Devi eventually going to clear out the creep wave, but they do force out a glyph early on. And this is the thing that's just going to keep happening as well, right? Like, every time Snaking's missing, if he's by a tower, chances are he's just going to take it out on his own. Not much you can really do about it. Yeah.
K lead already for the Falcons. They are diving onto Malrine a bit.
Yeah, Focus Fire committed, trying to kill Malrine off. They are going to be able to get the power rune as well. I believe they should be able to, as Schofield does take it for himself. interesting focus fire attempt. Maybe just trying to ensure that he could not contest the power. And Malrine will just tip him for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the biggest loss. I don't think it's going to be as sensitive for the Husker to play around these power runes. The damage output as well, it's not quite high enough from Analog, though.
Shackle out, Malrine. Oh, saved by a very nice snowball of Crit. Crit seeing it coming, and now, well, it's poor old Schofield is going to have to die as Analog is still continuing to try and take down Malrine, but he does heal up with the 1 charges. He will be just fine to survive through it. But once again, a fantastic snowball from Crit. Just preempting the movement out from Schofield and saving the day, really.
Yeah, just waiting for that TTB to finish up. Gets the save going, gets some info as well. Spots out these stacks. The rotation into the triangle. They clear out top with a Wraith King and Lesh, as you'd expect. The Vi.
Yeah, he's trying to run. Snakey's just trying to land the split earth here and stun him up as Snowball going to come out from Crit. Won't quite land, but they do have the shards out. Locking Divide down. Schofield, he's going to rotate with a very nice avalanche, but it just doesn't matter. Divide's gone. Schofield will follow. They do at least pick off ATF across the map again, but does it really matter? Well, not really, because Malrine, he does pick off the Wind Ranger as a trade. So just everything seemingly still going Falcon's way.
And this is where it gets really rough for the side of Heroic. You've got the early armlet timing already up for Malrine, so trying to punish this Husker is going to feel very, very difficult. Sanj being built up next as well. I mean, it really isn't a loss for Amar to fall. Like, he's already doing his job, just suppressing this lane for Hector. Hector is finding farm, but again, all he's doing is being a massive nuisance.
A1. It's kind of the thing, right? Like, this is classic ATF gameplay. Like, yeah, I can die a billion times, but you're still not going to find the farm you want. You know, just, you look at this Husky, you look at this Wraith King, they're both having the freest times of their lives. Like, maybe now Malrine could go down. Analog's going to find him. Shaka will land. He does armor toggle at the right moment, though. Focus fire is out. Malrine still going to just armor toggle his way out of here as Crit now and Snaking will both show up to ensure the Husker does not die. Power shot, it does land on Malrine, but it just doesn't do the damage.
Nah, just a little bit too trivial again with that armlet. Not going to be the easiest to pin down, and we'll group up for that push. And you've got the Leshrac support maxed out Edict. Doesn't take too long. And you have no counterplay.
Don't forget the Skelly boys, John. The Skellies are here. They're doing work too. It is rather revolting, this kind of draft, huh?
It is.
They get a slight advantage and suddenly all your tier 1 towers just melt.
Yeah, and again, these tier 1s, they've felt much more important with this bigger map. Just allows a little bit more reach to contest farm. They just swing down bot as well. No cooldowns to wait for. Nothing to really hold you back from this constant aggression. In comparison for Heroic, I mean, your Chrono's down in Hector. You don't have Egg ready yet on KJ. You've got Arena ready in Devi at the very least. That could give you an angle in.
Devi's going to try. Snake King, going to be noticed. They do have a snowball here with Crit. Nice spear to push him away, though Crit's still trying to find an angle. Doesn't quite get it. Snake King, though, he's not dying. Snake King is not really dying, John. Which is pretty depressing to watch if you are Heroic. That was your arena committed. And Snake King, without help, will survive.
And it's just not focused enough. The Vi had to get that angle instantly, right before his timing was kind of ready. They're going for a big one.
I mean, they tossed Crit in. I think Crit was more than happy with that toss. Because Devi now is just dead. You know, Schofield just tossed him right into Devi Llama, and Devi was like, bro, I don't want this guy near me. Get this guy away from me. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's not panning out. I do appreciate that Heroic's trying to play around at the very least the Mars. Does feel like until he's a little bit more durable and has that blink, these angles are just so difficult to find. And you saw how much pressure there was on Devi to just go for that arena straight away when he saw Snaking isolated. But even then, you're not close enough on Schofield for the avalanche toss in time. You don't have an egg to drop on top. It's not the timing that you're looking for on Heroic. They have to sit back, get that build up, try to get this Maelstrom timing up and running on Analog. Meanwhile, the side of Falcons, they're just going to have free control over Roshan, which is, again, something the Husker does very well. So 2 lives up on Mallory. You can't even find a first. I don't know if you're going to be able to deal with 2 here.
It doesn't feel like it. The saves have been fantastic from Crit, you know, Maureen obviously armlet toggling, now an Aegis on top of that. Even the safety bubble he's got, right? Like that plus 100 HP barrier for a Husker, just, it really can make a world of difference. As Maureen, speaking of the devil now, running right towards Divine Llama. Crit's around as well. They'll toss Snaking in. Snaking, he's still a tanky boy. I don't know if he drops that quickly. Divine Llama's going to spear him up in the arena, but Snaking is just casually walking away. I don't know what to tell you here, John. Schofield, he's doing his job. He's finding the enemy support, but the enemy support is just not dying.
Yeah, it's just such a tanky little guy. This Lesh with the early mech up, even with the Seeds of Serenity. Yeah, and you've got the mech, Seeds of Serenity, you've got all the region in the world. You don't have the burst in this lineup. Not unless you can really go for the avalanche toss instead of just the toss backs. Does feel like key part of this is going to be just burst damage.
Look at how depressing this must have been for Heroic. Look, just Snaking's just like, hey, I'm not dying. I'll run back at you boys. And what do you do with this?
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a couple of factors, right? Like in this case, it's a toss back without the avalanche. You're not getting the damage amplification on the avalanche damage, so you're not getting the burst because you have to reposition, and you're forced to reposition that way because you don't have a blink to kind of line you up a little bit better here. It's like very opportunistic. Like they're just looking for these openings. They're not able to really plan and execute around cleaner openings than they would like on Heroic's end. And Falcons, they've got a lineup that's not just durable from supports. Even these cores are going to be unkillable at this point. Analog.
Oh, this is a core that is very killable right now. John Analog is going to try for a focus fire play out, but no, he's not. He's dead. You see Snaking and Crit just running at you as a mid-wind ranger, and you just can't do anything about it. Executor was not required, I don't believe. He was just there to claim the kill.
Pretty much. They'll lose KJ down bot as well. Mallory just doing Husker things, chasing down. And I don't know if you can rally back in here. You're hinging all your hopes on Hector landing some insane chronos with an egg follow-up. But this Faceless Void isn't ready. This Wind Ranger is far from ready as well for Analog. You're losing a lot of map space with towers just falling apart. You've got the insane push again of this Leshrac backing that up just with the Diabolic Edict, which also got bumped up by +1 damage at each level, +1, +2, +3, +4 at max. So it's a lot more output as well. 2 to 11, 9k up. And Falcons, they get a good read. You know, they realize after first day, all right, you know, support Lesh. Let's bring this tech out. Hasn't been noticed as much by everyone else. Now we're probably going to see it be banned. Thank you, Snaking.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your service here, Snaking. Tier 2 bottom tower, just not going to last. I mean, Schofield is picking up Maureen. They're going to give it a crack. Maureen may lose the Aegis, or maybe just not. Maybe not. They missed the spear. Maureen still getting burnt by the Sunray. Arena Town now. They'll get the Aegis down, but they've lost K1. They've lost K1. He's died in the Radiant Triangle. And Maureen's just waving them goodbye. What's the point?
I don't know, just not having to deal with 2 lives.
Crit's going fishing here. Johnny's found Schofield. Schofield's down. Crit gets into a snowball. He might just be dead, but Snaking's going to run in. Tries to take tower aggro. And Crit, he's just going to casually walk out. Even the power shot not going to be enough.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. I mean, what do you do? We're 16 and a half minutes in, and this game looks practically over.
There's an easy solution you can do right now as well.
Yes.
Open up the scoreboard, click the little flag, report for smurfing all 5 players on Falcons right now. That's the best you can do and hope for the next game to get go.
I'm talking as we speak, Jonathan.
It's a rough go for Heroic. Again, like the draft, they're leaning into this comfort for Hector. The tempo, it's just not there. The lanes are, Hector?
Okay, well, he gets stunned by Snaking. Well, what's he gonna do? Like, at least he does time walk the right way. Chrono out. He's gonna try. Where's the damage? They are giving it a crack. Snaking, though, is just tanking everything. And with that, I mean, at least K1 gets away, you know? There's always a positive to every situation, Jonathan.
I guess, but that's no chrono for a good 2 minutes 20. That means no high ground defense, and that means Snake King can just stand there and diabolic edict.
Also means Malrine can just casually jump in and take down your support Tiny. Schofield just going to die very slowly. He'll stick charge up, and it's not going to matter. Very nice. Divine Lava now wants to join his team. Mate does go down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Heroic was that team yesterday that did not call GG even up against Megas. They did play it out. So I highly doubt we see them calling it early, but again, this is going to be a very tough comeback if there ever is one.
That it is. You need a lot more farm on Analog and on Hector to really have that impact. You need some blinks up on the Vi. You need your blink to be finally finished on Schofield as well. None of that is looking to come out anytime soon. These tools just not ready. Because that siege is just relentless from the side of Falcons. Find that bot fully cleaned up. Good swing over to mid. Again, no ults to wait for. There's nothing to stop them, but the released Skitter goes to repair top. They might look for Hector again.
K1 gonna get life broken up. Malrine looking to see where he time walks. He does go north. And the chase is on. Crit's got the snowball. It's gonna land. He's got the punch to follow up. And poor old K1 still time walks away. He's alright. He'll make it for now. In comes Schofield, trying to go into Snaking, but Snaking's just gonna chase him down. Snaking just chases him down, takes him out. ATF, meanwhile, fighting the rest of the team by himself. In goes the arena. K1's going to go in for a fight. They are dropping rather low here on Falcons, but are they dropping low enough? Well, they do get ATF. They will find Snaking, and perhaps they've even got Malrine. They'll find the Husker, and now, well, maybe they even find a Wraith King for their trouble. Skid has been caught. He'll lose the Reincarnate, and suddenly, Heroic have basically found themselves a 4-man wipe. What?
And it all finally connects. You know, they get the arena, they get this shard, huge tool for them to play with. Just having that Sunray coming out with the egg. And they get that spacing to get the egg successfully as well. Like, all of that lining up, just a little bit of an overextension from the side of Falcons, not respecting that team fight. At the right spot, at the perfect choke point. Just look at that burn damage. It's enough to eat through all of that regen. That's all they needed. That's all we've been looking for. Just a connection with Arena Egg or Chrono Egg. With a Sunray, they cut off Falcons. A huge swing coming out there for Heroic. Not quite enough to reel them fully back in control of the game, of course, but nonetheless, breathe some life into this lineup just a little bit. Falcons still have to somewhat respect the side of Heroic. Anything can happen. They have a lot more team fight than you do when those cooldowns are off.
Oh, K1? K1? Skitter?
Pathing issues.
A little bit lost there. Pathing can be a little bit cheeky sometimes. Just misses out on the free stun he had there, the free TP cancellation. Meanwhile, Analog not going to die. Very, very good. We'll be able to get a nice little free shot here for Schofield. The Crit's just going to jump in and just snipes him anyway. Analog is gone. Divine Lama is going to be able to get his way out. But that is a little bit sad just seeing your mid-wind ranger die to a support task.
I mean, to be fair, he did just come out from the Tormentor, you know, so he was already low. Really good read from Crit to go for that punish as the Tormentor is taken. Understanding they can't take it very healthily here on Heroic. Should find themselves the last outer tower left for Heroic to play off of as well. And for Falcons, they're grouped up in a good spot. They're taking control of the triangle. They're starting to get some BKBs up, especially for Malrine. Once this BKB's up, you shouldn't see as many issues as we saw last time in the middle of these fights. You've got the blink ready on Skitter, so you can just kind of jump around and follow through from when that Husker does get aggressive as well. I don't see the side of Falcons making that same mistake of just chasing down Hector and having this team fight be split up in almost 2 fronts, it feels like, and then them just funneling into a choke point. Especially with these tools coming in. Like down the line, you have the Ags for Malrine that will come out after this BKB, which is finished up. Once you have the Ags, you're not going to have that window for Hector to just jump away anymore. I mean, he's got the Manta to dodge, I suppose. So there's some counterplay available at this point for Heroic. Still a uphill fight for Heroic, but they've held out once. They just need to do it 2-3 more times there.
That they do. 12k advantage right now for Falcons, but Heroic certainly showing us that they aren't out of it quite yet. Now Falcons,
Are scanning.
you've got Skitter with the blink up now. He wants to try and make a cheeky jump in onto Analog and does get the Wraithfire Blast, but not before the Windrun does fly out. The Windrun will ensure that Analog does survive another day. You don't really have so much to play for here on the side of Falcons apart from high ground and Roshan. That being said though, Roshan is available, so it might be probably about time to just go for that. And maybe look to that high ground again right afterwards, and it seems like they are going to head that way. So it's Roshan time again here for Falcons.
Shouldn't take too long for them to find that.
Is under attack.
Then you have managed to get some recovery going for Heroic. I don't see them taking the fight outside at this point. Just play the high ground. Don't have forward vision as well to contest the Rosh. Gonna be a nice and smooth Roshan for Falcons with the Rosh banner as well to help into the high ground siege with creeps. Still, maybe a sneaky movement here from Schofield. I mean, he's got his own blink ready with a smoke.
He does. You actually get in though? Nah, it doesn't seem like he's going to have the timing quite there. Immediate TP's up toward the top lane here by Falcons. They just want to try and address that creep wave immediately. Back to Chrono, committed. The Void has been caught out. K1, well, he's going to be able to TP away, but that is another Chrono. So
Yeah,
if you wanted to go
defensive
high
Chrono.
ground right now, no Chrono available.
Yeah, nothing to be scared of. But again, the last time we saw success from Heroic was just the Arena plus a good Supernova. That could still be enough. And I like that read from Hector. Just cut the creep waves, prevent any more action on these pushes. They do catch out the Vi.
They will use the stun though, so Divine Llama just immediately just going to TP out and does make it, of course. Falcons, I mean, they are still just hanging around that Radiant Triangle, still biding their time. They've already found the bottom rack, so it seems like Skidder might start setting up for the top. You could also just take the time to farm for a while as well. I mean, there's not really too much of a rush, but you do have such a substantial net worth advantage that you may as well try right now. The Vi does get caught bottom lane. He'll go for a run away from Skidder, but here comes the cavalry. They do jump in with the snowball here out from Crit. Mind you, Schofield is there to try and protect. They'll miss the shards as well. Shackle out, catching two of them. Falcons, well, they do get a couple caught in an arena now from Divine Llama. They'll try to burst down Snaking immediately. Snaking still surviving thanks to Malrine. Maybe able to walk away, but no, he is down. But Analog, he's going to give his life away for it. Oh, I just don't know. For a pos 5 Leshrak, your mid wind ranger dies for it. I can't quite say it's worth. Now K1, force the time walk away. They'll at least find Malrine with the Aegis, so the Aegis is down. Buybacks are incoming, and Analog and Divine Llama both trying to get back into this fight. But the fight is basically over. Falcons are just back onto the tier 3 tower. And after the tier 3, they just kind of leave. No stress for them.
Yeah. The push is a lot slower without snaking. And that was some good isolation, all things considered, for Heroic. Could have gone a lot worse. They didn't have to expend the egg either, so it's only Arena, which isn't a long cooldown. Should still have some wiggle room to get the Arena egg combination off for a wider fight. Falcons, though, fully reset. No re-ink, but they're ready to go.
They certainly are. Crit was ready to jump in whenever. K1, though, sensing something was a little bit awry, does back his way out. Yeah, this is that point of the game now where you're just ultra scared to leave the base if you are Heroic. It is not safe outside.
No. Again, that high ground fight was some pretty good isolation. Again, not quite getting the connections they'd want. Not the biggest arena. Well, it's still a pretty big arena, but not the kind of arena you could fully commit the egg onto. Still buying time for the side of Heroic. They've got Chrono back up on Hector. They've got the Manta up. They've got that full Mjolnir. There's some damage to play with in the Chrono. Good scan to bail Hector out. And just cuts the creep waves. Again, just stalling for time, trying to reach that scaling. 16k lead for Falcons is still substantial, but you're closing the gap just a little bit with the BKBs being up on Analog, going into the Dragonlance next to have a little bit more reach. There is damage in the Chrono. There is damage that can flow through. They just need to find a way to execute on it, as we've seen a couple of times here for Heroic. Falcons, for their part, there's going to be a lot of issues once you've got this full Ags up on Malrine. You don't have anything like Linken's to block. So once he's able to just constantly jump through on you, it's not going to feel amazing. Especially if he just manages to jump someone like, say, Analog, or if Hector uses the Manta to farm up, doesn't have that Dispel, and gets jumped by the Life Break Ags, you're definitely just down a man, straight up. There's no saving you from that.
They're going to try again, it seems like. Top lane. Wave will be pushed out here by Falcons, and well, there's a 17k advantage now for Falcons, but they are not going to try and pressure the high ground quite yet. I mean, you are still playing without an Aegis up. Though I say that, they do smoke up as 4. Smoke is... Well, it was actually Heroic smoking up, never mind. Heroic trying to move in. Falcons right next to them. Scope's going to jump in now. They're trying to crit. Snaking as well being targeted. This is not looking too bad so far for Heroic. But here comes the big boys. K1's dropped the Chrono. He'll try to go into the Husker, but Maureen's not dying.
No.
Analog and Maureen both, well, Analog and rather K1 both trying onto Maureen, but they just don't have the damage. Even in the Chrono with the Focus Fire, it just doesn't matter.
No. Just doesn't. Couldn't manage to get off the egg follow through as well. And they just dive. There's nothing to stop you now. You know Chrono's down. You know Arena's down. Egg's not a threat without either of those spells. Snaking's alive for the high ground, so ripping through these racks not going to take too long. That should be the Megas coming in. All Hector can do, try to cut off the waves. Get a little bit of a push on the mid, but the Silence are already shoving in. This is do or die for Heroic. I can see maybe just one more fight with the next arena ready. Try to get that arena egg. Beyond that, this has been just a brutal game coming out from Falcons here.
It certainly has. I mean, 16 and a half minutes in, they're already taking down a Rax. Now 29 minutes in. Off the back of Heroic, trying their absolute best to make a comeback happen. They will push onto the Ancient, and Heroic, they are not calling it quite yet, but the Ancient is just slowly falling now. Maybe just hoping for one last team fight here once Divine Llama and Analog have both spawned back up. But the Ancient, oh, it's less than half HP at this point. Skid is going to jump in, and it's gone. It is what it is.
All right.
They wanted one more team fight. They don't quite get the chance.
And not quite. Falcons just giving no openings this time to open up this match for themselves here in day 2 of the groups. No mercy. They bring out that lush support that we heard some players talk about. We heard Insania want to play, and Snaking showing us why. This kind of hero probably deserves to start getting banned out. It just does way too much in lane, especially with a tanky core front line, like say the Wraith King in this game. And you just had everything. You had push, you had early damage, you had early aggression coming out here from the side of Falcons. Hector's lane picking faces Void into a Razor. Again, it makes sense, but it also doesn't really win out per se. Still has to sit back and farm, and there wasn't much farm for Hector to find. Like, he was getting the space, but no one was ready to pick up that pace on Heroic. Divine Llama was trying to buy out space. Analog was under farmed. Just a rough game for Heroic. And I think this is somewhat reflective of how their first series went as well yesterday, where it felt like the draft just wasn't quite up to snuff. And the Falcons, it just looked like a different degree coming out from them with this kind of read on drafting.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's anything we can all take away from this game, number one, it's just stop picking Wind Ranger core, right? Like, you know, I just don't see the point anymore of this here. Teams keep doing it to themselves, and I realize it's meant to win the lane against the Husker, or at least even out, but it just doesn't do anything. Wait, was it this team fight, perhaps? We saw a Chrono onto the Husker, and yeah, here we go. Look at this, John. Maureen just doesn't die. He just doesn't die. They're just throwing everything with the kitchen sink, but he just doesn't die. Anyway, with that, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Heroic and Team Falcons. We'll see you soon.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
attack. It has no arms to defend itself.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for our game number 2 between Heroic and Falcons, and it is, of course, MLP and John Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, a rather one-sided affair here between these two teams. Falcons just completely destroying the side of Heroic. Game number 2, I mean, going into it, before we do start with the draft, what are you thinking? Like, what do we want to change up here with these drafts to try and give us a bit of a more even matchup between these two teams?
Well, Wind Ranger mid has to go. I don't feel like any of the item spikes feel significant. There was an idea in the Husker matchup. Malrine just played his positioning perfectly every single time with inner fire, so it was just free pot shots and no pot shots back coming in from Analog. He was forced to go 0-1-2 at level 3, which doesn't feel great either for a Wind Ranger to try to control the lane and get some free hits. So it's a little bit rough. I think allowing stuff like the Husker, like the Razor through as well is rough. I mean, these are Falcon specialties. Malrine Husker is something that we've seen multiple times before. And they have to watch out for just letting this team that just won a tournament play what they're comfortable with in a sub-patch that hasn't changed too much outside of Leshrac support. And I just saw on Twitter more of that Terrorblade support popping up in pro pubs, so we could see that as well. Yeah, you have to be able to adapt. And again, this is where Heroic was a little bit slow on day 1 in their first series. This is their first series for day 2. It does feel like a little bit of a warming up session. Hopefully by game 2 we see some changes coming out. I think this idea for Hector to just farm up a storm as well, which is really what we've seen a lot from Hector. I feel like he has to play a little bit up tempo. I mean, they've got to match this tempo somewhere. The Vailama's trying to make these connections. If it has to come in from Analog, but ideally, you know, like you saw Skitter, he was joining in as the Wraith King very early as well. You kind of want that same activity here from Hector. So we'll see if the draft will allow them to do that here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty rough affair for Hector so far. I mean, in fairness to him, he was playing Faceless Void, so perhaps just never felt like he could join in. Also, I mean, there was that one team fight he came in for a Chrono very early on into the game, and just nothing happened. You know, they just didn't have the damage for it, so we'll see. I mean, the draft's obviously going to be different going into game number 2, and we do have game number 2's draft now officially underway. See what they want to try and prioritize here on either side. Well, like you kind of said, though, it is pretty tough. I mean, the Falcons just came off a tournament win, so, you know, looking to be one of the much stronger teams here in the tournament overall, and, you know, based off that game 1, John, I'd say they're looking like they're in form.
That they are. Their day 1 results maybe doesn't quite reflect that in the same way. They did go 1-1 in 2 series, so I believe it's 2 draws for Falcons so far. Could change starting today, depending on how this game 2 goes. We'll see. Do have some of these initial bans flying out. The Viper and the Enigma being taken out by Falcons. Heroic taking care of that Chen. Wonder if Snake King's Leshrac will draw out a respect ban as well. Probably not. Surprisingly, they take care of the Naga, which is something that Falcons did take care of early as well. So no option for that for Skitter now, but I don't know. Like, I feel like just having this pocket Lesh on hand for Falcons is such a massive threat. And again, some quirkiness that could come out later on. Like, maybe Snake King wants to play support Terrorblade. Maybe Awie's seen the tech. You know, Awie's a guy who does a lot of his research. Could dip into that. I don't know if this is a game you'd show it, but something.
I mean, maybe we'll have to wait and see. Heroic They will go right into the Mars once again. So, Divine Llama, I wouldn't put that loss on him at all. I think he still did a pretty damn good job in the laning stage, considering the matchups he had. And obviously, you saw how active the man was trying to be across the map. There's not much the guy could have done in a game like that. So, see what they do follow up here with the Mars. I feel like you might want to pick some supports here that can really play off the Mars a little bit better than what we saw in game 1.
Yeah. I think the lane just didn't do you too many favors. Like, it was a tiny Mars into that ranged Leshrac support with stun setup from the Wraith Fire Blast, so there wasn't many ways for you to come up and try to punish sneaking. That same idea could come out here as well for the side of Falcons. We'll see if that is something that'll kind of take care of in Heroic by banning it out. I wouldn't be surprised straight up just by a Lesh ban. They'll prioritize the Tusk that we saw from Crit doing a lot of work there. I still feel like that Leshrac is not something you can allow true. Because even if you found a way to counter it on, say, your pause 4, to give your Mars a really playable lane, you can always toss Leshrac mid anyway. Like, you have that flex just with that pick. And we'll see if the priority's there.
5 seconds remaining.
We shall. I mean, there's very similar openings for now. Not too much being revealed.
Radiant team ban.
See the tiny ban from Heroic. So, I mean, last game around, they did end up giving that over to Schofield. This time, they just don't want to see it here, just in case Crit feels like playing it. It's fair. Team Falcons, one more ban to go before we can see exactly where they're headed with their own draft.
5 seconds remaining.
You kind of already pointed it out, but the Lesh plus 5, I mean, it looked good. But why not just run it back? They'll ban the Terrorblade.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Straight into Lesh. I like that they banned the Terrorblade, just in case they try to flex that with Hector and maybe try to run it on KJ. I don't know if that's something that KJ himself has played. I'm pretty sure he has at some point in his life had to play Terrorblade 5, but again, I'm starting to wonder, maybe that stat I saw on Twitter, it's just a bunch of pro players in pubs having someone that says, guys, my Terrorblade sucks here, can we swap on the 5? You know, all like 10 pro players getting games like that. Not likely, but still a possibility, I suppose. Still, you know, no Terrorblade, so no secret tech.
Unfortunate.
10 seconds.
Nature's Prophet coming out here for Heroic. See what they follow up with here with this third pickup.
5 seconds remaining.
I already like the fact that the draft already looks a little bit more active, right? Like with the NP coming out. You have a bit more follow-up globally here for the boys on Heroic. I do wonder as well, and I know you kind of raised this point already, but what are they giving to K1 this game? Because last game, it really has felt like every game we've casted, in fact, of K1, it just hasn't really had the most impact here on the position 1 role.
No. And you have some pocket options available. The Naga's still in the pool. Oh, well, no, they banned out the Naga, right? I like the idea of maybe, I don't know, like Slark into Lesh always feels awkward. There's AoE damage, but it's not the worst. You've got Pounce away in lane to kind of manage the Razor as well. And they'll pick up the line first on Heroic. So you've got the NP line support duo, which is fairly stable. I wouldn't mind either on 4 or 5 here. Either lane matchup with Mars feels pretty good. So you've got a much more active lane for Divide to get some steady follow through. Or steady setup as well to aggress onto Skitter.
5 seconds.
It shapes up better. Like you said, when it was just the NP, it does look a little bit more active. And they're probably going to pick just the analog mid. I'm just hoping it's not going to be something like Wind Ranger again for analog. Like, it's not been working. You have so many more options here too. Like there's Quap, there's Lina so far. That's still for Heroic's next pick. For Falcons, it's really open. Just kind of figure out what you want to give Crit. No option for Tusk, but stuff like Ench could still be a possibility. Ench Razors are really scare your lane. You being aggressive with your slow and just the chase down could be pretty fun for Falcons if they dip into that for Crit, but we'll see.
Our Team Falcons, 1 minute 20 left on the reserve time. They will go into the Sven. Okay, so Sven making its appearance here. Bat Rider immediately straight after that here for the side of Falcons. Oh, yeah, we believe we saw both the Sven and the Bat Rider yesterday in one of our series, and the Sven has looked pretty damn good from what we saw as well. Just feeling like it's probably back in the meta. As Heroic, they do go right into the Pangolier, which never seems to leave the meta.
Never does. It still feels great. Kind of picking it blind with your mid matchup, as that is, again, more than likely a crit Bat Rider and just the snaking Lush coming out here. I think the Sven Leshrac has the same idea as the Leshrac Wraith King lane last time around. You've got stun setup with follow through from the Lesh, so you can still run down that lane. Although it is a little bit more complicated when you're dealing with the range supports of Heroic. There is, again, counterplay here this time around. They do take care of the Husker here on Heroic as well. So Skitter's not just going to be able to run down. But up against Pound, there's so many options, right? Like, you've got to ban the Ember. You could think about something like Storm as well, although I suppose Storm is maybe a little bit rockier into the Pango. Stuff like the Quap still available here for Falcons. We'll take care of Hector's heroes. Weaver being taken out, which, again, we saw Hector play pretty much back-to-back in his first series yesterday. I suppose, again, that Slark is still an option, but I'm just concerned with how durable you'd actually feel as a Slark. Like, yeah, you can kind of sap away Sven pretty nice. You've got a great self-dispel to deal with all of the control from Falcons. Depth Shroud can be pretty annoying to play into as well, protecting multiple heroes. I wonder if that's a concern at all for Falcons, though.
We shall see. Falcons, one more ban to go. Still looking to remove another position 1 here for K1. And K1 again, arguably hoping for something a little bit more active here on the carry role. Just doesn't seem to matter really how much farm the man does find in these games, just not translating to any sort of aggression. Especially against a team like Team Falcons, I mean, they are not giving you the chance, as they do ban out the Slark. I think Slark probably would have been one of the better picks that Heroic could have gone for here.
Yeah, again, like, you can sap away the Sven. Depth Shroud can be annoying. You've got the self-dispel. You can pounce away from the leash or the static link that Amar will try to leverage in lane. So, straightforward. Ban out the monkey eye.
Again?
Nah.
I mean, you know, I tell you what, John.
Crit smiling.
We get the yeah, I mean, Crit smile. I can't blame him for smiling. I'm smiling at this point, John. Like, what the hell's going on? You know what? Depending on who wins this game, in fact, it doesn't really matter who wins. I just want to ask either team, why do teams keep picking up core win range? Like, why is this a thing all of a sudden?
I don't know. I feel like it died after 2 or 3 last year. You know, that was the time when we were seeing, like, in NA, Archer kind of stomping with safe lane Wind Ranger, but, you know, there's an argument to be made about the caliber of opponents you're facing. We do end up with the Malrine.
Malrine. Oh my goodness.
I mean, yeah. You know, that was a different time for Shopify. Malrine with Razor mid. We've got Amar on the Kunkka off lane. Yeah, I don't know about this for Heroic. I don't know what Hector will do. Like, it's always the same buildup with Wind Ranger as well, right? Wraith Band, Bracer into Javelin, into Maelstrom, Dragonlance, Gleipnir, BKB. None of that sounds appealing. Like, you're laning into the Kunkka, so X-Mark will always hold you back from Windrun. You're not just going to escape for free. There's a lot of durability on Falcons with Warcry and the Rum buff. There's not going to be enough burst on Heroic. I don't know. Like, I don't know why they picked Wind Ranger, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think. If it was still a Razor off lane, sure, you wouldn't have fun with Ursa. Maybe you could go for, I don't know, even Lena Safe is more appealing. And Lena Safe has not been having a great time when we saw it in the qualifiers.
No. It's just, it's rough. I mean, the position 1 Wind Ranger, maybe K1 has some kind of idea that we don't. See, against the Kunkka, I don't think it's going to have the greatest time anyway. Windranger probably not going to enjoy the matchup too much. Like, you've always got the X-Pac, the Torrent, the Boat. The Tidebringer's is going to be infuriating to play against in the laning stage as well. We'll see how it works. I mean, Heroic, obviously game 1 was a pretty rough affair. Game number 2, we'll see if anything changes for the Team Falcons, on the other hand, though, John. Obviously, 1 game away from securing a 2-0 victory and arguably moving their way up through their group to the higher side of things.
I'm sorry, it just Amar's camera angle is really interesting to me. Being hidden away by a bunch of tissues.
Lovely.
To wipe
My
off
games.
that. You know, Amar's not the kind of guy I expect to have like sweaty palms at all. You know, like he's cool, calm, collected. He just plays his game. I don't think it's necessary.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, there's jokes to be made, Jonathan, but I won't do. My game's crashed anyway. I'm trying to get back into the game right now, Jonathan. My goodness. There's low-hanging fruit even for me, John. You know, it's a bit too low-hanging even for me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to see how far your standards are, Mike.
I mean, I go low, Jonathan, but you know, sometimes it's a bit too easy for me. You know, you gotta
throw
the ball a little bit harder.
Yeah, sometimes it's just on the ground. You don't want to pick it up. It's been on the ground. 3-second rule.
It's been rotting for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like the Windranger pick. Rotten for quite a while.
For that, John. No need to pick on the hero, John. I can't give her a bit of a break.
30 seconds to
It's
battle.
Windranger. It's a hero. We'll see what it can do. This game number 2. I believe that it has some potential. I'm sure. See if we do see a level 1 team fight to break out. Perhaps you could look to ATF at the top lane. Schofield and Analog are somewhat set up. Does have crit around on the Batrider to help if necessary, though, and it doesn't. Schofield's going to try. ATF's going to show up trying to sneak around to the other bounty, but decides better off. So, it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway. No, a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Heroic. So, a bit of a better start here for the dire end of things.
Feels nice. Managing to at least get a little bit of a head start, especially for Analog on mid. Should feel good to have a slightly faster bottle timing if all things hold equal in lane. Gonna have to watch for that. Mid lane matchup for Pango versus a Razor isn't the comfiest. You can't quite leverage shield crash as much as you'd want. And you're gonna have to try to dodge out every time with Swash as well. So there's a lot of play for Malorine. Easy wave clear as well with Plasma Field. But it shouldn't be too rough for Analog, at least in the initial levels. As long as the Static Link isn't sapping too much damage, you've always got room to wiggle here on the Pango. But I'd say just prioritizing Plasma Field here can start to make it a little bit awkward for Analog. We'll see whether or not that's something Malorine will want. Probably something like 2-1 here, and you have really easy control over that Pangolier. I suppose Rune Control is the one thing the Pango has a little bit easier with his mobility, but it's not the most important thing either for the Razor. And Malorine already gets a D-ward, so he's feeling good for himself.
And he absolutely is. Okay, they will get the tip for some apparent reason as Schofield ends up going down here to crit. Crit able to secure first blood. In fact, he might even have a secondary kill here onto K1. KJ's trying to help him out, but Crit takes him down. He's even got Firefly back up, so KJ's going to be somewhat cautious. If Crit felt like chasing him down, he probably could. The Schofield will TP back up towards the top lane, though, and just what a great start here for the Pulse 4 Batrider. A double kill to get things started, plus a first blood gold bonus.
Yeah. That's the way you want to do it. You know, slow down this Windranger as much as possible. It's going to be a hellish time for Hector. Maybe by level 3, level 4, you start to feel comfier when you have some counterplay lined up with perhaps a value point in the Shackle. And that's where things can start to line up. We are seeing a lot of punches being thrown down mid. Malorine and Analog dropping low, but you are getting a lot here for Malorine in exchange for that. Has the bottle all healed up, has his water rune still available, and is leading by a pretty decent margin up against Pangolier. 12-6 up against 4-1. Oppressive for Analog so far.
That it is. That bottom lane, Skitter and Snaking going at it here with Divine Llama and KJ. Of course, Skitter's having another great old time. I mean, 10-1 on the spin. Doesn't really feel like the Nature's Prophet and Mars will be able to slow down Skitter too much. And obviously with the support of this position 5 Leshrac, you don't really want to get too aggressive. You know, just the turnaround potential with support Lesh is a bit too much. Just with that level 1 Diabolic Edict even, it really is just too much damage.
And it is. You really have to respect it. At the very least, Snake King isn't just free to run up and do what he wants in comparison to the last game. And you've got some counterplay, much better counterplay with KJ on the NP here. So there is room to punish. A really easy spear setup if Snake King oversteps. But you still have the space here for Skitter to farm. And that's all you kind of want at minimum in this lane anyway. Mid.
Oh, has he gone a bit too far? Will swash away. The link is still going from Malrine, but he is not going to be able to continue thanks to the sprout of KJ. Malrine, maybe putting the hand up a little bit too early, is going to go down and never gets the Fairy Fire off either. Just goes for the Plasma Field play instead, trying to snipe Analog, and does end up going down to KJ.
Again, it's just the key feature of that Nature's Prophet. Global presence very early on. Lots of output with the teleportation. Looked a little bit dicey for Analog, but he plays on edge, and this allows him a little bit of free EXP to flow in. Very important for the timings that Malrine's hitting in his own leveled spikes here. So it does equalize 2-2, a much more even start for Heroic this time around. And a little bit slower for Falcons coming into this laning stage. Still, and when it comes down to farm, you are finding the farm you'd want on Falcon's end, but Hector is starting to find some of that own farm as well on the top lane, although...
Look at this Prophet, John. Like, what's he meant to do? He just literally ran the whole time, and Diabolic Edict pretty much killed him. Like, that last split Earth was obviously the final kind of deciding bit of damage, but it's just so stupid to watch.
And it is. Schofield as well, getting burned down by Crit. The name of the game for sports here for Falcons is just Run At.
Oh my.
As Analog gets run down.
Yeah, Malrine just takes him out completely alone. Malrine with the smiley face as well. Whoopsie. Oh, yeah, you love to see it. KJ will get tipped as well while he's running. Malrine, a little bit spicy from the mid-raiser. I mean, ATF must be blushing, John. ATF's been a bit quiet. Malrine's taken over the bad boy persona, it seems.
Yeah, you know, Malrine had things to say. Some of his words were on Reddit. And he is letting some words out as well. Yeah.
I like that.
Got stuff to say. Oh, Schofield.
Divine Llama. What did he... I called that thought because top lane Schofield was just getting annihilated here by ATF and Crit. What is it he said, Jonathan? I haven't been perusing Reddit as of yet.
He had some words for Tomato. He had some comments about Tomato somehow. Came out in some interview.
Okay.
Said some things. So, you know.
Some rather negative things I'd guess, John?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Malrina. Maybe my memory fails me. I apologize if it is failing me, but I do recall an M and a 1 in the username.
Radiant's middle tower.
Is that John?
Speaking of Reddit, do you remember reading about Doom just running at you? I mean, it's not just Doom, apparently, with Snake King chasing down again.
Nah, Divine Llama now. Should we get the TP cancel onto Skidder? Snake King is going to be able to TP away, but Skidder's been left behind. He'll run towards the north with the salve up. Skidder, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a long wraparound for the poor Sven, but looks like he should be able to make it. Eventually.
Yep. Does bail out. Maybe he could connect towards mid? Nah, he doesn't have the mana.
Always feels like he should have just gone for the Wisdom Rune. Honestly, John.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting him to do that, but probably enough damage from KJ and follow through from Divine Llama to take care of that, so not going to be able to contest. Not that you'd want your pos one to contest. We've seen that a couple times before. You do that when you're winning, sure. Quite, I mean, you're 6-2, but Network Lead isn't the smoothest tier for Falcons early on. And you have had a lot of room for Hector to farm up, despite that slower start with First Blood being given away. This Wind Ranger has now managed to at least build into a point where it's not going to get completely shut out. I say that, though, Omar.
I'm playing K1. It's kind of the thing, John, you know, that this POS 1 Wind Ranger, we keep seeing it. It keeps dying.
There you go.
ATF now handing the tips out. You
were asking for it. There it is. No all chat. Just the tip. For now.
I don't think ATF needs to all chat, Johnny. Yet it's a pos 1 Wind Ranger that's just been destroyed this laning phase. I mean, she's got great CS. I just don't believe it's going to amount to anything. I don't think Falcons are worried either.
Definitely not, no. Again, what does this Wind Ranger supposed to do when Ghost Ship is up? They will try now, Amar.
Here we go. Tips for ATF shortly after this one. Boat is out though, ATF. Gonna try and tank some damage. That's a lot of damage being dealt onto K1. But the Wind Run will stay. He never gets the hit off. And Tidebringer was on cooldown, so he couldn't have hit somebody else. Unfortunate.
Oh. That's a lot of attention just for Amar after the tip. Heroic does get revenge. Oh.
Crit, be careful, sir. It's a lot of farm here for Crit. See, with the start the Batrider support's hard, you may as well just take all this farm and get that Blink Dagger up early. You know, why the hell not?
Yeah.
So here comes ATF. He does not want to see this farm go the Batrider's way.
A little bit selfish of Amar. You know, this Blink timing for Crit would have been nice, but I suppose he's got enough on Crit. Share the love. Amar's going to be happy as well. Again, 7-3. All things considered, Heroic not finding kills, are finding farm, a lot more even distribution across all the cores, and Skitter is the one to lag behind just a bit post-laning phase here. So you are getting that presence that we were looking for from Heroic in the early game to slow down the Falcons just a tad. But my concerns still lie in what power spikes are going to be waiting for. This Diffusal for Analogs coming up soon, so you will have that to play with the Inhibit threat as well. That can be pretty impactful. And the global presence of KJ has already been felt. You've got Devi still waiting for that Blink. I suppose it's just down to this Blink and Diffusal timing. Blink for Devi, Diffusal for Analog. Once either of these heroes has that up, you can easily connect with everyone else.
Oh boy, K1 just going down again. No Crit to take the kill. See, the lasso was committed that time around, so was the boat, but it's always well worth it to take down the Wind Ranger position 1. Now the fight over the 10-minute power rune timings is everyone's just TPing into the mid lane to ensure it does remain protected here for Analog, but it's just so much commitment. Everyone's TP'd in to try and get this arcane rune. They'll find Crit on the Batrider. Crit is still casually walking away. They're forced to drop the arena. And that's 4 heroes to secure the support back.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of space for the side of Falcons. It's recovery for Skitter when he's left alone. Again, a little bit of a slower start for him on that safe. It's room for Amar to just keep shoving top, make it a little bit uncomfy for Hector to just get his own farm. They're not able to capitalize as well. Off the back of that kill, it's not like you find a Batrider in your jungle, then you go for a push. So, let's see what they can connect with now, though. They've got the smoke out, and Log Schofield looking up top.
They are. Arcane Rune's still available here for Analog as well. Just wants to make use of it. Boat is up in 3 seconds for ATF, so you are going to have it available for this little engagement. Schofield going to be spotted here by the Lesh immediately, so they never get the jump onto ATF, instead securing Snaking's life. But I think you are still pretty happy if you are Falcons, just giving up your position 5 and allowing ATF to walk away from that situation. Does seem like Heroic would have much rather taken down the Kunkka. So you take what you will, I suppose, as Heroic right now, but still going to be feeling kind of bad, I think.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, with snaking down, that does mean there's less pressure on Hector, less pressure on that tier 1 tower as well for a push. So you can kind of get some breathing room out for that Wind Ranger, relax a little bit. Falcons, though, going out with their own smoke and respawn of snaking. Does have that Pulse Nova up as well, so even more damage to pump out here.
They make the jump in onto Devi Llama. Devi absolutely annihilated down to the bottom lane. Or even Schofield trying to stop the Diabolic Edict abuse here from Snaking. May actually have him with the finger, but no, not quite. Now Skitter joining the fray. Schofield trying to run. He just needs a bit of vision, and well, Maureen is going to provide exactly that. Securing the kill himself now on the Razor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing you can do. Like, if you don't kill the Lesh, he takes your tower. If you try to kill him, they just kill you instead. The Falcons just completely running circles here around Heroic.
That they are. Finger down for 2 minutes. So no burst play available. It's their big real 100-0 spell. You're not going to be able to try to melt down any of these heroes before that run buff comes on in a wider team fight, if it does happen. 10-5 Falcons reigning control back in the latter half of the laning phase. Travel's already up in crit. He's sneaking around with a nice kobold.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Crit.
Oh,
He's just gonna run out of there. Crit's fine. Crit is okay.
that's so cheeky. Just the shovel kobold to travel into. You don't have NP, just find a shovel.
Never mind, he's down. They do get him eventually. Problem is K1 has been caught out. K1 still wind running for now, might just make it, but Snaking's just chasing him down on the left track. K1 just barely alive, but not for long. Maureen moves in to take him down. So Maureen getting quite low himself now to Analog. Needs a way out of this. Does get caught in this. Oh, Analog! He missed the swashbuckle. Oh boy, they drop the arena. They'll get Maureen down, but it's just costing them too much. Now the chase for Divine Llama, it's going to be a team one.
Yeah, there's no running from this.
His Skidder doesn't even want to pop the God Strength. Does decide to do it eventually. There's your X out as well on device, so there's no escape now from ATF. Again, I mean, it feels quite bad. Like your Pango dies like that after missing a swashbuckle. Devi finally goes down. It's a rough affair here for Hero.
That it is. Falcons just dancing around them.
K1. Oh, he's going to try to get away, but they've got plenty of lockdown for him. K1, there's no escape.
No.
It's under attack.
It's just looking for safe space to farm. There is none so far. They need to take some of these objectives.
Analog. He's been X'd up. Torrent's going to land. Boat is also going to connect. He does have a swash available, but it may not make the difference. He'll continue to just try and run, but look how fast Maureen is.
Oh my god.
He just could not get away as they TP and Vaughn now to try and get some kind of situation going for themselves, but well, they lose out on Schofield. Looks like KJ's probably going to follow. ATF on a killing spree. A 3-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Maybe, I mean, Divine Snaking perhaps? No, not really. Snaking will just walk out.
And this is rough for Heroic. This timing lining up now for Falcons. They're going to have this Ags up on Amar in short order. And once that Ags is up, you're looking at a world of hurt. Just, the haste not even enough to save you from Maureen. And with that full Mage Slayer up, killing him off just takes so damn long. Like, they have to finger him. They can't focus down on crit. They can't stop Amar and crit from just doing what they want in the middle of these fights. It's that durability problem we talked about. Like, this lineup on Falcons, it's just so hard to burst. We're not even seeing all of their spells for durability to land in. We're not seeing the big run buff combination with Warcry in some of these engagements. It's just piecemeal sets in individual pieces. All of these heroes are just too much.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Top lane. Here we go again. The Divine Llama arena is down. They have found crit with that, though crit just goes right for the lasso onto the Mars. So Divine never get the spear off. Does finally get it in the end. They do take down one. Now into Snaking. They might have a second, and they will. Snaking and crit both dropping. Here comes Analog for a bit more. Skidder, he's completely out of mana and now locked onto the river. It seems like they should have him. It's just no escape here for Skidder. It's just the perma-stunts come in. Devi having a look for another. Not going to be able to catch ATF. But that is a fantastic team fight here for Heroic.
Really good vision being dropped early as well. Ward getting full usage out from the side of Heroic. And you can see the effect the shard pickup from Schofield early does do. The slow, the lack of mana, the lack of follow-through for Falcons to connect all of their spells. It does a lot of work. Like, Lion Shard did get nerfed, it makes me sad, but it was nerfed for good reason. This damn thing is still strong, if your positioning is right.
Oh, it is absolutely still really damn strong. It's nothing to scoff at, that's for sure. The Lion players are still eating good tonight. There's no doubt about that.
I still remember you used to laugh at me taking that talent at 15.
That was
saying, oh, you know, that split talent was really nice.
You've got to stop.
It was good. It was good. People never picked the talent. People had to have it to be a shard first. The timing's kind of, you know, the timing's earlier at 15 minutes in comparison to level 15, but it was good.
It was.
And they're like, it's not that good. It was good. It's exactly the same. What do you mean?
None of the pros. None of the pros.
No one was playing Lion anyway.
Because it wasn't
Except
good.
like maybe Baboka.
Radiant are scanning.
Mid lane. It's going to be a 3-man smoke up. Heroic.
Dire's top tower.
Look at him. Oh, it's a smoke on smoke. And Falcons have got the high ground. They're going to see Divine Armor. Immediate lasso out from Crit into the boat of ATF. A nice Earth Spike, at least from Scope. In fact, they are going to continue trying with a Rolling Thunder out from Analog. They could at least have Crit's life. And that they will. In fact, K1 chasing down Snaking here on the Leshrac. Snaking's gone. A 2-for-1 so far in the favor of Heroic. It is just both supports, but still the fights are certainly looking a lot more even than they used to.
And it's off that timing. Again, they've got that full diffusal up in Analog. Much easier to chase down with the Inhibit. Easier to melt trigger mana. On top of that with a Shard of Line. So they're starting to find ways into these fights for Heroic. They're hitting this early spike. They've got room for Hector to try to play catch-up. Lagging behind in terms of farm now in comparison to what Skitter has. But that build-up is certainly there, at the very least, for Heroic. 5k lead still stands for Falcons, though. It's not all doom and gloom. Snaking trying to go into the Guardian Greaves and the Ghost Scepter. Probably prioritize the Ghost Scepter first. Should negate a lot of the output here. And the Ags fully done on Mar is something to worry about. Like that Torrent Storm, it's going to cause a lot of issues in the middle here. So we'll see if Amar can get himself in a good position to utilize that in these team fights. Still, signs of life for Heroic. They've bounced back in pretty good form. BKB coming out next for the Violama as well. Be able to initiate for the team with that Blink. And he's actually going for the Revenant's Brooch. Queued up. I don't know if he's going to finalize that, but
Radiant's bottom tower
Brooch
is under
plus
attack.
God's Rebuke is pretty fun.
Yeah. It's a lot of damage. We go again. We
All
smoke
right.
up here from Heroic. They're going to run right towards that middle lane. Schofield going to have his smoke broken here by ATF. Analog going to be revealed as well. ATF. Going to get the X off on Schofield. Arena now down as well. Maureen has been caught within that. I don't know if this is the fight Heroic quite wanted, as they've already lost KJ. Analog just trying to remove himself from this team fight now because they are just completely melting. Maureen on a triple kill. Amar picks up another, and that's a full team wipe. Just absolutely annihilated here in this mid lane.
Again, it's all down to prioritizing Amar first. They get that finger on the Kunkka, still manages to get the boat, still manages to get the Torrent Storm off, and suddenly no one's dying. It's just way too much. Crit up front does get focused down, but everything else falls flat. The BKB timings here from Falcons to show off, meaning that the roll's not a threat, the arena's not a threat. Without that hold, these heroes are free to do what they want. Again, it's this durability factor. It's the Warcry, it's the boat, it's too much when it all collapses in the right way from Falcons.
Dire's middle tower.
KJ going to TP in. Snaking though, just going to TP right back out. Nothing can be done. He'll just take the Wisdom Rune and get the hell out of there. 11k advantage once again here for Falcons in this best of 2 series against Heroic. Heroic not out of it yet, but it's dire straits once again for this side. They'll get started on the Tormentor for now and just try to find any objective they can. Problem is Falcons, they have smoked up as 3. In fact, Snaking will join the fray to boot. Seems like they are hoping for somebody to show on the mid creep wave, and it might just be K1. K1's going to show up, and crit, immediate jump in for the lasso. And that is K1 as good as dead. Very nice kind of prediction there from Falcons, and they got the best target they could have asked for on top.
Yeah, it slows down this BKB that Hector desperately needs to just stand forward. Trying to go into that, just double defensive BKB into the Lincolns. Necessary up against the Batrider, of course. It's going to be a while until that's up and running, and even then, I'm not sure how much damage he's going to be able to pump out in the middle. When you have to consider Warcry, when you have to consider that boat, it's just too much physical resistance coming out here from the side of Falcons. I think one thing to note with the Vi, I did forget Revenant's Brooch was buffed to not have mana cost on abilities, so it's free casting on God's Rebuke, and theoretically, I suppose the Ags as well, but we're not likely to see that. Amar just playing tag with the X, pressuring out the top, forces out quite a few TPs. Everyone's clumped up around top, giving them room to just keep that shove on mid open. Eventually, we'll get that point as well where if Snaking finds enough room, Diabolic Edict to melt these outer towers starts to happen, and you've got that full Ags up and running now on Skitter. So he's got some mobility on hand to chase down here.
Superman is online. Very, very fun. Roshan is open. If Falcons wanted to make the jump in for the Roshan attempt, they certainly could. It's like Skitter might go through the twin gates and actually just start the Roshan himself. KJ is around that area that Skitter is currently farming, so if he does run right into him, it should be a pretty easy pick-off. Meanwhile, top lane, looks like they are having a gander. See if Heroic can find somebody. Marine was the target, but he will be able to walk away here from Schofield. And meanwhile, Falcons, they see everyone up top, so they just go for the Roshan pit. Which is just why the hell not? You know exactly where Heroic are farming at the moment.
Yep. You got the room. They did run under Heroic wards as well, so they know Roche is happening. They're starting to scout forward. Not going to be able to come in for the steal, but they are still somewhat making their way down bot with a smoke out. Still, Roche Fault's a little bit too fast for them to handle and have that secondary life up and running on Skitter. See if they still force this. They're still running bot.
What a bounty!
Heroic.
Radiant are scanning.
Crit would be a decent target. He'll just pop the Firefly and run those. Skitter. Oh, he's going to get the TP away. Schofield didn't even have the range anyway for the Earth Spike, quite frankly. They'll spot out Crit, but he also just casually TPs away. So nobody being punished for this free Roshan attempt. Very annoying here for Heroic. And now Falcons, I mean, they could just go back to the farm game, take the Tormentor, regroup, and maybe think about some T2 towers. You've certainly got plenty on of damage on Skitter. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's all lined up. Gonna go back and rebuild the Echo Saber. Just perhaps looking for the Harpoon. Just a lot of ways to jump in and drag people into these fights as well. I'm trying to think of solutions for Heroic in terms of output. I suppose that Revenant's Brooch is actually a big factor. You've got the Ags on Analog going for the Blink next, so some good rolls as well can start to line up for you once these BKBs start to fade away. It's just a matter of these are still fairly long duration BKBs. Malorine with 8 seconds. Still got the 8 seconds as well for Skitter. Trying to pin them down is a little bit tougher. You've still got the Lincolns being worked on here by Hector. Does have the BKB of his own. But the BKB alone is probably not going to be enough to give the Wind Ranger that much of a game just yet. I think for Falcons, they're in control. 13k up, 26 to 15. Harpoon, as mentioned, being built up by Skitter, and there's not much to worry about. Even BKB up on Crit now. So trying to pin this Bat Rider down is highly unfeasible for the side of Heroic now.
T2 top tower, it's going to go down for nothing really, just no defense to come. And bottom lane, a big group up from Heroic, but it seems like Crit wants to chase them down and try to catch a straggler. They are going to try and burst down the Bat Rider, and they will. A nice pick off here as Crit, not quite having the range with the blink to actually get the lasso off. Thing is though, Skitter is now here. He'll make the jump in on KJ, so they'll find a 1-for-1. They know there's more around somewhere. The chase is on for Analog. Analog going to go into the invis. Should be okay. They will not have detection around this area. K1 and Schofield are around this Pangolier to boot, but seems like they do not want this fight. Or Tuesday, K1, he's still thinking about it. He does have that 9-second BKB charge available. But it does seem like they are going to, at least for now, they're going to retreat. I mean, they are still fighting into an Aegis of Skitter.
Still a scary prospect, those 2 lives on Skitter with a BKB. Just a lot of output. Again, the burst damage not quite there for Heroic. Would have been an opening, but KJ is very consequential to how these fights turn out for Heroic. Need that additional control, need that extra damage with teleportation. Heck, even the Curse of the Old Growth can give you some much provided vision as well. Some information in the middle of these fights. Just to not quite the right here to lose in that exchange. And the side of Falcons, well, just group up. Got that smoke out. Want to reveal some of these items coming in. Still have those BKBs at ready. Just need someone to jump on.
They're going to fight OK1. They're going to barely miss out on the Wind Ranger instead of jumping in onto Schofield. Schofield will happily tank the gank here for his core, though I can't say the same for the Mars, and the Violama thankfully just cancelled the TP at the last second. So ATF was ready with the Torrent Storm. But they're going to go for the tier 2 bottom tower. I mean, there's no real stopping them here. Falcons, it's just a matter of if they don't want to fight, we'll just take their objectives. And hell, they're even looking at high ground. Still 40 seconds left on the Aegis. They can find a tier 3 tower with that time. But they're going to be lacking a creep wave, sadly.
Yep. Some good cuts being made by Hector and KJ down bot. Still have decent control in this area. Don't have the wards up and running any longer, but have to do everything they can now to keep that high ground safe. No outer towers left for Heroic. Map has completely shrunk. And aside of Falcons, again in cruise control here. MKB being farmed up by Skitter, so he can get some hits onto Hector when these engagements do break out. Not going to be too long for him, considering how well Skitter has been farming up here. Amar going into his own BKB now, has had the Octarine for quite some time, so the uptime on the Torrent Storm, very nice. Pretty much all the spells feel really spammable. 45-second ghost ship. It's just impressive for the side of Heroic. And for Heroic, I mean, it's all defensive. Analog's going for his own Lincolns. Hector is still working on that Lynx that we were talking about earlier. The only guy going damage is really Divine Llama. Just going into Revenant's Brooch and Divine Rapier at this point on the Mars.
It feels like one of those kind of games where he just feels like he's got a solo carry here. Is I think what Divine Llama's thinking. Just not seeing the real win condition here for his side. Decides better of it, I'll just do it myself. They have a 5% chance according to Dota Plus, so you've got that going for you if you are Heroic, but that 5% doesn't exactly instill much confidence in you, I'm sure. See if he ever gets the chance to actually have that Revenant's Brooch plus the Divine Rapier. I mean, it's a lot of gold till he has that up. He's going to see ATF. Arena is down. ATF does get caught, but he's a very tanky target. He'll get the boat out in time. They'll throw everything but the kitchen sink at him, but he's still got all his spells off in time, and ATF is not dying. He is not dying. He will survive through all of it. Analog is gone. K1 could only run away. He'll still try and chase down the Razor, but to what avail? Marine will die happily, knowing that the Wind Ranger is going to go with him. 4 heroes down. It's only Divine Llama to survive all this, and hell, even that, I don't know if he's going to survive it. Crit might just jump back in. In fact, he will not, because he doesn't have a blink available. But it won't matter. T3 mid tower now down. Glyph will be forced. But the game just continues to get even more challenging for the side of Heroic.
And it is. Again, it's just that durability. You focus down Amar, it doesn't matter. Ghost Ship comes in. You've got Skitter in the sides with Warcry. And who's supposed to burst down this Kunkka? Who's supposed to burst down this Ven? He managed to kill off the Razor, but that's not burst. Just it took them so long to actually find that kill.
Yeah, that it did. It felt, kind of impossible to get anyone. It's just too much. It really does. I keep going back to this pos on Wind Ranger. I don't understand the core Wind Ranger role at all. I really don't. Just not doing anywhere near enough to really warrant the fact that it's a core.
Yeah.
I think that's why Divine Llama right now is just sitting on this Mars, behaving like he needs to carry.
That it feels like, I like the build. I do appreciate Revenant's Brooch and Divine Rapier. It's just, you need at least a Brooch up, and that gold is still a ways off. We'll try with a smoke out on Heroic's end. No vision outside, no information. Going in a little bit dark. Not going to be able to smoothly find anyone. Side of Falcons, again, just in cruise control. Could wait the next Roche, minute and a half, minute 40, till it's back up.
Oh, not K.
21k lead.
He's alright. It's just so tough now. I'm trying to find like a way back into this game for Heroic. It's just looking really damn tough. They'll go for the Tormentor again by the looks of it. Tormentor will go down, no worries. K1 will get himself a shards up now, so you do have the Gale Force now available, which, you know, it is some nice utility. Can't complain too much about that. We'll see if it makes any kind of difference, though, into this high ground defense that is coming, because Falcons, they are pushing through the top lane.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll do enough. Again, you've still got BKBs ready. Maybe it will make it easier to punish if they're greedy and not pop BKB. You get the follow-up from the Vi and the rollout from Analog. You can try to clean up from there, but it's hard to see those opportunities pop in. Amar finally has his full BKB, so he shouldn't be as close to danger as he was in the last fight. Has some protection for himself now, going for the refresh next. I don't know, like, I think the ideal for Heroic is a pick-off. Just hunt these supports, and then try to take a wider fight, 3v5. It can't just be one support. It has to be both of them dying ASAP without you committing too much into a wider fight.
Now Roshan going to be available in 10 seconds, and Skidder, he's very well aware that it is coming. Just casually wait for that Roshan attempt to come. The Heroic, you know, you're in a position where you can't really afford to let this go down for free, but it's also a position where you can't really afford to fight either. So I believe they are just going to have to wait for it to go down slowly but surely. There's only one buyback on the map available right now as well, and that is only Divider. So if you did take a fight and you get wiped, it is pretty much just GG. They do make the run down towards the south, but they are just way too late to the party. You could still maybe take a surprise team fight, but with the Aegis up on Skidder, it's not very well advised.
Certainly not. They've got more defensive items up. First Lincoln's on Analog, finally done. Lincoln's on Hector as well, finished up earlier into the Ags. The Ags can be disruptive on the Wind Ranger at very least, forces out some dust, but I don't know if Vision's even an issue when you've already got the gem up and snaking anyway. You still have answers ready on Falcons. Going for that top push. Heroic have to show something special. Again, maybe a pick off until one fight, but yeah.
Yeah, Lincoln's broken here by crit. He uses the 4-star to break the Lincolns out. K1, he'll BKB and run, but just look at the damage output from Malrine. Down for 75. No buyback available on that Wind Ranger. Nowhere near enough gold for the buyback.
No. I mean, I don't even know if having the Wind Ranger around would help your cause by that much. I just have to try to hold as best as they can.
There goes a tier 3 tower. X out of the Schofield. I mean, at least it's going to avoid the boat damage, but it doesn't really matter too much because he's still just going to casually die to Skidder. There goes the top racks. ATF onto Divine Llama now with the X up. Torrent is going to connect, and the jump is there from Superman himself. Skidder going to go right into the tier 4 towers, but does look to retreat now with his BKB still running. Meanwhile, Analog does go for a Rolling Thunder. They'll get a nice arena down, but where's the follow-up damage? It's just never coming. Crit will take down the Lion. Divine Llama's going to melt to ATF and Malrine, and now it's just Analog left. He'll roll up and try to get away, but they'll get the stun off. Analog just being bullied underneath his tier 4 towers. Will not survive. He is gone. No buybacks available, but they are yet to call it.
Yeah, the respawns are fairly short, I suppose. But Falcons can just kind of force out the mega creeps here into the tier 4. It's nothing really holding back any longer. And Falcons, very dominant form so far. 37 to 17, 30k lead. A little bit rougher to start off in comparison to game 1, but still see that clean execution coming out. Great understanding of what their drafts can do, of how to draft their strengths as well. Amar going fishing, doesn't quite find anything. There goes the Mega's Horn. We'll see if Hero can do something to hold off here, but doesn't look good.
Absolutely not. Falcons going right after the Jugular now. Onto the Ancient they go. Heroic still desperately trying to fight this one out, but nothing really going their way. Ancient just being focused down here by Falcons, and the game is officially over. KJ will call it at the last second. Team Falcons, I mean, you can't really say this was an unexpected result from their end of things, and it seems like they also were expecting this kind of result to happen, just based off their reactions, but a fantastic start to their day, that's for sure.
That it is. Looked like no trouble at all for Falcons. Again, a little bit rougher in the early game this time around. Some counterplay coming in there from the side of Heroic, but Falcons yet again showing off that new tech that we heard about yesterday. The Leshrac support of Snaking just doing so much work, dragging all the attention back. Crit showing us why Batrider has been one of the top bans and picks as well in this tournament. And even back to the qualifiers for Birmingham as well. That Batrider was a top priority ban early on. Mar looking happy.
It's the damn camera placement, man. I know he's done
exactly.
that on purpose. You know for a fact he's done that on purpose. He's put the tissue box there on purpose, knowing that people would meme about it. That's just the kind of guy ATF is. What can you do?
That he is. I mean, he looked like he was having fun in this game for sure. Managing to play that Kunkka, having the flex for the Razor for Malgreen on mid. Such a big piece for Falcons. And for Heroic, well, they're going to have to regroup. They're going to have to rally and hope for another 2-2 day. See if they can bounce back in their next series. But for Falcons, riding a high, breaking all the draws they found yesterday. A clean 2-0 for them, dragging them up in points. And in spectacular fashion as well. Like a lot of this game just felt like they were in control. Outside of, again, like the earlier part, the laning phase perhaps, maybe a little bit rockier. But past 5 minutes into 10, it felt like smooth control there for Falcons.
Oh, it absolutely did. And I believe for Falcons, their next matchup later on in the evening is going to be G2IG, so bit of a harder matchup coming up for the boys, but if they can keep the performances up like this, it should be a very, very spectacular kind of series to look out for. Still, that is it. That was a 2-0 against Heroic here for Falcons. Of course, we are going to have an interview after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from Team Falcons. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially back for an interview here with somebody from the side of Falcons. It is MLP Dota and DreamLeague S22. Jonathan, welcome back. So we're looking at some fantastic highlights here of that previous series, and I'll tell you what, it was a pretty one-sided affair. Obviously, Falcons looking just absolutely brilliant here today to start off the day, and I can't wait to speak to somebody and see exactly what the hell happened.
Yeah, it looked like they're carrying through with that momentum quite nicely. Again, day one, maybe a little bit rougher, going 1-1 in both series, but a clean start so far here with a 2-0 to kick off their day number 2 very nicely. Sets a good tone for them to go out. And again, every single series counts. So for Falcons to finally find a 2-0 sets a good tone for them to move into that top 4 of their group, go into group stage number 2. And for Heroic, of course, that means they're going to have to rally elsewhere.
And I hear a phone ringing, Jonathan. Let's get into the interview, see exactly who we do have. And I believe it is Mr. ATF himself. ATF, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here up against Heroic. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Oh, thank you very much.
Unmute your mic, Mr. ATF.
Hello, you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you very much. Feel good, fantastic, of course. Good to win a series.
Very good indeed. ATF, I'm going to ask you this question straight off the bat. I know you guys aren't the ones picking win range, but I've got to ask you, why are teams picking core win range? You tell me.
Probably to lose faster. That's the only reason I have. Not sure. I cannot explain. We don't pick it, so we don't know.
I couldn't help but notice as well. Malreen had a moment in the game number 2. He had a few smiley faces out for Heroic. Is there any bad blood, ATF, that we should know about between Malreen and Heroic?
There is no bad blood between Manada and anyone almost. He's just stupid and keeps using the smiley face almost every game. And at this moment, I want a smiley face when he dies.
Go on, John, ask some questions. We don't need the camera, don't worry, ATF, it's fine.
Right. Camera off.
All right, Amar. I'm curious about when it. Okay, one thing. Okay, while we're on the camera, I'm curious, Amar. Your camera angle, it's low. It's away from the monitor. It's right next to a pile of tissues. What's with the viewing angle? What's with your desk? What's your desk setup like? Why is there a pile of tissues? Does it get warm in the boot camp?
It's either warm or cold. I mean, I just use tissues because I'm sick for 2 months. Oh. I have to use some tissues during matches. That's kind of it. And camera angles, I don't know. I have problems with cameras all my life.
Fair enough. All right. Well, hopefully you get better. Of course, it doesn't seem to be affecting your playing. Now, going in here, you guys have been picking a lot of that Leshrac. That's some tech that we've heard rumors about, murmurings from a lot of players. Is there any other tech that we might be able to see? Or how do you feel about Leshrac coming back? Do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy it because it's winning?
I mean, Leshrac came it's the same patch as this. It just came and died after 2 days. It just instantly destroyed this hero. Now it's back. I mean, I do like this hero. I even like to play it. I mean, I don't play it much, but I would love to practice and become even good at it. And yeah, I mean, Leshrac coming back is definitely hero has died for 1 year already. So it's cool to see him again.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll see you play that Leshrac offlane. Now, I am curious, how do you feel about this patch overall? We haven't seen it in DreamLeague yet, but we've been seeing stuff like this Leshrac, stuff like Terrorblade 5 coming in. How are you enjoying this patch with quirky picks like that?
I mean, it's not that much difference, I'd say. It just some heroes come in and some heroes maybe go out. The patch, it's definitely nice to have something like this. Maybe they'll do something bigger. It's definitely for now month or 2 can be fine. This new ideas to see what can happen. But other for that, new things, I don't know, much, I guess, new things. It's only Lesh and Terrorblade, actually. I'm surprised Terrorblade was even picked.
Fair enough. Now, moving forward, of course, your next matchup is against G2IG. How are you feeling? How are you guys feeling about that next match? Do you feel like it's going to be the same? You're going to repeat what you did to Heroic here, or it's going to be a little bit tougher?
I think it doesn't matter who our opponents are going to be. We have to put the same respect. Doesn't matter if they are actually the worst team or the best team. We'll always pretend that they're the best players, and we have to always give our best to beat them.
Fair enough.
Oh, a very respectful answer, ATF. We'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations on your tour victory, sir.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The lovely ATF. Very well spoken, might I add it. For a guy that, like, and this is what I said, right? You know, you were telling me, you told me so about Lion and all this garbage. Here's a situation where I actually told you so, Jonathan. You know, Reddit and Twitch chat and everybody else assumes this Amar guy is a trash talker. He's, you know, Mr. Negative Nancy. He's one of the nicest guys we've ever met.
He is.
He really is. If you meet him in person, he's shy. You know, he smiles, he waves at you, he has a conversation. You know, he's a damn nice guy who tried to be a bit of a bad boy. And you know, the righteous people from Reddit came in and said, no, we can't have that. How dare he drop mantles of intelligence to tell people that they need to get smarter in this game? I mean, it upsets me. I'm about to get upset and start swearing. It just upsets me that we can't have polarizing figures in Dota anymore because the community gets upset. Like, we're getting too old now. We can't have CCNCs anymore, John. We can't have PPDs in the game anymore because it's just, we're all too righteous at this point. It just pisses me off.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's important to have people like Amar. And again, Amar is a very nice kid. His brother's a very nice guy.
He's a great guy.
Omar, if he's ever watching, we're never going to see him again because Amar can travel alone now. But it's always good to hear from Amar. You know, had some interesting takes. He had a really good take on the Wind Ranger. Lovely to hear that. And hopefully they do well going forward.
Which is something else that I told you so for, John. If you want to lose faster, you pick Core Wind Ranger. It's just as easy as that. With that, though, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a short break. And, of course, right after that break, we're going to be coming up with our next series. It is going to be one win against Team Secret. We'll see you all again very soon.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially here for our next series of the day between OneWin and Team Secret. And it is MLP Dota and JohnXFire joining you once again for our second series of the day here on the D stream. Jonathan, another great series coming up. I mean, OneWin, they were showing us some great potential yesterday when we did watch them. Obviously, against Team Secret, you never know what the results are going to be like. Team Secret are a very established kind of organization, but I do believe we're in for a hell of a fun series. John, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. This is going to be fun to watch. As you mentioned, OneWin showed a lot of promise. Not quite enough to close out the series we saw yesterday, but they did manage to get a draw up against Liquid in that series we did cast. So I'm looking forward to see how they do up against Team Secret. They did drop 2-0 to Aurora, so it's a little bit rough coming in this one for OneWin. Pretty similar scoreline with Secret, at the very least 1-3 from day one. So this series counts for a lot. It starts to break some of those ties if one of these teams finds that 2-0. And OneWin, again, this lineup is really young. It's a lot of young players. You do have some experience there, especially with players like Sweden Strong. But Chiri Jr. is a fairly fresh face. Oh, it's leaning towards the younger side, and it's going to be an interesting comparison to see how they pair up. I do believe we're comparing Winkushi and Crystallis here. So Winkushi, for his part, yesterday we did see have some really good activity in that first game we saw when he was playing that Spectre. I think he was really active early on, but my concern is, for Winkushi, we did see him pick up. I believe he did pick up the Wind Ranger game too, and we heard what Amar had to say about that Wind Ranger. It's, I hope we don't see it.
No.
I hope we don't.
No more, please. It's just, it's not working, man. It just really isn't. I mean, Mankushi, I'm sure we'll have some kind of different heroes up his sleeve here today. Of course, they were able to take a game off Team Liquid yesterday, but they did end up going 0-2 against Aurora. So very interesting results here from OneWin. It's kind of like you said, though. This is a very young squad, a lot of potential. Obviously here to gain a lot of experience from a tournament like DreamLeague Season 22. Against Team Secret, I don't want to say they're too heavy in terms of underdogs, John. I don't know the odds exactly, but I dare say Team Secret should be the favorites. But I still think, based off the results we saw up against Team Liquid yesterday, I think OneWin should have a pretty decent shot of giving us a pretty good series.
Yeah, it should be. I think this head-to-head we have up against Crystallis. It's going to be interesting. Crystallis has some heroes he's definitely known for. We've seen him popping up in the Slark recently. His Morphling came out yesterday. But he also played a Wind Ranger safe lane game. Like, I just hope
he did.
One of these teams has the sense to ban out Wind Ranger for either side. Honestly, you shouldn't even ban Wind Ranger. No one should pick it. But if it takes a ban to stop these teams from picking it up, ban the Wind Ranger for better sense. You know, Crystallis has so much more to play.
That was yesterday, was it? Against Shopify Rebellion, I think it was.
Yes.
That they had the position 1 Wind Ranger for Crystallis, and yeah, it's teams are learning. Jonathan, maybe they listened to the ATF interview. You know, maybe they're just like, okay, the ATF's got a point. Maybe we should stop with this Wind Ranger pick. Let's see. I mean, for us, at the very least, we've seen it 3 times in the core role in the last 2 days, and it's lost 3 times. So that's for us. And pretty much every other time I see Wind Ranger core on any of the stats from the games that have happened over the past 2 days, it has basically just been a loss every time. I haven't gone through every series, to be fair, so maybe someone will have something to say about that statistics I've just provided, John, but I dare say she has a sub 50% win rate, if not just 0%.
Surprisingly, I think she had a 66% win rate, unfortunately. That was yesterday. I think that was yesterday. Could be worse today. It did have, I don't know, maybe this stat page isn't updated, but it is showing me a 66% win rate. Refreshed, it's now 45. It's now 45. So end of day 1.
No way.
End of day 1, it was 66. Now it's 45 coming into day 2. So did have some success, but certainly not now. I think, we were talking about the head-to-head over Chorus. I think the more interesting matchup for me is really going to be that mid. Like Corden up against Chiro Jr. is going to be fun because these are both really young, promising players. Corden has had more exposure from the DPC on his time in Bleed. And I have to say, speaking frankly, it wasn't the best showing. I'm sure the kid has a lot of promise still. I'm not saying he's bad. It's just, it wasn't like that standout performance you were looking for from a pub star. Whereas I think Chiro Jr., sure, it was a little bit rockier yesterday with that draw and the 2-0 loss to Aurora. But from that game 1 on his Invoker, like this kid plays different. Right? Like his Invoker was setting pace. He was literally scouting around, playing like a bounty hunter, forcing out wards, forcing all control on the mid Invoker who had no farm, but it didn't matter. So I'm keen to see if that's something OneWin will want to replicate here, as we should have our draft ready here for our first match of OneWin up against Team Secret. We'll see if both teams have the sense to just not pick Wind Ranger this time around. Find out. Bat Rider being taken out early. Techies being banned out by Team Secret and Undying. So a rather different emphasis here from Team Secret overall. Like, these are not heroes we see first phase banned across all the games we've casted. Heck, even going back to, again, Birmingham qualifiers, these are not heroes we've been seeing banned in the first phase here either.
Certainly not. A very different kind of bans coming out from these two teams so far.
10 seconds remaining.
I wonder what the priority pickups are going to be as well from these two. A bit of a mixed bag between varying teams. Obviously, no one really choosing the same kind of priority pickups yet, which is to be expected in a new sub-patch. You don't really know what the best heroes are at this point. We'll see some more off-lane bans here from Team Secret. They'll get rid of the Mars and the Centaur. OneWin so far have focused on a bit of a mix. Obviously, they get rid of the Monkey King's signature pick for Crystallis. Bat Rider also being removed. One more to go before we can see these opening pickups for either team, as they do also ban out the Enchantress. And OneWin, they are right into the chin.
Yeah, I don't mind that. We've seen that be a priority ban in a lot of drafts. Usually a first phase, first ban overall. As Chen does slide through, Team Secret not going to be able to pick up the counter in Ench as well. And they steal it away from Puppy, so expecting some good things with this Chen. It does provide a lot. Just, we've seen a lot of durability issues coming in. Just a lack of burst. Chen does kind of emphasize that as well, depending on how Team Secret drafts around. And just this really great push that can come in, really great laning aggression with how aggressive you can get with a penitence. So I like this from OneWin. Sets a good tone. Team Secret will just go straight into the Timbersaw. A very stable off lane that we have seen pop up time and time again. But there are a couple of good answers from OneWin. We've seen stuff like Luna be decent in lane up against Timbersaw. It has enough damage. It forces you to go reactive, which throws off this early damage tempo Timbersaw has with Veil or Kaya buildup. So, anything like that can kind of just be a really good answer from OneWin as they go into the second phase here. We'll see if they will get the chance. Stuff like Luna, Slark, I expect to be pretty contested here. Probably in the bans for either side. Again, the carry pool so far has been pretty similar with what Munkushi and what Crystallis has played. So we'll see if any of that gets taken out here.
Absolutely. Final ban-outs to come.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
OneWin will have a bit of a think about this final ban-out. Although the Razor being removed, we have been seeing quite a bit of Razor as of late, so it makes enough sense. They'll get rid of the Morphous Wall. Why the hell not?
They've left a lot of mids open for later on in the picking phase. Stuff like the Ember, Puck, Storm still open as well for either side, so you have a wide pool, especially for Corden. Like stuff like his Ember, probably one of his most consistent heroes, I want to say. On a mid lane, still available if they opt to pick it in the last pick of the next phase. Could open up here. Secret, what's their ban before going into their next picks? I mean, they could take care of some of that as well. Maybe a respect ban for Chira Jr. Invoker could be one thing, as well as we've seen Chira Jr. really perform in that hero. So, wouldn't mind that. They take care of the Faceless Void instead. Targeting down Munkushi just a bit. We'll go into the Hoodwink. So, you've got some clear for the Chen army, somewhat. You've got really good control. You've got this really good synergy with the Timbersaw. Like, you can set up for him to Timber Chain in with your tree plant. Of course, there's also counter synergy with chopping the tree that they're bushwhacked to, but yeah, probably don't need to think too hard about that. Hopefully not.
Radiant team pick.
Go for the Tiny pickup. Another hero that has been relatively popular as of late. A 1 win. Third pick for themselves. We'll see if the Tiny is going to be a core or supporter. We have seen a bit of a mix. I'd much rather not see Tiny core if we can avoid it, quite frankly, John, because Tiny core just hasn't felt good every time we have witnessed it throughout the past couple of days, and they are going to go for the Death Prophet. Is Team Secret going to pick a Terrorblade? I mean, I mentioned earlier this meta was coming back, John. It's coming.
That it is. Oof, does fit in fairly nicely for Team Secret. The only burst you have to worry about is basically Tiny. Beyond that, you're pretty happy. DP's magic damage can be annoying, but you normally bulk up by the time DP starts to really threaten with Exo. Before that point, you're just farming up. So it could be the way to go for Team Secret. Still relatively early. They could just opt for their support pickups first. I am curious as well with 1 win. Like you mentioned, Tiny not being mid here. I mean, you could still run Tiny mid offlane DP for 1 win, so that option's still available. Go for the Naga on Team Secret's end. AoE clear from 1 win, not the best to handle the Naga, and there's a lot of shenanigans Crystallis can do. You know, just clear out all the camps really fast, get that farm build up. You've got a lot of durability on Team Secret's side with Naga up front and the Timbersaw as well. So I like this. It stops that rapid push 1 win will want to do, or at the very least, you can repair lanes really fast once this Naga has a couple of items up, and you can hold on to the game. You're not just going to be run down from constant pushing from 1 win with Naga up.
All Team Secret. Fourth pick out. They'll have a bit of a think about it. They'll dive in past the minute mark for this reserve time now. I still yet to pick up the second support. Team Secret, they will go ahead and just take the Mirana. We have been seeing a little bit of Mirana. I mean, I suppose you do have the Ensnare set up here with the Naga Siren if you wanted to run that.
Yeah, it's also an answer for the Chen army early on, so you can just kind of arrow down the creep. Nagas do tend to go for Ensnare in lane, which is, again, a really good change. I think that skill has been undervalued for a long time from a lot of carries, just opting to max the Illusion and the Riptide first. Value point in Ensnare does give you a lot, so you have some good connections to play with here. Again, some good counter push, at least a good removal of pressure from the Chen army already. And some resource wasting. Like, they're going to have to invest in some sentries on 1-win. That's going to impact the Chen just a bit, slow down this mech timing that we tend to see just a tad bit, or at least further build up on sustain here for 1-win. For 1-win, it's kind of time to figure out what you want to do with this tiny, right? Like, it's either a tiny Chen support duo or a mid-tiny and a DP off. Like, it's open enough, but kind of time to lock it in with this next pick here. Do need some illusion clear. Maybe an Ember could fit in. Like, the hold is not the fastest from Team Secret, so you could just opt for Ember mid, DP off, tiny support. DP tiny lane is really strong, so you can kind of get going from there. You can always go for the Maelstrom build-up on the Ember to help you manage some illusions. And again, Lockdown's not the cleanest from Team Secret, I suppose. There's also the Puck option, Quap option as well. Those can kind of deal with illusion spam quite nicely. Gives you some good magic damage to rip through the Timbersaw early on as well. Let's see what the choice is for 1-win. There's always still the cheeky Invoker pickup if they want that, but not seeing the greatest synergy for the Invoker here. They'll go with the Pango instead. Left in the pool.
Of course.
Gets picked up. Yeah, it's still there. Still not dying off this Pangolier.
Yeah, this Pango pick, it's literally a matter of like, do we have a better pick? No? Then just choose Pangolier. Just take Pango. Who cares? I don't know. I feel like they've got to change Rolling Thunder. You know, it's just too much. This hero, like, it's got to be deleted for a while. Nobody wants to watch it anymore.
10 seconds.
Doom banned out from 1-win. Team Secret.
5 seconds remaining.
Looks like they're expecting the mid-Cordon Timbersaw, perhaps, with the Doom ban. Timbersaw matchup in Topango is steady. It's not amazing. It's not bad. I would lean towards maybe not that good, for sure, but Cordon has played a lot of mid Timbersaw as well. Let's see if that is where the direction Team Secret wants to go, because I feel like just running the Timbersaw off is a really safe bet. Again, with a Hoodwink, it's a pretty good lane. Unless they really want to run Hoodwink 5 instead of Mirana 5 and have something better to connect with the Mirana on the off lane. That's the only reason I can see why. What else is left? Safe lane choices now for Munkushi. Parablade's still available as well, but matchup into the Naga is actually not too bad. Naga has no easy way to rip through all of that HP. He can burn through his mana, but he has way too much armor for a Naga to deal with. You don't really clear the illusions though, but you've got the Pangolier for that, alongside, to an extent, Tiny and DP. So you can get away with some, like, Terrorblade on 1-win. If that is a concern. Some options like Slark still there. I hope to God we don't see something like Wind Ranger. This is where it would pop out.
You know, John, I mean, at this stage, I'd love to see it. You know? At this stage, it'd just be it'd be a meme to me. Just take...
It'd be faster. You lose faster. We'll go on to the next game, no problem.
That's right. That is right.
Amar.
You get it, Jonathan. I mean, according to the statistics, John, we have not seen a Wind Ranger win yet. Not you and I.
Nah. We'll see. 1-win. Troll's taken out as well. Are they really considering this a mid-Cordon Timbersaw? Maybe they're confident in their off-lane, safe lane matchup as well. Nah, they ban out the DK just to be safe. What'll it be from Nkushi? There's Ursa. They go with Dusa.
Ooh. Okay.
Ha! Dusa into Naga. We've seen this a couple of times. It can be a little bit back and forth. The concern is if the Naga can just have her illusions on top of you, then your mana gets ripped apart. At the same time, a Dusa is harder to kill off here, mainly because as long as it's protected by Pangolier and you get that Ags timing up, you're gonna have to spot. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
That
is
there it
disgusting.
is. A boom anti-mage is what we're looking at here, apparently. So the offlane anti-mage coming out from Team Secret. I mean, you know, John, usually I talk a lot of crap when it comes to AM. But this is one of the games where I'll say it's a good pick.
Pretty much. Like, it's up against a Medusa, and that's really the only time you want the AM, maybe against a Storm as well. This is not going to be a game from Kushi now. You've got Crystallis with his defusal timing, you've got Boom with his own potential disperser build-up, which I do believe AMs do go for. It's not actually bad. You've got a lot of issues. I think your best bet for one win, Chira Jr. has to pop off on that mid. Again, his lane matchup up against Corden isn't bad. It is something that feels pretty decent for our Pangolier. So you want to get that good start up against a Timb. You want to be able to hit this early defusal timing of your own on Chira Jr. and start to set tempo. Connect with Cloud on that DP, get some push going, because if any space is left for Team Secret with an AM, with a Trimsaw just pushing one lane steady, and with the Nagalutions flying out, you can get overwhelmed here on one win quite fast.
You absolutely can. We'll see how Game 1 does go, of course. It is a best of 2 series here between Team Secret and 1 win. Game 1 is now officially underway. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a bad feeling. You know, you last pick the Medusa, you think you've got everything under control, you see the position 1 Naga against you, and then you have an offlane AM to play against. It's just not what you'd like to see if you are 1 win. But props to them if they can make the win work. You know, it's just you're going to be feeling even better going into Game 2.
And you would. No, it's in their name. They only need 1 win to feel better here, Mike.
Oh, stop it, John.
That's all they need.
That's
all they need.
Even for you, that's terrible.
You ever wonder what secret Team Secret's hiding for how many years now? What's the secret? We've seen Puppy, I've seen Cyborg Matt multiple times, even before being a pro. Still have no idea. I guess that's the secret, whatever the secret is.
Yeah, that's it, John. Well done. I see this culture of coming up with really bad puns and word plays really runs in the Filipinos, doesn't it, John?
Yeah. We had a whole Twitter thread with a lot of bad names. Showed you in Manila. You saw them live as well.
Yeah, I did.
Quiapo.
we might have to do a
You couldn't believe it.
All the ones
You
we see.
couldn't believe it.
It's ridiculous, Jonathan. It's actually disgusting to have to read those things and realize that the joke behind them. Shira Jr., sweet and strong, going to move in. Acorn shot going to fly through. Shira, he's gone very far forward. They're going to try and protect him here. Shira, a couple hits away from dying, though now Boom's the one in danger. Boom, oh, he might just be going down, and he does. First blood to go the way of Sweet and Strong, as they will clean up the Tiny, but now Corden's in danger. Corden's gone. So is Respect. Eki is in trouble now as well. Eki's trying to run. Eki will make it out. And now it's Puppy versus Shira Jr. in the mid lane. Puppy's taken over. Look at this, John. The chase is on. He's not going to catch.
This is giving me flashbacks to like CDPC games. Maybe not last year, but certainly when we were still doing Southeast Asia. Like, that's what happens when you go first blood in Southeast Asia. I can't believe Corden's brought some sea spirit with him. Maybe not in the way he'd want dying, but it is what it is. Eki not the safest. You have to really respect Chen Penitence. That damage is overwhelming. Already forced the Fairy Fire out. Has the salve as well instantly pop. Not a great feeling. And again, this is the issue with AM into this lane, right, for Boom. There's not much presence AM has until he's like level 3 minimum. Like before that, you don't have Blink, you don't have durability without counterspell, no counterplay. So it's a free lane for Munkushi. Yes, this AM pick will counteract it later on. In lane, it takes a little bit longer. It's not as straightforward for the AM to win out here.
It absolutely is not. You get a couple levels up, and I think things might change. But for the early levels, I think Boom is probably going to have a bit of a rougher time. And you are seeing Respect being very annoying here with that Hurricane ability, or rather the Tornado. It kind of annoys me that we don't know how much damage Tornado does. Like, it still, to this day, doesn't tell you how much damage it does. You know?
Yeah.
All I know is it's quite a lot.
I'm sure there's some guy out there who memorizes the exact values after reductions, after base reductions as well. There's one guy out there that knows all of those damage values. I am not that person. I just know it does a little bit. It just does a little bit of a donk and you hurt. You know, it's a tornado. It should hurt. But Alcerts is looking at these other lanes. Do you have Crystallis having a decent enough time on his Naga with Puppey on that?
Why does it
Marana? No. There's a lot of creeps dying. You know, I empathize with creeps.
It hurts to look at other lanes, and we're going to have a look at Crystallis, who's apparently missing every CS according to John. It's just so painful to watch.
He's not. I didn't say he's missing. I'm saying creeps are dying. What did these guys do? You think about the mechanics breaking away because it's a lane. You know, you're finding farm. There's no action. Think about just the implications of a Dota 2 hero. This guy is supposed to be the hero up front leading you to hit victory. You know what he does? He stands there waiting for you to die to deny you. And he doesn't attack the creep wave until he can secure a kill. That's not a hero. That's a thief. That's a hooligan.
Cloud. And for a bit of a run. Apparently everyone just forgot about the 3-minute Lotus pool timing, as Respect is in the middle of nowhere right now, but actually makes it for now. Boom does have Blink back up. Oh, he debates him. Whoopsie daisies. He wasn't expecting that. Boom. With the maneuver. Gets the kill in the end. He broke some ankles there, Jonathan.
I'm surprised he went... I mean, after picking up the Centaur, he goes back into the creep wave right under the Watcher, which he didn't take back. So there was always vision there for Boom. Good punish, but that is a lot of free time. Like, in the end, Respect is giving Munkushi a very free lane on this Medusa. 19 to 11. There's just no way for Boom to stop that. Again, it's going to take a lot of levels for the AM to even consider jumping on top of that Dusa. Try to stabilize the lanes first with Eki. So far, a good back and forth, 2-3 for 1win and Secret. Slightly better for Secret with that extra pickup. Laning phase-wise, though, 1win edging out just a little bit more. And the start from Munkushi is great. Corden, though, in the mid lane is doing a good amount of work to keep Chira Jr. back. This lane, not the most straightforward for the Tim, but Chira Jr. can't really leverage shield crash when he's under threat of the Whirling Death. And these pulls make it a little bit easier for Corden as well. Just lining himself up by the trees. Chira Jr. steps too close, a lot of damage to pump out.
Is this not one of Corden's signature heroes as well, the Timbersaw? I didn't get the pleasure of watching you much last year, John, because, you know, I wasn't doing SEA DPC, but does he not play quite a bit of Timber?
I think he played it every now and again. Back in his time in Bleed, the main hero I really remember is stuff like his Ember. I think his Ember was the most consistent one. So that was what he was leaning on. Probably just, you know, a transitory period until literally his first pro debut. Don't think he played on tier 2 teams before, so they wanted to give him comfort, but I think we did take a peek at a couple of Timbersaw games, more of DK. So for him to do this well, certainly is showing some of that prowess that all of us were expecting from the CDPC. And again, it's shaping up well. He did well in the qualifiers as well. Team Secret, so just holding his own. Chira Jr. not going to hit those early times we were talking about, right? Like the defusal timing is going to be key to start to apply that pressure from that Pango. It's a slower start. Trying up top here.
They've got Respect rotating in. Problem is, they have already caught out the DP, and with a very nice arrow from Puppey, he's just going to lock him down. Cloud is still healing up with the Spirit Siphon, but for how long is the question? Cloud still slowly dropping. Crystallis does not want to give him a target to get the Siphons off. So they do leave Cloud alone. They'll see Respect there on the Chen. They'll respect his presence. And with that 1 win, I mean, I suppose the rotation from the Chen does ensure that they can't continue the chase on Cloud. But it's not like you're really going to find a tier 1 tower push here. I mean, they could try though. There is a siege creep up at the top lane. You don't have level 6 in the DP, but you could try to protect the siege creep if you so wish.
And you could. You have a small army being formed up by Respect as well, just clearing out these camps that you would love to dip into as a Naga later on.
Oh my.
Just taking away a couple of resources here.
Well, he's got the Colbert Foreman, John. This hero...
the +3 damage.
Hero. I mean, I should say hero. It's +3 damage. It's too much damage coming out from the Kobolds now. Crystallis gonna go for a run. Puppey chasing down Sweet and Strong. Hasn't got the kill quite yet. Is actually in quite a bit of danger, but here comes Corden trying to go on to Cloud. Puppey still running, has a leaf charge, will get away, but the Siphon is still just draining him away. Cloud still chasing down the Naga and the Mirana, but can't get quite within range. Will have to leave. Here comes Chira Jr. now. Just a complete party up at the top lane. The chase is on for Crystallis, who does break some ankles there for a moment, but is eventually going to get caught out. Crystallis will go down. So they do get a pretty nice pick off for all the time committed up in this top lane for 1 win.
You know what the difference maker there is? The 2 kobolds with +3 damage. That's how Respect got that kill. You know, it got the kill. +3 damage. It's too strong.
Look at the chat. This is the 2 kobolds. This is too much. This is busted. Look how fast he's
damage
jumping.
overall in DPS.
Look how fast he's jumping
Disgusting.
here, Jonathan Chen. My goodness.
It does work out for 1 win. We're having a bit too much fun, it feels like. Team Secret.
We need a 3rd kobold. That's what we
We
need.
need 1 more. Come on, Respect. He's got to clear the camps first, Mike. He's going to clear the camps.
Amateur.
Still,
Amateur out. Yeah, go on.
at least, you know, it's on the other side for Team Secret. So now, Crystal's going to have fun with his own camps, although.
Mankushi, he's going to be a bit of a creep if he doesn't have any mana here, John. Mankushi, go for a run. Boom is still just draining him.
He's being fed.
Oh, boy. He was being fed there for a moment, but it doesn't really matter as they've got Boom, surely, but not quite. Respect gets him. Respect will find him in the end as now Puppy looking for a way out. Does leap towards the west. The kobolds here. Here we go again. The added movement speed. It's too much for Puppy. The leap. He's got 1 more. Leap Puppy. Gets towards the south. Shura Jr. still chasing him down. They've got it. Puppy is gone.
This is some good punish. They do manage to get some room to get some punish up top as well onto Cloud. That was Exo popped, so no strong push coming out here for 1 win. But they are managing to salvage some rough spots, right? Like this Dusa now struggling just a little bit when you do get that commitment out from Boom. All that solo EXP has led to the point where our AM can finally start to aggress onto the Dusa. And you are going to the diffusal buildup for Boom, so it is just a double mana burn. No mana pool for this Dusa down the line. And once that's up, it's just going to be painful for the side of 1 win if that timing keeps up for Boom. We did see that, again, a valiant effort. I love it when we see these supports, when they've got the Dusa, they've just got the mangoes ready. You know, harkening back to March with like 12 mangoes. All the way back when that lineup was still alive. I miss that era.
Oh, the good old days. Puppy. Dying to some creeps. I do miss that era. That was a fun era. There's so many memes to be had every single game we cast.
That's so dumb. Like, Mango Tree was probably the best tier 1 you could hope for. Plant in your base, and then you have 12 mangoes with a Dusa. It's like, yeah, all right. All I'm doing is feeding my carry. That's all I'm doing.
And now March is feeding himself. Just chilling Enigma, Jonathan. Just having a very good old time, I'm sure.
That is true. Maybe we'll see him again someday.
Radiant's middle tower
Well,
is under attack.
let's not go too far, John. Cord, he's going to head down towards the bottom lane. Eki's actually going to find Respect here, but doesn't want to go at this alone. So Eki goes for the bushwhack. Won't quite find anything. Here comes Chrysalis now, but everyone just gets stunned up by the Centaur of Respect. But eventually they'll have. There's just no way the Chen gets out of here. He does go down. And of course, Team Secret now, they can look on towards the bottom tier 1 tower.
Yep, look for that push. Already very unhealthy, that tier 1 tower is. There is room here to get that shove up top for 1 win. Exorcism is back off cooldown for Cloud. Instantly popped, going for the trade. Should be able to find it quite nicely. So evening out the game state, or rather even game, all things considered. 6-6. No notable net worth lead coming out for either side. Again, a little bit of a stronger start for Corden and for Boom overall, but not a massive lead by any means just yet. My concern for 1 win down the line is really this AM. Like, not just the mana burn, but how do you actually hold down the AM? Your best bet is Avalanche into a follow-up Silence. That's going to be a lot of control on top, but even then, if you manage to get Boom into the point where he can also go into his Manta, he's not going to have issues. You know, he's not going to be a hero you can pin down. He's going to be disruptive into that back line. So I'm wondering how 1 win will try to rectify that. Still, aggressive positioning from 1 win, cutting off any farm spots you'd want for Crystallis, taking away these camps and planting some aggressive wards. They can play around this tier 2 here.
Oh, Puppy, gonna find out the hard way. They were hanging around on the high ground of that jungle, and he will just get annihilated as soon as he makes the run up. 1 win. I mean, they're not quite in a position to pressure the tier 2 tower yet. We're still a bit too early, and of course, Exorcism is on cooldown, so they will just continue to just maintain control over that dire jungle. As now Corden being threatened here by the Rolling Thunder of Shura Jr. They are fighting over a power rune, but it is going to spawn up top. So Corden still going to go for the chase. does manage to pick up the shield rune, back towards Sweden Strong. They'll toss it back towards Shura Jr. They've got the Timber locked down, but do they have the damage? I don't think they do. Corden's fine. He chains away. Sweden Strong's the one in trouble. They will at least find Eki. Sweden still alive somehow. He will not die, but nor will Corden. They will take Eki, and that's about all they're going to get here on one win. But I guess considering you lose nothing, you probably will be pretty happy.
You are. You force out the Moonlight Shadow as well to provide an escape path for Corden. There's no Moonlight Shadow ganks that can come out from Team Secret. Some more time for OneWin to feel comfy with Munkushi just farming up in the triangle. Lots of sentries already being dropped by OneWin as well. They expect that aggression out from Secret. So to have that Moonlight committed on an escape, it is valuable time for OneWin to play this farm game. However, Boom is getting all of that same space here as well. He's not joining in these engagements. He's got that Diffusal. He's going into the Manta. And this AM is going to be an issue. And like, Diffusal is the start. Manta is when it really just starts to escalate really badly. Like, how do you pin him down? How do you kill him off? How do you protect your Deuce at that point? If Boom finds the angle, it's going to be a tough set of questions to answer for OneWin. For OneWin's part, it does feel like there is a lot of emphasis around playing with EXO. They need to find these tier 1s, right? Mid and bot have to go. They have to make it awkward for Secret to walk across the river, even with Moonlight Shadow. These towers are holding that pieces of control together. So if they can find an opportunity to just run with Cloud, it's going to be the Shiva's timing for him, it does look like. That's the point where you can start to feel a little bit comfier in this game.
A bit of a chase here for the AM, but no real hope of catching him, I don't think. It goes back to that question you asked me earlier of how do you lock down this man, and the answer is you really don't. Boom will just blink out every single time. Of course, going for the straight for the Diffusal Blade and to the Manta, just to ensure this Medusa has no play.
Radiant are scanning.
See what they do try to do to contest this kind of build-up on the AM. Like, for now, Munkush is just going straight for the Disperser, has the Manta up, but well, Cloud, top lane, does get caught with a nice bushwhack here from Eki. Sharpshooter's going to land perfectly, but they don't quite have the damage. He will survive.
Just tanky enough with a threat of Spirit Siphon and just having that armor with a plate mail. Not too much output just yet from Crystallis. Still working onto the Manta. Into maybe his own Diffusal Disperser buildup as well. Still a ways off. Again, the key thing here for OneWin is going to have to be playing around some sort of push. Into that tier 1 mid, into that tier 1 bot, if you can find it. They do manage to catch out Boom.
They do. But Boom just blinks away again. Like, this is the main issue you have with the AM is... Even without anything like a BKB or Lincoln's, he can always just get away just by pressing W. It's not really too complicated here for him. You don't have enough lockdown, quite frankly, to kill off the AM at any point, I don't think. Maybe with the Silence of Cloud you could, but there comes a point when the Manta's going to be up and the Silence just won't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Like, this timing into Manta is just going to be devastating once Boom has that up. And you already... kind of goes for the diadem, just wants to have all the man in the world to play his own game. AM, ironically enough, for a guy that hates magic, does need to cast spells as well. It's always one of the quirkier ironies in Dota 2 lore. Still, Sweden Strong, still hanging around. Blink is almost up. If he has that blink, it becomes easier to see that jump onto Boom, but you have to wait for it a little bit more.
Bottom. Jump is there. Eki in a bit of danger here, trying to go after Sweden Strong, but he's right under the T2 tower, so Eki is just down. Seems like there is still a bit of posturing here from Team Secret. Boom's thinking about jumping Munkushi, and in fact he will. Corden is there. Boom will hold out on the blink. Arrow's actually going to connect here from Puppy, but it's just very split up so far, but Boom makes the jump in. Munkushi out of mana. They don't have the mana void though, so they can't quite burst him down immediately. But you see how quickly the threat of the AM becomes a problem for the Medusa. She just absolutely melts.
And she does. Just again, this Diffusal AM build completely ruins any sort of game for the Medusa. At the very least, room down mid for OneWin. Finally use that Exo with the Shivas up for a siege onto the tier 1. Some much needed towers to take out. Apply some pressure, prevent Secret from crossing the river with confidence at the very least. That does provide some room out. Still a lot of scaling left here for one win, but they do manage to take the net worth lead for themselves now. But how often Secret's moving across the map as a unit, with Corden showing up as well, it is cutting into that efficiency on the map. And one win starting to reap the benefits with Munkushi just getting this room. Defusal almost done for our Medusa, so some counter threat onto that. AM's going to be available into the disperser. I do feel like the question as well for one win outside of just catching Boom is also, how confident are you in controlling up Crystallis and his illusions? Because that's going to be a factor as well once these Naga illusions are tankier. Still, one win trying for a smoke out. They do have good wards watching that bot area.
Well, they do. They'll make the move in onto Puppy. I mean, this is not the greatest kill by any stretch of the imagination. They'll just take what they get. Maybe even finding Eki here on the hoodwink, but he does manage to just bounce away with the sharpshooter, but still will not be able to get away with the respect. Respect just ensuring that he just remains within that tree line and does end up going down, so they get a 2-for-1 special. I mean, it's both sides. You know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I think for one win, they'll be quite happy with it. As in fact, this is a much bigger deal. They're going to find Corden. The Rolling Thunder does land mid-chain, so Corden has no way out of this, and he's just down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's a much bigger deal.
That's one where Munkushi does actually find that kill as well. Some great gold injection coming in for Dedusa on top. This aggression coming out from one win, just lining up. And for Secret, all that commitment earlier on, not paying off, right? Like all of those movements down bot, the sustain coming in from one win with a Hand of God, Respect just popping it at the nick of time, provides enough. There are damage issues right now for the side of Secret. And the 100-0 just doesn't happen fast enough. Still Cloud.
Being jumped. So they will make the move on to Eki now. Eki being tossed in. Crystal's going to move his way in as well. Finds the DP. Cloud completely out of mana now. Cops the mana void here from Boom. Still has the siphons going for a little bit longer. But I don't think it's really going to make too much of a difference here for Cloud. As well, he can try to run as much as he possibly can. I say that. Johnny's still going. It's a long process to deal with this man, as Crystallis actually just pops the song. He's had enough. Cloud will finally die. Sadly for Crystallis, he does end up losing his courier, which had the Orchid on it, but at least they get the DP kill.
And they do find what they came in for. Again, one win is making great use of the space. They just switch the position of Munkushi across the river, off the back of these tier 1 towers being taken, and their own tier 1 standing, having a good access point relatively. Still, Corden.
And jump is there. Corden. Again, being caught on the Timber Sword, just cannot chain away. Just permanently locked down here by one win. Another fantastic kill for the Radiant end of things. And Corden, he is dropping constantly now, just not having the defense necessary as they even find Puppy. My goodness, Sweden strong, setting up so many kills here on the Tiny. And this is going to feel real bad for Team Secret. That was a double kill going the way of Munkushi. This is a Medusa that should have been under control at this point, I'd argue, but it feels like one winner getting away with a hell of a lot here.
Oh, they're just having Munkushi stick to safe parts of the map. Again, they're playing off the back of these tier 1 takes up top of mid very nicely.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is a problem.
No.
That's a problem. See, Crystallis did use the song earlier to get the DP, so that's on cooldown for another 45 seconds. And Sweden strong, he has been setting up everything on this Tiny. This man just does not miss.
No, he doesn't. Even moves forward, grabs the Wisdom, reveals the stacks for Munkushi to find as well. And another tier 1 down. Like this area across the river feels really hard to penetrate for the side of Secret with all of these tier 1 still standing from the side of one win. This kind of goes back to this idea with the AM, right? When you do go for the AM offlane, you are going to lack like teamfight presence overall. You're mainly reliant for AoE control from Song than just damage flying out from Corden and everyone else. Maybe some follow through control from Eki. In comparison for one win, with Shira Jr., you have this roll. There's nothing that pierces spell immunity just yet to pin him down. So you'll always have a free roll lined up here. And it's just disruptive. That, along with his highly effective creep army from Respect, the follow-up from the Centaurs, it's been impactful. And they've isolated Secret one by one. Secret as well. Like, they have this really good creep cutting and constant lane shoving, but their actual push isn't necessarily the fastest. They find top tier 1 in exchange, but the map is shrinking. 2 outer towers left for Secret. Roshan opened up for 1 win off the back of that, and they've got the damage here.
Oh, yeah, Roshan's certainly going to go pretty easily here to 1 win if it is just left to be had here by this Radiant side, and I think it is. There's no contest coming here from Team Secret. They are just going to let this one go. That'll get Mankushi even closer now to the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, which is going to be very annoying to deal with. Aegis up on the Deucer. 2 lives now available. The Team Secret, they are trying to sneak a Radiant Tormentor, but they are very well aware, it seems, because 1 win, they are rushing right towards the side of Team Secret. Secret, they won't really even find that, sadly. No Tormentor for them.
No. Not going to be able to try to sneak away with it. However, there are still some good timings lined up here for Secret. They are working into this Ags coming up for Boom, as they are going for a song setup, or at least to just escape from the threat of Chira Jr. Another tool taken out here, so Crystallis has to be very aware of where he's farming. Again, some good forward wards from 1 win to try to punish, but Secret smoked up his 4.
Oh, jump is there. Cloud does get caught out. Cloud, though, he might just be able to tank through a lot of this damage because the Cyphers are still going, but no. The thing is, you see how much commitment is required to burst down the DP. Like, had she had an extra teammate or 2 behind her, that could have been a very different story.
That it could have. They were relatively close by as well, but didn't want to really fully commit just yet on the side of 1 win. They've got their own key items flying out. When Cushy with his Ags is almost set up into the Butterfly, gonna feel really protected after that point with the Mystic Snakes bouncing around, with a Shard potentially lined up as well later on for the Tormentor. Opens up a lot of possibilities for Dedusa to actually just not get instantly bursted down from Boom. And the issue with Boom right now is that this AM is set to just counteract 1 as Sweet and Strong dunks on 1 more.
He certainly does. Sweet and Strong, proving to be very strong this game 1. Finding another kill here onto Puppey. Puppey just not having the time of his life here on the Mirana, that's for sure. 17k net worth now sitting on your Medusa. Mankushi at the stage now where you're working on towards the Butterfly. You know, that evasion, it starts to become a little bit troublesome if you are the AM, because you're not going to be able to burn that mana pool quite as fast. And oh, see how Team Secret do try to react. For now, they are going to pick up the Bloodthorn onto Crystallis. They'll get the tier 2 bottom tower down. Like, the Naga Siren is still pretty damn big. It's nowhere near the stage, though, I think, where you can contest the Deucer. Again, with Boom suffering here on the AM, it's looking great. They are going to smoke up here. 1 win. Rush is there. They have found the Naga Siren, and Crystallis may get locked down permanently, and he does. That's just such a huge problem. Like, he had no way to purge off the silence. The Manta wasn't called out. Never gets the song off. And the Naga Siren it doesn't feel like it's ever going to come online at this rate.
No, it's going to need so much more time. And you're sharing space with Boom, who is starting to get some of that creep cutting now, shoving in waves, going on the opposite side of the river, taking these opposing side camps. But you're going to lose objectives now. EXO, not too much time left, but the full commitment is coming out from 1 win. Mid tier 2 not going to hold for long, leaving just 1 outer tower left for Secret. The Vision game, again, from 1 win. Very clean, really good forward aggressive wards. And be able to spot out Puppey if they wanted to try to make that play.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Tier 3 tower going to be under siege.
Boom's pressuring the tier 3 as well.
Certainly, I mean, he's got to try something for his team here. Jump is out. Corden, also being caught on the timber, is going to chain away. Boom, he'll blink out. So they do force a couple rotations. Now Crystallis will hold 3 down in the dire base. Rather, Mankushi was isolated, but Mankushi is still not going down quick enough. He will just rush towards them. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis available for another minute, so you've got that secondary life to rely on if you are Mankushi. And they just don't back. The team is running all the way back through the mid lane, back towards the dire base. And Team Secret, I mean, they try their absolute best to split up the fight, but it just does not work out in their favor. Sweden strong, he'll miss out on a toss attempt onto Puppy. But Mankushi, he will find the mid-racks. And Team Secret, they just lack an answer.
Again, this AM's your idea, but it's not as easy as you'd expect to actually chase down this Dusa. Even then, like 2 lives, you're going to have to expend a Mana Void in one of them. Good hit and run from OneWin. Really great response to just TP down bot. Forced them away from that siege that Boom was trying to do. Did get significant damage on tier 3, but nothing else. They've got time to just repair lanes on OneWin. For the side of Secret, the big issue is, how do you start these team fights? Like, it's Song into a pushback. It has to be.
They'll silence up Sweden strong, but Shira Jr.'s already in, finding both supports here. Looks like they will focus down Eki. But the chase is also on for Puppy by the looks of it, as well. Eki will drop. Puppy is actually out of lead charges, so they could go for the chase, and now they do realize Puppy cannot get away. A double kill for Mankushi. Boom desperately trying to split push the mid lane and just ensure they can't go high ground once again, but he cannot get the creep wave down fast enough. This is not a carry AM, so he doesn't have the cleave with the Battle Fury.
Oh, but he does have the Ags. Blink fragments up. This is when you can start to do a little bit more poking and prodding, force some decisions to be made. Still, only so much Boom can do to stave off this push.
And Cloud, BKB inside, Mana Void will do nothing. Just wanting that bottom racks. Exo's still going for a while. Cordon's going to jump in. They will try onto the DP, but Cloud is just siphoning up and healing up once again. Meanwhile, Shira, he's onto Boom. Who do they actually want to take down? Well, it looks like they might have to run, because the Crystallis Naga Siren is here now. But OneWin, they are successfully just able to back off as a 3-man avalanche out from the Tiny. Crystallis, though, with a very nice song, will lock all of them down, all grouped up. They're going to try for the Medusa. Mankushi, he's been caught. Mankushi is gone. That's the big target. Cloud also going down. They're forced to blink away from the DP, but he will drop eventually. So 3 down for OneWin. Team Secret able to make the team fight work off a perfect song here from Crystallis. And they do hold on to that bottom racks. They will hold out.
They find a punish. Really good positioning just with that chase. The song, the follow-up was there. They managed to burn enough mana as well out of this Dusa that there's no pertinent need for the Mana Void. And they just managed to get it going. Just that instant positioning out from Crystallis. Again, these drawn-out fights are a little bit more awkward for the side of OneWin. In Secret, keeping themselves in the game. Mind you, they lost their mid-racks and a tier 3 for that. But they hold out from losing anything else. That's the key part. There's still some items to be found here for the side of OneWin as well. BKB is lined up next for Ardusa, and you've already got the Ags going for Sweden Strong, so he's got the funny. He's going into Daedalus. He's basically a core. He's done so much work. Might as well just have that damage to clear through the illusions. This is the Naga answer we're looking for here for OneWin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That it is. Team Secret not out of the game yet, but it's a bit of a tough situation for him at the moment. I say tough, it's 6k behind, not too far behind. Still a pretty good chance of making a comeback happen. OneWin though, they've certainly got some momentum behind. Running right towards the east of the map. They want to try and take a fight here against Secret. Roshan is up in 17 seconds. A big objective once again for either side. This time Secret not planning on letting it go freely the way of OneWin. There'll be a double smoke up with the supports of Secret. And Puppy and Eki, they'll take 2 different routes to try and keep tabs on Roshan. Roshan now officially respawning, but nobody sees it. Shira Jr., he leaves the pit before Roshan does come in. And Roshan actually just gets left alone for now. Nobody spots it out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going away. Shira Jr. has to deal with that split push from Boom.
His own smoke. He's going to break a smoke of Cloud, but does get caught with an avalanche toss. He'll try to leap away, but it's not going to be it. Mankushi again able to secure a kill. And now the immediate rush back towards the Roshan pit. Though they do get a scan on Secret. Seems like they want to go for another fight. They do find Corden. Sweden strong again with the avalanche, trying to set up, but he needs some help. He gets annihilated here by Corden, but they do at least get Eki as a trade. Mind you, Roshan has been left alone. So there is that. Like, for Team Secret, this might actually just be considered a win.
And they found a tier 3. Boom's doing AM things now. He is just shoving in, forced Tier Junior to chase him down, forced out the roll as well. You're at the point where these Naga illusions are a lot tankier than you'd want to deal with a heart up and running on Crystallis as well. So it gets a little bit tough. They've got to take Roche, but they need to take it fast. Any moment you leave a lane alone, Boom is just split pushing. The Naga illusions coming out, shoving in waves. You have to have these answers, and it's Secret that makes their way into Roshan first. They've got the song to bail them out, they've got the damage for the Naga, but here comes that smoke from OneWin.
Roshan will go down quite freely here. Team Secret actually getting away with it. OneWin, I mean, they're trying to make their way over now. It's a bit of an awkward scenario because the song is going from Chrysalis to allow himself to get out. Puppey, he probably will die here, but I think he's going to be more than okay with this. I mean, you just got away with Roshan. Boom's still just casually pushing top racks. So the Sweet and Strong has had to stick around to ensure that this cannot continue. And suddenly Team Secret feel like they've got the momentum on their side of things. In fact, Dota Plus is at 50-50 right now between these two.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I want to say it does feel a little bit like you're watching a Southeast Asian game. Or not a Southeast Asian pro game, like a Southeast Asian pub. You've got this one guy that really wanted to play AM. Sees the Naga, goes for it. Sees the Dusa, goes for it. Then doesn't have a great lane, starts split pushing, keeps the team in the game. You're playing at the deficit, but they're keeping that laning pressure up. You've got Naga to split push as well. Like, it is hard for OneWin to actually just get a lane they can just push in full force now. Or even just look for these ganks. They always have to have one respond, because if they don't, they're just going to lose racks. They're going to lose some portion for high ground, equalize with Secret. Secret, for their part, the game does get easier as it scales on for them. And you've got AM, you've got Naga. You've also got a lot of utility on Corden. He's got a Side of Vice. Helps to control some key heroes here.
Seems like OneWin are more than happy to try and force a 5v5 engagement, but Team Secret are not giving them the opportunity. They'd much rather just continue with the shenanigans they've been up to as of late. Here comes Corden, here comes Eki. Now gonna just deal with the Manta illusions of the Medusa. OneWin, they will just respect themselves and get the hell out of there, so Team Secret not gonna find the fight they wanted either. This is buying up plenty of time for the Naga Siren to get to a stage where she can start to become a real threat. Well, Shadow's going to be popped a little bit preemptively here from Puppey, but they might be able to set up a fight here up at top lane. Like, no, they do look to retreat. It's like Chrysalis wanted to try after the Pangolier, but Shura Jr. is able to get himself out of there. So nothing really panning out. Like, all these smokes, all these Moonlight Shadows, but nothing really coming of it.
No. How do you not respect yourself, though?
What?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
What are you talking about, John?
You said, and they'll respect themselves and back off for OneWin. I'm sure they respect themselves. These are young kids. They're not depressed.
Good question. Yeah, I realized I made the mistake of, mixing up my words. I didn't,
I've got to analyze something, Mike. I've got to analyze something.
Oh, jump in. Sweet and Strong. He's going to get stuffed immediately. Sweet and Strong, still alive, but not for long. He is gone. Cloud, he's going to jump in. They've got the Naga Siren locked down. Crystallis just cannot get anything off. He will lose his first life. He still has the song available, but he needs a chance to be able to pop it. He will try for the run first, eventually goes for the illusions, but he's been stunned up again. Crystallis gets a song now, but it's too late. Mankushi had the BKB going. Crystallis goes down, a minute without buyback. This may finally be another opportunity for OneWin to try and go high ground.
Yeah, they've got that angle. No threat of song either on the respawn. It is a fairly short timer on the respawn and the song, though. So, see how much they can maximize out here. No exo for the high ground siege as well. Still have to repair lanes. Corden, Boom, cutting off top and bot, which are the lanes that they really want some direct access to, but It looked like a really awkward start. Sweden Strong jumping down bot, not quite having to back up, does provide that opportunity to isolate. Great rolls, great bounces coming out from Shira Jr. And the rest of Secret just cut off. They're cut off by the tree line. No easy way to come in to maximize the Aegis. Again, it's down to this draft. There's a lack of teamfight control follow-up, right? Like, once that roll is committed, how do you stop it? It's going to take something like a Naga Ags, which you're not rushing in this kind of game. And here comes that high ground. The split push can only do so much to stop this.
Corden's going to jump in after Shira Jr., but Shira's going to be able to escape as Corden now is the one being locked down here by the Rolling Thunder of the Pango, though Corden's still able to barely run away.
Oh,
does get the chains out and does survive. Right on the edge there for the Timber. And one win, they actually cannot stick around. They don't even find a tier 3 tower out of this. They are forced to retreat a little bit earlier than anticipated. Props Team Secret. They've made this game a lot closer than it probably should have been.
Yeah, I mean, it's just AM things, right? Like, you cut off, you've got the Naga illusions keeping every wave shoved out, every lane shoved out, so you don't have easy access. Although Sweden Strong again.
Yeah, he's found Puppy again. Sweden Strong just dropping the Marana immediately as Corden. Again, going to be able to chain out. A big mana void out from Boom. He does actually kill off Respect, but Boom, he's been silenced now. Perhaps they can finally deal with the anti-mage, or maybe not. Maybe a song will come out from Chrysalis to lock them all down, but are they going to continue the fight? It seems like they are going to give it a crack. They'll try after Cloud among Kushi, but the BKBs have been popped. They'll go for the man fight. Crystallis is the one in trouble. He is down.
God.
Oh, no. It's a beautiful song, but what's going to follow it is the problem. You know, you don't really have some big spell to throw out to just stun everyone.
No. Again, that's the main issue with Secret's draft. Like, your follow-up from song is really what? An Acorn Shot 3 into Bushwhack, and then you hope you get enough damage out, but Bushwhack will just instantly break if Corden tries to apply some damage. Like, it's just not there. They need some pickoffs to come in clean into these fights. They find at least Respect, but not enough to stop this push. They do have the Fortify at the least to play with. And again, creep waves are shoving out in favor of Secret. So they do have that outside of mid access point, giving them a way to pierce through back door. But the commitment can't come out from one win. So it's a little bit of a stalemate. You win the fight, but the split push comes in. You can't go onto high ground, and it stalls. My question now, Mike, you know, we're still early days to think about tier 5 here, but I do want to see this. I haven't seen this yet. The tier 5 pickup for Dusa, right? And that good old unwavering condition.
Okay.
I want to see
where you're going with this. No, I appreciate that, Jonathan. I'd like to see it too. And it is still 20 minutes away, John. I think maybe you are getting a little bit too excited a little bit too early on, but I would love to see that. That would be very exciting.
That would be. I think it's arguable whether or not that's better than a Giant's Ring. It really depends on how much more when Kushi can get stats up.
95% magic resistance.
Yeah, but no, but the counter synergy is that Mana Shield takes damage before reduction.
Hold on a minute. Onto the Tiny they go. Sweden Strong. Looks like he's about to drop those, still running away. Somehow Sweden Strong actually dukes out the chains. He's going to make it out. Boom's the one in trouble. The song out from Chrysalis again, but Shira Jr.'s got the Rolling Thunder going. Eventually it will stop them. Arrow out. We'll land onto Monk Push. Sweden Strong back in again, looking for the Naga Siren. Chrysalis still running. Sweden Strong finally going down. They've got the Tiny. He can buy back them. And they go for more. Cloud looking for a big target. He'll find Chrysalis with a big silence. But they do not have the lockdown without the Tiny. In fact, now the turnaround onto the Medusa. Maybe they've got Mankushi. Mankushi is gone.
No buyback.
Puppy to take him down. No buyback available. There goes Cloud to boot. What is happening? What has this game turned into, Jonathan?
Look, it's all according to plan, Mike. We mentioned the tier 5s. It's never coming out. It's early days, so the game's going to end. That's exactly why I brought it up. A really awkward way for OneWin to engage in. It looked good with Shira Jr. rolling around, making it really disruptive to kind of try to find a follow-through. Corden also not quite getting the time to instantly burst Sweden Strong, but they're way too low on OneWin. Didn't have that durability up front they'd want here from Kushi. High ground can begin. Mind you, respawns are coming out shortly for Sweden Strong. Shira Jr. has that roll to delay here.
Jumping again, they're on to the Chen. Respect is down. Shira Jr. unable to protect as the bottom racks is going to drop.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Rough scenes here for one win. Considering the control they had over this game, this is not going to be a very nice feeling for them. Onto the top racks they go. They'll ignore the middle racks for now as there is still a tier 2 tower standing. So 2 racks is up now is Team Secret.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
They even have a creep wave by the tier 2 mid, so they could go back for that. And it seems like Crystallis will do exactly that.
And you're at the point where Boom is just so hard to handle. It's so much HP with a full Scotty up, with the Ag stats, with the Manta as well, and now a Butterfly. It's not going to be easy to try to rip apart this AM. Again, that's the question that we've had here. It looked like they had a good answer early on, but now it's becoming an issue. He's able to consistently be on top of Munkushi. These Butterflies stacking up just does not bode well for the side of one win. No MKBs in sight, no Bloodthorns of their own to try to just get those constant hits off. Side of Secret, with all of this utility, Corden having the side of Vice, being so extra durable, going into the Ags next as well. It's just hard to pin them down. One win. Even off the back of these kills they've been finding, it's just impossible to go high ground. And if you can't take objectives, then these kills mean nothing.
Bottom lane, Eki's having a hunt around here. They might just find Cloud. Cloud will be okay. The one win. They are there to back him up. Of course, Roshan is the big objective, and they will indeed start Roshan here. Corden will scout it out for his side. Refresher Shard is going to be available on this third Roshan. They are very well aware Roshan is happening, of course, thanks to the roar of Roshan, but do they have the chance to actually get in there and try to contest? The answer is no. Roshan is gone. However, they might still force the fight. Cloud is in. Swedenstrong with a great avalanche onto 2 targets. Boom's in trouble. Boom might just be going down immediately, though he does get knocked to the low ground. They've got the Aegis already. The anti-mage will lose his first life. But, oh! What? What was that blink? It doesn't matter. He's got a stock. It's fine. Onto the chat. They've got respect out. Now a big bushwhack coming out. They've got Munkushi. Munkushi's out of mana. Munkushi. He's going to get the hell out of there, but Boom's got him. The mana void is out. They've taken him down. Cloud has gone a burn. They've got 3 buybacks, and they might have to commit all of them because they've got no buyback on Munkushi.
And he hasn't had time to farm. He goes for the full Swift Blink. Doesn't have any excess. And his positioning looked decent to start with, but then he starts running up, trying to take that follow-up fight, putting him out of position right in the firing line of Boom. Again, this AM kicking into full gear. Just so hard to pin down, so much HP, so much durability here. I don't know if they can hold this off in 60 seconds. At least Megas are going to be coming out, no problem here for Secret.
It dies straight right now for one win. The Secret looks like they might just play it safe though. Of course, they are not aware that the Medusa is without buyback, though I think they might just be able to assume it. Confirmation is being had now as they're onto the tier 4 towers. Now your Medusa, how do you defend? Corden's in. He wants the DP down. The Cloud will be able to back his way out, but plenty of space is being made here for the side of Secret to just take down the Ancient. It is now exposed, though Crystallis is in trouble. Very low in HP is the Naga Siren. She needs some help. Still surviving. Gets the song off, but it's not going to matter. Crystallis is down. The immediate buyback, though. He'll come back into the fight, though he's TP'd back to the outpost, so it's going to take a while to get there, but it won't matter because Boom's taking care of it. Boom is just annihilating respect here on the chat. They've got Munkushi back up though. Munkushi can now join the team fight. In goes Swedenstrong. He'll find himself a 3-man avalanche, but doesn't matter. Munkushi, they'll move in. They've got Eki down, but here comes the Naga Siren. Crystallis is back into the fight, but it seems as though Secret, they might have had enough now. They want to retreat, or do they? Boom thinking about going back in. Then they will. Corden, he'll jump right up to Shira Jr. Just gets absolutely shredded. Ancient still exposed. Here comes Boom. Munkushi is the big target. They'll get rid of the mana pool. At least half of it is gone already. Cloud's going to pop the Exorcism. Make a creep siren coming. Sweden Strong in with the Avalanche again. Cloud will jump in as well. Sweden Strong is down already. Boom. He'll be able to blink away, quite low on HP though. Meanwhile, Crystalis looking to go right after the Ancient. He doesn't want to take any heroes. He doesn't care for them. He just wants the objectives. The Glyph is forced down. Ancient is still half HP. Ashura Jr. Rolling Thunder again. On a Cordon, who's got his hand up. He's already waving them goodbye. More Mega Creeps incoming. They found Eki, but Crystalis, he's going to pop the song. Just hold them in place as they look to go onto Cloud. Poor old Cloud, completely surrounded, still walking away. Booms onto the Ancient, completely ignoring the fight. He just wants this game over, and he's got it. He has got it. Game 1 will go the way of Team Secret. And 1 win. If you are 1 win right now, John, you've got to be feeling kind of bad.
Yeah, no, that's a rough game to lose for 1 win, and a really rough game for Secret to bounce back into, but they bounce back in strong form. Boom just does AM things. Crystalis just plays Naga Siren. They just constantly push these waves out, make it uncomfy for them to continue on the high ground there for 1 win. In 1 win's lineup, it just had... I guess the early game wasn't as smooth as they'd want. You know, Boom didn't have that presence on the AM in lane. The lane matchup again. Laning-wise, AM into Dusa doesn't feel great. Late game-wise, mid to late game-wise, it does become a lot better, and that's where Secret kick into gear. 1 win for their part, though. Lots of shining moments, really great performances coming out from Shira Jr. and Sweden Strong, showing us why, again, his time on Pause 4, especially when you and I watched him, Na'Vi, was remarkable. Still showing that off here as well. Just way too much to handle. All of these butterflies, all of that durability coming in for Secret. No MKBs, no answers for that evasion, and no hard hold. And the same issue was coming out for Secret, but it was a much bigger issue for 1 win as this game scaled on.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic performance here from Team Secret to make the comeback happen in this game 1. And well, I mean, if you are 1 win, I suppose a bit of confidence to be had, considering that you were leading in the game for quite a bit. You were putting up a very good fight here up against Team Secret, but ultimately Team Secret proving to be the better team for game number 1. Of course, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 between 1 win and Team Secret. We'll see you then.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. It has no arms to defend itself. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One win versus Team Secret. Game number 2 is upon us very, very soon. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 obviously going the way of Team Secret, as you saw in that previous game. And it was very back and forth. I mean, props to One Win, Jonathan. They continue to show us that they've got a lot of potential as a squad. Sadly, it is another game that doesn't exactly pan out in a victory when they did have a pretty significant lead, but yeah, they're getting there, Jonathan. All these games, it's experience at the very least. You're learning.
It is a great learning experience, and you know, they managed to do the deuce up against AM for quite well for a long time, but Boom just literally carried that game, I want to say. I think Boom, with his movement, Boom with that push onto the tier 3 while they were trying to consider Roshan, made him hesitate on One Win. Like, it made a lot of things super hard for the side of One Win. Even just holding down this AM later on was a massive issue, unless the chain stunts were perfect. Like, you commit the roll, you get a good avalanche toss out from Sweden Strong. Outside of that, it just falls apart. So very well played from One Win and Secret. I mean, they were having a really rough time early on. The AM offlane just does not apply pressure to an AM. There's no laning pressure to speak of from an AM. So the fact that Boom just managed to recover was pretty big, and they just kind of rode it from there. Great ideas from both sides. I did like seeing this kind of drafting kick in, and you can see why Chen is a priority ban. It made those early engagements for Secret feel impossible. Like, the Hand of God is just so much healing. The burst damage wasn't there for Secret, so we'll see if that's going to be a first phase ban now for both teams. And we didn't have a Wind Ranger, so I'm glad it didn't pop out in the last phase for anyone. We'll see if that carries through, because we've seen a lot of Game 2 Wind Rangers, Mike. I hope not. I hope not.
So do I, John. I'd really prefer not to see it. I mean, I know Crystals plays it, so there is an opportunity. There is definitely a chance that Secret might say, "Hey,
please don't."
I heard those idiot casters talking about this hero. Maybe we should prove them wrong. You know, One win might have to go back to it. You never know. We'll wait and see. As the draft has begun. Game number 2's draft now officially underway between One Win and Team Secret. See what the opening picks are going to be here. What priority these two set. Of course, last time around, One Win, they did, I believe, go for the first pick, Chen, which is constantly banned out against them. Can't quite remember what the first pick of Team Secret was, but what was it?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it was the Timber, wasn't it, I believe, for Corden.
Yeah, they got the Corden Timber first. So, no Chen this time. There we go. Production helping our very, very lost memories here, Mike.
We're very old. Thank you, production.
Yes, that we are. Glad to see that Chen is taken care of. I wonder if a respect ban comes out for the Timbersaw from Corden as well. And the fact that you can just pick Cordons here in first phase and not care is a pretty big aspect. Sure, he's not going to have the best lane matchup. He had a pretty rough time early, but he still does what he needs to do in that kind of scenario. I think that's what they're looking for here from Corden. So, let's see if any sort of respect is pulled out for that Tim, or if Secret ban it out themselves. We shall see. First pick is on One Win, so they'll have an opportunity to get away with something a little extra. Mars taken out. Normally Centaur. Maybe you're worried about something like the Venge or some such. We shall see what the priority is.
I mean, at the very least, this time around, they're not intending on giving the Chen away, which I think is just a big thing, right? When you've got a comfort Chen player on the enemy team, you never really want to hand it over because it can be a little bit cheesy, to say the least. The Team Secret's still having a bit of a think about this final ban up before we can see some opening picks being made. For Team Secret, it wasn't the smoothest game 1, so definitely taking this series very, very seriously. They will go ahead and ban out the Doom. I think a lot of people, I mean, I still see people underestimating this One Win squad. You know, I don't think it was necessarily a fluke that they took a game off Liquid yesterday. I don't think it's a fluke that they made this series, or this game 1, look rather close as One Win. They are going to go for the first pick Timber themselves now.
Yeah, I think that, again, it's shown its worth. It's a first phase ban as well. This build up, this ramp up that happens with the Veil and Kaya build up, it is oppressive, especially if you do manage to get away in a lane where you don't need reactive. We'll see if that's the case here for One Win. Whether or not Chira Jr. wants to play at mid as well, it's pretty up in the air. Team Secret do get away with Centaur, so they've got that straightforward off lane for themselves. Really good engage, disengage. Very disruptive hero for Boom to play once more. Also has a little bit of a Veil build-up as well into Shivas. Wondering what their laning partner will be, or what will be left for them to toss in here for Secret. There is the Hoodwink still available. Eki had a pretty decent time last time around. There's also still the Mirana, if they want to switch things and give that to Eki instead of Puppey. Could also work out. See if any of that is prioritized by one win. We'll take care of the Hoodwink at the very least, so don't want that straightforward combo and that break on hand to deal with the Timber Saw. Will they want to give away some straightforward stuns? I mean, Centaur has a lot of laning combos. I don't know if you really care. Like, again, I'm not sure if you're scared of a Mirana sliding through. Puppey did do good work, but we're looking at the Centaur Mirana lane more of. Still a decent possibility. Maybe take care of some mids. It does feel like there's quite a few options there. Again, normally we see like Puck, Ember, Storm banned out. Sometimes the Quap or the Pango. That's also been left. That's slid true last time as well.
We shall see. I mean, I certainly agree. Like, there's no way you ban out the all the Centaur combos here. The one, we're just going to get rid of the more popular ones here in the Hoodwink and whatever else we are about to see. A lot of emphasis always being put on these ban out stages here. Seems like the people are thinking more about the bans than they are about the picks these days. So they do get rid of the Enigma, which we have been seeing a little bit of. One more ban from Team Secret before we can see the drafts continue. A lot of focus was placed here from Team Secret on the offlane pickups of one win. Even just getting rid of the Mars and the Doom. So maybe just assuming it probably is still going to be a mid Timbersaw we're looking at here from one win. I don't think offlane Timbersaw is that bad per se, but Secret seemed pretty confident that it should be in the mid.
I don't mind that. I think it makes it uncomfy to try to consider any other offlaners, right? Like, you ban all these other offlaners, so if you're forced to go Timbersaw off, yeah, I mean, you already know it's there. If you're running Timbersaw mid, you don't have to worry about these other strong offlaners on hand. Covers your bases for Secret. Should be our Centaur combo coming up. Rubik's in the pool, Lion's there as well. Those sound pretty promising. Lion in particular is man draining a Timbersaw is nice. They do go with the Shadow Demon instead, so you've got the classic block stun and a lot of saves on hand for Team Secret. Demonic Purge also very strong in keeping something like the Timbersaw down for a little bit more. So I like that out from Team Secret. We've seen quite a fair bit of Shadow Demon pop up in this tournament as well. Has kind of risen back into popularity with all the utility it does provide. See what one will want to have to do about that. I think my concern is just how hard this lane can be now for Munkushi. This is not the same lane for Boom as it was when he was playing AM. There's a lot of play for Secret there.
The Shadow Demon, I mean, while it was an obvious combo with the Centaur, it's just... I suppose the Shadow Demon's still a relatively, strong hero at the moment, not too weak at this point. We have been seeing a lot of saves here with the SD throughout some games. As for one win, they are going to go for the tiny pickup, which has been another very popular hero as of late. Assumedly, is going to be the support tiny we just saw from Sweden Strong. Don't blame them for going back to that kind of pickup.
10 seconds remaining.
They do a lot of work.
5 seconds.
Did like that Sweden Strong also recognized as the game went on he had to itemize for damage to deal with Nag illusions. Hopefully there won't be too much need for that. I feel like utility is a big part here. Like the Gyrocopter pickup from one win, we've been seeing this here pop up, both as support and core. Mainly core nowadays, but the flex is on hand. You can get away with an aggressive lane. Distances itself from the Centaur nicely enough. Some good magic and physical output here as well. And kind of deals with illusions from the Shadow Demon nicely, so you don't have to worry too much about illusion spam heroes. Even built on top of the Shadow Demon here with a Jaro pickup. Secret. Should be straightforward support pick into safe or mid. They'll go with a Viper first.
Disgusting.
So already disgusting. If they expect Timbersaw mid into a Viper, yeah, that's not going to be fun at all for Chira Jr.
Not fun whatsoever. Team Secret. What else have they got up their sleeves? I mean, already a revolting draft to have to look at. You know, even if you aren't matching up 1v1 against the Viper mid, it doesn't really matter. Like, that Nether Toxin break is still going to be infuriating to play against later on, and overall the Viper, of course, is just one of those heroes. As, well, Team Secret still need another support pickup. Maybe a POS 5 here for Poppy, unless he just wants to take the POS 5 SD instead. I think the SD Centaur combination is just a bit too strong, though, to give up.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, I like this.
Okay.
So Marcy can line up for a nice ranged core on your safe lane now. If you are running that Marcy support, you've got already a pretty good hero to just buff up with Sidekick and the Viper. Or, again, your safe lane if you are running that as 5. Love the solution from OneWin. Shift that Gyrocopter onto support. Go with Naga Siren. Your AoE clear on Team Secret isn't the best. You've got some good pressure. Just the Ensnare into Rocket Barrage. Chase down can feel pretty good for aggression early on OneWin's end. And they're probably just looking to kind of replicate what Secret did last time to a certain extent here as well. Split push with illusions. Constantly force out. It's going to be a little bit hard. Unless you suddenly shift to like a Marcy core with something like the Battle Fury build-up, you don't really have the best illusion clear here at all. It's going to be a bit of an issue once that Naga's tanked up.
That is going to be a problem. Potentially.
10 seconds remaining.
Final banouts to come. OneWin. They'll get rid of the Leshrac. Team Secret
5
now.
seconds remaining.
I mean, if they really wanted to. I mean, the Medusa, if it doesn't get banned out and they feel like they could just run it themselves, that could certainly be a possibility here for Team Secret. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. You know, I'd prefer not to have to see Medusa versus Naga Siren a second game in a row, but I am saying, John, it is available.
That it is. Could dip into that. I don't think it's... Well, it could be better. I mean, you're not going to have to worry about...
5 seconds remaining.
I suppose an AM pickup to close out for OneWin. Although, I guess it could still fit in. An AM tiny lane sounds pretty atrocious, to be fair. Take care of the Lina. Just looking for... Looks like they've shifted gears into looking for mid here. So expecting OneWin to just run Timbersaw tiny on the off, perhaps. Again, a little bit of that flex will hang here for OneWin. Still have to take care of safe lanes. They did take care of Lesh. Maybe you're expecting this Marcy to be that safe laner.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind it. Again, Battle Fury carrier. Lanes nicely enough. Can't play aggressive with a +1. I don't know. It's somewhat open for both sides to close out here.
Oh, OneWin will continue thinking about this final ban. Any kind of wave clear against the Naga Siren probably going to be the way they want to go here with these bans. Going all the way with the reserve time, 20 seconds left.
Radiant team pick.
Get rid of the Luna as well. OneWin. Immediately into the puck. That's one hero that may just not care about the Viper so much. Still going to be annoying, but definitely a hero that can kind of deal with the Viper.
What if you ran Viper safe lane with Marcy, which sounds like a pretty good lane, pick something else mid that can scale up for you here? The Lina would have been a nice answer if they didn't ban it out themselves on Secret's
5
end.
seconds remaining.
I suppose there's something like Zeus that can scale up with right click, but it doesn't feel like the safest Zeus game. If you are, again, looking for that flex, just to have the Viper just curb stomp the Timbersaw lane. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think the safe lane Viper is actually bad here. You still match against the Tim. You've got Sidekick early. Lots of rundown damage. Good launching points for the Marcy to kind of just follow through with the dispose early on as well. I don't know, we'll see. This is flexible enough. As you mentioned, Viper puck lane doesn't feel amazing for a Viper. Puck still plays that really well. They'll go with the Dusa on Team Secret's end instead, so they will go for that Dusa answer you were talking about there, Mike. Dusa and the Marcy lane is pretty good. Again, decent side lane, sidekick lane, can play fairly defensive. There's some rundown. I am wondering how much Corden can get done here up against Churi Jr. though, and how well they can lock in this puck, because your hard lockdown, it's not the most reliable. There's a wind up to hoof stomp. The rebound can kind of see it from a mile away. And even with disruption setup, Puck is slippery enough that you can just phase shift away and try to blink out. So locking in Shiro Jr. is going to be a big aspect. I think that's going to be the ace in the hole here for the side of one win, especially if the game drags on. Again, we've seen Pucks go for the machine gun build, and it can do a lot of work if the game reaches that long here.
It does become a problem. That is for sure. Hopefully we won't have a game that long, but you never know, John. We'll have to wait and see. It is a Medusa vs Naga Siren once again. They just switch heroes this time around, and let's see if one win can make the win happen here up against Team Secret in this game number 2 to force a draw, or whether they are going with a 2-0 loss here against Secret to finish off this series. The thing is as well, like, you do have plenty of kind of creep skipping potential with the Puck to drag out the game in case you end up in a similar scenario to what Secret had last game, but you don't have an AM who can just get through the mana pool of the Medusa very, very quickly, which I think is going to be quite problematic here for one win as the game does go on.
That is fair. I think this is going to sound crazy, but
yes,
Puck with Diffusal wouldn't be too bad with the Ags. It's kind of crazy. It can work. Gyrocopter with Diffusal as a support. You know, it's kind of crazy, but it can work. And I don't think you need to go that far. I think Naga alone with just Disperser is pretty happy. Solutions can come out on top. We'll see.
We shall. I do appreciate the you know, the theory crafting there, John, with the item builds. You know, always appreciate it. It's what we pay you the big bucks for. Hopefully I'll never have to see an Aghanim Scepter Diffusal Blade Puck in my games. Sounds ridiculous, to say the least.
Oh, you have to deal with Parasma Ags, then you're... Well, battle.
That's true.
Parasma Ags, Revenant's Brooch. With Revenant's Brooch changing as well, again, abilities that attack do not consume your mana. I can see that being viable. I don't know if it's going to deal with Dusa all too well, but it is a hell lot of damage if the game drags on.
And it is. And it certainly is. Shiro Jr., it looks like he wants to try and contest over the bottom boundary room, but realizes he probably cannot. Boom trying to ensure that the Naga illusion can't interfere with him taking the bounty away. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the boundary room. So a nice even start. We'll start off with the mid lane as per usual, where you'll see Shiro Jr. on the mid puck against Corden's mid Viper. Although I think Corden should still have somewhat of an advantage on the Viper, it's definitely a matchup that Shiro Jr. can now kind of work out with the puck.
Yeah, it's not as one-sided as a potential Timbersaw lane matchup, but it still certainly does feel a little bit easier for the Viper if you find a window to just walk up, poison attack. You can still work this your way. You do have to dodge out the Illusory Orb. That's where a lot of the trades for Shiro Jr. comes in. But otherwise, right-click harass is definitely way better for Corden. Already gets off those free hits, 5 stacks of poison attack. Shiro Jr., first few levels, it's not going to feel too good.
Nah. Needs a couple points in the phase shift at the very least, I think, to really be able to contest this. In our top lane, of course, Chrysalis and Puppey against Cloud and Sweet and Strong. Puppey able to find Cloud's courier, but he does get the items off the courier before it does go down. But grenade thrown out from Puppey. He wants to continue. He's got the dispose back up, and Cloud's been caught with his pants down, though Puppey getting quite low himself, but the first blood will come out towards Chrysalis. They will secure a very nice kill. All that bonus gold going the way of the carry Medusa.
Yeah, it always feels good. First few levels for Timbersaw, not the best, not that durable in lane. Might be a lane that you are forced to go for the reactive armor as well here for Cloud, so not going to have that burst potential to just jump in and follow through from Sweet and Strong. See how that lane develops later on. Of course, we're looking down bot with Pushy on that Naga, farming up fairly well. Not too much pressure a Centaur can fully pump out here early on. Really good spacing out from Respect as well. Just Flak getting some casual hits off. And Centaur also is a hero that doesn't really want to go into Retaliate to stop the harassment. You do want to go into your Hoof Stomp Double Edge to pressure out instead and get that farm. So not going to be able to stop the Jar from getting too much of what he wants in that lane and provide that spacing for our Naga when Cushy should be relatively safe. And you still have to respect Disruption into Hoof Stomp. Considering that the Naga has a lot of illusions around her every time, though, it can be a little bit rougher.
That he can. Sweet and strong. He's going to go down at the top lane. Meanwhile, Respect down at bottom is being chased here by Boom and Eki. Respect, he'll Fairy Fire up, trying to survive all the damage output, and actually does make it out. Boom, he could not go any further. Did not want to sacrifice his own life to secure the kill onto the gyrocopter. So Boom going to be left here with quite low HP, but does at least gets fed some tangos here from Eki. So he's going to be able to keep himself in this lane. Almost has enough as well for the Helm of the Iron Lord.
And once that helm is up, this flat cannon harassment isn't going to feel as impactful. So that poking away, that distance being created here from Unkushi shouldn't exist for too long. The top lane's the real one that's a little bit surprising for the side of OneWin. Just not lining up. These initial levels, not feeling great. Cloud finally at level 3 with reactive can feel a little bit better. But Puppy's just been punishing him so hard with the dispose. Just not able to fully be close enough to Chrysalis to pressure the mana pool. Still close enough to get damaged. Pretty good spacing out from Secret. Really good positioning to punish this double melee into Dedusa.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Puppy's been doing a real damn good job of just finding the harassment and the angles to set up for Chrysalis. Certainly has not been a very easy time at all up at this top lane for OneWin.
What have we here?
And even Puppy now looking again onto Cloud, I think. Cloud's got level 1 chains, but the rebound is going to land. Puppy's got the dispose out. Cloud, he does get that level 1 chains off. It does make it out this time around. In the meantime, though, Respect down at bottom lane ends up going down to Boom here on the Centaur. And, well, Team Secret certainly looking much more aggressive so far throughout this laning stage across the map.
Yeah, it's just down to the draft. Like, especially in this off lane for Boom, there's so much more play that can come in with this. Like this combination of Naga Gyro, it can play, but you know, like you're playing into a Centaur, you're not going to burst him down. There's always the save from the Shadow Demon as well. And their own setup here from Team Secret just is a lot more threatening. So much more stable for them to take that position and take the initiative. The mid lane for Corden as well, starting to build up, has a slight level advantage over Chira Jr. Much healthier in mana as well. Should hit level 6 at a nice point. And, you know, just hold the lane. Start to think about rotations later on.
No, they do end up finding the Centaur eventually. Seems though Eki had kind of left the laning stage, just going for the bounty runes instead and trying to secure some water runes here. And does let his Centaur kind of just leave him alone to die down at that bottom. So not the greatest feeling here for Secret down to that off lane, but I won't matter too much, I don't think. Just TP right back to the laning phase and get back to that farm. You see Corden's top of the CS board right now on the Viper, having a fantastic time. Shura Jr. is not doing too bad considering the laning matchup he does have. But it's still not proving to be very easy. Which it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a Viper lane in the end. Still have to deal with all of that poison attack. Like, even copying him with corrosive skin doesn't feel amazing for Chira Jr. So it just makes it a little bit rougher. And the puck is the launching point here as well. If you're looking for connections onto top, more than likely playing with Cloud if he does manage to start to find that level 6 timing of himself. Start to play around that. Do appreciate the vision here from OneWin though. Some really good boards watching the mid-river. Just to ensure that they've got a really good shot at these power runes. Heck, they even rotate their supports in. That bottle needs to be topped up.
That it does. Can they get it though? And Puppy, he's going to be around to try and deny Shura Jr. Problem is Sweet and Strong. He's going to show up with a nice toss back. Power rune is down bottom, and Corden's going to be able to take it. So no luck here for Shura Jr. Corden getting lucky there with a nice double damage for himself. And that's just going to suck, really, for the puck. You know, sometimes you just hope for a little bit of RNG, and it just doesn't go out your way.
Yeah. Would have really wanted a way to just reel this back in from Corden. At very least, it's not something like a haste, which would allow an easy rotation to the side lanes. But that does mean you have to kind of watch yourself here on mid if you don't manage to dodge out. Still, after all of that excitement early on, just back to farming for both sides. 2-3, slight lead for Secret coming in. You are finding a really good start for Crystallis. Unkushi is not too far behind though. But Boom, again, has taken more activity. His Veil of Discord shouldn't be too far out. Does look like he's prioritizing the phase boots first for the chase down. And they've managed to get some decent stacks going here with that Shadow Demon. One thing that we always look out for when this hero's in the pool. Try to be aggressive onto Boom.
They certainly are. Boom is going to have the assistance of Puppy though. I mean, Puppy really just pops a sidekick on the Centaur, but that proves to be enough here to kind of let them know that he is around just in case he needed the help. top lane. Corden's going to rotate onto Cloud. Cloud will cop the Viper Strike with a double damage output. It's going to be a lot of damage, but nice Timber Chain and TP away is going to allow the Timber an escape route out of this. And Corden doesn't really get much out of this double damage rotation. He's going to rotate right back into the mid lane. Maybe he runs into Sweden Strong. In fact, Sweden does go for the toss-back play on the Viper. They've even got Respect around the corner. Puppy's going to try to help out, but they've lost him. Corden is down already. Puppy now in danger to boot. He will get past the tier 1 tower. They are still trying to secure some form of a trade, but the Sweden Strong, he will wave them goodbye. And Corden, he is gone. That is not a very good feeling as a mid-Viper.
No, and that's where that rotation kind of hurts the side of Secret, right? It's enough space for Chiro Jr. to soak in his own level spikes, hits level 7, reaches parity with a Viper, starts to be able to dish some damage, get that pivotal silence with a Waning Rift, prevent that output from being really leveraged here by Corden. Without the poison attack, Viper just doesn't feel like a great damage dealer. Pretty much just a range creep with a little bit of poison coming in from the passive. So good understanding out from the side of 1-win Secret. It does hurt. Again, this is space coming out as well from Munkushi while Crystallis is farming. It is still rather even in terms of the game state. Like, all of this back and forth has led to a rather even outcome as we do exit the laning phase here. I think the next big thing is really just timings into early level 6 rotations. Like, Chiro Jr. is probably ready to go. He's got Dream Coil up again if he did decide to make a play. It's just going to focus on clearing out his own mid. And this is one thing with both lineups. They've got kind of mirrored lanes. You've got offlaners you could leave alone with the Timbersaw for 1-win and the Centaur for Secret, so you can just AFK farm there, which means the safe laners can also just AFK farm. Mid is probably the launching point, and that's where we're seeing some of that attention, but trying to pin down the puck with your lineup in Secret, not as easy as you'd think. Definitely a very difficult task, actually. 1-win, though. Starting to clump a little bit up top.
All right, Crystallis and Puppy seem to be aware that they are kind of hanging around this top lane. Eki has slowly started to rotate up. In case they need their help, the Sweden Strong is going to scout him out and does throw a bit of a cheeky avalanche. Respect has been noticed by Puppy. Puppy will just chase down the gyrocopter. Respect with a nice TP play out in the fog, but it won't matter. Puppy, very well aware that he was around the area. Puppy will secure the kill for himself, ensuring Roshan does not take it away from him. It's a bit of an awkward situation for 1-win. I mean, they rotate 3 heroes up, they get nothing out of the rotations, and, well, eventually they do lose the support on top.
Drags attention away from bot at the very least. Again, no one's trying to make moves onto Munkushi. He is still farming a little bit better than that Dusa, just marginally so. That does allow that ramp up you're looking for. And space as well for the puck, who probably doesn't need it. Again, very slippery, Chiro Jr. is, but did have that slower start, needs some room to just play the jungle. So that does lead to this rather passive playstyle. Munkushi is going to be able to scout out some of these stacks. They already did drop the sentry to hold off on building any more stacks in these large camps. But can at least take away some of these resources at the very least.
They can. Top lane, Cloud, gonna find Puppy. Problem is Corden will take his life. Another great trade here for Team Secret, and Corden this time around does get some kind of value out of this rotation up towards the top lane. This time you've got to be a little bit concerned about the farm that Munkushi has been farming, but as Crystallis is keeping up very, very well here on the Medusa.
Oh, Eki.
Mid lane, jump is there. They found Eki. Both the hero and the courier. Puppy's going to try and rotate in, but I'm not really sure what you get done here as the Marcy on your own. Won't really find himself a target to dispose anyway. Still, lines have been drawn towards the bottom lane, which is exactly where 1-win were headed. But Boom is playing rather defensively, so it doesn't seem like they're really going to have an opportunity to chase down the Centaur. Instead, 1-win rotating slowly back into the mid lane, maybe looking to see if they can snipe Corden. Doesn't really seem like it. I mean, Corden's got plenty of backup right behind him. It's going to be a pretty hard kill to try and go for. 12-minute power runes is going to be bottom again. So Respect will be forced to take it. No luck for the puck. Or even Eki finding a disruption to Respect. Viper Strike will land. Are they going to have the follow-up damage? It seems like with Disposed they will. Corden will pick up another.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In fact, Eki too.
Just
Dire's top tower is under attack.
you don't mind either way. Get some activity out for the Viper to soak up at the very least. This Mage Slayer time for Corden is lining up to be a really quick one. The front line Viper going to be very hard to first down, even with, say, a blink timing here for Sweden Strong. Although,
Stampede popped. I mean, it's just for some Nagasaran illusions, I think. Maybe a little bit of confusion as to where the actual Nagasaran was, and they find out the hard way that Mankushi was not around the area. They are still in position to set up for the bottom tier 1 tower. Of course, the side of OneWin, they've already taken the top tier 1, so they won't mind losing their bottom tier 1 too much. More TPs back into the mid tier 1 tower. If they want to try and apply some pressure onto Corden while they have a chance. Shura Jr. getting pretty deep, but can just jaunt away. Still, there is TPs incoming. Puppey wants to have a crack at this. He'll try for respect, but misses the rebound.
just a lot of skirmishing right now. You are starting to get some movement out from Cloud onto the mid. They've got some good deep wards here from OneWin to play off of.
Big avalanche out. Eki barely surviving with the disruption play for now, but Shura Jr. will secure the killers. Now a two-man Dream Coil, gonna lock a couple down. Boom's gonna jump in with a two-man Hoop Stop, trying to save the life of Puppey. But Puppey, oh, he's actually alive! Puppey is alive and out. Respect and Sweden Strong both going down. They will lose Corden. They will lose Boom. Chrysalis now trying to go up against the rest of the squad here of OneWin, but realizes he probably needs to get the hell out of there. Song will be used though. They will lock him down. They'll wait for the next ensnare. And eventually, disruption will come out from Eki to try and help out Crystallis, but it won't make all the difference. Cloud with a triple kill on the Timber. They'll even find Puppey in the end.
This is that sick timing of the Timber Saw. Kaya up. Veil of Discord flying out into the Eternal Shroud. Not much to be scared of for Cloud. Leaves that reactive armor in one level, more than enough to just sit through that lane. And starts to play with his team. This is that tempo you're looking for from the side of OneWin. They can start to cut into that farm for Crystallis. Again, these really good deep wards early on, just to spot out as well if they can kind of get these ganks going, preempting that tier 1 tower take. 10-8. OneWin all of a sudden 5k up off the back of that. Have some great timings to build into. Can start to consider the blink timings now for Chira Jr. and Sweden Strong. Just a little bit further away for Sweden Strong. Chira Jr. only about 400 gold away for his own. So that slippery puck can be even tougher to catch out. Your hard hold here from Secret, again, not quite there. In fact, the big concern for Secret is really these wider team fights. Like, sure, you could argue OneWin also kind of lacks like hard, wide control, but Avalanche has proven itself to be a very key part of that. Whereas for Boom, the Hoof Stomp, it's a little, it is dodgeable, right? Like, it's very telegraphed, even with a blink in. There is a window to just try to manta out or phase shift out for the Naga and for the puck. And after that, it's like Stampede. You don't have much follow-through control, whereas you've got the Song here at the very least. So they will find Cloud.
Disruption is going to ensure he cannot just chain away freely, though Cloud has another one available, but will never get it off. Eki will secure another kill. Onto Sweden Strong. Puppey going to land with the rebound, and that'll be Sweden Strong to join his off lane. They do leave him a little bit, but Puppey will take care of it. Just throw some hands at the Tiny. But even more now. Disruption onto Respect. Shura Jr. is right behind him. Seems like OneWin really just want to continue fighting, even though it is a 5v3 scenario. But Secret, they're the ones to retreat. Running out of spells, not wanting to fight any longer. They'll leave him being back in.
No need to push too hard here. They're not going to be able to find the objective off the back of it, unfortunately. They do have a good ward spotting all of this movement out from OneWin. They can kind of still set up for the punish. They are still sticking together for the most part here, scouting out nicely with these Marcy illusions from the disruption side of OneWin. They know they've got that opportunity here.
Mid lane, Coil is out. We'll catch the SD for a moment, but Eki will be survived here thanks to Puppey and his dispose. OneWin in a pretty very strong position. 4K advantage their way, 17 minutes in. I mean, thing is that the split push of Team Secret is going to be a little bit annoying for them as they are just trying to keep all the waves pushed out here. Boom's been doing a fantastic job of just keeping all the side lanes constantly forced the way of the Radiant, as now they're going to find Sweden strong. Puppy's been very good at just securing pickoffs here along with Eki.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe looking towards the mid-tier 1 tower. I mean, it has been left standing for quite a while on Secret's end of things. It's like Chrysalis wants to try and make a very slow play towards the tier 1 mid. One win, I don't even know if you waste your time trying to defend this. I mean, you're already 18 minutes into the game. It's probably not even worth it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It served its job. Side of Secret is all clumped up. Have that watcher to watch as well. And again, really good wards to watch these entrance points.
Middle tower is under
Side of One Win is across the other side. Good try, but tower is set to fall. They even out a little bit. But they are smoked. Looking for a long wraparound. Could have a good flank from the rear. See if they find it. I mean, they don't quite have Munkushi around with a song, though.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's going to have
is
to be
under
all in
attack.
on Disperse, but they've got that blink on Sweden strong. And on Shira Jr., so isolating the target shouldn't be too hard. Corden would be a sweet one to find.
They are coming. They're heading in from the north. Dreamcall is out. They've caught Corden already. They'd love to start with the Viper. The toss back, but it doesn't break the coil. Still, he is gone. Corden is down. Puppy jumped in, trying to help out, but Puppy is going to get annihilated himself. At least they might find Sweden strong on the Tiny, and they will. It's still not a great fight for Team Secret at all, as they are going to lose Eki. They're onto Boom now. Boom trying to TP away, will make it. Crystallis, he'll run the old-fashioned way. The song was committed here via Naga Siren, but Munkushi will find nothing. Seems like Crystallis will be able to just TP out, but Secret still lose 3. They only find Sweden strong on the Tiny, and it's certainly not the kind of fight they were expecting, that's for sure.
No, certainly not. Big pickups for One Win, especially to accelerate into this timing where the puck's damage just scales up so much more. Harassment being built up now, right after that blink with a Witchblade up. And you've got a lot of room still to grow here for Munkushi. Has that Orchid into the heart, so looking for that durability to keep that split push going. And you've got a little bit of room to start sieging onto the mid, although Secret are setting up for this.
Jump in again, Sweden strong. He's going to find Corden. Corden is just down. Puppy now. The homing missile will land, but he does have the Glimmer Cape to protect himself, so he is going to be just fine on the Marcy. But the mid Viper's just kind of falling apart here, just not able to keep up with this game too. And a One Win, they will continue just applying too much pressure.
That they are. Not able to fully commit onto the mid, but they've got an Invis rune on Shira Jr. Could look to be sneaky. Find something. They're also cutting off Chrysalis from this triangle area to farm. Meanwhile, Munkushi's just eating up space top. Like, again, with One Win, their movement in this game has been just on point. Playing around these wards really well, fighting across Munkushi after dragging him into a couple of fights. Just a perfect balance of farm and aggression. And Secret aren't able to respond just yet. It might boil down to this Viper timing being a little bit slower. Shira Jr., yeah, just playing poke.
Seeing if you could pick off the Marcy, but doesn't really waste too much time around the area. I mean, you certainly start to ask yourself what the Viper's going to do this game, right? Like it's been a while now. You know, we haven't really seen the most impact here from Corden at all. He's 2, 4, and 5, and sure, you still can become a powerhouse as you approach the late game. I know how much you love to remind me of that level 25 talent to become universal on the Viper, but do you even ever get there with the way this game's going? I don't know. I just don't know.
I think for the side of Secret, I don't know, it feels like you kind of want Puppy to scale, actually. Like, he is going full utility Marcy with that Glimmer Cape into the drums. But even something, say, just like a Basher, a Skull Basher, could help the cause here just a little bit. Help you have some follow-up control, help that Unleash be a threat with a BKB as well. But again, like, considering how Puppy's playing in this game, very sacrificial. Likely not to see that kind of timing. One Win, into Roche they go. They've got the output with Munkushi showing around. Not going to take too long to melt this. That'll also lead into, very nicely, this timing of the harassment for Shira Jr. He'll rip everyone apart with his output. Aegis left alone. Interesting choice.
With the way the game's going, they may just feel like they don't really need it. Here we go.
I always love that. I thought it was a Southeast Asian thing, you know? Like, I figured we've seen enough from that from Southeast Asian teams leaving Cheese and Aegis and Roche literally running right outside after. I'm sure Alphon had some traumatic moments with his team with that. Has happened too much for him.
Of course. Smoke out from one win.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
When we're looking towards that top T2 tower. Mid lane, oh, Corden. He's going to reveal himself there for a moment. Throwing the Nether Toxin onto the creep wave, but you've got to be so concerned about Sweet and Strong. Jump is there. He's found the Viper again. Sweet and Strong. They will disrupt. A very nice disruption, in fact, mid-coil break. Still, the Viper is in trouble, but does get locked down for now as they do move on to Mankushi, but Mankushi going to be okay to continue the fight. Chrysalis does move in. Song's going to be expended. It seems as though One Win do want to try and retreat out of here. They might just have to leave Cloud behind on the Timber because Cloud is dropping a little bit too low. He'll chain away for now, but does eventually go down as Team Secret finding an advantageous team fight. Do rush on for more. Take respect. He's going to have to be left behind. Sweet and Strong trying to help him out with an avalanche, but it is not going to make the difference. Still One Win. Moving in again here with Mankushi, but they will leave.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much output. And that burst is all down to trying to play with that coil and the toss back from Sweet and Strong. No coil to try to break, provide that initial control. Great saves, great positioning from the side of Secret, just being far enough with the disruption. Does provide some opening. Still trying to go.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Why?
The break just...
Why? Why did he do that, John? Sweet and Strong.
Oh, no.
Eki gonna get caught out. He's gonna disrupt for now. Maybe a bit of a bait because Mankushi's dropping quite low now, but he's gonna mat off all the damage. Continues moving in. Still has the Aegis up. Really wants Eki down. Not gonna quite get him, but Shira Jr. will. Aegis is gone. Secret. They'll keep fighting. They'll try to get some kind of advantage in this fight. It is a 5v4 though. They'll buy back on Eki. There goes Puppy. Now Corden in trouble. Corden. He'll get the Hurricane Pike off in the Naga Siren, but does need to retreat. And the buyback from Eki, it doesn't really seem like it's going to amount to anything.
No, it doesn't. And that's all off the back of just the dispos. Like not having Boom around for a little bit of a reset, not having that utility of the Lotus Orb cost him. Maybe he didn't figure that Boom would die to Parasmatic, I feel like. It is a lot of damage. You know, Puck's right click is big. Puck has a lot of int for that burn. That's just going to get worse as the game goes on, but there's those small decisions you make, Mikey, can have some impact. I'm sure, you know, he figured they would try to dive, try to clean up, but not completely necessary. It happens.
It does.
Kind of funny though, still.
It certainly was. The Puppy might have been just memeing there for a second. Just like, screw this guy. Anyway, what can you do?
Is under attack.
5k advantage. I mean, it still feels like anyone's game. In fact, Secret do have the win probability going their way, so they are still apparently in control of this game, number 2. Shira Jr. chipping away once again at Corden. Corden is going to be just fine. Mankushi is eventually going to be able to go for the disperser. He has waited quite a while though, going for the Bloodthorn first. They are going to jump in again. Seems like they have found Corden another time, though Corden's still not dead. Will survive a little bit longer thanks to the Glimmer Cape. And in fact, will survive a lot longer. There's One Win. They are not going to continue pursuing for the fight. So much emphasis though, every single team fight. Just trying to blow up the Viper is exactly what One Win wants.
It does make sense. The Viper in a prolonged fight, all the poison attack stacks, with how much he's dealing with Corrosive Skin back, just copying some damage every now and again does make it really hard to take these engagements. And you want to remove that threat of break as well. That just ruins the game for Cloud. It is a priority target, but not an easy one to go for with max Corrosive Skin, with a Mage Slayer up. Definitely not something you can burst down too quickly, as One Win is learning at this moment, committing quite a fair bit for that movement out. Song does isolate Boom, though.
Boom. much he can do about it. He'll pop the Stampede, he'll pop the Lotus Orb, just try to run. But the chase is on, and he is almost certainly just going to die as Mankushi will take another kill here on the Naga Siren. Now 4-0-4 on the Naga. It does buy time for the Butterfly to be completed here on Chrysalis release, so more items coming on the Medusa, but a 1-win continuing to apply the pressure. And again, at some stage, the Naga Siren is going to be a bit of a concern, I think, for the Dusa. The Disperser is now being worked on. That's the key timing you're looking for the Naga.
Pretty much it. You've got the full Bloodthorn as well to kind of take care of that Butterfly as well from Chrysalis. Want to point out, Chira Jr., the Parasma did 400 damage over 4 ticks on that Centaur. That was majority of Chira Jr.'s damage. This item is crazy. It costs so much, but that investment pays off. Oh, even just the bonus, it doesn't matter. Like, this burn damage is ridiculous. And imagine that when you have something like your full Ags up. And it applies independently for some reason.
Double damage room going to be spotted out as well here for 1-win. I think the Mankushi, yeah, he's going to spot it out. No one's going to take it though, they'll leave it for now. Instead, Team Secret. By Mankushi, they'll try and Respect first. Respect does get blown up, and Mankushi, he's just going to pop the song and run. Stampede is there though, the chase is on. They really want the Naga Siren. They are still very, very far away though. And it doesn't seem like they're quite interested in venturing into that Radiant Triangle quite yet. They could still catch Cloud, however. Cloud's still running back towards his tier 1 tower at the top lane. They'll get it disposed of. Cloud being caught. He's a tanky boy though. He'll chain away in a 3-man avalanche coming up from Sweet and Strong. Now the toss into the Naga, but she just gets tossed right back his way. The Lotus Orb making it so Mankushi could not stay within that fight. Team Secret, not the fight they wanted. They need to escape now because Mankushi's on the chase. Chrysalis is going to be the target. They've got the Diffusal Blade now available. Seems like nobody will get caught.
This is an opening for Secret though. Without that Stampede, no easy disengage for them to take this fight. Dream Coil is down as well. You've got enough control if Sweet and Strong can find a right target to isolate. Still, just gonna go across the map, play down bot. Chira Jr. just playing tag. Very slippery puck. Almost has that full Octarine as well. Gonna be even harder to pin down. Good swipe on the regen here by Puppy, but Chira Jr. is too quick for that stun from Boom. And again, this is the issue you'll have with a puck. Your stuns are so telegraphed. Rebound, Hoof Stomp, it's just too slow. The puck will always be able to have a window to just not get caught out.
Bottom lane, Cord and Chrysalis. The gang, they are moving down through this bottom. Now, Roshan is available, keep in mind, so both sides obviously want control of this area. A big smoke wrap around here from 1-win. Obviously, they're probably looking right towards Corden again on the Viper, though Corden hiding in the tree line, not giving away his position quite yet. 1-win hoping that Secret do move into their vision. The Secret instead are continuing to stay on the right side of that bottom lane. All they care about is the Roshan attempt. Shira gonna have his smoke broken. Will move with the orb to try and scout out and get some vision here for his side, but we'll find nothing. Counter smoke now from Team Secret. They've got their own vision down on the right side of that bot lane.
It's a good spot to camp. Cuts off this angle from 1-win. Roshan, they're still going to be able to sneak away with it.
They are. I mean, you say that Roshan is still got a while away to be taken down, but 1-win, they certainly have the chance to try and move in and contest this if they are aware that it's happening. The orb should give the info they require. Roshan is gone though. They actually do just sneak away with it as Sweet and Strong was unable to steal. Corden already dropping quite low on the Viper. Half HP being removed, though he's still looking for the fight with the Aegis advantage they do have. Song will be popped by Mankushi. He'll hold everyone together on the Radiant end of things. As now Chira Jr. moving back in with a 3-man coil, and they are just getting ripped apart. Cloud having too much damage. Chrysalis still trying, but he's completely out of mana now. Mankushi might be able to look towards the Medusa, but keep in mind the Aegis is still up. So Chrysalis happy to give one life away. Will die the first time. Now Boom in danger. Boom being caught here by Cloud is getting just torn a new one as he does go down. They'll move on to Mankushi again with the secondary life of Chrysalis. They will try. Mankushi turning back with the silence out. They'll hold down the Medusa. And Crystallis, he is just completely surrounded. One win, even with the Aegis disadvantage, they make the team fight work. It's going to feel real bad for Secret. They were the ones trying to be aggressive. But the Dream Coil with the Whirling Death coming out from Cloud, that's where it all started to go really wrong.
Yeah, and it's really patient for Chira Jr. to even find that angle with that coil. Really good clump up spot. Everyone's trying to chase into that ramp area. Way too isolated. You can't deal with these Naga illusions. I like that itemization in Chrysalis. He goes for the Maelstrom just to have some AoE clear. It's just not enough with how tanky you are now. With that full Heart Thrask going into his own Butterfly here from Mankushi. Once that Butterfly is up, you're going to have to swap something out. Maybe just depend on those lightning procs pierce through evasion, but doesn't feel consistent enough. Mankushi will always be standing strong. I think the big difference is really just how much impact are you really expecting from Corden here. Where like maybe if Corden had something like the Ags with a nosedive, with that little bit of disarm, a little bit of utility, you could start to make it uncomfy for Mankushi to actually utilize the illusions, try to get his right clicks off, but we don't have that itemization here for Corden. It's even if he was thinking of Ags, it's going to be a long way away till that's up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Team Secret now, they have lost the advantage officially. 76% win probability the way of one win. Tough times here for Secret. They're back on their high ground. What's Puppy farming for? Looks like it's just another Lotus Orb for him. Obviously, you are still up against a Medusa Viper. Like, pushing high ground, still going to be pretty hard to get done without a good team fight your way. You do still have Sweet and Strong of the Tiny, though, to be fair, so the toss-back plays are there. But it's still going to be very hard. Like, against the Viper and the Medusa, the high ground attempts are not going to be too easy.
Yeah, that should lead to them waiting for the next rush on one win. So what, 5 minutes of just controlling the map, maybe looking for some pickoffs if someone oversteps. Again, the vision game from one win, really good, covering right below the high ground and still in the triangle. So anyone peeking out for some farm will get punished nicely here from the side of one win. One win still have a lot of room to grow, even if this is just farming pure. They will out-farm Secret, having access to this entire map. Going for the site of Vice now on Cloud.
Oh,
that here. Oh.
Stampede's going to save him. Sweet and Strong. Or they'll pop the song. It won't really matter, though. He is down. The toss-back was out onto Chrysalis, but they had the Stampede to save, and he had the Disperser anyway. This time around, the toss-back play is not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, that does force Stampede. Not the longest cooldown at this point, at the very least. Chira Jr.
Oh, they're going for more. Chira Jr. still just kind of chipping away at Corden. It's kind of the thing with the puck, like, Chira Jr. is going to have the Aghanim Scepter up in 1.2k gold, and well, then the fun begins. You know what you've wanted, John. You've been talking about it over and over again. You get another puck, Parasma, Aghanim Scepter builder.
It's disgusting. It's revolting just how much damage this is. You even have your nice little Whisper of the Dread as well. So a little bit more damage coming out. Like this thing is just nuts. I wonder if Chira Jr. will opt for a Divine or consider something like something safer like a Revenant's Brooch if you really want the damage. I think that would be the safer route to go, but you know, again, we've seen Puck Divine just win games. We're not at that point yet where I think Chira Jr. should be thinking about that, but certainly is a possibility for sure.
I mean, he hasn't died yet, so it's kind of like you are on the perfect game right now for the Puck, so you know, you've got an argument for it, John. He hasn't died. What other argument do you require if you want to pick a Divine Rapier? Like, guys, I haven't died yet. Why not? Why can't I take this item?
I mean, at some point, you know, someone's going to pick up a side of Vice. Cordon's queuing one up.
I'm
So that
sold,
could be
John.
some good punish.
Hey, he's sold.
Let's see. Let's see.
There's
Still
that
lays
ancient
off from
guardian
that side
glove as
anyway.
well.
What an item.
Even
50
even
damage
just-
plus 50.
the plus 50 alone is enough to take it. I'm not sure why
Exactly.
the passive exists even.
Yeah, and it's like of any ancient as well, right? Within 2,000 range of an ancient. Even though you're not protecting that other ancient, you're still going to get the buff.
Oh, they've got Chrysalis again.
Oh,
Coil is going to
that
snap.
damage.
Speed and Strong is in. He's out of mana, and he's gone. Just happens that quickly. Yeah, the damage, John. It happened real quick. Chrysalis will buy back. Immediate retreat here from 1-win. They do not give a crap.
This. That's such a huge opening. Sure, you can't quite high ground with a buyback, but you can start to set up for that next roachment in half. You've got a window where no buyback is available for Chrysalis. If he oversteps, I mean, they spot him with these wards. Again, really good wards to play around here for 1-win to punish. They've got their openings. Just a really great Ags reveal coming in there from Chira Jr. Just that machine gun damage is so strong. It's insane.
Jump in again. Shura Jr. just able to consistently jump in and just get so much information for his team. There's going to be a smoke out from Team Secret trying to capitalize on some kind of surprise reveal as they do jump in onto the Naga Siren. A big avalanche though from Sweet and Strong going to save the Naga for now. He does get the Manta off though. Can he survive? Not quite. The Song does get committed, but Mankushi is down. Team Secret even taking down Sweet and Strong. And that's a big one. You've got the Naga Siren gone now. You can try to make some plays across the map here for Secret.
Yeah, they needed to find something with this buyback from Crystallis. They can opt to shove out their lanes, repair the state of the map, line up for that next Roshan. Gonna be mainly in the day. It's more than likely in day, unless it's an instant spawn here on the timer. We shall see. Side of 1-win, as long as Chira Jr. is alive, well, guess what? He can just constantly skip the creep waves. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. No care in the world. Prevent any sort of push. Mid will still happen, at the very least. So you find something for your effort here. Roshan, unfortunately, a longer timer. 2.5 minutes. They can still try to set up for that. Like, that's something 1-win's going to be looking at as well for making any moves forward. The issue is still going to be Chira Jr. until that side of Vice is formed up by Cordon. I mean, this puck is just unstoppable. Sure, you kill everyone else. If Chira Jr. is alive, you'll cut your waves, stall this game, buy some time, and equalize.
Radiant are scanning.
Secret. Happy to just be outside the base right now, I think. It'll be a double damage rune. Picked up here by Crystallis, so see what he can get done with this. There's going to be a smoke out from 1-win. BKB now available on the Medusa as well. She's going to be feeling a lot safer in these fights. Oh, Mankushi could run right into Cordon. Cordon sticking around for the Watcher will not be punished. Mankushi looking to go into that die triangle. Secret are currently hanging around the area. Crystal is still with the double damage rune active for quite a bit more time. They will eventually see it, so probably happy to back off for now and just wait that one out. It is just about to expire now. 1-win. Would love to make a big jump in. Keep in mind the 9-second BKB charge is available. They'll get the coil off onto only one, and it was onto the Shadow Demon. So not the biggest coil in the world. Song to be committed to try and disengage perhaps. Shira, he will eventually take care of Eki, but Eki will buy back. That's pretty much it. Another buyback committed, and 1-win will retreat.
Nice in time. 40 seconds till the Roche. Good opportunity for 1-win. Just line up for it down bot. With the buybacks, this is a risky maneuver out from Secret. If Crystal is false, won't have buyback for 4 minutes. It's kind of do or die. This their next Roche falls to 1-win. They've got that high ground opportunity. This damage output coming in from a puck is just ridiculous. Need to find a way to stop Chira Jr. It's either you drag him away with that same move Eki did, drag the attention away from everyone else, or you get that hard control. Which again, Cordon could have enough gold now, not quite. Still needs 80 gold. But the Sight of Vice, if they're patient here, they timed this right. They'll have the Sight of Vice on Corden. Catch out Chira Jr. This falls apart for 1 win.
That could be massive. He does have the gold now. He does buy the tiara. Sight device is now officially online for Corden.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll see Crystallis, but he's not the easiest target to burst down, especially with that 9-second charge in the BKB. Crystallis going to find Shura Jr. in just a moment, but we'll find Naga Illusions first. In fact, they do jump in, but the Hex is out immediately. Corden, just no hesitation, finds the puck, but the Song is going to save, allowing Shura Jr. a way out. Still sweet and strong, may go down, and it seems like he will. They'll find at least a tiny, but the buyback is out. So another 5v5 to be had. They know about the Sight device now on court. No more surprise reveals here from the Vipers. Caught, gonna get jumped immediately by some Naga Illusions. In goes Cloud, trying to burst him down. Coil committed. The Viper in trouble. The Viper is down. No buyback available. He spent all on the Sight device. They'll at least find Respect as a trade, but Respect's gonna buy back. Shira, again, jumping in onto the SD. Will not find Eki quite yet, but he just continues to make all kinds of chaos throughout the fight. As now the jump is there. They found the Medusa. Crystallis is gone. No buyback available. He's down for almost 2 minutes. Eki will barely get his way out. But can 1 win go for the higher ground now, or do you just prefer Roshan?
Looks like they'll rush down. This is the right call.
You've
no
got to
buyback.
know there's no buyback.
Yeah, he's spent on that Sight of Ice. They know. They've got that opening only half a minute, but the key thing is just no Crystallis for a full 80 seconds. No buyback, still a dieback duration for him. High ground is not going to take too long with his damage output coming out from Winkushi. They could go for the endgame. Force out to Fortify as well. No refresh as the tier 3 fell up top from Chira Jr. pushing solo. So that was all in. Secret. Like that had to work. That Sight of Ice had to catch out Chira Jr. Chira Jr. even uncues the Lincolns. Goes back for Mjolnir. Recognizes, you know what? We could just throw Cloud in first. Then Sight of Ice is gone and I'm still alive.
Why not just buy Divine John? He still has this play. I mean, this part. Shura Jr. showing off. You said this guy's someone we have to kind of keep an eye out for, and I'll tell you, like, every game we've seen, win or lose, he has been popping off.
And he has. This is probably the cleanest game we've seen from him yet. He is going for a full Mjolnir, though. I want the Divine now. You know, if he's going to close it out in style, Divine's very stylish, of course. They can fall back for the Roshan here on the side of 1 win Secret. And there's not much he can do. Up against Megas, their clear is all on that Dusa. Can't really dip outside her base. Free Ags to come out here as well. Could hand that easily onto Cloud. Gonna have some problems. Does feel like there's one fight left here.
Come on, boys. Shura does take. I mean, 1 fight is probably about right, John. I mean, unless they win the next one, Team Secret pretty much almost guaranteed to be out of this game too. They've got buyback on Crystallis in 15 seconds, but he needs the gold. Still about 600 gold short. Queued up the Divine Rapier already, but it's going to be a long way till he has that gold for the Divine. And even then, I'm just not sure if it's going to make the difference, because once they've taken out a couple heroes, the Medusa just melts. She's just a sitting duck.
Yeah. Just not enough durability. Chira Jr. already playing poke here. And I mean, I know, like it's rough, right? Like your issues are how disruptive this puck and Timbersaw are. Your lineup, its hard control is not fast enough. You're working onto your secondary Sight of Ice now on Eki, if you could find that. And it's a bit of a pipe dream at this point. It just doesn't feel like you've got enough. Like Puppy trying with a rebound, sometimes catches out. Again, very telegraphed. Boom, hoof stomp, very telegraphed. This Naga Siren's just too damn durable. The illusions really hurt if they're allowed to just be on top. Although, Chira Jr.
Oh, Shira.
Oh.
Will this be the first time? I mean, he does have the Aegis, to be fair, so it's not really a death yet. He will lose the Aegis. A nice start for Team Secret. And 1 win. They're sticking around. Not backing off quite yet. now the 8 is up now. I mean, you might be kind of second-guessing yourself here if you are 1 win. Retreat. They'll pay respect to Team Secret, even with a 30k advantage. No need to rush the game. No need to give them an opportunity back into the game. But the Mega Creeps, I mean, they're not going to necessarily do too much here. Against the Medusa, Viper, and Centaur, you've still got some great defense.
And you do. You've got the turret online, full Mjolnir, sitting for Crystallis. So he's got some steady clear. But you also can't stop these Naga illusions from just shoving in. You have no leeway outside the base. 1 just has to be maybe patient, look for Secret to slip up. And they've got complete control of the map at the moment. They're going to take a free Tormentor as well. They eat the cheese to keep Respect alive. So no cheese now as well. Sweden strong taking a try. I'm not sure if that's worthwhile. That might be a little silly.
Yeah, maybe. Probably. Almost definitely. But, you know, it's happened now. You know, your dream of the 60-minute game, John, it might actually happen at this stage, by the way. And I know you said that in game 1. But it is still a Medusa in game 2 that you've got here, John.
Unwavering condition. I don't know. I don't know if that fully helps Crystallis.
Probably.
To be fair, it's 1,000 more HP. He doesn't have stats, so it's a huge boon on actual HP.
That's cool. And that HG's through the problem though. Boom. Gonna be okay. The toss back did not break the coil. Sweden Strong just trying to TP out. Will make. There is enough gold now for a Divine Rapier on Crystallis if he does want it. He will not have enough for buyback though if he does purchase. So it seems like he's just gonna hold out. Maybe just try to slowly get the courier towards the secret shop, but
I mean he has
Divine
to wait.
Yeah.
The courier's still dead anyway. It's like a full minute. The Divine does feel necessary, but what do you slot out as well? That's the question for Crystallis. I guess the Arcane Boots is your best bet.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It doesn't feel comfy right now for Crystallis. Like that move speed. I suppose you can just rely on Stampede, but afterwards you're really just literally a tower at that point. You're not going to be able to reach out the way you'd want to. You're not going to be able to run away from these Naga illusions, relying mainly on the Disperser. And we've seen how much damage these Naga illusions can do when they just sit on top of you. Like Corden melts when those illusions touch him. So a lot to be concerned about. Chira Jr. does opt for the Lincolns after dying the one time, so does want a safety net for himself, which is fair. Going into the Daedalus next, which is also fair. Or damage, always good.
Oh, they've got Chrysalis again. Sweden Strong has found him once again, but Chrysalis, he does BKB and get the hell out of there. Song is popped, Mankushi, they've got 4 heroes. The only survivor so far is the Medusa. Secret, they have been caught. They will lose
Divine's there.
The Divine is up. He's got the Divine and the Medusa, but Chrysalis needs to be able to survive and actually sit there and hit people for it to really matter. It's Cloud. He's on a Eki. Eki is going to go down. It seems as though Puppy will be following him very, very shortly. They'll buy back on everyone that they can. Corden's back into the team fight. Chrysalis is desperately trying to hit people, but there's really no damage. Even with the Divine Rapier up, he's not doing anything. Corden in trouble now. Corden's going to get ensnared up. Boom will jump in to try and help out, but Corden is down. An immediate dieback on the Viper. Boom will follow. He will buy back on the Centaur to try and help out in this defense. In goes the Medusa again. But Christmas. Oh, and now he is doing damage.
Chira?
He's found Chira Jr. But Chira, he'll be able to orb away. He's still not down. Back onto the Medusa. Chrysalis is gone. He'll buy it back, but he's got no Divine Rapier. It's just on the deck. Chira Jr. will take it. There you go, John. He doesn't need to buy his own one. He'll pick one up. And that's it. Game 2 is officially the way of 1 win. And they stay true to their name, John. 1 win is all they require, and that's all they'll get.
It's all they get, but it's still an impactful win for them. Again, every single game counts in these very compressed group stages, and that should leave them in a decent position. I mean, they started the series off at the same scoreline as Team Secret, 0-1-1, a 1-3 overall. They end it now 2 to 4 on both ends. So not shifting too hard. At the same time, not shifting down with a hard 0-2 loss. And for 1-win, very great plays coming out here. Chiro Jr. again on that mid lane, just doing so much work. Corden just couldn't do much, right? Like, he dominates the lane, sure. He managed to find that rune control. But what do you really expect the mid Viper to do? How does he tempo set for your team? Like, it's hard to connect with this hero to make things happen. It had to come in from Boom, Eki, and Puppey, and they were doing work. But there's only so much you can do when you have to deal with Chiro Jr. jumping the backline, bursting everyone down, being so slippery. No deaths at all. 12-0-17 on this young, prodigious mid. And for Team Secret, it was a hard-fought series. You know, Game 1 was a little bit straightforward, a little bit rougher for 1-win. Game 2, certainly a lot more patient, but 1-win just pull ahead. Like, they pull out the Naga, the Medusa answer from Secret just doesn't pan out this time around, and that ace factor really was this Puck. Their lineup was just not equipped to deal with Puck at all.
No, yeah, absolutely not. I think the Chiro Jr., I mean, you did point it out the first time we saw him, but the Chiro Jr. certainly is popping off for the team every single game we do see him, and it certainly felt like he was completely uncontested throughout this game number 2. Certainly just feeling like he just carried the team for most of that game. Well, for Team Secret, they are going to end up in another draw. A 1-win will be in another draw as well. Of course, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from 1-win. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is MLP and John X5. Jonathan, you're looking at some highlights here of the previous series we just witnessed between One Win and Team Secret. And spoiler alert, if you weren't watching, it did end up in a 1-1 draw between these two teams. Though One Win did successfully take game number 2. Therefore, they get rights to an interview with the idiotic casters, being us, Jonathan. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'd say that's fairly good reason for any team going into game 2 to look for a loss. Puppy definitely dodged a bullet there. Not taking that 2 wins, instead giving 1 win to 1 win. You've missed a lot of low-hanging fruits there as well, Mike. Lots of opportunities to say, keep saying 1 win, getting 1 win so far.
Thank you.
Yeah, but still, a great showing coming out from 1 win in game 2, especially Chira Jr. doing a lot of work. And this lineup, just all that promise we were talking about does kick in. I don't think Secret's drafted in many favors. Again, this snap response of Viper into the Timbersaw caused so many issues. They expected it to just be a Timbersaw mid. It's like, it's not, it doesn't have to be. It went to Cloud in the off lane. And without that dominant counter action from Viper, it couldn't really snowball. Sure, you were having a decent time in lane, but not enough to shut down Chira Jr., and he just popped off right afterwards.
I certainly did. The man is certainly showing off quite a bit in the games we have watched. And ring, there it is. We've got somebody on the phone. I believe it is Respect here for an interview. So let's head over to Respect, see what he has to say. Mr. Respect, congratulations on your Game 2 victory, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Hello. I feel not good because we lost first game, but at least we won one of our games, so it feels nice.
Tell me about that game 1. It felt like you guys were in the lead throughout the mid game, and then Secret obviously ended up kind of ratting you guys out with the anti-mage. What do you think in particular went wrong in game 1?
So we did few mistakes, already in the draft phase, we picked Duza and absolutely forgot about the anti-mage, which we knew Boom plays on offlane, so it was unexpected. It was unexpected for us. And throughout the game, game went well for us, but our impatience, we lost because of our impatience in this game. We forced too much, did some mistakes on the high ground, and that fight was crucial. We lost much of our lead on the high ground fight. Duza died. We lost the game in this moment.
Okay. Game 2, do you think the draft was just your draft was just overall better than Team Secret, or do you think it was a more even affair?
It's better. The fights for us were pretty easy. We delay the fights for much as possible, try to poke them, and they need to do something against us. So it was kind of easy in the fight aspect. But on lanes, I feel like they have stronger lanes than us. But we needed this game to be 40 plus minutes, and we knew that we would win this.
Beautiful. Go on, John.
All right. I'm curious, what's the mindset for the team coming in? You guys are probably the youngest roster we have in the scene right now. You guys went through a very grueling qualifier, managing to secure that last slot. What's the mindset for the team coming in, being so fresh as a stack?
In the team, we are best friends right now. Everyone likes each other. We talk every day. We don't feel like it's our duty to play clan wars, pubs. We enjoy it. We share information, and we like the process. Everyone in our team. So, our basic day is 6 clan wars, pubs, replays, and matchups. We live with Dota right now in this bootcamp. So and we loving it. That's the best thing about it.
Yeah, that's a great thing to hear. I'm personally just really happy, and I know a lot of viewers are as well, to see a fresh roster like this do really well. Coming into the next set of matches you have, is there any team that you're looking forward to playing up against here in the group stage at the very least?
tomorrow will be a tough day. We have Extreme and the Team Spirit, as I remember. It will be a very tough day, but I think we will at least can 1-1 with them for sure. I know this, but I cannot say any particular team that I want to face. Probably Team Spirit, like international winners, so it would be nice to 2-0 them.
Yeah, hopefully we see that. My last question for you, of course, this patch, not the most changes. Is there any hero that you would want to see more that maybe you guys play, or just in general you'd want to see pop into the meta that we haven't seen yet?
I mean, right now everybody plays Leshrac suddenly, and they flex it on every role, as I saw in pubs and already in the competitive scene. I feel like Leshrac is the hero I would want to see pop off, and he popping off right now. But meta didn't change that much from what I saw.
Fair enough. I'm looking forward to see you guys pick more Leshrac then.
Yeah, we need to practice more this hero.
All right, well, with that respect, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on your Game 2 victory, and we can't wait to see you playing again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's the lovely respect. Jonathan, always a pleasure. I mean, I say always a pleasure. We just started speaking to the guy, but I like him already. He's well-spoken, you know. I like the attitude and the mindset of the team as well. You know, you said it, they're a young bunch of lads, but they're together, they're happy, they're working as a unit. I think this team, out of all the teams that I'm seeing here in Dream League Season 22, this team to me feels like it's got the most potential. Right, and I realize they're probably the only new stack, like with new players in the whole tournament. This team feels like it's got some real good potential. I'd love to see them continue for quite. Please do not break up over some stupid drama, is what I'm saying, Jonathan. You know, just keep going. You guys doing great.
Yeah, exactly it, right? Like a fresh young squad, lots of them without like that much inter-regional experience, maybe just within EU and Western Europe, but nothing to the extent that Dream League provides. So I would love to see this stack grow. And we have seen that growth. I think game by game, we are seeing incremental improvements from them, especially after that loss yesterday to Aurora 0-2. Feels like they have picked up a lot coming into the series here up against a team of full veterans. Like, right, this was a very good crossroads for both teams, like a very young, sort of inexperienced squad up against Team Secret, who have players that have been around forever, have been to TIs, and they managed to get a draw. So I think it's a good sign for them. And just hearing how the atmosphere is like relaxed, having fun with friends, it's always good. It always feels good to know that there's a team like that you can cheer for that's just relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm a big fan of this team again, and I think a lot to look forward to here from one win. Of course, John, we are going to have to head off to a break because we do have another series coming right up. Hate to miss that one. Of course, it is going to be Azure Ray up against Heroic, so don't go anywhere. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with a new set of casters for a new set of teams for a new series. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, folks, as we return to Dream League Season 22. We're halfway through day 2 now, and our next series up, Azure Ray against Heroic. Again, interregional play. Beautiful to see. And I'm joined by the wonderful Wagamama, as usual. It's going to be an exciting one here. China versus South America plus a European player.
Yeah, a little bit of a mixed team as we, have a lot of players from different teams joining over, switching regions and playing a bit of everywhere. We got Davai Lama here playing together with the rest of the boys over on Heroic. We'll see how they go up against Azure Ray here. Will be exciting to see them. We didn't get to see either of these teams yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's tons of Dota being played. All these teams really banging out the best of twos. Loads and loads of Dota to watch. And yeah, a nice little mixed team there. Exciting to see what comes out of South America. And I know Davai Lama speaks like 7 languages, so there's no doubt that he's going to fit in there and gel with the team pretty nicely. It's always a wonder to see the draft develop, the meta develop, and you've got all these individual players and teams and ideas floating around when you get to these kind of international LAN events.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see the draft ideas, quite a lot of teams are very similar. We see a whole lot of like Viper, we see Puck being a very popular one, like some similarities, but there are still differences. Teams have their own little flair and add their own speciality to drafts. So a lot is decided in draft, and we'll see what they're going to bring to the table here. I'm not really sure what to expect from Azure Ray, but from Heroic, they usually play some pretty interesting things, especially on the offlane.
Yeah, should see some high tempo stuff, see what's going on there, and of course, excited to see what comes out of Azure Ray and China in general, because the region apparently it's back.
Mm-hmm. The reason of not being so good, like for recent years, I think it's from 2 sides. Like one side is. Like in Chinese, we don't have too much good new players.
可能赛场上就发挥不太好，可能就有压力那种吧。
可能是因为之前就有些选手就退役了嘛，然后就不打，然后所以就选手也比较少，所以就可能打的就是没有老将带的话，可能就打的没那么好。
还是得靠我们这些打了很久职业的人一直在一线队伍打吧。
当然，一个队伍肯定是需要老选手和新选手交替的，然后这样才会有一些动力啊，或者新的理解啊。
Maybe we are just too stagnant on our play styles and stuff.
就上个比赛 ESL 嘛，就中国队夺冠，肯定是会让我们就中国的玩家更有信心吧，因为就是能拿了个冠军，然后就代表我们的这个赛区的实力肯定都是有的，所以就是会更有信心去冲击每一个比赛吧。
应该就是在上次比赛中拿了冠军，然后应该会对一些年轻选手，就是他内心会有一些鼓励和帮助吧。
因为中国队伍夺冠嘛，可能大家就会觉得就是其实中国队伍不比国外队伍差嘛，就后面可能会就不是打得越来越好。
I think. The player like low, like new players, they achieve something definitely like encourage everyone, like no matter new player or old player.
那些新选手也是一直都在打着比赛嘛，所以他们肯定是会就努力的就打好自己的那个 carry 的位置嘛，毕竟 low 他是打 carry 的，所以他就是其他的选手肯定也会以他作为目标努力吧。
感觉未来肯定会恢复的。
Man, self-reflection in general is a pretty hard thing on a personal level, but these players talking on a personal level and a regional level, the team level, thinking about kind of learning from the old and embracing the new. It's a difficult thing to do, but yeah, China's back on the menu with returning old school players like Arme and Faith Bian, or Bach as he's known now. Really wondrous to see.
You have to talk about like even the national pressure as well, right? There's a lot of pressure from the fans at home in the Chinese scene. Have been struggling with that a lot. So that, there's still high expectations, even though the scene has, struggled lately, especially the China server not being played on much at all anymore. It's more the C server where people scrim. Like the ranks in China is different, but it's cool to see. We have a lot of Chinese teams here in this Dream League, and so far, looking pretty strong. And there's a lot of veterans here as well, right? So role model, like they were saying, Lou has to, show the new ones how it's done, basically.
I mean, I'm just thinking back that phrase Arme used, maybe Chinese teams won't be looked down on, like, compared to international teams. How many times have we thought it's China's year? It's China's year for TI. This is the one. LG is going to do it. And you've got all of that pressure and expectations, and then you do get looked down on, even though you were a spectacular team, you didn't win. So you get compared to international teams that did win TI, did win the majors. And it's going to be heartbreaking, right?
It's also crazy, we had the back and forth at first, the alternating TI West versus China, and it was really, that was West versus China. It's like all of the West versus basically the Chinese region alone carrying a lot of pressure there. So it's been a thing for the entirety of Dota 2's existence, but hopefully China can come back strong again. It's been tough times for them lately.
Yeah, and then on the kind of flip side, the comparison there, as we take a look at Heroic's roster and lineup, Davai Lama there from the offlane. The resurgence of China, but then the kind of surge of Heroic in South America the past couple of years, through DPC, through kind of investment in infrastructure and young blood and new players there. We've now got several teams potentially kind of running towards these big LAN tournaments and making names for themselves from the South American region. You were saying bringing in European players, learning from different regions, having captaincy, and really investing in squads. You look at the old Beast Coast; they were together for like 4 or 5 years together, making sure that you do have that kind of cohesion and the team effort all together. We can pop into the draft now, though, as Heroic against Azure Ray is about to begin game 1 in this best of 2 as we get on through the group stage for DreamLeague here. And bans so far, anything piquing your interest?
Nothing too surprising. Heroic are going with the first ban of techies against Azure Ray. They play probably the best techies out there. It's just disgusting. They have, I think, like close to 90% win rate across like 20 games or something in recent times. Very, very impressive stuff. So getting rid of that is basically a must. Other than that, these bans are pretty straightforward from Azure Ray. Very meta, very, obnoxious stuff to play against that they're getting rid of. And Heroic, they're gonna open up with Nature's Prophet, so they have that flexibility with ganks now. They can play towards the mid lane, which is quite rare. A lot of support heroes do not actually emphasize on mid lane nowadays, but when you pick Nature's Prophet, you can, have some upsets there, like we saw in yesterday's games.
Yeah, I mean, especially like pre-level 6, right? You've got so many things to be doing in these side lanes, whether it's bounty runes, lotuses, pulling, stacking, being aggressive. It's just too difficult to like come and guard water runes or gank the mid lane. And then, of course, you've got Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes. It's like, guys, I've got to go and do some other stuff. But having Global Teleport obviously helps out tremendously.
Yeah, and you got to be there on the second that the Wisdom Rune spawns against the Nature's Prophet, else there's that chance that he takes it away from you. So you're basically hard forced to be there, and that makes you predictable in a way as well. Like the support is not going to be on lane. Maybe you can time a gank with it. But yeah, looking at what else they go for here, getting rid of the Doom and the Slark on the side of Heroic. I think Slark is one of the nicer heroes to play against Nature's Prophet, since Sprout TP never works, you always get pounced. And on the side of Azure Ray, they got that Tiny, a hero that has been very popular overall in the Chinese region, more so I would say than the EU region as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was FY bringing it back, even thinking back like a year ago or so, where Tiny was just not played anymore. He fell off after that TI in Bucharest, got nerfed heavily, was no longer a core hero, and then everyone stopped playing him. FY was like, hey, there's Tiny plus Enigma offlane duo, tossing back into Eidolons. It was pretty cool there, and then he's continued to play it.
I mean, he's got some nice buffs as well lately. The Tiny mana costs were basically solved a little bit, which really helps his gameplay, especially as a support where you don't have so many resources. So yeah, I think it's not that surprising to see it popular, but it really hasn't taken off as much in EU. But there we have a nice combo for Tiny as well, getting the Leshrac. So you have the setup stun, chain stun with Leshrac. You also have, a good hero to toss into, like you mentioned. You want to throw people into your strong allies, and Leshrac, he doesn't mind if he gets one more guy next to him.
Oh, an immediate Sven snap up there. One of K1's specialties for sure. Flash Farmer gets involved pretty quickly. He just ramps up. By 25-30 minutes, he is 7 slotted basically.
Yeah, he specializes in that quite a bit, so makes sense that he gets his hero. And getting the movement speed from Sven can be very useful against Leshrac as well to reposition, since this hero is basically very similar to the Death Prophet. You need to just get out of the being in the vicinity when it goes in, so any movement speed really helps.
Keep him at arm's reach. Get the hell away from me. Oh, Clockwork.
Okay.
Another kind of signature specialty hero. Something that Schofield used to play a hell of a lot back on Beast Coast.
Yeah,
but not a hero that I've...
Yeah, sorry?
Just not a hero that I've seen that much of recently.
Yeah, no, definitely not that popular lately. Clock also kind of flying under the radar a little bit, but he does have some nice synergy here in the team. He has the Nature's Prophet and Clockwork, so you have really great area denial now with Sprout and Cogs. They can be really obnoxious to play into. And you can also try to combo a little bit with, you know, pushing people towards Sven, hookshot. Makes it hard for him to run away.
There's some pretty good global like positioning as well, like Rocket Flare to give vision, Nature's Prophet to move out on the map. Just need to be playing kind of nearby Sven so he can get involved and transfer some of that big net worth into impact. This double pick though from Azure Ray, Troll and Razor, that's some toxic side lane shenanigans going on here.
It is, yeah. Those are going to be annoying heroes to lane against. Troll, again, a really good hero against Nature's Prophet. You have, you know, that end snare, so very hard to TP away from him. And Razor here as well. Usually a counter to Sven, but it can backfire. I've seen Razor versus Sven backfire quite often, just because you need time to take his damage away. And Sven has such an abundance of damage. He can sometimes just power through and kill the Razor anyway, before the static link does too much. So yeah, laning stage, it's usually fine, but mid-game, it can backfire.
Yeah, especially if he gets that like surprise jump, has the Aghanim Scepter suddenly right on top of you. A surprise.
Yeah. Another thing to mention is that with the Troll and Razor here, is this going to be a support Lesh? Is it core Lesh? How do they want to run it on Azure Ray? Playing core Lesh into Puck is, you know, a bit annoying to lane against him on mid lane.
So they played it in their first game of the tournament, it looks like. Ori did play it mid. That was up against a Pango. So yeah, I guess they've got that flexibility and they can wait until the last. Like Lesh against Puck should be okay for both, right?
Yeah. I mean, they can do a lot of things. They could still even flex the Tiny towards mid lane if they want. Tiny versus Puck is a really good matchup for Tiny. So there's a lot of stuff they can do. Ori basically has some choice. But we'll see what Heroic are going to ban out with this information, because it's not that obvious what's coming here, if this is double support or if it's going to be one of the mid, and which one is mid, if so. And that's how people like to draft, you know. People
don't telegraph anything.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that became like a big, I don't know, I want to say almost like a revolution in the drafting meta like 4 or 5 years ago. Drafts shifted more and more and more towards not telegraphing important information, and flex picks became like essential. Nowadays it's common nature here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we had to invent this term of flex picking, and it would, you know, occasionally happen. Oh look, they flex pick this, and it's gonna, you know, Mirana's pos 4 or pos 1. You never know what's happening. Now it's like every hero is a flex pick. Nature's Prophet, is he support? Is he off lane? God knows. Yeah. Clockwork's gonna come out as a position 3 or something.
Honestly, sometimes we've seen those drafts where like 4 heroes in, you're like, I have no clue who goes where. But yeah, I like they're shielding their Puck pick a bit here by banning out the Odie, a hero that is really annoying for both Sven and Puck. Getting imprisoned, not something you can phase shift, so laning against the Odie is really hard. And he also is very, very durable, so doesn't really care about Puck's harassment.
5 seconds remaining.
But we've seen time and time again how strong Puck can get in mid to late game. The trick to this hero though is the early laning stage. Like Puck is not very strong early on at all. So we'll see if they abuse it with Tiny, or if they have a different idea on Azure Ray how to lock it down early on here.
They can become that kind of choice paralysis though. You've got so many options, so many flexes. Trying to find the best one that'll fit your team and your draft can be a little challenging.
Yeah, I think they do the right thing banning out DK as well, another insta-stunner that could be very useful for catching the Puck. Because their disables on Azure Ray are really bad right now. They have Tiny and Leshak, which is nice, but then Troll and Razor don't bring much to the table. So they need something to lock down Puck.
Some kind of beefy boy.
I mean, you could just pick something like a Rubik support here and throw one of them mid, and that would be pretty decent. Then you have the insta lift from telekinesis, always a great one.
Man, whatever happened to Nyx Assassin? Like you see Puck and Batrider, you think, even like a Sven. We used to have Nyx just come out, and he's just not popular now, is he?
He struggles a lot. It's so feast or famine playing Nyx. You know, either you get going and you get those kills, it's really good. But before you get your Dagon, it's really hard to play the hero. He is in a pretty good spot overall with the buffs, but his laning stage is still underwhelming. And like I said, feast or famine. Do you get early kills and get the Dagon and start popping off, or do you just run around and kind of feel useless?
Brown Boots Magic Stick poverty mode. Like, what did I do? What's wrong with this? Well, Azure, they do have that ultimate pick to figure out the flex and what they're going to be doing. But I guess looking at this, you know, Troll in that safe lane, the Razor still could still be like a Razor mid for Ori. You know, he's pulled that out from time to time, but that's the conversation that they'll be having right now. Do you want Lesh? Do you want Razor? Do we have like a Razor Tiny lane as our off lane?
Yeah, I think maybe it would take Lesh or Tiny, but Razor against Puck, who you can't keep static linking, is too annoying, and he can easily phase shift dodge the Q as well. So the matchup is too weak. Like I really think they need something to punish Puck's early game. Like Puck's laning stage is really a weak point because of the mana cost on the Q, and the damage is extremely low. So those first 5 levels are essential.
Okay. I mean, if who are you looking at then? Like a, I don't know, Primal Beast or something?
I mean, like I said, Tiny goes well here. Question is if they have something else. They can always think about adding something else, but I'm not sure what they would want. I feel like he's taking Tiny here, or even Leshrac, yeah. So it's just the last big support.
I mean, Mirana's been a hero on the rise. Moonlight Shadow, super useful. And Toronto Tokyo in an interview yesterday saying it's just a fun hero to play, leaping and arrowing, you know, jumping around, doing whatever you want to.
It sounds like a pretty painful lane as well for K1 here. Gonna be up against a Razor plus Mirana. It's quite a bit of harassment coming in when you're Sven. You just wanna chill and farm.
Double ranged, just right-clicking you non-stop. Yeah, Schofield's gonna have his work cut out for him, trying to guard that Sven as best he can.
Yeah.
And is that gonna be the lane setup then? I mean, is it gonna be back clock and then it's gonna be Nature's Prophet Sven, hey?
Yeah, I think Nature's Prophet will probably go with Sven here, I would say, because he can win the fight against Mirana. I've seen Nature's Prophets just destroy Mirana 1v1. So, like, support versus support, it's a rough matchup. Even with the damage nerf, I still think Nature's Prophet will win out that trade really hard. So, he could maybe protect the Sven. Problem is still there's the Razor, you know.
Always that pesky Razor.
But yeah, I think Clockwork Batrider is really nice because they have more synergy for locking someone in place. You can use the cogs. Obviously, a Sprout works too, but if you push them back with Flame Break, cog them, you can suddenly be stuck too far away from tower.
Yeah, and then the argument for the Tiny being in that safe lane as well, like tossing people out of cogs, saving your allies, or just shoving the Batrider elsewhere so his Firefly doesn't get that much value. We'll see how it all works out though. Got to get ourselves into lanes as Heroic take on Azure Ray here in game 1 of this best of 2. And Nature's Prophet is already out on the map, TPing and warding, although he's not smoked, which we usually see.
I like the choice to not smoke, to be honest, if you TP out with Nature's Prophet, because, you know, you're not going to TP in Vision, and you know nobody could have been there already, so the fact that they didn't insta-smoke here, and maybe even that early ward can give you information to, you know, choose to go for a wrap around later. I still think they should have purchased the smoke, though, just to have it available, but yeah. I like this little change to not be smoked. And meanwhile on Azure Ray, they're also not smoking out.
Yeah, neither team smoking. Like, how often do we see both teams 5-man smoke, move to runes? This game, nobody messing around with it. Clockwork is like 5 gold away from having money for a smoke. I think Tiny could have afforded one, but FY is like, nah, I want more regen. I'm against a freaking Batrider in lane. And position 3, Dawai Lama Batrider. Need all the regen that I can carry.
Yeah, he really does. So we should see early magic sticks. We already see Troll starting out with magic stick on bottom lane, expecting that spam. But Batrider doesn't have to spam the sticky napalm that hard.
Right, yeah, so what is the build now on offlane Bat? Because we saw a while just Firefly Max.
Yeah, Firefly Max is still the play, but you can go for like 1 point Flame Break, 2 point Firefly, and then go back for sticky napalm.
This is classic Schofield in behind enemy lines, being an absolute nuisance. He's going to get arrowed and killed here eventually.
Yeah,
but he's drawn the attention of 4 heroes to come his way.
They're still very happy to chase him down.
Fairy
Right?
fires.
He doesn't want to die.
Oh, the tree plant. Nah, not working out. Schofield dies. And first blood for Tiny, who munches the tree.
Okay, that was... I don't think it was value to keep trying to stay alive on Clockwork there, losing his Fairy Fire and using, you know, an Iron Branch plus the tree there. But this at least bought some time. They arrive a little bit late to the lanes, and they had to TP away.
I mean, what did he spend? He spent a branch plus a Fairy Fire, so that's 115. And he spent a Tango, which is 30.
Yeah.
So he spent like 150 gold as he was dying.
He's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. Top lane, we see a bit of drain here coming out from formerly known as Faith Beyond. Bach to dominate the lane with Razor.
I think everyone's just accepted that his name is Faith Beyond. Like, no one's calling him Bach. He's gonna bring his electric symphony to this top lane. KJ did not access his small camp. He's gonna have to spend a second sentry to unlock that. Try and maintain the lane up there. Down that bottom lane, Schofield, Devi Llama just backing up away from this Mirana and Troll. A very oppressive lane. Like, no matter who Troll is with, they're just spamming axes, right-clicking, and punishing you every time you step up to the creep wave. Devi Llama, Schofield having to really scrap and fight for every last hit.
Yeah, this bottom lane is a problem, actually. They don't have a hero who can deal damage to Mirana here, so she's very free to just lay in auto attacks all the time, either harassing or helping out with CSing. Since Clockwork can't trade hits with her, now that she has Leap as well, you can't even catch her, so it's really tricky. I think this lane, they need to start doing shenanigans pretty early, or Troll is gonna just get free farm.
So is that kind of lane pulling and dragging waves with Schofield, or is it like wait for level 3 and we can kill the Troll?
No, yeah, shenanigans, I mean always the pulling, like not playing the lane, basically. Okay. So going behind this tower, I think they need to look towards something like that, or secure that they have the pull themselves.
Yeah, a couple of sentries there from Azure, blocking up the large camp and guarding the small. And Dire does have an observer board up on that high ground, so they've got some easy access into that jungle to start that lane pulling if they want to do it. But for now, they're just kind of normally playing the lane.
Yeah, they're doing decent though. Batrider has nice CS so far, but he is out of region, and this double range with spells as well coming in, it can really hurt.
Yeah, and Troll is like unbothered, free farm basically so far. Been taking some peeks into that mid lane, dead even between the Puck and the Lesh. Got their bottles, got their water runes, everyone's pretty happy there.
Nice thing about Leshrac against Puck, well, you can get your stun dodged, you can still just click Lightning Storm on the Puck, and if you face shift dodges it, you just click it again. So you can't really hide from the Lightning Storm, you have to run away.
K1 and KJ, aesthetic names up in that top lane. Being hit around by FY's Tiny. K1 actually dragging his wave onto the tower there. So what was that an indication of? He wants to just kill off this wave and push the lane out so they can pull? Or TPing bottom? They're creating space for the Nature's Prophet to get on top of low. They've got level 3s on Schofield and Devi Llama. Firefly over the top of the Troll, and this should be enough to finish him off. No, Devi Llama stepped back, but he's got him. That little bit more from the flame break. And it looks like Chenming should be okay here. 2 leap charges, 5 wand, drags the wave away from tower.
Yeah, KJ, he plays a really good Nature's Prophet. He, you know, I had the pleasure of casting some of his games in the past, and he definitely makes it work, even in matchups where I didn't think that he would do well. On Nature's Prophet, he made it shine, so looking forward to seeing more of his rotations here. A good first one.
K1 getting drained up top, but he's got Warcry. There's that movement speed boost to get away from Bach. So yeah, was that intentional then, all planned? Because top lane, K1 like dragged, aggroed the enemy creep wave under his tower to kill it off faster that allowed the Prophet... Oh, they're fighting bot again? Deja vu, I thought I was watching a replay there for a second. Devi Llama's over the Mirana now.
No more leaps.
Burning her, and you're right, there are no more leaps. I mean, Lou hasn't seen a creep wave in like a minute and a half now. He's stuck between tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah, K1, I think he set it up that way, but the problem is he doesn't have a pull camp, and the creep wave is in a horrendous spot right now. So while this is good, what's going on bottom, top, this Sven is struggling a bit. He is finding a chance to go up here and get some CS. Gets 3 in a row, actually, right under the nose Faith be on here.
And a double wave arriving on him. Yeah, they're going to have to put some emphasis onto this bottom lane now. FY, Tiny rotates there. KJ still lurking around in the shadows further south. We'll see if Heroic keep up this aggression because they're bringing more regen. Making sure that Davai Lama and Schofield can stick around in that lane. What is KJ do? He's just fake pumping TP. Where am I going? Top, bottom, mid? Hey, look at me. I'm coiling up with the help of this puck.
That arrow.
Though. Tan Ming onto the puck now, and KJ still fighting Ori. Analog, he's going to jaunt away. Can't stick around and play here, and KJ will be the sacrifice.
That was a nice arrow coming in there. Gives a little bit of a breathing room for Leshrac to turn that fight around. Meanwhile, top lane, looks like Razor's finally caught this Sven, who was being very, very cheeky, going in under the tower to try and get some CS. K1 just pushing himself a little bit too far. He didn't really have another play, though, because if he just sits back, he just loses automatically, and he can't go jungle yet.
I mean, they're making a lot of noise, Heroic. Everywhere you look, they're doing cheeky stuff, doing funny moves. Nature's Prophet, obviously, lending a helping hand in pretty much every one of these. That global TP. It feels like Azure Ray still that little bit more comfortable in their moves, very decisive, especially with this move up top. K1 getting dived under the tier 1. FY and Bach draining all of his damage. That is a lot of right click if the Razor can keep tabs on him, but Schofield's arrival with the potential TP from Puck there, which does get cancelled, enough to dissuade Azure Ray from going any further.
Yeah, Lesh is still hovering though, so he wants to play up here. At least gonna give mana to his Razor again before he leaves. Doesn't look like they're gonna get anything more here, but this Sven is not having an easy start.
And Lou finally with a bit of silence down bottom.
Oh, there's that Wisdom Rune play. Nature's Prophet just TPs away, steals the Wisdom Rune. And their own Wisdom Rune uncontested for now.
Oh, is the troll dying solo to Davai Lama bottom? The Batrider's over the top of them with 4 sticky napalm charges, but the arrows there, Miranda going to save the day. Yeah, we've got nothing left from Davai Lama, getting turned on now with a creep wave on him. FY does claim a kill on the other side of the map as they dived the enemy tier 1. But that was pretty close. Davai Lama nearly had that straight up solo kill.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he looked for the chance, and you see that damage with the maxed out Firefly, already level 3, so 90 damage per second. It does so much with a few sticky napalms as well.
Sticky napalms.
Ah, they're icky, dude.
They do give you the ick. Nasty stuff.
TP bottle refill from mid lane on the Puck, so Clockwork running away with the bottle. Actually, he's stealing it.
8-minute rune. Down at bottom, a regen. Tianming. Good arrow again. Avalanche. Ooh. Not too far away, hey.
If that stun connected from Tiny, he wouldn't have a chance to do anything, and the Leshrac stun would secure the kill, so that was very close. Going in for a steal now, they know there's a stack.
Yeah, cheeky little move, but this is the thing, right? Azure Ray, every move they've made has felt much more clean. They're not really giving too much, where Heroic are making kind of drastic moves to find little weaknesses wherever they can. Not much
overall. Overall, I agree, but they have a little bit of advantage as well on Heroic that they got the double Wisdom Rune, you know, helps them out a bit. So Batrider got some share of that experience as well. Gets himself further up.
And the Troll is definitely having a sad time. Needs a bit of help now as Ori and FY, they do arrive. Davai Lama has boots of travel though. Too speedy on that mounted bat. Gets
Looks
away
like his
from
plan
danger.
on Troll is to go for a Battle Fury this game, so there are many different builds you could go on Troll. You can go Maelstrom builds, you can go for, you know, the Battle Fury. And this time, he's gonna go for the farming route, and makes sense when you're playing as Nature's Prophet too. Then you just naturally have a way to cut the trees.
Yes. The Arteezy Sven Battle Fury. Just, I need this Culling Blade. Good move though. FY has found a way to wrap around in onto Davai Lama. Batrider down, but a 3-man coil from Analog might allow Schofield to get in on top of them. No. They're too afraid. No backups coming, and they can't continue playing there. Meanwhile, up at top, Bach and Tianming diving again. Arrow connects on the Clockwork. They'll chase KJ's Prophet and kill him off. K1 is arriving from the right-hand side. Does not have too much to give, though. Maybe just try and farm the creep wave while his teammates are all dying.
Yeah, I'm here to take the CS. Mid lane, trying for Analog here. Toss combo by Tiny.
Ooh, with a
skill, I think. Maybe.
Wing Rift, phase shift. I mean, that's it. Analog dead.
He didn't orb out to the orb he already had out, so then he's just stuck there.
And K1 does get a nice snipe onto Bach top, so it looks like Azure Ray have dived just a step too far. Tenming trying to get Schofield, but the Clockwork is out of there and into the fog.
This is nice seeing the early travel Spat Rider just get involved, you know, make moves and holding this top lane so it doesn't crumble.
Oh, now they're on FY. Yeah, really hinging on this Bat Rider, these moves now to swing momentum back into Heroic's favor. And FY just avalanching Davai Lama, but that's a good flame break. Pushing back into this Firefly and Napalm. Another good toss to send the Bat Rider away. FY with some tools at his disposal just to stay alive.
That was nice by FY. He waited long enough that when he stunned with Avalanche, he could not get one more sticky Napalm reapplied. So he actually went down from 2 charges to 0 and then back up to 2. So if he didn't stun at that moment right there, could maybe have died to Bat Rider.
And look at the warding from Heroic.
This is
triple.
Yep, that's defensive warding if I ever saw it. Jesus, okay, this is a little bit overdoing it.
It's not just the observers though, right? It's the quadruple sentries as well. It's like, no one will see our Sven. Our Sven will see you.
It's so funny that they dewarded up here now. Like, oh yeah, they might not have vision. No, they still have a full security system set up here. Mirana, you better keep dewarding.
God, he's got tons of it. And K1 gonna be happy just slotting back in that pocket to farm through that northern jungle.
Got himself the Mask of Madness, so he's farming pretty fast now with maxed out Great Cleave.
I can start thinking about Ancients shortly. There's some large camp stacks and he'll migrate his way down to that right side of the map. And does leave this top tower a little exposed, and that's why Davai Lama has come up here just to protect it. Role-playing is like a Tide Hunter, you know, off-laner comes up, guards the tier 1, but unlike a Tide Hunter, he does not have a Ravage or innate tankiness. Schofield hookshot misses and Davai Lama's down. He tried to defend that tier 1 objective, but Battle Bar, he's just diving into this jungle now, getting cleaved down by the Sven. FY's arrived with Ori as well, the stun connects, Sven getting tossed around left and right, and down he falls.
And Nature's Prophet still in danger here as well. Troy's ulti could just lock onto him with that if he wants, but doesn't even really need to. Back up close enough. The way out here for Nature's Prophet.
The trees! Low, his Quelling Blade was on cooldown there. He's already used it.
Tower goes down. It's a really good fight here for Azure Ray. Taking control finally over this top part of the map. They actually did get the second D ward as well on that ward, so you know, third one is about to die in 40 seconds, and the control they had on top part of the map is fading here for Heroic, which means Sven has to make his move over and start farming the Ancient area now.
Yeah, I mean, Sven was pretty happy to just clap down that Razor, but he gets met with a tremendous amount of force from the rest of Azure Ray. That final pick-off on the Prophet led to the tier 1 take. Yeah, now like you're saying, that map state, seeing the Chinese team take a bit more control up there.
He's farming really fast on Sven now though, with his ulti, and they already had a stack on Ancient, so he's still gonna be pretty happy being down here. But the hero I'm looking more towards is this Leshrac in this game. We have Kaya already, almost full Kaya Sanj, going for the same build we saw Lorinov go on his Leshrac yesterday. And if he's, you know, gonna deliver like Lorinov did, then Heroic will have a hard time.
Yeah, just output so much damage. When you've got heroes like, you know, Mirana with a Moonlight Shadow to give you that bit of umbrella coverage and safety, Tiny with tosses back and forth, like you said during the draft, both aggressive and defensive tools. Lashrac just feels so good to just run people down. Move wherever you want to.
Yeah, that's really what the hero shines at. If you have a lot of other heroes who can help control, then Lesh just needs to exist. And that existence damage is right there. Fuck Arkham.
Yeah, trying to get something done here with the coil onto the Razor. That Rider burning him, and Bart does die. Stuck in the Firefly. Stood around too long.
Yeah, very nice. Taking the chance immediately there, and that was an Arcane Rune ulti for Puck as well, so he's gonna have it back in 40 seconds only. Already having that Witchblade. Got some nice damage this game.
And they've got some very deep wards now, you know, keeping that conversation about vision coverage from Heroic up and running low. He does get a sentry down, but he's already being run at. I think his spidey senses were tingling, just not fast enough. Ulti, Battle Trance not available. Down he goes.
Yeah, that was unlucky for him. Meanwhile, though, Batrider gets taken down on mid lane too.
KJ? CP's out. Yeah, you're right. Davai Lama did get found by that Mirana. Azure Ray trying to rally around their Ancients. And they got the D-ward already.
Azure Ray are looking a lot stronger 5-man right now. They have the mech on the Mirana as well, so if they just keep 5-manning, very hard for them to fight into. Oh no, Heroic.
Oh, FY with a two-man avalanche, and they found the target they desire the most, K1 Sven. They will coil the Lesh, but Analog, he can't stand there and fight, can't keep them back. He's got to run. He's got to hide.
Yeah, they're just getting everything they want right now.
He wanted that vision. He might see the puck in a second. Analog, he's going to get jumped here. Nice.
If he goes up.
Hey, hello. He walked into that ward, and the arrow's perfectly timed on landing, dead on arrival.
Oh, no, he didn't hit.
Hey,
They needed one more tiny auto attack.
They needed more hits. Analog's out. Meanwhile, the troll has died.
Troll goes down to Nature's Prophet and Clockwork alone there, so not having the ulti available. It was still in cooldown, just came off cooldown now. He actually died. Very clutch timing by the two supports, realizing they could kill the carry there.
That's kind of incredible. Yeah, getting up there, getting the job done. Schofield rushing straight into Aghanim Scepter on his Clockwork. Get that overclocking as quickly as possible.
It's super strong, actually. Yeah, early Aghanim Scepter and then just spam rockets is very impactful. So I like this item built by him.
Invisibility.
Batra is swinging top, looking for that Razor, but good read by Faithian backing out.
Looks like he's well on his...
just popping ulti off cooldown, you know, farming. He wants items, way more items than this.
Analog, softening them for him. And Tianming gonna sit mid, wait to see what comes.
Yeah, right now it feels like, you know, Team Heroic, they're waiting a little bit more for timings here. They want Sven to at least have his BKB ready against all these stuns coming out, all the control. So looks to be his next item, but I still feel like he needs Blink Dagger as well before he can really do too much. Meanwhile, on the side of Ash Ray, smoke up, you know, they have no breaks here.
No, they just keep on going. I mean, do you want Sven to go Blink, or is like an Aghanim Scepter an okay?
I think Axe is buffed, but I still think Blink is better. Axe is maybe decent, but I still think the Blink Dagger is more reliable.
The immediacy and reliability of it. Schofield gonna break the smoke there. Sees Azure Ray all coming across the hills. Again, playing under dire vision. Always going to be challenging. They're pinging that out now. They want control of this area. Now with Tianming and back. And get rid of that Observer ward. Like you said, Heroic pretty content just to kind of sit back, guard the areas that they know they control where the Sven is farming. He's cleared Ancients, he's moving to bottom lane, feeling very happy about things. And aggressive keeping up top, onto Ori. Sprout into Lasso. Tianming's here with a mech to heal him. Ori stays alive a little longer. Can he get out of there? No. Spirit Vessel is still on him, ticking him down. Schofield with Analog coiling the Razor, but that's going to cut things short as K1's arrival signals the end of the fight.
Oh, he had backpacked Voodoo Mask there on Leshrac. Maybe he could have stayed alive a little bit longer, perhaps even gotten away. If he had that spell alive, still there going, as, you know, you really rely on it badly when you play Lesh. Like, any survivability you can get.
No, it's real unfortunate. I guess that's also why the Spirit Vessel is such a huge pickup for this Nature's Prophet.
Razor targeted next.
The Power Rangers have arrived. Dalai Lama comes in, Analog's there, Schofield out of the woodwork, appearing onto this Razor. I mean,
crazy
there was one hero there.
Sprout, man.
Suddenly there were 4.
Yeah, they have a weird +1 who just keeps showing up all the time. I don't know, this green hero seems pretty good.
With the mushroom hat.
That's how you know he's reliable. He's always going to be there, whether it's to feed or to die, you know, or to kill something.
The circle of life continues no matter what.
Feed or die usually is the two alternatives for Nature's Prophet with Mushroom Hat.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the crazy hat.
Radiant are scanning.
Never quite sure what's going on in their heads.
Almost have entire Greaves done for Mirana, looking pretty farmed for a support in this game, but on the core side of things, it is Sven leading the way, and overall, Heroic are doing pretty good with their farm. Sven 200 gold away now from the BKB, so that's going to be big timing. He already has an Assault Curse queued up, so we'll see if he goes for that Blink or not. Looks like he just wants to bulk up and get a bit stronger as well, because armor, very good when you're against Razor and Troll.
Yeah, and honestly, kind of a weird carry-to-carry matchup in this game as well. Thinking about just hero to hero, and it often feels like Troll comes out on top in a lot of these melee. Oh, hang on. Park is getting caught in the mid lane. Avalanche toss into Split Earth, but Dalai Lama's here. Lasso's up the Lash to save the day. Coil will keep FY back. Dalai Lama going pretty deep there, but into the Diabolic Edict and just right-clicks out of the rest of Azure Ray as Nature's Prophet comes in. Schofield's killed Ori. KJ dying. The hook shot misses. And look back in for round 10 of this fight. And K1, yet again, he's arrived as the fight ends. Oh, he might actually get something done, though. Oh, runs in. Storm
One stun.
and runs away.
Yeah, one stun, run away. That's going to be the carry contribution here. A little bit disconnected and disjointed there by the Puck and the Batrider. Not focusing the same target between the two as they were getting jumped. It was a bit of a panic situation for them, but had both of them gone on Leshrac, I think he would have died pretty fast. Instead, they spread the damage out, coiled one, lassoed the other, and split the auto attacks fully too. So still worked out really good for Azure Ray, even though they lose their mid laner. They're still pretty happy with the outcome there.
Yeah, get a 2-for-1. Still control your map. Control. Just to go back and farm through some ancients potentially. Oh yeah, Wisdom Runes are coming up as well. While Heroic will take down their Tormentor. And the Aghanim Scepter overclocking for the Clockworks here. The rocket flares, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they're so good. The global damage, we talked about it a little bit. You mentioned in the draft that the global presence of Nature's Prophet plus the rockets, look at it now. The harassment actually deters them from finishing Tormentor. So he has to troll ulti. He wants to take it, but yeah, now with a bit of help, he can go. This is more effort than you wanted though. Normally Troll can just take it on his own by popping a late ulti, but oh, look at Nature's Prophet. He wants to be cheeky.
No way.
Yeah.
No way, no way, no way.
Oh my god, he's killing them.
No
he's killing all of them.
Okay.
What?
He's going to get 3. Bark is dying. No, he's fine. Now in comes FY. Oh, KJ. We were talking about this mushroom hat. You're never sure what's going on in their heads, and KJ had a grand plan.
I told you, this guy on Nature's Prophet, he is a dangerous man. He sees opportunities and he takes them. The Clockwork combo there, setting up everyone to be low HP. And this buys so much time for his team. Sven enjoying the map super hard, and meanwhile, a gank being orchestrated towards top.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, back into real time. Ori getting run at by Dalai Lama. The rocket flares are there. And the hook shot to keep the Razorback away from the bat. Now, Faith Beyond stuck inside and killed by Analog.
Wow, things are just going amazingly well now for Heroic on the back of that little Tormentor incident right there. Yeah, that was all coming back to the simple rocket spam, honestly, setting all this up, and now they're in a great spot to just keep control on the map. And I like the moves that we're seeing. Heroic, they're activating a lot on their heroes, and meanwhile letting Sven still farm. So he doesn't have to go for Blink Dagger if things go this well, I feel. And now Roshan is on the menu perhaps as well.
What an incredible sequence, you know? Just trying to imagine, like, in the heads and the, you know, the team comms of Azure Ray thinking the Prophet would never dare TP into
Yeah, surely not.
Surely not.
Dude, he almost got a triple there. That was... Yeah. If he got 3 kills, that would have been one of the best clips I've seen. Just amazing.
Yeah, greatest moments. Beautiful. Oh, Azure Ray, they do scan this, Roach. They know it's happening. Just nowhere near enough by to contest. So it does look like K1 with his top net worth spent is going to be able to clap down Roshan, give the Aegis to Analog's Puck. So a bit more freedom there for Puck to get in and out of fights a little easier.
Yeah, Puck has good item progression too now, having the Kaya Sanj and the Witchblade in 2,100 gold. So just needs this Creep Wave here, and he has his Blink Dagger. So he's going to send that out, and then Aggression is going to really turn up as he has the Aegis in hand as well. On the side of Azure Ray, though, I mean, they're working on a BKB for the Razor. He needs that quite badly. Meanwhile, they added a Yule Scepter on the Lesh, so he has some control for himself or even Yulesing the enemy.
There's some way to protect against this K1 Sven, who's going to come in pretty hot in these team fights. If they lock on to someone, they die pretty much immediately.
Yeah, I like their disables. They have a Hookshot and Batrider Lasso, 2 things that don't care about the BKB as well. So reliable catch.
KJ's coming for you. Oh, yes. The shark in the water. Tianmeng is going to leap and TP out of that. So they expend a little bit. Heroic chasing Mirana, chasing Ghosts.
Batrider goes down bottom to a catch by Tiny and Leshrac, comboing up a bit, and they bring him down. He has overall been playing really aggressively and not dying too much though on Batrider, so some of these stats are going to happen when you play like this. He was super far up.
Hey, he's already down to 6-second BKB, huh?
Yeah, I mean, active gameplay here from Heroic for sure.
Yeah, nearly up with Shiva's guard. Just a 1,000 gold away from it now. And that recipe change still catches me. 2,050 gold recipe for Shiva's guard.
It is a long way to finishing it up. I mean, it's crazy to think how overtuned it was on the rework on it. That was like 22 armor for less gold than it is now, and more stats as well.
It was pretty good. It was a good item. Very strong and powerful. Well, Azure Ray trying to make a concerted effort down into his bottom lane. And taking control of the Ancients, booting K1 away from his farm, and potentially maybe finding a kill on him with an avalanche, but no tossback. Arrow whiffs and K1 turns. He's going in, looking to fight. Stormhammer and gets the God Strength going. Hits the Razor Illusion a couple of times before chasing FY. They need a bit of control here, and Schofield will provide. Hook shot into that right-click damage and raw power from K1 to finish him off.
Yeah,
that's a streak as well.
Yeah, he had a wicked streak, actually. That was the first death for FY here, who's been delivering really well in this game. Mid, we see a coil looking for a kill on the troll, and they might have it.
He's silenced, he's controlled, but he's got himself back out of there.
That was close. Very nice
Rocket
attempt.
flares? He's dodging the flares. He's dodging. Serpentine!
Serpentine. I mean, we see the impact from the Clockwork as well in that previous fight. When Sven popped ulti, he wanted to run after them, but he didn't see too much. But Clockwork just pops the Aghanims there, triple rocket. Suddenly you have a lot of vision to work with, and it just helps so much in these fights.
That's incredible. Now they get to press forward a little bit. Finally getting across the river and making a name for themselves in this Radiant Ancient spot. High ground ward up there again, and they'll try and play into it. As Low shows himself on the mid wave. Not too bothered until the rest of the cavalry arrive now for Heroic.
Oh, Mirana has to be careful. Dodges the hook shot just barely.
Who's stepping up?
Also, Troll is going for an interesting build in this game, going for Shroud. Aghanims and Shroud, not really the most like carry man-fight type build, but it's gonna give a lot of survivability against all the magic damage they have on the side of Heroic.
Yeah, probably feeling like, hey, I'll deal with the bat and the puck. Maybe find a different way to deal with Sven later on.
I mean, they have Razor, so the mentality is, you know, Razor takes care of Sven, and then Troll just needs to exist and be strong, not just disappear to a puck coil.
Schofield, he knew that they were lurking in that Moonlight Shadow. Tried a dust and a rocket flare. Azure Ray actually retreating back to their base. As Heroic, FY, he did get clipped there with a harpoon, but the toss back into the base. K1 in some serious trouble. FY again setting up a beautiful go there on the Sven.
Yeah, that is super nice, really good coordination there, and a little bit too aggressive again. The Sven just overstepping right outside the enemy base.
A defensive coil to try and get the rest of them out of here. Schofield with the cogs. Nice barrier.
Yeah,
to get him up to high ground.
Both Wisdom runes going for the way of Heroic at least, so at least while they lost their carry, they retreat and, you know, take whatever they can on the way out. But this does allow Azure Ray to get on the map 50 seconds without the Sven alive.
Yeah, and that was the Aegis of the Puck just now expiring as well, so that window of incredible strength that Heroic were trying to leverage into map position kind of comes to a close, and yeah, like you say, Azure Ray making sure that they're the ones doing the same thing now. Troll very adept at just getting onto an objective, getting up the further stacks, doing quite a bit of damage to that tier 2, but KJ
pretty early.
Different ideas. He TPs in aggressively, sprouts up low. In from the back though, watch Ori and Analog have a bit of a scrap in that jungle. Split Earth lands, Analog still fighting. I'm gonna give up on it for now though.
He missed the coil, oops.
I heard it, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, he put it on the tree. I couldn't see it too.
I was like, coil used, but no one was coiled, so I just didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, he misclicked a bit. Really nice flame break from Batrider though, pushing away the Razor onto the high ground there as they try to chase Nature's Prophet stay alive. He was trying to intentionally bait on Nature's Prophet by TPing in early, so hopefully they go on him and then they turn around with a big coil. But he was just a few seconds too early. Luckily, he got out with his life. So stays alive and they can start to look to make moves again.
I mean, no one died there, right? Even KJ got himself away.
Yep, everyone fine.
Oh, the rocket flares. Over the top of Ori and Tianming, but Moonlight Shadow giving that cover of Invis. So the slow on that is so annoying, man.
Yeah, he doesn't have the true sight talent. He probably won't take it as well this game. I suspect he's gonna go for the rocket flare damage talent. As you have the Aghanims, it's really nice. But yeah, this spam from Clockwork, it's obnoxious to play against. Very strong slow.
Moonlight Shadow comes to an end, so it's time to smoke properly. Heading down south. Roshan is at least 1 minute away. And it looks like they're going to go into the enemy Ancients here and maybe find Analog. Oh, FY. Just off the mark there, and Analog's going to get the coil, and the Rift does get Yules in the stun from the Lesh, though, into the waiting arms of Ori and Low. Puck, what have we got left? Analog with a blink. Does have just enough in the tank as K1 arrives onto the Troll Warlord. Now we see the mano a mano. Troll versus Sven, and Troll says, no,
here come
no,
rockets.
No, that's not what I want. Rocket flares will slow them down. The Troll, the hook shot
nice
in onto
stuns.
Ori. Schofield started off onto the Lesh. Half HP already. Barrett needs to get into the lasso, and the Troll's also being focused by the Sven. Cleaved down and killed by Analog. Yule's there from Ori, buys him a little bit of time, but Sven is overwhelming with the damage. KJ and Schofield in the meantime have slowed down Bark and are tracking behind that tier 2.
What a beautiful hook shot there by Clockwork. Getting onto the Leshrac and stunning the Troll on the way through, even though you still get stunned as the Clockwork passes if he's close enough. That was really perfectly done. And they get the kills. You see the Sven, he's been farming a lot for this, but in this moment he is very strong. The Warcry armor talent here, not the slow resistance. I guess there's not that many slows to resist in this game.
Oh, just killed off
Analog. Oops.
Hey, it looks like Analog went for a bit of a dive behind tier 2 mid, and the Jure, they were 3-man, ready and waiting with the tiny Razor and the Mirana. So now it looks like this push is being cut short. Heroic, we're in such a great position here. 10 seconds for Roche. They were killing off tier 3, but they've now given away 2 kills. And the potential move from Azure Raid to now get in front of them with Ori TPing onto Davai Lama.
He yules him.
Can catch him here.
Oh, he didn't
pushes him back. Oh, we're going to get there. Davai Lama's too quick. The Windlace difference.
Yeah, he didn't expect him to be there, and then he didn't have range for Yule Scepter anymore. By the time he realized that he can catch him, he already got pushed back too far. With the psychic headband.
Goodness gracious, mate. Raz is now Roshan, eh?
Yeah, just gonna start towards Roche, and all this on the back of Puck overcommitting on mid, so, you know, when something goes wrong like that, one player makes a mistake, then everything kind of falls apart quickly. A little bit too aggressive. What's happening to Roche? Is that animation?
He's being netted up and he's turning around, spinning on the spot. Yeah. Oh, Troll, you're spinning with axes. I want to have a bit of fun as well.
He's just dancing, man.
Yeah, I guess thinking back, you know, the kind of mentality there, Analog's thinking, hey, I can create space, I can push tier 2 mid, getting, it's not a super wild move, maybe expected move from Azure Ray to sit in base, defend tier 3, but they come out, defend tier 2, and all of a sudden that all falls apart.
I don't think he expected to die to just 2 supports. He overcommitted a bit under tower and got chain stunned up. You know, the Mirana and the Tiny have really been on point. Tiny is 7, 1, and 8. As I say that, he may be in trouble here.
Is that one going to turn to a 2? FY,
yes, Yules and Force Staff.
Yules and Blink. Oh, that harpoon from K1 has undone the Tiny, dead for a minute. With buyback available.
Unlucky.
It's all your fault.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing a really clean game here, though, even with that second death here. But this does give a little bit of a window. It is into Aegis, though, so I'm not sure if Heroic will think about high ground too much. Aegis on the Troll. Also curious about the loose next item. Looks like he wants a BKB, but feels like this build is very defensive on Troll. Not really going for any form of damage increase other than the Battle Fury and, I mean, a little bit the Aghanim Scepter.
This is like stay alive versus all this burst damage and...
I mean, I suppose if a Troll stays alive, then he wins a lot of man fights still. Even against a Sven with a ton of items. If Sven doesn't have BKB going, then he just misses anyway into the whirling axis. And Troll will eventually kill you with the net.
Ori found out by Analog and KJ. That was a 4-man move there from Heroic. Looks like Davai Lama was the initial one to get gone on. I got a bit distracted there just looking at Troll Warlord. I'm not going to lie. Just thinking about his items, what he's been up to. Yeah, because so this Aghanim Scepter dispel on the axes. What is there anything super cool he can dispel here?
I mean, it's mostly against Batrider, yeah. it's mostly Batrider, but also the Spirit Vessel doesn't really work aggressively here against him, and he can use it. I think you can still dispel. I'm not sure if you can dispel like Yule Scepter with it, but he can of course dispel the Ghost Scepter on Nature's Prophet, so that's always neat for him. It's a good item overall. Like, a lot of troll players will just buy Aghanim Scepter regardless of the game because it's a standard good item, lower cooldown, spammable for farming.
If it feels good, do it. And I guess at level 25 he'll have that strong dispel from Battle Trance as well.
Yeah.
Even more slipperiness. Alright, right now trying to spread the map pretty wide.
He also can dispel the he can still dispel the Warcry because he doesn't have Shard on Sven, but the moment he has Shard it's not dispellable.
There's so many little things like that where it's like, yeah, if you get Shard or the level 20 talent, suddenly, you know, Wind Ranger, you can't dispel Wind Run, haha.
Yeah, speaking of talents, Sven almost level 25. He's just one creep camp away here. Farm the Ancients and he's gonna be 25. As the smoke comes in mid. See if Clockwork tanks for his team.
Schofield.
Revealing it.
Jetpacks over the cliffs and far away. Look at that, KJ. Long lines drawn. Cut the map in half that way.
K1 has the stun duration talent now. See a go on Lash.
At Davai Llama lasso range onto Ori. Self-Yules and Troll pushes forward. Schofield's in with a hook shot there towards Bach, but in comes Sven. Destroys the Lashrak, harpoons onto the Moran, and nearly kills her immediately as well. KJ in the Ghost Scepter, Lou and Bach have both spent their BKBs and are trying to focus K1 Sven. He needs protection and Analog will offer, providing a little bit of cover. K1 to try and get to the high ground and run away, as Analog and Schofield, the two bullies in the backyard, battering into Bach, trying to kill the Razor and they get the job done. Now the Sprout, the Silence, killing off Troll. Lou is down. Age is gone. He's now
still chasing too?
in the middle of the ball as Davai Llama kills the Moran on the far left-hand side, and the final target in the meantime is K1 moving on to the Troll. Lou trapped in the Sprout, no way out, and Heroic with an incredible team fight.
Yeah, chasing in even deeper. Nature's probably looking for more. Doesn't really catch onto the Tiny here, but fantastic fight for them. They cannot push. No Sven ulti, so it's not insanely fast, but it does have AC, and their damage is still going to be really, really good here.
Oh, the catapults. No, not the catapults.
Oh, they're going.
And they've got this lane of racks, it looks like. No defense being offered, and we can see back the replay. K1 just charges straight through the enemy ranks. Then he does this little ring around the rosy, walk around the trees. Then Analog and Schofield, such good bodyguarding, really, of the Sven there.
It was good targeting as well by Sven. Oh, again going on Lash.
Onto Ori. They've got Coil and Lasso grabbing Ori. Sprout and the Snap killing off the Lash. Dead for 70. Heroic. Another huge kill. But what's next? Because they've got the Sven, Yules, and Cyclone. BKB from K1. Barks Razor straight into the Sprout. Gets himself out with a BKB and a run back. That Quelling Blade still in his inventory to help out.
Still pushing here as well. They have the ulti. Troll up in 10.
That's pretty wild, man. Going behind tier 4s. Are these tower hits gonna kill you?
Yeah. I mean, this is why they call him Davai Llama and not like sit back and chill Llama. He had to go, man.
Goodness me.
Also, I could have sworn didn't he spell his name with like 2 L's before? Like Llama?
I don't know.
Isn't a llama 2 L's? You're English.
Well, yes. So Llama the animal is 2 L's.
What other llama is there?
There is is it Buddhism?
Oh.
There's the Dalai Lama. That's it. So his name is a play on words.
That's like that, yeah.
So he spelled the llama the same as Dalai Lama.
Ah, right, yeah.
I had to do a quick Google there. I didn't want to say anything incorrect.
No, you're right, you're right. That's good. I'm testing you. You passed the test.
There we go.
I knew all this, of course.
A quick little Google there. But yeah, I think he's got multiple layers to.
That's true.
His name pun.
Well, he used to have a llama as his profile picture as well, right? So
yeah, good stuff.
I think that was when he had two L's. Now he's no longer an animal.
Now he's calm and chill with one with the universe. One with Dota so far has been a very good showing from this off-lane Batrider.
I mean, this game is really just blown apart here for Azure. They had pretty good control, but they cannot deal with Sven. He had great targeting as well on Sven, just realizing I can kill the Leshrac, thus I will kill him. Lesh only has 13 armor. His item build, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm missing that armor build. Leshrac really enjoys having something for armor. 13 is just not enough in this game.
Wasn't he building a Shivas at one point? I thought he had it queued up.
Yeah, I think he had it queued up, changed his mind, went for something else. And I feel like it would have been really strong because they do have the Assault Cuirass over on the Razor, which I also feel probably would have been a Shivas if they weren't building it on someone else. So I'm not sure what happened there. Priority items, I guess. I just feel Bloodstone is maybe not really worth completing early on Lesh anymore with the nerf to it.
Yeah.
Shadows take us.
Moonlight Shadow. Just keeping Azure Ray covered in their own base. I guess also allowing Tianming to push out an additional wave top. Oh, look at these pings though. Davo Llama just never stops. There's enemies over there. He can smell them.
Yeah,
Lou standing atop the staircase, and the rocket flares will give the vision.
He's telling him to send in his treants and rocket flares as well, of course. Looking for a grab, but it's very dangerous. Tiny is right behind it.
Yeah.
They have so many items right now on the side of Heroic. The Nature's Prophet is looking towards a Nullifier. Has the Mage Slayer, Hurricane Pike, and Ghost Scepter. Clockwork has a Vlad's Force, Axe, and Ghouls. This is a pretty hefty amount of item advantage they have on several heroes. Of course, the Sven is just enormous.
It's like no one's poor this game. There was a point though, like Tianming had a very fast Greaves off the Arcane's mech, and then just hasn't really had room. Everyone else has taken farm priority over this Mirana.
They kind of missed their timing to put the foot on the gas, you know, on the side of Asheray. I'm not really sure how it fell apart for them because the early game looked pretty solid and the supports were having a really good game, but they didn't really get anything from the Troll, I feel. Like if we just look at the game overall, the impact difference from Troll and Sven, I can't remember seeing anyone really run down and killed by Troll this game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's been a struggle. Like the majority of the fights really dictated by FY and Bach, this Tiny and Razor, and pulling their weight. Another Roche though. Heroic gonna get their hands on this one. Aegis, Refresher Shard, and the banner.
Amazing stuff. Refresher Shard for Puck as well. He has the Aghanim Scepter and Parasma, so the damage now, he's closing in level 25, get the Piercing Talent as well. Then those BKBs won't save you. Triple BKBs on the course on Asher Ray, so getting 25 will be huge here for Puck. He's gonna go for the Wisdom Rune to get it. Very close now. So once he has that, they will go for a fight.
Well, low. He's not been able to do too much this game.
Might as well leave.
I'm out here. No, he does have Basher now. You know, he's able to potentially stand and fight with the backup of his team, but it's got to be a delicate one to start the fight. You know, he can't do that from second zero. He's going to have a bit of back and forth first.
There's complications as well in it, right? Like you don't have mobility in this build on Troll, and you don't have absorbed damage. It's quite survivable, but even so, they just went on Ori every single time, and Ori took all the hate. So I think Heroic did a good job realizing with how Troll has built, they just ignore him and go on Lesh and kill him first and then win by numbers. So I don't know how much it's gameplay and how much it's itemization, the struggles that Asheray are having here. But between Ori having low survivability and no armor and Troll having all survivability, I feel like that's really given them a headache in the team fights.
Just watching back Davo Llama's death there. You know, they did start off with the good move onto Ori, killing that Lesh, getting the barracks in the mid lane. And what we're looking at now, a full set bottom, just a melee standing mid. And of course that full set up at top for them to take. And Heroic with plenty of map space. Dire Wave arriving in that bottom in the mid lane. So they can start to think and prep about just hardcore shoving top. It's kind of an ideal situation to be in as the Dire, right? Like you've taken bot and half of mid, so now you can just play into enemy Ancients.
It's a very comfortable spot when you have so much global as well. The rockets are great for just, you know, keeping the creeps into the enemy base. They're doing a lot of things. Actually, the banner here gets planted as a defensive banner on top lane by Radiant.
Oh, they had a banner as well.
Yeah, this is the old banner. Or is it the old banner? Yeah, it's old banner.
The Dire just got one. Didn't they? Am I crazy?
Did he give it away or something? I don't know, man.
Did they leave it in the pit? Well, David Llama has gone. Oh, hang on. What's the Lotus bounce back? Lasso hook shot in onto 2. Cogs the troll trapped low inside. Oh, on the run back as K1 comes in onto the Mirana, cleaves through Tian Ming. They've sprouted back. Razor stuck inside. Schofield going back onto him. Trying to find the troll now, though. K1 standing his ground.
Man fighting?
Man fight. Mirana 1v1. Lou is doing it. The battle trans coming, and the Sven is dropping lower, but he's got Aegis. Don't forget that second life available and the backup of his team. The Yules, the protection, and now the move back onto the Troll Warlord here. David Llama with Sven killing off the Lesh and aiming for Lu now with a stun, and a hit will take him down.
Dude, this troll, he just has 0 damage. He can't actually kill the Sven at all. He was laying into him. And that must have been like 40, maybe more auto attacks, and the Sven just said, okay, so what? I don't care. Look at his armor. He had 71 armor, I think, on Sven. Just doesn't care at all.
The clock with the Ags Rush. KJ with his Nature's Prophet plays. Really, like, it's every little thing was like a little bit cheeky, a little bit interesting from Heroic, but it all panned out into the greater plan of get K1 big, make the Sven huge, and of course he delivers towards the end.
He really did. The first few team fights were super important for him, though, because the game was looking a bit scary, but Sven had, you know, he delivered. He had his time to farm up, and when he had his items, he really came in and just destroyed the enemy core heroes. We didn't really see the same thing from Asher Ray. The troll just never really came to fruition, didn't do much this game. I do want to say that the supports on the side of Asher Ray played amazing, though, but there's only so much you can do when mid-game comes around and you're just a tiny Mirana combo.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like FY, Chanming, even Bach, those 3 felt like the core of the team, while Lu and Ori had very difficult times converting their farm into impact, really. Heroic, this. There's Batrider Clockwork. I mean, first couple of levels looked a little bit scuffed, but they got it going. Honestly, just thanks to KJ. KJ's rotations, the laning stage was really, really nice. The early Spirit Vessel helped out, and of course, that spectacular move, right?
Yeah,
the TP into the base.
Yeah, that was a real moment for sure. We see some more highlights here. The nice arrow on the puck here did get away, but there were just a lot of times where this Mirana was at the right place at the right time, I feel, in the early game. Early game is going to be Asher Ray, like, you know, doing really well in these fights, but later on, things kind of fell apart for them.
And that was one of those fights where Sven finally got involved, got a kill, and he got taken down himself.
It always feels bad killing Nature's Prophet, because you just know he never respawns and has to walk somewhere, you know? Every single time Nature's Prophet dies, he will TP out afterwards, so it's like a low value kill guaranteed.
Oh, he's going to TP on the opposite side of the map.
Oh, he has the troll fights.
Oh, yes.
Do we get to see this one where he just stands out? I'm counting your auto attacks, sir.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, they're definitely 40 plus there, just standing and hitting.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's 40 plus. That's like at least 35 to 40 auto attacks. He didn't kill him.
Probably got up to like 60 or something there. There's a hell of a lot.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that was sad for him.
Dragged around and killed off, but there we go. Game 1 into the hands of Heroic in this series. A best of 2, of course, so game 2 coming your way. We'll find out if Azure can tighten things up and come back. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to Heroic against Azure Ray, where we had a spectacular game one to start off this best of two series for Dream League Season 22. Heroic did take game one, and Waga, they did a lot of cheeky little things, but primarily they got Sven, K1, very farmed.
Yeah, they did. I mean, he was having a great time, and we saw a lot of GA enjoyers there, as the success of them in game one here in this series was quite extraordinary. I mean, they looked like they might have an even game coming up, and then they just completely ran away with the game ever since minute 20 or so. Like right when the Tormentor play happened, everything just backfired for them on the side of Azure Ray. They lost their footing. The entire map opened up for this global lineup to abuse with Nature's Prophet, with Clockwork, and even just a high mobility on their lineup as well, playing with that Batrider and Puck.
Sorry, I've just realised we've got Gareth and Waga Mama Cat.
We're GA enjoyers here as well, yeah.
Yeah, get you guys in chat. Yeah, absolutely. You could be a little bit biased from time to time as a treat, as a caster sometimes. Just keep it on the down low.
I'm biased towards the fun team to watch, all right? And I feel like Heroic, they played some fun Dota that game. It was very aggressive. It wasn't always, working out for them. They randomly had like Batrider going too deep or Puck dying somewhere, but that was on the back of their extraordinary aggression. So even though they got caught out, sometimes, most of the time it worked out, and ultimately, fortune favors the bold is really what happened in that game.
Yeah, really kind of towing that line between, insanity and genius, finding the line and kind of towing it as best they could until K1's ready to go. They talk until the cows come home about Heroic and their strengths and their draft and then their game. You had a few things to say, though, about Azure Ray in terms of where it went wrong down the line, right?
Yeah, ultimately I feel like for them it was greatly itemization issue. I think the moves were good. I think they were at the right place at the right time a lot with their heroes, but I didn't see the troll have impact. Their carry really didn't find his way into this game in a good way. And also, what happened in that game was exactly what I said can happen. The Razor to counter Sven, yeah, it's good in laning stage, but in the mid game, in the team fights, he doesn't care about static link. Link him for 10 seconds, Sven will still have a lot of damage to go with that God Strength. And he usually just blinks in, bursts someone, and then you start linking him. So that's kind of too late, the damage was done.
Yeah, I mean, Ori felt that full force several times as draft for game 2 is ready for our viewing pleasure. Heading into second game here between Azure Ray and Heroic. Schofield chilling, yeah. Just pick me clock again, guys. Don't worry about it. To get a little bit of a change up in the bans, though, we see that Nature's Prophet respected. Azure Ray don't want to be handling KJ and his craziness again. What's the difference here? So Chen, Timber, Viper, Ench. So it looks like we're leaving the Enchantress in.
Yeah, Ench not being removed, so Heroic have the option here if they want it, they can take it. They're gonna go with a Hoodwink though, a hero that's generally just a very safe bet in the current patch. Azure is still gonna go for that Tiny, I think that's a good idea. Don't change that up because Tiny, good against Hoodwink and also played really well last game. I mean, you can't fault FY for that game.
And a self-ban on the Batrider. What are your thoughts on this? Because I don't think Azure Ray have played a lot of Bat recently.
This is the classic, you win one game with something and then you ban it out. You know, it's done a lot of times in the past. I feel like maybe they just want to do a different combo on the offlane in general. If they want to play Hoodwink, then perhaps we're looking towards a melee offlaner instead. Usually melee offlane goes well with pause 4 Hoodwink. And in that case, you might not want to do the Batrider altogether. So just take it away. And also Bat is a hero who catches Hoodwink quite well.
Maybe we might see the appearance of Mars again. Maybe think about that Brooch Rapier build coming into play for game 2 here.
I wouldn't be against it. I think it's a nice combo. Could be a good hero for them to go into.
10 seconds remaining.
Might just as easily get banned out here though. Oh, Doom is still out there, huh? He's a hero that's like perma first phase banned, and if he's not banned, I often forget about him. But he's out there lurking.
He's still very strong. I think he kind of fell down a little bit with the recent nerf to the duration on level 1 ulti, but he's still definitely an option. Also, they relied very heavily on getting that Shivas online. But he's, you know, a potential for them. I think they would probably want to see some core hero first, though, before grabbing it up on either team. Like, a good solution to certain things, but he's not generally as OP as he was before.
Well, what are those considerations then for Azure Ray on this ban? They're taking a lot of time really going through the Rubik, huh? What does that tell you?
I mean, they're banning out some insta stop here, which can be good against the Tiny. And we'll see what they want to play as well then. Rubik feels like they might want to go for a more aggressive approach here on Azure Ray altogether. Since last game, they, you know, were basically not really taking over the game. Gonna open with the Tiny Pugna, so not saying too much, just kind of showing what should be 2 supports.
I mean, Pugna's always going to give you some pretty strong laning presence just through his harassment. And like you were saying in game 1, Tiny is that flexible hero. You can play it mid or pause 4, depending on what comes. I was looking at that Rubik thinking, you know, is it Puck, is it Enigma, what kind of heroes? But I guess you're right, it's just a blanket ban.
Yeah, it's just generally a pretty nice hero to have against Tiny, who always blinks in and tries to catch people. If you stand around with Rubik, you can quite often telekinesis and then turn the avalanche around on him instead. I see Heroic go for the Kunkka here. Hero that we've seen have quite good success. We've seen a lot of cheekiness with the X mark. Are we gonna see the Mars with the X mark combo that we saw yesterday?
Hell yeah.
Mars Hoodwink on the offlane, Kunkka mid, and then you can go for the Rapier build and pull him back with the Kunkka.
Yeah, just in and out, poke and prod. Well, it's not really a poke and prod, it's like a destroy.
Yeah, a little poke from Mars that just absolutely shatters every bone in the enemy's body.
Yeah. There's some potent prodding. But yeah, I guess Kunkka, a little flexible, mid or off lane. We'll see if they develop this draft with another support hero to keep things hidden, or if they do show some of their hand now Heroic.
Yeah, we'll see. They're against Pugna, so one thing to keep in mind is that you want to have heroes that can hit the ward. So yeah, they're going to grab up Gyrocopter, hero with good attack speed if you play it as support. They also are known for playing carry Gyrocopter. K1 does enjoy playing that. But Gyrocopter makes a lot of sense. You can hit the nether ward and still splash onto the other heroes with the flak cannon.
That's true. That can be a little scary playing into Tiny, but there's ways around that. Oh, DP Sven.
Okay, so they steal the draft basically with the Sven coming in for them instead. And with DP Pugna Sven, this could be a pretty good pushing lineup when they hit their timing.
I love this overlay. This is so useful for people like me with like 0 brain cells, no short-term memory. Like, what did they do last game? Oh, it's there on your screen.
Yeah, that's really neat. The stolen, I like it.
Yeah, that's the good one. Yeah,
that's cool. I haven't seen this one before. Some neat idea for a draft. Would be fun to see a draft. You could just have like stolen all over the screen. Both teams taking the opponent's draft.
Just run it back. You played it, we play it. You play it, you play it. Ooh. Gyro and Medusa on the same team. So I guess that does make the Gyro the POS 5 you were mentioning. Keeps the Kunkka flexible and gives K1 a heavy farmer to deal with this DP and Sven.
It should be. Or it's a Davai Lama going for some offlane Medusa, you know, with the control build. Could be. Davai Lama has played a lot of strange stuff in this day, so... but I would definitely expect this to be a carry Medusa. Medusa against Sven is a nice matchup, so it should be. But they still have that, you know, unexpected move to put her offlane. And Mana Boots alone on Medusa makes her really hard to kill. The amount of survivability she gets from that is crazy.
So what's the control build on this Medusa, if it does end up being offlane?
It's based around like getting Mana Boots early and then building towards pretty early Aghanim Scepter. And then from there, you can go into a phylactery build if you want. And you don't have to go full control. You can have just casual Mana Boots into Aghanims and then go back for like a Manta style and scale at some degree with like Hurricane Pike and stuff. But we'll see if he goes for that or if it's just going to be a carry.
Yeah, it could be a cool little switcheroo towards the end of the draft. A couple more bans to come though still. Puck, one of them removed. And in this kind of scenario, you know, we've talked about it for the past couple of days, just yesterday and today. It often feels like group stages. Like
so many days, weeks
so
now,
many days. Just been going on casting Dota for years on end. Yeah, you know, looking at to ban out one of the mid laners, maybe ban out Brewmaster and offlaner, just to make sure that getting rid of some of these irritating heroes that could fit into multiple roles.
Almost a bit surprised about the Brewmaster ban when Sven feels like one of the heroes who can actually cleave through the pandas very fast. But you would have to commit usually BKB to do it, or you get just lifted. So makes sense. Don't want to play into that. More control. We'll see. I respect the Puck ban though. That is an annoying hero. If you don't want to deal with it, don't have the best disables, then you're better off just putting a ban onto it.
Oh man, DK is still out. Like we've got Doom and DK, both heroes left in the pool until the bitter end. One of those kind of unusual drafts where both teams are dodging them. They've got their own ideas, thinking about their own plans. Screw the meta somewhat.
Could be amazing here for Heroic, honestly. Against the DP and Pugna, you could prevent so much of the healing. And even Sven relies heavily on his lifesteal. So it could be a hero that they pick and just put the Kunkka towards mid, carry the Medusa. It's an option for them. Over on the side of Asheray, though, I wouldn't like it as much because Medusa, she's probably the carry who eats Doom the best. You know, it's like, okay, you do Medusa, she keeps auto-attacking. It doesn't really change that much. You can maybe stop her from casting her ulti, but it's not that impactful.
She's just going to stand there anyway. Like, who cares?
Especially now that she can use Manta Style during it anyways. You know, can pop items.
Yeah, that's true. Storm Spirit's out. So they're covering as well in case this is a DP3 for Bach. Still flexible between him and Ori. And they go for the Pangolier, another one of those heroes that was left in till the end as a popular pick.
Yeah.
So mid Pango
should be Kunkka offlane then, right? I suspect.
Yeah. I guess they can wait and see who comes out last here. But Kunkka and Pango both kind of get counted by the same heroes. And if they get cheesed, they're getting cheesed no matter what.
Yeah, pretty similar. I would say Pango is a bit more dependent on his mana, so getting those bottle refills feels a bit more important to him, whereas Kunkka can play with very minimum mana refills on the side lane. We'll see what Asheray feel like is going to be the counter in this game.
So Hoodwink, Kunkka, Gyro, is it Gyro Deucer lane?
Yeah, actually, I think I would put the Gyro. Yeah, probably would do so, I guess. Hoodwink and Gyro, they're pretty interchangeable here.
Yeah. I'll see what happens there. And Pango in the mid lane. And then what?
You can send DP against Pango mid. It's not a bad matchup at all. The question is which they want more. Do they want a new offlaner here that they feel is going to solve things, or is it going to be some mid hero with high impact?
Yeah, it's like, did we want DP Tiny to begin with? Have we picked these heroes to go together? Looks like the answer was yes, as Ori will get the Lina in that mid lane. How challenging is that for a Pango mid?
That is a pretty rough one. Oh wow, that DP set is so beautiful. That's a really nice one. Yeah, I think mid lane for Pango is pretty rough into Lina. Lina is a lane dominator and also brings a lot of combo potential here into the Tiny, into the Sven. So I like that part of Asheray's draft. And the offlane DP, I think it's underestimated by a lot of people. You get some tankiness, get, maybe some Wraith Bands as well for physical survivability. This hero can be really oppressive.
That's super, super annoying, especially when you got like tossed back into creep waves and then you're being spammed out by siphons and swarms. Now, Heroic did take quite a while there. A bit of a conversation between Davai Lama and Analog regarding which hero was going where. In the end, they do end up with Pango mid and Kunkka in that offlane spot, which feels a little more natural, like you were saying, that mana reliance means Analog wants the bottle refills with the water runes and all that.
Yeah, it's also about who they want to, go up against that Sven. So it makes a little bit more sense, I think, to have the Kunkka on there, because he can actually dish out quite a bit of damage with the Tidebringer. With Pango, like you said, it's the mana requirement. You can damage the Sven for a while, but eventually you're going to need those bottle refills on the Pango.
Are you leaning one way or the other here in game 2?
I think... Heroic's draft looks really easy to execute, to be honest, in team fights. I like what they have, the Kunkka combo, the Medusa ulti. It's a lot of control that's very hard to play around. But on the other hand, I think if Asheray supports play like they did in the first game, then their cores have it easier this time. You just saw Sven was successful. Lou is like, okay, I can also do that. Let me try a hand at that. I'm a little bit concerned about the Ori Lina, see how well he's going to survive in these fights, because there are some scary things.
Yeah, there's a bit of jump, bit of kind of catch from fog with Kunkka, the Axe Mark, and of course Hoodwink always lurking in the trees, and be a bit of a challenge for squishy glass cannon heroes like this Lina. We'll see how Ori does those. We get ourselves into game 2. Azure all smoked up, while Heroic, again, not going for these early smokes, just wandering out naturally into their lanes.
Yeah,
set themselves up, all 5 men together.
They are gonna get spotted here on this ward then, with Medusa showing on the top rune. So we'll see if they want to do anything on the side of Asheray. They do have Pugna all the way bottom, blocking the big camp though.
Do you feel like heroes like Sven and Medusa force the hand a little bit in terms of how the tempo plays out in a game? I think about item timings, how they're farming, when they're farming.
I think it comes down to comparison between the enemy team and your team, how it forces it. I think this game, if you are Radiant, you want to play higher tempo, you want to do things. Because sure, you're strong late game, but that Medusa is going to become very hard to deal with eventually here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering, is like how fast does this DP Tiny in particular have to play, pressuring tier 1s, diving towers, looking for kills, to give that bit of leeway for the Sven until he's ready. And maybe a bit more calm and patient, a lot of time on the side of Heroic just to get to their item timings, get to their position of power.
Some curious parallel warding by the two teams. You see these wards?
Yeah.
the Dire actually put a ward on their own high ground there on the bounty rune to see if someone comes up around them, which is a little bit surprising to me, because it's not the most useful in the mid game, this ward, or mid laning stage, I should say.
Does it see the rune at nighttime?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I was thinking, if that mid lane ward gets dewarded, they will always have vision on a rune.
Or that one. Oh, yeah, I thought you meant the bounty rune. No, the power rune they do not see with this one.
Okay. Yeah, interesting then. Let's see if it catches a glimpse of someone rotating or roaming and what happens there. The lanes They've all kicked off with the creeps clashing. Down at bottom, just trading blows. Tianming trying to make that 1v1 with the Hoodwink happen, while the Kunkka and Sven much more focused on last hitting, getting their creeps up.
Oh, Korea goes down.
Yeah, already. That's a bit of bonus gold. And what about Schofield? Is he baiting with his little donkey there?
Good stun there by Luke, dealing a bit of damage.
Pummels the Kunkka a fair amount. Start burning through your regen. He's got a llama courier, you know?
Of course he does.
Of course he does.
It's the kawaii llama. And he spelled llama with one L here, so so he is the llama.
The llama. And the bottom lane. We'll look away up to top. KJ and FY having a bit of a battle in the forest. Looks like they've dragged this wave back, so Bach can get a bit of last hitting going on in safety under his tier 1.
KJ gets a pull though on the big camp, which was not blocked. FY going into or to stop the pull, but that's a lot of HP lost. He may not have died, but that's very costly. And now, of course, he has to tank up, but it just, still hurts.
And the pull still kind of happens. And KJ can keep pressing forward onto FY, cutting that lane in half, making things awkward for Bach to stick around.
Tanking a full duration rocket barrage is so painful nowadays with the buff to it. It's 240 damage on level 1, I think. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was like 60% of Tiny's HP just on its own. Add in the right clicks. It was close there. Pango 10 and 1. Ori Lena catching up there 10 and 2. The waves, in a weird and wonky spot just because of Pango grabbing water runes and moving around. We'll get clipped by the stun there.
Overall, Lena doing what he can, just non-stop harassing. But Pango has that, survivability from the shield crash as well. And so far playing the lane quite well. Analog maybe performing a little bit better so far. Just hero matchup wise.
Oh, crack level 4. I think about these bounty runes which have just spawned up. Lotus pool being utilized there by KJ, just handing it over to K1. One of the best little things there from the POS 5, just to keep your carry topped up. Keep ferrying and handing them regen, no matter where it comes from.
Oh, Tiny tossed back the gyrocopter, trying to deal some damage to him.
Yeah, good avalanche and some damage from Bach with these spirit siphons. KJ drops low. That swarm, but into the stick, or the fairy fire, gives them that little burst of regen to stay alive.
Not quite enough, but that gives, more time for K1 as well to just be farming and be happy on this Medusa. So all the attention over to a gyrocopter here, not that bad for them on this lane. And looks like he can get the pull as well. That's a nice split pull here, only pulling 2, so those creeps are denied.
Yeah, very nice. And that can be one of these camps that, I guess now the kobolds are buffed, it doesn't hurt as much. But this was not as bad as the kobold family, but not one of the best camps you can get. There's a toss back there from FY. Catching K1, dropping him down to about half mana, forced him to use a pretty full stick there as well. KJ will try and bodyguard him in the meantime.
Yeah, he's working on the mana boots on Medusa. Once he has that, the kill potential on Medusa is basically gone on this lane. It's really hard. And the nice thing is, Medusa going mana boots means that the gyrocopter is going to have a lot of mana to spam. It's kind of weird. Normally you don't get mana from your carry, but Medusa is very unique as a carry.
Actually, absolutely is. And carry buying arcane boots. What's going on? You can't even disassemble it.
It's just a value item. It gives way too much mana right now. Like, it feels amazing.
Man, Ori taking a beating from Analog in this mid lane now in terms of where he's sat regen-wise.
Yeah, dangerous with Schofield kind of lurking about here, ready to perhaps dive in on the tower.
It's been pinged out by the Sven, so I think Ori knows this is coming. But in comes Schofield, no matter you know it or not, dropping low and killed by the Swash. Pango gets the first blood. All the experience and all the gold for him.
Yeah, that is such a nice setup there by the Hoodwink. Now gonna run away as well. Pug not TP'd mid, but not gonna be able to do anything as well. So really clean for them.
I mean, Tianming's trying to chase the Hoodwink all the way back to lane. Schofield just scurrying back. Seems pretty happy with the development there.
And top lane, we start seeing a little bit of a harder time now, perhaps soon, for the DP and Tiny, as going on Medusa almost isn't an option anymore. He has 600 mana, 3 points in the mana shield. Very survivable.
Like, even this gyrocopter, right, with brown boots, double branch, naturally having 7 armor, you're just not being punished at all. Like, okay, they can magic burst you down to maybe 20, 15% HP. After that, you're good.
Medusa wins the click war against the DP.
Backups coming in from behind the Tianming, and FY wrapping around on this Dusa, but
he is so fine.
You said it, that window, that door has shut, and now Schofield is trying to open a different one onto Bach with the bushwhack, a roll from Analog, swinging him into this fight as well,
full mana,
towards FY. Yeah, K1 just hasn't been touched. Doesn't give a damn about your aggression and your moves into this top lane. FY is going to toss him around, but the kill comes. Maybe an overreaction from Heroic, but making sure that they get the kill and they defend their Medusa works out in the end.
I think this just proves exactly the point that I was talking about. You used so much there. Toss back, you had a rotation, 3-on-1. It was a lot of damage being done, but the amount of damage you need to kill the Medusa right now is absolutely absurd. The mana alone to go through it would be like 1900 damage worth. And then you have the HP as well after that, which sure goes down faster, but it's just not happening.
And then, okay, Ori just throws Laguna Blade into this Pango, but he's got a lot of tankiness behind him with that shield rune, a shield crash, the toss back from FY sends Schofield back. So Ori is going to be okay.
Nice little engagement. I mean, all the time Ori is taking so much damage from this swashbuckle. His CS is looking good on Ori, so even though he died that one time, first blood, he's still farming pretty fast and looks like he's building straight towards a Gleipnir. Gonna be the rushed item for him.
There's some form of control against this Pango and Hoodwink causing him so many issues.
Pango gets a bottle refill by his friend there. KJ can just leave Medusa alone right now. She doesn't really need help to stay safe, so I like the choice to leave that lane, go mid, get a D-ward, and play around other heroes. Maybe even activate the Kunkka soon.
With Heroic, they're setting up these Bermuda triangles of vision and wards. In the previous game, it was top lane to defend their Sven. Now it's mid lane. 3 observers, one in the Ancients, one to the right side of the lane, and one in the actual mid lane proper, as they kill Tianming over a regen rune scuffle. Now they've seen FY, they've D-warded mid as well. A lot of emphasis now coming into shutting down Ori. It feels like that's the best practice here from Heroic. Don't care anything else, just shut down Ori, kill this Lina. They see her every step of the way. Just farming away in that bottom jungle now, making sure that this map gets pretty constricted for Azure Ray. And even loose Sven, 4,000 net worth, he's starting to ramp up now. As the Morbid Mask, nearly Mask of Madness. That's going to be his...
Yeah, Sven is getting really big. I like this trap they're setting up mid right now. Smoke around though. AR, they know it's dangerous. They're trying to stay far back.
Dalai Lama sees the Lina. Prime target with the X-Boat. Easy setup for the kill on the mid laner. FY also getting trapped in the trees. Bach is here with the Ghost though. Exorcism with an avalanche onto KJ. Dropping Gyro low, but I think he'll be glad to die there for the 2 kills they've got. Can they get Schofield out though? With Tianming and Bach giving chase. Schofield very close to death and a double kill for the DP. Good reaction from Azure Ray. But now Bach might be in a little bit of trouble. Half duration still on Exo. Analog and Dalai Lama went in aggressively. Maybe turn that around. I've said Bach's in trouble, but maybe not. It's the other way. As Analog forced to swash to safety. X-Mark will drag the DP back under tower as K1, the Medusa, pre-10 minutes.
Oh, he's gonna heal soon.
He's
gotta kill him fast.
Heals? No, the DP dies. The tip from Dalai Lama as Bach dived too far.
And that was good punishment there. Baited him by Analog going in, looking like he overcommitted. The DP is like, sure, I can kill you, and then goes down instead. So not working out there for the DP, and things just falling apart for AR already as well. This is very early on, and they lost 3 heroes to that fight.
And they spent Exo. Like, yes, you've spent Exo and you've got some kills, you've tried to defend that mid lane, but I don't know, every time you use that DP ulti and you're not pressing buttons and killing top tier 1 or getting into jungle, finding a massive core kill feels a little bit wasted.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to get more out of the exorcism from DP there. You want to get something, towers, kills, you know, win a significant fight. But this is just giving more time. The bright side of things, I guess, is that Sven is farming pretty well for them. So Lou, he's getting his item progression. As we saw last game, the Sven wants to just sit back and chill, build up his item advantage, and then come in and have impact. But they have to survive on their own until then.
Yeah, and the big difference here is Heroic are already prepping for the Ancients take. They've got wards over there. They haven't blocked the camp. So it seems like an indication that Heroic want to go and steal or at least fight around the Ancients rather than just blocking it from the Sven. Let's see what they're up to.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Trying to do damage to Dusa again, just runs away.
has been killed.
Yeah. Does get the courier though at least.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, Bach going for that Witchblade. Try and add another layer of damage and stuff to the DP.
Oh my god, the Pango almost destroys the Lina immediately. The Diderun.
Well, yeah, Ori disappears. Ancient stack spotted.
Oh boy, 0, 3, and 0, and this big stack is gonna get stolen here. They don't have Sven TPing, so he's not going to secure it. This is just gonna go the way Pango, I guess. FY is going up.
I mean, FY, wrong neck of the woods, I think.
He wants to die with his Golem brothers. That's it.
Yes. Like a rolling stone.
Rolling in like a little meal. Walking meal.
So what was that? 2 kills, triple Ancient stack. Aggressive move into enemy Ancients, full control of this mid lane now. And Azure Ray, it feels like they're nodding off, having a bit of a nap, waiting for Sven to be ready.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you can't afford to have this bad of a start on Alina as well. This hero is supposed to dominate early on. You really want to get going with this this laning stage advantage. It's akin to what we saw on the Viper recently, but I don't know. This is just very worrisome for them.
Pretty soon you're looking at a Dusa Manta style. Davat Lama being gone on bottom. Combo from Tiny and Luz move forward with the God Strength gets the kill. Boat will crash down onto the Sven though now, and Schofield's arrival. Oh, good tree cut by Lu, predicting the bushwhack. But they've still got Sharpshooter and some damage from the cooldown. Backs come in with a DP Exo, wanting to turn the tides of this battle. But again, as Exo used, they need
very
kills,
early,
they need
though.
towers, they need something.
Yeah, can siege a tower with blasts and Exo. Not overcommit here.
They're always going to be careful. And look at Tianming. Gets away from the Acorn shot. And that bushwhack could have
Barely
been
off the
dead
mark.
there. That's, yeah, Exo used. Okay, you protect the Sven and Lu can go back to farming, but I mean, Bach has got to feel pretty sad about the turn of events here, using Exo twice in a reactive defensive move rather than him stepping forward on, top tier 1. Is he still there? 1400 HP?
Yeah, this is really rough not getting any buildings down with the exorcisms. Feels really bad. I mean, did you get the mid tower earlier? But everyone on the side of Heroic getting so strong right now. The Pango is working on his Aghanim Scepter. Aghanim is coming close for the Kunkka as well. 1200 gold away at this point. So closing in a bit. And Medusa has the full Manta style and 800 gold.
Yeah, that's Kunkka on top of double bracer, phase boots, and wand as well, right? He's incredibly tanky.
Yeah, very durable build up on him.
I saw how long he lasted, even against, what, Tiny Sven and the Pugner. Because they had the Decrep Tiny combo and then Sven hitting him several times.
Yeah, that was a lot of resources used to bring him down. And I think Sven, he has a lot of pressure to come online early this game. Because of the, late game, the Medusa is going to be really rough for him to kill. So Sven, I don't think he should go for the same build that we saw last game, where the BKB and Assault Cuirass was the build for Hector. I think he needs to go for an earlier Blink Dagger.
Okay. Just get on top of someone, blow them up, get involved in these earlier scrappy fights.
Yeah. Like, if you get the Pango, then the fight can be quite easy, I think. Even jumping the squishy support can be a play.
Where's my pension?
I guess you need some wiggle room for this Lina now. Ori 030. Maelstrom is done, so a bit of catch-up mechanism available to him. Lina's the one sat in the Ancients farming that triangle, while Sven is still down in that bottom jungle under 2 Dar Observer wards.
I mean, she's farming on the triangle, but that's also her grave, that's where she died last time. And there is a smoke coming towards her. Fortunately, looks like she's going to be in time to get out of there. They have their eyes on top, though. This could be dangerous. He's moving into them.
Oh, Ori, where are you going?
Scary looking. They saw him.
Ori. He just wants to push top and help out back. Caught out with a bushwhack. Ori taken down, and now Analog's coming in hot. Hey, back at FY, slowed down with the diffuser blade. The exorcism used here. Are they trying to fight around this DP now? Sven is TP'd in. Lou looking to play aggressive onto the hoodwink. Pops the god strength, but a great torrent. Davai Lama holds them back, and once again, Bak has used this exorcism. Maybe finally we'll get some tower damage going, though.
Yeah, they're trying with this exo.
FY, toss, avalanche, looking at Analog, just like you said, the Sven has found the target. A nice juicy one there to kill off the Pango, and his streak is grabbed.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, or a lot of gold. They're chasing Schofield, probably not gonna get him though.
Now FY get beaten down by K1.
He got too close, and the Diffu Medusa is here.
Tianming dodges the torrent, but they've got so much just grab, catch, control. Nice decrypt TP, but the damage and that little bit from the homing missile comes just in time. Oh, they got another
nice,
one.
good play.
There's your dominoes toppling one after the other. This fight is extended so long. Okay, Bak does get himself away. Faith Beyond thankful that Heroic don't have anything left in the tank there.
Yeah, finally gonna get out. I like that he held his X mark on the TP out there from the Pugna. He didn't use it, instead looked for more, tried to get another kill. And they didn't have enough for it, but you know, the mentality of not having to use too many abilities on one target. Good discipline there. There was the start to the fight. Ori just dead before he could do too much. Can't even drop his ulti before dying.
FY kind of going in, looking for targets, does find the Pango, which was the prime guy to grab there for the Sven, just to wander in and find a swipe on him. I do get that tier 1. It's a bit of pressure onto Heroic, forcing K1 out of his cave. Stops farming to come and join for a little bit. Now Heroic gathering their forces mid. FY tanked by the torrent. X mark into cooldown. Ori with a good light strike array, but the rocket barrage was already coming. So an objective for Heroic in that mid lane.
Yeah, this is so nice. The amount of space for this Medusa as well. He's had such a free time on K1. Really doesn't have to join for much at all. Just swooped in earlier for a little bit of diffu and quick kill there on the Tiny. But most of the time, it's just 4 heroes protecting one by going and being aggressive somewhere else. The 4 protect 1 doesn't have to be sitting around the Medusa. It's just play anywhere you want in the face of Azure Ray. And that shields her.
Create the bunker of bodies in front of the Medusa's farming spot.
Okay, so they have something now on Azure. They have the Gleipnir completed on Lina. It's a big power spike because now he can actually set up his own stun. He missed it though. Clicked it but didn't get the hoodwink.
It scurries too quickly. Avalanche is there from FY. Ooh, wanted the toss back, but now KJ turns with Analog's Rolling Thunder. FY dying to the Deucer. K1 gets the kill. Now Tianming, the next one on the menu for them. Decrep. Buys a little bit of time, but your death is inevitable.
Kunkka's hunting.
Oh, you're right. Davai Lama's in the back. X Mark is there on the low. They've got a good bushback on the Lina. Davai Lama does get caught by the Gleipnir. The boat crashes onto Ori, but the rest of Heroic not on the same page as the Kunkka going so deep.
That was a good combo there. The chain stun allowed him to do so much damage before the roam came out. So Lina stun following up the Sven stun there really allowed them to bring down this otherwise really tanky Kunkka. Once he has his halberd, maybe he would have survived the play like that. But as for now, that was a good catch on him there.
It feels like in
something to Azure Ray.
Yeah, got a little bit. It feels
he
like
is queuing up the blink now on the Sven, so he realizes, like, you know, Assault Cuirass too far away. We need tempo right now.
Yeah, gotta go for something. Right here, right now. FY. Also feeling the same. Drums popped, blink used, catch on Schofield, and Hoodwink's gone. Meanwhile, up further north, Bak has been found here. K1 and Analog pairing up. Take him down. I was going to say something that it feels Azure Ray have struggled with like significantly in this series is the warding from Heroic. How many of these Observer wards have we seen in like interesting, unusual places that last the full duration?
It's really nice. I mean, it's KJ on the money with these wards mainly. His Nature's Prophet wards were really hard to find, which is, you know, fair. You play Nature's Prophet, so usually pretty hard to deward those. But even in this game, he's going pretty deep, and you know, that sneaky ward on the right, it doesn't give nearly as much vision as the high ground ward that you could have on the Ancients there. But it does give vision that's less likely to be dewarded. A lot of people put a sentry and don't actually ward the high ground themselves. Then you might easily miss this one.
Yeah, you'll never find it. Oh, Wisdom Rune for Schofield. Another one's going to spawn in 30 seconds, right?
Yep.
Go
about
back.
to spawn.
Go back and get the next one, buddy.
Yeah, maybe you should have held that Wisdom Rune. That it ferment. You took it too early.
Yeah, get the double, right?
Yep.
Double boost.
Yeah, gets way more value. I mean, this one was 560. How much is the 21 minutes? It's like 800 something, right? I think.
We'll find out in a second.
0. If you put it in a bottle, it's 0.
840.
840. Yeah. Missing 300 exp. Oh, yeah.
Unlucky.
600 times 2.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, two heroes get it. So what's the cause of this lull? If we're thinking that Azure Ray want to be stepping with a foot down on the pedal, getting fast.
I think what's happening right now, the lull is because Heroic actually backed up a bit. They have been on the money with the gas, like just going in, playing super aggressive. But now Sven has Blink Dagger. Maybe they respect it a little bit, so they're backing up. They look like they might want to smoke out though, together with the Pango if they shove mid creep wave. I think we're gonna see a smoke pop here. But yeah, a little bit of a drop in tempo there was them just, you know, going back, taking Wisdom, not playing overly aggressive.
And then Azure Ray trying to fill that bit of power vacuum. Spread pretty wide across the map. 2 bot, 2 mid, buddy system in effect. And Low, the only one kind of out on the map, far to the north. Let's leave them a little a little exposed to this kind of move from Heroic.
Looking for the Lina. Lina's still farming the area.
That's why they want to show on the lane, but
she goes left. They have a watcher there. They will see her.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's in vision.
That's a Radiant watcher.
Tiny instead. Or do they?
Torrent?
Ah,
Ooh,
close.
the X-Mark. Yeah, got him. Gets caught out.
Torrent for vision in Fog of War is so useful. Has that Torrent Storm available as well on the Kunkka, so maybe they want to go for an objective here. Could go Roche. Looks like that's the priority for Medusa. Interestingly, Medusa went for the Eye of Skadi instead of going Butterfly or Disperser before it, so prioritizing getting a little bit of extra survivability and also that slow, of course. And there's a lot of healing to mitigate, so item makes sense here against DP and Pugna, I feel.
Yeah, I guess you're seeing this buff DP as he's quite a bit of a threat. Very tanky, has BKB. Love to stop the Spirit Siphon heals and stuff like that.
It does not pierce BKB anymore, though, the Eye of Skadi, so the BKB on Death Prophet can keep her, you know, strong and healing and not being slowed up by the Medusa, at least. It's very weird to me. It used to be like the item to slow someone when they have BKB, and now it's like, nah, it doesn't work.
Can't do it. Not possible. Is that a Parasma coming from Bach as well? He's got it queued up. It's an expensive item, though.
That's a curious item. I feel like that's not the item for him next here. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of other things he could use more than increasing his damage and getting the Parasma. Speaking of BKB piercing, though, Parasma does pierce BKB, so that's always something. But there's no BKB on the side of Heroic, so it's not super relevant.
Yeah, like why does DP not feel like, you know, a Shiva's Guard or a Yule Scepter, a Heart, Kaya Sands? Like, it feels like there's a lot of tanky items, in my head at least, that would improve her stayability in fights.
I like Kaya Sands here. It's, you know, I feel like the Parasma is too much money for too little effect for her on this position right now. And I don't know, even just like a Yule Scepter or something to have a bit more mobility and a counter to the X-Mark combo or the Torrent Storm going out. I feel like there's other stuff that could be better for her.
Maybe there's something that Faith Beyond knows that we don't. Like the projectile speed increase from Parasma increases the speed of the ghosts of Exorcism.
Yeah, I don't think it does that. We would see those bats flying around super fast.
Someone would have figured it out. He's being chased here and hunted.
Uh-oh.
That Torrent was close,
no.
but the vision is given. Tidal Wave to push back across into the bushwhack, and the rest of Heroic are starting to swarm down here. Azure Ray, I'm not even going to respond to this. Just leave the DP to see what she can get. Maybe a kill on Schofield on the way out. Scurries into the tree line. Another X-Mark into Torrent with that Sharpshooter. Should signal the end of back, but actually he's going to BKB and chase Schofield. He really wants to kill the pesky squirrel.
He's just buying time. He's like, I want to stay alive as long as I can. That's possible, though. He used all his Spirit Siphons as well. Meanwhile,
KJ. They finally caught him warding. They finally found him red-handed, placing observer wards.
Using a little kobold here to scout, running around, keeping an eye on things. Dalai Lama not gonna catch anyone.
It's in fact FY looking for a jump, it looks like. Hiding in the shadows. Dalai Lama now has analog behind him. A lot of pings there. Radiant have vision. That observer ward covers across the Pango and the Kunkka as the X mark. That big jump in from low and FY. Counting Dalai Lama and blowing up the Pango. Kunkka going to drop here as well for the Stormhammer and swipes out of Sven.
Big impact there. Nice catch again by FY, scouting aggressively, finding the X mark and then going on it, and a follow-up as well. We get to see it here. Beautiful there. Just all the stuns being followed by one another. There's Sven, Lina, and Tiny, of course, synergizing really hard there. Nice double kill.
There's a lot of scribbling there. Dalai Lama's like they've got vision somewhere over here. I don't know how they saw us or what happened, but there's an observer ward lurking.
Ah, that was a really good little Radiant ward. Spotted them, unfortunately, right where they were X marking from.
Yeah, it was perfect. Really on the spot.
Medusa still has 130 on this Aegis, by the way. Would love to see her go for more objectives here before it times out.
Yeah, it's been a good bit of wind in the sails of Azure. Getting a couple of kills, like moving across the map, getting Sven involved. But yeah, Medusa is still top of the net worth there. 20k on her. Moves into that tier 2 mid lane.
Even if Sven gets close to net worth, it's just so hard to fight into a stone gaze for him. It never really becomes easy. And of course, he has to deal with the evasion as well. He went Daedalus, not MKB, so he won't be able to pierce that as easily.
What's that Defiant Shell on the Medusa now? And even tankier. And you get that little counter attack.
Yeah, at least the armor isn't really relevant for Medusa. The armor doesn't do anything for the mana shield. The mana shield goes before it.
Oh, right, it's all pre-reductions, huh?
Yeah, so actually it's not a very great item. She probably had pretty bad options then, if he took this one. No Elven Tunic, that would have been S tier for him.
Oh, yeah. But you just put the Orb of Destruction back in. You're pushing towers, you're hitting buildings.
Yeah,
well,
you do. Shuffle it.
Azure also pressing onto high ground. Schofield's been forced to come back and defend. Top
Luke
lane
doesn't have ulti anymore, but he did do a lot of damage.
Both teams are sticking around near the opposing high ground. Radiant scan doesn't connect on anybody.
I think Azure have a stronger push here, though.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're tentative, though. They're thinking about it. That tier 3 is very nearly dead, and Pugner just chipping away at it with a blast, and now a toss back. Schofield, 4 staff, back up to high ground. Safety for him. Reaction from Heroic coming back into this bottom lane. They lost the tier 3 already, though, and they've not done a significant amount of damage top. Tiny is going to get clipped here with a Skadi slow. Yule Scepter, FY, still going to get hounded by Heroic.
That's still very fine for Azure. They forced the TPs defensively, and they got that tier 3 tower, like you said, so don't have to worry about the glyph reset if they come pushing next time. And of course, it's just an open door. I think Lina could have committed there for the Hoodwink kill, but he was sitting back a lot when Tiny went on the Hoodwink. Probably didn't expect Hoodwink to be completely by himself there in his base.
It's like, can you blame Ori? The way this game has gone.
Yeah, really. He's a bit traumatized from the laning stage still. You can see it. You get the shakes a little bit when you get ganked out hard.
Because you start like applying rules to yourself. Like if I don't see this hero, I do not go. If I don't know where the Pango or the Kunkka is, I'm staying back. Okay, well, onto bottom tier 2 now. Heroic shifting into this bottom lane, so they're protecting that open lane of barracks through aggression. TPs are arriving from Azure though. Start off with a stun and a blast onto the Deucer. Focusing onto K1 here, but the Rolling Thunder's in. The Manta's popped in Ori. BKB to run it back. Analog still chasing FY to the southern side of the fight. Yule Scepter buys him a little bit of time. K1 being chased by Bak now on the right-hand side. It's all over the place.
Medusa's low.
Avalanching this Pango. Medusa dropping low. Bak giving chase. The DP pressing forward at KJ body blocks and guards her. Now a light strike around the left side as the Kunkka's caught. Tidal Wave shoves them across to the right side, and Lu finally gets involved with the God Strength damage to kill Dalai Lama. 2 kills in that fight. Everyone spent everything.
Ultimately,
wild stuff.
Yeah, ultimately, I will say that fight was really risky for Azure. Full in committing to the Medusa there. The Lina going hard and then blinking in, committing everything to burning down the Medusa. Could have backfired way more than it did. But in the end, they do get a pretty good trade. They get the core for a support, so they could be pretty happy with this. But bursting a Medusa is a risky maneuver, and ultimately he did survive, makes his way back to base, still hasn't died a single time this game. K1 looking stellar in the series overall. I mean, he had a fantastic previous game too.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. Like really bringing back the old days of 4 protect K1. Make sure he gets all the farm on the map.
Yeah.
Getting big.
He's building towards a BKB as well because there's so many disables and things on Radiant side that he wants to stop. So gonna be his next item of choice here.
Yeah, and I guess thinking back to that fight, if you burn the entire mana pool of Medusa, 1300 HP just isn't a lot against a Sven with God Strength. That's potentially, you know, a crit double tap from Harpoon, you're dead.
Yeah, but so, to burn all that mana, you need to do like 8,000 damage. So, you know, that could have been commitment. That could have been some other heroes dead, probably multiple other heroes dead, as there's no BKB on the Pango or Kunkka still. I think those are easier targets for him to try and chain stun and kill.
That's true, yeah. Smoke now from Heroic. DD Rune has spawned top. No one spotted it. And it looks like Heroic have caught a glimpse of the Sven. Yeah, low, straight. Oh, Bushwhack misses. Doesn't get the land. Schofield tries the sharpshooter now as FY jumps in and Analog dives the backlines. Buck, half HP as K1 finds his man. Targets the DP and chases forward. Analog's going towards the Ori Lina now, but it's Medusa that's kind of struggling to stick on a target. They finally get FY and Ori, but that's through Analog and Davai Lama doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, Lu just can't really find an opening into this fight as well. He tried to go in, but the Medusa just kind of blocking him off. So finally he got 1 kill on the Hoodwink, coming a little bit too close. Double attack and immediate crits with Daedalus. Still looking for something here. Thinking about Analog. Oh!
Bash? Oh, he's gonna get him, eh? Analog? No, the swashbuckle back. Now the turret. Oh, Lu, what have you done? You're getting kited left and right. It is pretty speedy though with a war cry and a potential blink away, but another bash connects with a home missile coming. BKB just to slip out of danger.
That feels bad to have to commit that BKB there, but he wasn't really sure he was going to be fine. I think he would have made it even without it, but better safe than sorry there, I guess. Finally gets out, but this is a window here for them to do stuff on Heroic again. Aegis is available over in the Roche pit. They could go and take that with no BKB on Sven. Very hard for them to contest it.
Yeah, no God Strength, no BKB. Sven is not a massive factor in the next fight if it happens.
And they have their own BKB now as well. Medusa got hers coming out, so on the courier, leaving just now.
Untouchable K1.
Yeah, it's really been like the one like fortress of K1 or of Heroic in this game. He just hasn't really been an easy target ever.
Do we give Aegis to him?
Oh,
or do we give it to Analog?
I think give it to Pango. Actually, you can put it on. You can put it on Medusa. He will go high ground with it. That way. Otherwise, if he doesn't have Aegis, going high ground is tricky because tiny toss back. You could actually die in the enemy base. So I think he should have it just because it's second Aegis and go high ground with it.
You get tossed back into like Decrep Laguna Blade in the mountain. You could.
It's easy to think that you're unkillable, and then suddenly you find yourself like eating tier 4 tower attacks while being chain stunned, and you're like, okay, I guess I can die.
That's like the catchphrase of everyone who plays against Team Spirit. we thought we were unkillable, then we tried to go high ground against like Magnus, Tiny, Kunkka, whatever else they got.
Yeah, definitely.
The Kings of base defense. Well, Azure, they're going to skip away from that top lane with a smoke down towards the bottom, it looks like, just evacuating the area of the map that Heroic are now inhabiting. And took the Roche. They twin gated up here.
They're smoking away, but not really smoking towards anyone right now. Lu gonna go mid and push mid creeper. I think this is a good call because they know the death ball push is gonna come with the Aegis. So Sven realizing, okay, I need to do something to stop the push. So he goes down mid. Nobody responding.
And the scribbles continue.
That's some big balls push right here because he doesn't have buyback. He's just very bravely playing.
Yeah, that is ballsy. He's got like one observer watching behind him. And that's about it in terms of vision. It's dark out there on the map.
Yeah, Sven about to hit level 25. How are we looking on levels overall? Medusa's still 23. So Sven's gonna be the first one to get this level 25. The 1 second stun duration is a really, really big one.
So who's the focus in team fights then for Azure Ray? Because it's been kind of scrappy where they've tried to go on the Pango, tried to go on the Medusa. Multiple fights kind of break out within the team fight itself.
It's always Pango. If they can burst in before he gets his rollout, then it's a fantastic target. Otherwise, you probably have to kill his supports. I think you have to start with Hoodwink and Gyrocopter. Kunkka is very tanky to try and burst before he gets anything out. And Medusa is just not even an option. Like, you don't even think about it.
Just leave K1 to his own devices, which currently means pushing high ground, tier 3, half
HP. Based, yeah.
I'll throw a few spells his way. Mana pool drops to about half. Silence for good measure. Mark just chuck some stuff at him.
Just make sure he won't cast any spells. Gonna do an X-Mark TP.
Okay, I was wondering, like, hang on a second, K1's
he's out. He's done.
He's done. He buys a Blink Dagger as well, hey?
Yeah,
so he'll have something to swap.
And he summons Manta back at home, so they're gonna defend the bottom creep wave as well.
Yeah, very nice.
And this is hard. Right now, Azure, they're not really finding anything. They're just sitting in base and waiting. Patience. Very, very hard to be in this position right now.
Oh, low. Oh. Who's coming for you? It's KJ. Oh, back in the mid lane. K1 is being X-marked and running high ground. Fuel Scepter is there, though. He's going to Manta, dodge the toss, and FY thought he had the perfect jump, but he's dead. Buyback is available. K1 getting disarmed and zapped. Mana pool pretty much depleted completely. The Aegis will be claimed by Lou with that God Strength. And Tiny does buy back.
You can toss him back again. Under tier 4.
They want to do so. The Rolling Thunder will give a bit of cover. Ori has to BKB and run back, and so does Buck. Getting behind that tier 4 as Analog goes diving deep, but the Pugnum with the life drain heals Ori back up enough to keep him alive. Now they're with the Tornado Storm. Buck and Tian Ming being focused here with a bit of control, but no damage to follow through. Heroic come in, kill off the ranged racks, and they retreat.
Okay, so they get out pretty cleanly here. Don't really lose anything. That was scary looking there for Lina for a while. They do hold on the side of Azure, but they committed the Sven ulti and the Lina, or the DP ulti. So now, I don't know if they can defend a secondary push.
It's really an uphill battle for them. Like, what does Sven do when he's got no God Strength?
Not much. He does a whole lot less, but 30 seconds, he almost has it. It's not too far away. He could still kill the supports with a little bit of stun duration. At least the Yule's play to cancel the X-Mark was cute there, but sadly it was a Medusa, so he's like, okay, I guess I'm here now. I don't really care that much.
It's been a long while since I've seen such animated scribbling on the minimap. Usually just like, a line or a circle, but KJ and Davai Lama really, like, this is a mini game for them.
Covering the minimap, yeah. Yeah, I hate playing in teams when people do that. It's like, I can't see.
Playing noughts and crosses. For a long time, there was that little Dota macro, right, where you could draw a dinosaur or just cover the map completely. Yeah, fun times. Get VAC banned for drawing a dinosaur on a minimap with a macro.
How fucking dare you? Dinosaur? Get out of here, Gareth.
Okay, I'll draw the cat instead. Meow. Slow and steady. Heroic, just X marking, blinking. Send K1 up to the front lines. Kill off another tier 3.
Again, this question mark. Dusa comes up, and the question mark is, what do you do? Like, who do you go on? How do you take the fight? Very, very hard to answer for the side of Azure. Dusa going to try and finish this level 25 as well, it looks like.
We still have Parasma queued on Bach. I just don't know if it's ever going to happen.
I don't know, man. Like, at this point, yeah, he could maybe buy it. It's not as terrible anymore. But I like that he went for different items. The Blink Dagger, the Halberd. Halberd is very, very good against Medusa. You need more than one, though. Like, this is a game where you kind of want Halberd on your Tiny, or maybe even, Sven could have thought about building it at some point, just for the carry-to-carry counter.
Oh, they're all smoked up, but that turret was a nice one. Chasing forward, KJ and Davai Lama, as well as this Rolling Thunder from Analog in the back. Looking at Ori with that Abyssal Blade stun. Ori's going to BKB in back out of here, though. On the run is Bark and FY looking at Hoodwink, self-yaws, and a force staff to play with. Has a bushwhack as well.
Oh,
But now look at Davai Llama, nearly blown up by Ori. K1 stands with his BKB up, slowing low down with the Skadi. Glimmer Cape, but the X-Mark drags him back into that home missile, and Torrent Storm, and low, this Sven is done for.
Oh my God.
Medusa's too powerful, they couldn't deal with her. Ori, he's going to get behind the tree line, but Bark and FY struggling to handle K1's Snake Lady. FY tucks away K1 with another hit dodged by the blink. Meanwhile, Bark is trying as hard as he can to kill off this Kunkka. Tanky fella Davai Llama not going to find the blink TP out from DP. I mean,
Kunkka went from 10 HP to like 2000 HP from the Bloodstone. I don't know if it's caught in the replay here, but yeah, Kunkka basically just found his way to getting all the HP back. They're actually pushing down mid immediately here as well in the game. They're going to get the barracks, but look at Kunkka. No HP at all. Cast Torrent Storm and X-Mark combos here. And then, I mean, you saw what HP he had afterwards, so yeah, it came back.
Yeah, he's got like
went up
1500 to 2000 just immediately. Back to half HP pretty much.
The dragon on the throne is a little bit scared right now. It's like, guys, guys.
Yeah. That's a paper tiger. It looks very threatening, but it's just made of paper.
Yeah, it's origami.
Not very powerful. Analog is, though. Sharpshooter to back him up. Abyssal Blade and Rolling Thunder causing problems for Ori. And look at that Tidal Wave Torrent play. Drags around the fountain. Light Strike Ray and Laguna Blade just doing very little at this point to these tanky heroes. As K1 steps up, draws the line in the sand and says, all right, this space now belongs to us. Step forward if you dare.
Medusa just pushing here, and as per usual, we don't really see a great way to stop her. She's looking too strong. No mana burn really on this team, no way to solve her. They are gonna respect them and back out and say, we'll come back when we have full resources. Give us a second. Let us take all the wisdom runes and all the goodies on the map right now. Maybe get a tier 4 item as well.
Yeah, the potential for Roshan is there too. We know it's 2 minutes away, but theoretically could be up already.
Yeah. Pango's gonna go for the double wisdom rune as well. Took one, almost has level 25. Second wisdom rune will get it. It's a race. Medusa is racing him. They're fighting for it, man. You can see it. Medusa is like, no.
Level 30 is on the horizon for Medusa.
He's running at it.
Nah.
For a second, I thought they were going for Torment together, but no, that was just a race. They're having some fun.
Race to the wisdom. We're actually going to take a drastic move now from Azure Ray. They need to fight into this Roshan, need to fight into a choke point, some kind of terrain play, use high ground, use vision. Some way to find those targets in the back that just aren't the Medusa. Somebody else, please.
I have good news, Gareth. The Parasma is here, all right? The DP has the Parasma. We'll see if it can do enough to turn the tide here. Gyrocopter could be an easy kill.
He's pretty tanky. 2.5. Oh, not when Lou jumps you, though. Schofield and KJ nearly getting blown up. That was a good Yule Scepter route. We're still going to harpoon them back. Analog wants to get involved in this. It's a 4v5, and Lou's still going with his god strength, but he's being shredded alive. K1 BKBs and charges forward onto the tiny. FY in trouble. Sharpshooter straight on in between them all. Tianming decreps to 5 at a time. Lou's still going with Ori though, and K1 he's got backup now arriving with Davai Llama and Schofield still toying with them, but Ori grabs a double. FY potential with the toss back here, could catch Davai Llama, and Azure Ray signs of life as they crit down the Kunkka.
Amazing fight for them. They get the start that they want, go on the supports, burst both the supports almost immediately. And then from that fight, I mean, you can see how much easier it is for them when they actually get the jump they need. But everyone on the side of Heroic were a little bit too far there as the fight started out.
And it's like spreading 3 different directions, right? Davai Llama K1 on the left-hand side, Ori using that staircase very nicely. And Lou just using his body to perfection, jumping in, being a target. Gets stunned up a little bit, but then he's able to rejoin on the left-hand side.
I mean, that was really nice, blinking up and finishing off the Pango as well. You can see the damage output is there for this Sven. Just need to have the lockdown, the disable. It was a little bit worrisome at first when they jumped the Gyrocopter. They didn't have any detection against him immediately, so he just Glimmer Cape and Force-Staffed away. But fortunately, they did have enough to stay on target.
Well, then KJ walked into Schofield, and Schofield was a perfect blink stun target for the Sven to cleave off of. Ori has walked into a Medusa here. It looks like a gentleman's agreement just to run away from each other.
So he has that 25 talent on Lina, the 150% crit on everyone affected by Dragon Slave. So he's got the right-click build going, Daedalus and MKB. He actually hits really hard. still kind of needs that Aghanim Scepter to just be flying as well and have, you know, a bit of extra mobility, survivability from it.
Oh yeah, just thinking back, while that fight was happening, it was a 4v5 because Tianming was in the Radiant base defending against Mega Creeps. They broke through the final buildings, they got onto the throne, which, you know, did take a little bit of damage. That's something that you have to be very wary of here as Azure Ray. Because you've pushed out all 3 lanes right now, you're in a good spot. Roshan is alive and in the pit waiting for you. Look at Bach's positioning. Very deep.
Being sneaky behind them. Oh, the smoke revealed. Didn't know it was there.
Oh, K1. He missed blinks, it looks like. Bushwhack not quite going to connect as they would have wanted, but Bach, what was it? He's floating over everything. He's on top of the cliff over here, blinking over there.
He's just in there, man.
Schofield looking for with Dalai Lama. Low jumps. Just going to stun down, but the stone gates from K1 going to cause problems for him and the rest of Azure Ray. Caught up in chain stun, being disabled forever. Sven just cannot move. He's stuck in the bog, stuck in the mud. He's been broken down and killed off by K1. Dead for 100 seconds. I do lose Tianming as well. There's no buyback on Sven or the Pugner. Already going to try BKB.
Oh no, Lina too.
Is there from Analog. They get the kill on him too. That might be lights out.
Yeah, they lost all their course. That was, you know, eventually it felt like this was just a matter of time. Heroic, they were so far ahead in terms of just damage output overall, and they need the perfect initiation on Azure Ray to even have a fight. They tried to go on the supports, but Sven, you can see the chain stun there. Gets used, and after that, just a million stuns landed on him.
GG called. A 2-0 victory for Heroic over Azure Ray.
That is very impressive. I mean, not what I would have expected for this matchup, so really well done by Heroic, and Azure Ray gotta lick their wounds after this. That was definitely some good outplay by Heroic.
Well, that's just absolutely incredible. No, I think I've lost you, Waga.
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Not sure what's happened there. But incredible from Heroic. 2-0 victory. Oh, there you are.
Amazing victory by Heroic. Yeah, for some reason. I think the big takeaway in this game is, I mean, what a performance by Hector here. K1, the two games back to back here just looked really impressive. 9-0 and 10 on the Medusa.
Yeah, superb farming. Give him Sven, give him Dusa, get him past 20 minutes. And he will turn up. K1, the carry, the king of South America. And you can see 9-0-10, like you're saying, spectacular showing out of him and the rest of Heroic. And honestly, everyone did their job. And KJ on this gyrocopter, some superb warding through game 1 and game 2 with that nature's profit into gyro. Dalai Lama's off lane, very solid, I've got to say. Like, every move was very crisp from him.
Yeah, the Kunkka worked out way better than I expected this game as well. They had great utility from his long-range initiation and catch. So it was really just impressive to watch how they played as a team overall here. And on the other hand, like Azure Ray, that early game just didn't take off for Lina. And if you don't take off early in Lina, it feels very weird going into the mid game. And even later in the game, you said it, you know, he was a bit scared because of the early game. And it definitely is a thing. You get a bit traumatized from dying 3 times in the start of the game there.
Yeah, I mean, what did Ori play in game 1? Lesh.
Yeah, game 1 was Lesh. And he had a pretty good game in game 1, but then it was Lu who was completely out of the game instead.
Yeah, I was looking back at the score. I mean, I guess everyone's score in game 1 was pretty sad there on Azure Ray's side. 2-7 Troll, 2-8 on the Lash. I just feel like the cores, I guess you're right, the cores in general from Azure Ray, this has been one of the worst performances I've seen in a long time. You know, high expectations from them, for sure. But these games felt like, you know, Bach and FY, add in Tianming, those were the 3 players that were, you know, fully woken up, ready, warmed up, ready to play, going all out for everything. Ori and Lo had, you know, some troubles.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, they were barely even playing in those 2 games respectively, so very hard for them. At least Lu did have some nice impact here on Sven, but it's a mismatch up against Medusa as well. Medusa was a very nice carry for Heroic in this game.
Yeah, I guess that point where it's like, okay, desperate situations call for desperate measures. Lo just going in and trying his best to get into the back lines and get the damage out and turn that net worth into some impact, into some damage onto people. Yeah, these fights, you know, they were chaotic. We know that the South American players love to thrive in these chaotic, messy team fights, spreading things 3-4 different ways on multiple targets, and they come out the victors 2-0 over Azure Ray in the group stage. Great stuff from them, and we'll have a quick break before we come back with a potential interview, so we'll see you in a few. Hello. Welcome back. Here we go. We return with our Dream League Season 22 coverage, just witnessing the wonderful Heroic getting themselves a 2-0 victory over Azure Ray. Some gars in chat, because honestly, a 2-0 victory over a Chinese team at an international event like this, and Azure Ray, the star-studded roster that they are, is a spectacular feat in its own right, no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this was a very big takedown, and getting the 2-0 here. I mean, we always talk about it in group stages where it's, 1-1s are very common. Getting this big 2-0 victory against some really established players as well is very nice for them and looking really good. So how does that put them in the group stage now? What's their score actually on Heroic?
That's a very
they were both tied going into this. Yeah, they both had 2 points. So now that puts them at 2-0 and 2. So 2 losses, 2 wins. And of course, Azure Ray 0, 2 draws and 2 losses. A little bit harder spot for them.
Yeah, much rougher situation from that. Yeah, that's great for Heroic. Like putting them now on that cusp of sort of progressing or not. These groups, they can be an absolute bloodbath. 2 groups with all these teams. You're slogging out to get into that next group stage. You find yourself in that 4th position. You want to hold on for dear life, get the victories and scrape through where you possibly can. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about China being back. G2IG look a little rough. Azure Ray, having some difficulties as well. Extreme Gaming really the only ones that have lived up to expectations, I want to say. Whereas Heroic, I don't know, on the other side, would you say they're exceeding expectations, or is this with the roster they have where you would expect them to be?
I think they performed well here, but I don't ever count them out. I feel like the problem with Heroic, or with a lot of South American teams in general, has been that stability. Like the potential to play at greatness has always been there. And I think they played really great in this series here. But they still have to, keep going through the group stage here, get more wins under their belt, because I think their highest and their lowest level has a pretty big fluctuation.
Yeah, I mean, that stability and that kind of the backroom staff as well has always got to be considered when you think about this Heroic side, which has Cafs, their coach and their kind of leader from the EG team prior, when we had that Beast Coast Thunder Awaken EG kind of swap around. Cafs came along as their coach here towards Heroic, and of course they've got Guashi, who's their manager, who's always been there as she's the rock, right? She's like that very, very solid, stable person behind the scenes, making sure everyone's happy on the team. And yeah, one of these times where we've got 2 Peruvian players, 2 Brazilian players, and this Belgian player, always an interesting spot, because South America has very much been one of those regions which is like, either 4 or 5 from a country, right? You have like 4 Peruvians and a Bolivian, or 4 Brazilians plus someone else. Now having this kind of split down the middle, much more open, much nicer to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see people finding good teams across the oceans. Is always nice to see as well. But yeah, they played really outstanding in that. In both games that we saw there, it was looking very solid, especially in game 2. There was never really a doubt that they were gonna win. I felt like
I can hear the ringing, the telephone ringing in the back of my head, and we're being joined by Analog. Congratulations, a 2-0 victory over Azure Ray. Great performance from you and the boys. I mean, what's the vibe like there at the you at a boot camp, a team house?
Yeah, we are in a boot camp. Hello everyone, thank you. Yeah, we are in a boot camp here in German right now, and yeah, we've been playing here for like 10 days already, and getting used to the time zone, getting used to the screen routine, all these things. Yeah.
Right, good stuff. I mean, going up against Azure Ray, one of the top Chinese teams, did you expect to 2-0 them in this series?
I mean, I don't create so much expectation. I just try to have a good game, like playing well, and the result gonna be like a consequence, Like if you do things right and we play well, individually and as a team, I think we can beat anyone. So I just expected to me having a good game.
I really like
really
that.
Good going in with like that mentality, just try and do the best you can. And I want to talk about that for game 2 here. Did you expect to have that good of a time against this Lina on mid lane? Like, it felt like it was going really smooth for you.
Yeah, like I'm very used to this matchup as a Pango, so I know things I have to do, how I should approach this lane. So I had an experience on it, and yeah, it went pretty well. I felt like I missed 0 less hits till minute 5,
Yeah. Normally the bully could, push you back a bit, but your HP looked completely fine. Like he didn't really have a chance to harass you down the way Lina sometimes do. Also, one more question I have for you is, in this game, you won a lot of team fights early on without your carry contributing at all. Did you feel like at what point did you start feeling safe that, oh, this game is ours, like Medusa is getting big, you know, when would you say you felt this game is definitely ours to win?
I think after the first Roshan that we got and they don't got, I think the game was like, okay, from now, like the game is yours, you know. And we did like some mistakes controlling the map and could be better, but I felt the game like going to a very good way. Like I felt the game in your hands, you know.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, I really like the mentality you guys have got going into this. You know, I know Kafs, your coach, has put a lot of work into that. I've seen you develop. You know, I was covering SA DPC back in the days when you were still on like Hikori and crewmates and stuff. So I've seen you go from, you know, playing like Puck DK every game, and now, you know, you're expanding your hero pool. Is there anything else in the past 2 years that you've really improved on as a player consciously?
Man, like 3 years is a lot, I think. A lot of things. Like if you say like 3 months, I would be, okay, maybe I can say 2 or 3 things, you know, but 3 years, I think everything I improved a lot. Not on the real pool, like everything.
In the past 3 months then, what's one thing in the past 3 months that you think you've really locked in on?
I think being very stable in the games, like trying to have most of the time is good games and not going up and down too much, like trying to be constant. And my lane phase as well, I think worked very well in the last few months. I've been on it.
I think the work is obviously paying off, looking very good. I've got one more question. Waga, do you have something lined up as well?
Yeah, I got one thing.
You go first.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to ask you, you know, going into this, is there something that you feel that you, perhaps as a team or as an individual, that you think is the most important for you guys to work on right now? Like, you obviously developed a lot, and I think that you guys are looking really good here, but what's something that you feel this is something we really need to address?
Since, like, we are very good individual 5 players, but our team is super new. We have like just 2 to 3 months of team, and that's our first tournament that we ever play. So I think we still have to be in the same page with ideas, with like how we do the things in the map, how we do our strategies, how we do our smokes, things like that, you know, like just being the same page more in these things, and we're gonna be way better. But at the same time, it's like kind of normal because we're a super new team, and so when you start this relationship, you know,
it's a honeymoon phase first, and then you gotta develop beyond that and be like really strong. Yeah, you're finding understanding what the teammates want to do, right?
Yeah, we're gonna work on that. So yeah, that's what we're missing right now.
2 quick questions. One, what language do you speak when you're doing team comms?
That's a good question, because honestly, I speak 3 languages while I play. Sometimes when I want to speak with Schofield, I speak only Spanish. When I want to speak with the whole team or with Davai, I speak English. And when I'm gonna speak only with KJ, I speak Portuguese. So yeah, it's super mixed. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you practice, you know, like it's good because you practice 3 languages, like.
Yeah, that's good.
Just keep learning languages.
To teach each other perhaps some language too. That's good.
Last question. So there was a moment where in game 1, KJ's Nature's Prophet TP'd into the enemy base and he placed the ward, he got some kills. Were you all screaming? Were you tipping him? Or was everyone like super calm?
No, everyone started to scream. It was super nice if you had the comms, because everyone was screaming, look at that, they're dying. And it's confident. I'm gonna send my rockets. Yeah, I'm killing them. And Schofield at some point said, no, let the kills for me, KJ. Don't kill them. And they was all dying. It was so funny. Yeah.
That was really fun to watch. That was a crazy moment for sure.
Yeah, maybe that'll come out in the highlights with some team comms or something. But yeah,
super fun highlight.
Great stuff. Thank you for joining us. Congrats on that victory. An incredible showing from you and the boys. And yeah, hoping to see great things from you in the future. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Hopefully see him next time. We're going to get some more victories under their belt as day 2 of the group stage. We're 3 series in. We've got 1 more remaining. Our last series of the day coming up pretty shortly. Going to be Shopify against OneWin. Waga.
Yeah, should be an exciting game. I said that this one was the one I was looking forward to yesterday, but damn, game 1 was, or series 1 I should say, was really fun for us here out of our 2 casts as well. What a great series that we just had by Heroic here. But getting to see OneWin, how they perform up against Shopify, I think it might be a tough match, but they also looked pretty confident yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see how it all pans out. We'll have a quick break before returning with that final series of the day. Alrighty then, here we go, straight into our next series. Quickly banging on with the DreamLeague Season 22 group stage here as we wrap up day 2 with Shopify against OneWin, joined by the wonderful Wagamama again. And, Shopify, a team I honestly don't get to cast all that much, but OneWin in Eastern Europe, seen plenty of. What's your kind of general read heading into this series?
I think it might be a tough one here for OneWin. I mean, they have a lot of talent as well in their team, but I think that overall there's a little bit of perhaps advantage, I would say, in like experience on the side of Shopify. We'll see how well they can utilize that though. And I'm very excited for this game because the mid matchup I think is going to be very exciting here. We had some hype previously, for the OneWin mid laner, but now Yopash here as well. A very, very talented mid laner who will, try and push his advantage any chance he gets.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's the cool hero pool as well. I see there, Yopash. We'll see what he brings to the table in this game. Just thinking back to day 1 and I guess the earlier part of day 2 here, getting a couple of victories for Shopify and putting themselves in a decent spot in the group for day 2. They 2-0'd Secret, they 1-1'd Aurora and Tundra, whereas OneWin currently sitting just on the cusp below Team Spirit in 5th position. I've had a couple of draws and a 2-0 loss to Aurora, but pulling out victories where maybe we wouldn't have expected. They're a very solid team still.
Yeah, I feel like one win can definitely still turn things around here. I mean, having the one loss hurts them a little bit, but I think that they have the potential within them, and they definitely have a highest level as well. So we'll see if they can deliver here against Shopify. I think they will be a tough opponent, but on the back of, you know, Chair Junior almost always plays really well, I feel, when I watch these guys. And Mukushe, yeah, some pretty solid performance from the carry as well. So we'll see here. We'll see the difference. A little bit lower KDA than Yopaj, who's been popping off so far, but it's also quite few games thus far in the league.
Yeah, that's true. It does feel a little bit that one win needs more comfort than other teams. You know, if we look at the draft and in particular signature bans against them, if Mankushi doesn't get himself onto, you know, the Naga Siren as an example, or one of these heroes that he's very adept on, maybe they're not in the same rhythm and groove as we'd expect when they are getting their comfort and their victories, where they know how things play out and they know kind of moving forward what their aims and their goals are. And like you said, on the flip side, that is something that Shopify have plenty of experience with. You know, drafting, heading into mid to late game decision making and all that. It could be a stumbling block for one win.
Yeah, I feel like they have probably a bit more stuff going for them there. Like Sableye has a pretty nice and deep hero pool and quite a few options in this patch as well, what he wants to do. And Yopaj really shines on quite a few heroes as well. So we'll see how they decide to draft against Shopify. I think I'm very excited to see exactly how they want to approach things here and what's going to be the priority. And of course, for the carry role, as you mentioned, there are some heroes that they actually share on the carries. You know, TB and Naga, a lot of these heroes that are doing quite well right now, illusion-based carries can be priority. So perhaps that even changes how you will draft your supports, the Pugna support, the Lion support, to counter out these illusion heroes.
Yeah, the gyro support with a flat cannon.
Yeah.
I can't remember who that was, but we had a game where Gyro was like, I'm leveling flat cannon to kill off some kind of illusions just to make sure that they weren't annoying in lane. That might have been against the Naga.
Against Naga, it makes sense, because the Naga illusions take a lot of damage, and honestly, it's the best way to lane against Naga is to focus the illusions immediately when she uses them. Because if you kill them off, then the damage from the Riptide, it gets much lowered since you don't have as many auto attacks. So do not ignore the illusions against Naga. If you have AoE nukes, that's the best thing. The flat cannon is like, it's kind of mediocre because it's still physical attack, but yeah, it's something at least.
It's like, if I must, fine, I will do it. But yeah, there's always the threat of like a Meepo or something coming out as well, right? You were talking about Sableye's hero pool. We've also got Yopaj potentially pulling out some of these cool sneaky picks here and there. Arteezy Meepo can come out as well. There's lots of flexibility between the cores of Shopify, which I feel like isn't shared by one win. So the flexibility in the draft, I guess is my point, is much easier for Shopify to adapt into, as the draft is ready for us. Game 1, best of 2, group stage for Dream League Season 22. One win against Shopify kicking off.
There he is, the boy himself. Let's see what he's gonna find himself on in this game. Drafting beginning here. Looks like Shopify are gonna go with the Chen and the Timbersaw. Ban, one win, are immediately removing that Centaur. Something Sableye would be happy to get his hands on.
Yeah, I mean that Chen, he's just got to be permanently in the dumpster. Honestly, he's looked so good the past several tournaments, and it was something that one win used in a bunch of qualifiers, was Chen Luna as pretty much just a road to victory. They got that duo, they won games. That's pretty much as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean the two heroes synergize really well. They have similar power spike where they just go and end the game basically around the same timing. Chen is very happy to start pushing tier 2 towers, and Luna is probably one of the best carries to do it. So other than that, they ban out the Batrider and the Naga Siren, like we were on about. Naga Siren might be important here for one win. Gonna remove that immediately. And oh boy, we see Mars.
Here we go. It is the Mars coming back again.
This hero had some really exciting games yesterday. I think I saw 6 rapiers in the games that I watched in the games. Obviously, you and I cast 5 of those rapiers, and there was one on the puck in the game before in the earlier series. So it's a very rapier-intense patch, which makes me happy because it is exciting to watch. And Mars, one of the big carriers for it, of course, with that Brooch build. If you haven't seen it, you're missing out.
Oh, Shadow Demon to start things. Is that an indication of something later down the line, or is this just a safe pick early on?
Yeah, we'll see what they want to go. I think it's just a nice opening when you play against Mars. You can both protect people against the spear combo in the arena, but you can also set yourself up for an illusion carry if you want, or anti-illusion carry. So pretty good good read for this game, I think.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like if they're picking TB, we've got SD already. If we're picking TB, we've got SD already. Covering a lot of bases there. So yeah, it's a really nice pickup for them. On DK, Kunkka, both removed by 1 win now. So we're not going to get those X-Mark Mars plays where he blinks in and individually kills somebody and has the safety to jump back.
I'm kind of sad they ban it out themselves, but it does synergize well with the SD, so it makes sense to not want to give away the SD Kunkka combo for the torrent into the, or torrent on the disruption.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
And Mirana.
The Mirana.
Now worthy of a ban. We've seen her picked here and there, you know, fun to play and good good flexibility. And, you know, the ulti being the most important thing around this hero, we feel, in the games that we've cast at least. I'm not going to allow it this game.
Yeah, just free smokes.
Also more combo with the SD.
Yeah, true. I don't see too much of that nowadays. We used to have all these OD Mirana, SD Mirana combos. Not really something that happens all that often nowadays.
Yeah,
next ban for Shopify.
Is their next ban on Shopify? I hope that they, you know, plan ahead for the fact that Mars could go for the Rapier build here. Like, prepare yourself with something. BKB piercing disables are nice to have. Instacast stuff is very nice to have. Or super high magic resistance stuff is nice to have. Like heroes that build the Eternal Shroud. Like, consider, you know, the path. It shouldn't be the only thing you think about during draft, but don't completely neglect it and end up picking like Morphling and then getting one shot by it, because that would be a sad story.
There's so many options. This ban often feels like a very difficult slot to be in, because, you know, there's like so many picks to come after it. It feels really important to ban something, you know, vital here. But there's just so many options of, like, you know, combos with the Mars. Do we ban out a lane partner? Do we ban out like a PL that Mancusi has shown as one of his strong heroes? And they say no, it's an Arc Warden ban.
Yeah, Arc Warden, interesting ban out, but yeah, Mars does shield really well for the Arc Warden. You have a, you know, great frontliner to have those ranged carries behind, and Arc thrives under that circumstance. They're gonna pick up the Lion here, Lion SD. I'm not in love with the duo of supports because I feel like they occupy the same kind of distance in the fights, which makes it very hard to position in a good way a lot of the time. But they do get themselves, you know, a pretty instantaneous thing at least. Like I said, Lion, we saw Save play against the Rapier Mars, and he was doing really good mana draining, hexing, stunning to try and prevent it.
Yeah,
he did
having that.
Importantly still lose that game though, but
But he tried. He had the control. He was doing a good job. I'm really doubling down on this like illusion ideology, right? SD to protect and cover, Lion either not wanting your opponents to pick it because you're picking illusion, or again covering that illusion pick of your opponents. And there's one win. Grab an Enchantress, who we've often seen banned, and I don't think we've seen picked on our stream this tournament.
No, this is the first game we get, but it has been played. Ench definitely feels like a good hero right now overall, and the Ench spammers are very happy. I mean, she not too long ago got a buff towards the enchant, getting some damage over time on it, or damage on it in general. Feels really nice. So maxing it feels pretty good nowadays. And of course, she can scale to become this right clicker as well. Even from the support role, the damage output can be wild.
What's up next? Is it going to be that offlane duo? It's just so annoying when you see your opponents pick two supports. You're like, okay, well, those are two heroes that can go into either side lane. Can we show one of our lanes now? And they're saying, no, we'll do the same thing as you.
Yeah, they picked the Pugna as well, a hero that, you know, can be pretty good to have against Lion. You also get the Drain, which again, against those illusion carries, we're kind of been hyping it up. There's no illusion on the field here, Gareth. What are we talking about? But the SD and the Pugna, this is all playing and setting up for the eventuality of illusion heroes. And I like this idea by Shopify. They pick up the Doom as well get themselves some good, surefire way of killing something, and the heal from Ench and Pugna will not be able to save who you target if you doom them. Looks like Arteezy is having a bit of a laugh.
Well, he's got Luna. He's playing Luna when he's been protected by SD and Lion.
Yeah.
Thanks, boys. It's I guess a soft illusion hero, right? You're gonna buy Manta Style. You're gonna have
an illusion hero. Yeah, I can't Luna, even though she doesn't have it built in. The Manta Style is, you know, as good as solidified in your item build. It's not an item that you skip on Luna.
5 seconds remaining.
And the hell themed draft with that Lion Doom as well in the middle.
some evil boys.
Yeah, Yopaj mid hero left for them. 1 win. Mars off lane. Pugna Ench. We're not sure which lane they're heading into, but I'd assume Pugna 5, Ench 4 is the more natural way to do it.
Yeah, I wonder what they want here as their carry. Faces Void is still in the pool, not banned. He could still be decent, but doesn't do that well against the Doom, and the Lion combo is pretty good as well.
This is where I'd love to see like Mankushi Monkey King. Up against the Doom, you've got circles, Wukong's onto the arena.
Arena and Mars ulti is a very good synergy, that's for sure. And he does play it really well, so it could be an option. If you dumpster a lane hard enough, then you can definitely play out of there. They're gonna go with Sven. We've seen good success from Sven. He's, you know, been very impactful in the last 2 games that we saw at least. So we'll see what he can do here. Against SD and Lion, he has some good targets to go on.
Yeah. Has a similar kind of spike and timing to the Luna as well, right? They're both kind of laning, then farming, then ready. So he should be ready when that Luna push comes.
Yeah, he basically hits around the same timing. And ultimately may not care that much if you get doomed, at least if you get your ulti out and blink in. If you have the BKB already going, then the doom is kind of whatever. You just keep hitting stuff. So yeah, pretty smart choice, I think, for them here. We'll see how they want to round out the drafts here. The Puck being banned out by 1 win. And Shopify, what are you concerned about here? Feels like...
Yopaj.
Yeah.
Yopaj has last pick, right? Oh, Shopify have last pick.
Yes, they have last pick. You can see on the right on the menu. I always forget it, but you have the little red and the white borders, or yellow, gray borders. I mean, the pointing, so it points towards whose turn it is. Doesn't make sense for people watching the stream, of course, because there's a different overlay there, but in game.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
They changed it up so many times, so I always get confused. But yeah, last pick is towards Shopify, so they get to wait. They just gotta decide what they want to ban out here. They ban out the Pango, so looking to protect the mid. Yopaj, what hero are we gonna see out of him? Kunkka is already respect banned as a hero that he, you know, definitely, probably one of the most impactful mid Kunkka players that I've seen as Yopaj.
I mean, when you look at these 2 supports, and I guess the draft in general from 1 win, spirits feel really good here, right? No stuns on the 2 supports. You're dealing with Stormhammer and Spear.
It's going to be something elusive. I mean, this is a game for either some Storm, Ember, Queen. There's something that's going to come in here for sure. They're going to have a high mobility hero. The question is what they want. They're banning out the Storm themselves, so they want to protect their backline a bit, and they don't really want to play it, I guess.
Are there any lanes that Storm can kind of crush as well, or is that just a backline thing?
He's very good against stuff with short range that has to go up a lot, and it's potential that, you know, Yopaj wants to throw it back and play one of those short range mid heroes. You might see he plays a good TA as well. Could see TA, could see him do something old like play mid shaker.
Oh yeah,
fun. More respect towards him with his Invoker, also a hero, one of his best. I don't feel like he would be unhappy playing Invoker against Storm though, so probably had his idea set on something else, I feel.
And what's left for Chiro Jr.? Ember Spirit? One of his key heroes. And there's no Puck. No Invoker.
Could still be a Void Spirit as well. But it's Ember, yeah. Between those 2, I feel like a lot of the Eastern European teams often play the Void Spirit, but it's gonna be Ember, and the last pick is Snap picked up the Viper. Gonna be a rough lane for Chia Jr. here. We'll see what he can do. Yopaj on Viper.
I heard someone scream, no! It's like, who the hell was that? But it's Saberlight using freaking chat wheel lines. The moment the Viper was picked, he drops it. He knows how to strike into the hearts of his enemies, get under their skin before the game has even begun.
He's all about the mental games, Saberlight. He knows.
Interesting. So yeah, we're seeing a predominant rise of Viper coming back into DreamLeague. I'm not sure how I feel about it. We've seen some weird stuff.
Yeah, Viper's, he's, you know, definitely become one of the absolute biggest mid heroes of this patch, which is not really to the joy of mid laners. Most mid laners find him to be very straightforward and not that exciting compared to blinking around and, you know, doing flashy plays on other heroes. But he is very reliable here. So good pick. I think it solves a lot of the stuff they have going. And importantly, you can actually break this Sven as well with the ulti and have a very good slow against this Sven.
Oh, that's super useful, yeah. It feels like Viper kind of fits into that slot of, you know, oh, what do we pick at the end? It's DK. It's Viper. It's Juggernaut. Yep. One of those very solid, all-around good heroes.
If you have the right cosmetic, they even look like the same hero. The DK and the Viper, you can confuse the two. So, yeah, they're equally, you know, for mid laners, it's like, yeah, I'll do it. It's the workhorse hero, you know, like...
Just this one game. Don't make me play it every game of the tournament.
Exactly. I'm not a main. This is not a thing. I'm not a Viper picker, but I'll play Viper for you. That's...
Yeah. Off we go. I mean, Munkushi's got a pretty stacked Sven there, level 17 on the old Dota Plus, as we get ourselves into game one of this best of two, getting to the halfway point of the group stage already for DreamLeague Season 22, the first group stage anyway, and it's Shopify Rebellion up against Klim Sanic, or One Win as they're now known.
This lighting on RTC makes him look like he's been in a bar fight or something, dude. It looks like he has a black eye, but he had a little sip from a cup of tea or something here going into this game.
And revitalized, get himself ready for this. He's playing Luna, he'll be hitting creeps, chilling out for a little bit, put that vibing music on.
Yeah, some good luck, have fun coming out. Good to see some manners in our games.
And playing Doom. I know SVG was having a go at Doom and some of these heroes and items and whatever that have GPM mechanics. He wasn't too happy about it.
Oh, what about?
Just having GPM as a thing that's given to Doom.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's... I'm a bounty hunter spammer, so I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, really?
I enjoy taking other people's money.
There's a wraparound smoke here from Shopify. One Win are standing on the low ground. They've put a smoke on the floor. They've not used it. And they're walking up the staircase right into them. Enchantress, the first point of contact. Respect getting slapped by Saberlight and burnt with a scorched earth. Giving Yopaj the mid Viper the first blood.
Oh, that is not what you want to have happen when you're playing mid Ember. It looks like, yeah, you're going against a Viper with first blood money as well. Oh,
he's got bottle.
Yeah. Yeah, he bought the super early bottle.
And triple bounty rune as well. They didn't even go for that second one bottom.
Oh no. Triple rune and first blood. This is a rough advantage to play out of. You start the game with 760 gold. He has 1130 gold. So. Let's see what Cher Jr. can say. We hype him up a lot. He's been performing really well so far, but this is not an easy lane.
Well, Theolacor does die up in that top jungle. Caught out by the Sven and the Enchantress and just killed off there on his run across the map.
Yeah, good catch for them. Get something for themselves.
Yeah, this mid lane's going to be real nasty. Not sure we can keep watching it. There's a double wave now arriving in for the Viper, who is 0 and 4. No last hits for Chira Jr. whatsoever.
Yes, he's just playing very aggressive on Viper, knowing he has the bottle. Meanwhile, on the side lanes, we see a block on the small camp by Sweden Strong, tanking and just fighting a bit against Kitrak. So no small camp pull allowed. And he also did clear his big camp, I think. Yeah.
Arteezy down at bottom, pressing forward with Kitrak together. Nice to see them kind of holding hands and pressing forward both at the same time. And a Cloud not going to connect properly with a spear, but a little bit of chip damage onto Artur. And the wave meeting right in front of their tier 1.
That's a good spot for him to farm. He's going to do pretty fine here, I think, in CS in general. Looking at CS across the board, we're 8 and 7 versus the 2 and 1 on mid lane. So obviously, like we said, very hard lane. Top lane though, the Sven fighting up, trying to get some CS here as well, but you know, the Lion doing a lot of harassing.
And Respect just trying to make sure that large camp isn't getting pulled across. Theolacor is going to grab it. There's still some dire creeps, though, waiting to be cleared out by Saberlight. And Respect looks like he's blocked the large camp as well, so no stacks being made.
Sweden Strong gets a little bit of a courier snipe as he repeats what he was doing bottom, blocking small camp again here.
Let's put his little skelly body in the camp, block it up. And top lane Theolacor taking a bit of chip damage there. Sweden Strong taking some hits as well from these Lucent Beams. Glaives now coming out.
Oh, he has the best creep on Doom as well early on. I would say the Speed Aura. Very nice one to get this early.
Oh, not the Harpy. Lightning Spammer.
The Harpy can be useful, but I think the Speed Aura is overall easier to make big plays with. It's underappreciated by a lot of people.
Especially with Scorched Earth. Like, you've got so much movement speed, you're zooming around.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's not just good for you. It's 12% movement speed for your support as well. It's so impactful.
Yeah, true. Yeah, get out of the reach of that Sven. Chase down the Enchantress. Lots of use cases for it. And they do get a pull into that large camp. And connect the waves as well.
Watching mid lane, this Viper is just keeping the creeps alive, so making sure the wave is going to push in towards him all the time, and Ember has to come up if he wants to get anything. And Ember can't really rely on Flame Guard to win lane against Viper, and that's usually what Ember has going for him in lane, is that Flame Guard is really, really good for pushing. So this is tricky.
Yeah, he's still holding a point, right?
Yep.
1 and 1. No third point taken, still level 3 as Yopaj is halfway through level 4. I've not seen a laning stage like this in a long time. We've talked about these Necros and Huskars against Embers and Kunkkas, and TC down bottom, pressing forward with Kitrak, looking for a kill on Cloud. Mars about to drop, but it gets under the tower. The 3 stacks of poison might just be enough. We'll see if Kitrak wants a fourth one more. Trying to line up the final poison with the Lucent Beam help. There we go. Takes the Mars down in the end.
That's a nice kill as well, because he missed quite a few creeps here, and now they can back up the lane, reset it a bit. Really good play there by the boys on bottom lane.
Yeah, with all these like lane counters and Huskars and stuff, I've still not seen a lane that's gone 23 and 16 at 4 minutes. This, where's Sun's fan? We need someone to that's a shellacking.
It is a shellacking.
Newen level shellacking. Top hat, monocle, everything's there. Saberlight is dropping low, but is very speedy with that little goblet of wine to get him out of danger, leaving Theolacor a little exposed now, but Monkushi and Respect out of resources, nothing left to give.
Yeah, fighting against the golems as well, as the golems are hurling their boulders at the Lion here. He has the mana drain ready. Take away some mana from her. Going for the max mana build. Mid lane, we see a big dive here by Viper. Gotta be ready on the supports to maybe come and help mid lane here.
And Chira Jr. is gonna be screaming. Please. Help.
Yeah, there's...
Sweden Strong, do something. Just die for me.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of CSing going on here for the Ember. He has 11 against the 31. 19 denies on the Viper, so, you know, he's totaling 50 CS against total 13 CS. So that's very tough times. But all he needs is level 6 on Ember, and then he can screw off and just go and gank somewhere else. It's basically his game plan right now is not this lane.
Just go play somewhere else. It's not like Yopaj isn't even, you know, taking it easy on him or anything. A double Wraithband build when you're already crushing. That is a signal of intent. I'm going to screw you over this entire time. You know, think about what he wants to go for next, which looks like the treads for now.
Yeah, try to go for a pretty scaling build on Viper, building into that auto-attacking 6-minute rune soon. We see all the supports have moved over. A lot of attention towards this.
Mud Golem chasing Theolacor. Bit of a D-Ward battle going on, as the Mud Golem's doing some good damage there onto the Lion, kills him off in fact. Sweden Strong takes the final touch. Now with a slight root on Yopaj, Viper. Worse for wear, the Shard Golem's coming in hot. Kitrak has arrived, but he spent all his spells. Blood Grenade thrown. Ember still level 5, so no remnants to play with. And the poisons have stacked up too much here, it looks like. 4 up on him. Kitrak aiming for the 5th. The dodging sidesteps it. Tries to get away. Ooh, he lives 7 HP. No. He's still going to get burned down. Kitrak finds the kill, but a bloodbath in the mid lane.
Oh boy, that was so close to getting out there, but the final poison gets him in the end. But still amazing for him. I mean, being part of that aggression, being able to force the Viper back a little bit and getting at least 2 supports dead on mid lane. More success than I expected him to have in this fight.
And the Viper just comes back. It's like, yeah, Right, time to kill some more creeps, push this tower, put some nasty stuff on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to kill Chiro Jr. on the TP back. They've got slows for days, and again, he's still level 5. Chase Chiro Jr. down with all the control in the world. And respect, he's coming from the left side here, trying to help out or get some trades, something. Will pop the heal and survive.
Gotta watch out. That's a level 4 poison attack now. Very high damage. Can't really sustain it. So bottom lane, we also have a dive here with Luna ulti.
Yeah, Kid Track going deep. Eclipse is used. They've got a Lucent Beam in a second. Gets the final touch with a right click. But now Makushi's come down here. Gold Strength is popped, but he's got no mana for stun. One hit and then run. TP. RTZ has realized there's no control.
He didn't choose his neutral item. Maybe he had a source of mana there to get a stun on the Luna.
Oh, good point. Yeah, maybe. Wasn't able to find it in time, though.
Finally gonna go up for a broom handle.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Enchantress playing on the wrong side of the river. Does come in and sneak a few creeps, but Saberlight and Theodore surrounding respect. He maybe can come, deny himself to an Ancient. Walks in there, but Saberlight makes sure that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, last hit him like a creep. Good CS there.
Dying. Is this Hellbear Smasher going to kill the lion? Viper, come and help me.
Keep him alive. He pays him in mana.
Would have been some sad deja vu for Theodore, right? Dying to a mud golem and then dying to a Hellbear. Just an Enchantress with the micro skills.
Jungle bites back, man. Sometimes a little bit extra. We have farm up here on Luna. No points Glaive yet, farming jungle with 2 points in the queue. Played pretty aggressive, been part of 3 kills after all, so I definitely think the skill build has worked out for him.
There's a lot of emphasis in the top lane. Arteezy's Luna deciding she's not needed up there. And the rest of them can press that tier 1 tower, drag the dire wave across.
Yeah, they should be strong enough with the Viper, but defense is coming. OneWin are thinking about doing something. I'm not sure they can really defend without the help of their cores, though, and all cores are basically just farming.
Well, they netted the Viper and then they ran away. Bravely ran away. Yeah, tier 1 looks done for. Shopify also have vision in that jungle, watching over Sweden strong. Chiro Jr. playing aggressively in the mid lane. Not able to get a kill, but definitely putting the pressure on Theodore again.
Yeah, a little bit low mana to keep chasing there, but he gets his mana fixed now by Sweden strong. Fixed up. Both teams have a support that can suck them and give them mana.
That's true, yeah. Non-stop petrol station refills.
10 seconds for the rune. Power rune being controlled again. Ember really needs something to allow him to gank.
Yeah, it's about to become daytime as well, so Lunar Blessing no longer going to be on the Viper. Chiro gets the illusion rune. Disruption going to clip onto Sweden strong there, and Viper towing the line, plays aggressively with Arteezy now into this Pugna, but Luna steps too far. The reaction from Cloud with this arena
Kill
too
the
strong.
What? He still has ulti all this time.
Oh, well, he kills Chiro Jr. with it. Pops the Ember out, trading 1 for 1. Arteezy's going to be a little bit upset about that, but now the Doom comes in. Mars caught up in it. Saberlight and Yopaj making one win.
Mud Golem chasing? Can he get him? Oh.
No way. The Shard Golem's going to get Theodore.
He's fine. He's got Tranquil's regen. He's fine.
Okay.
Dude, he had ulti the entire time on Lion and didn't stop the Pugna from sucking the Luna. I'm so surprised he didn't just help Arteezy there. The entire time he was standing there just slowly dying to the drain. Like, any moment here could stop that damage at least. Maybe Luna would have died anyway. And perhaps he thought it was more important to get the Ember. But, yeah, that was definitely some patience, I guess, with that ulti.
Patience is one way to put it, yeah.
Patience.
Pain.
Yeah, Arteezy doesn't call it patience, perhaps.
I think Arteezy has some stern words there for the Lion. Luna gets back out on the map, continues farming. What is she? She's pretty much on par with the Sven, even though there's a creep difference between them. Her net worth is still up there. There's Doom and Viper, though. They're the over-farmed, overstocked, overclocked guys on the map right now. Hand of Midas, nearly blink on Saberlight. And Viper, you know, we've seen him with this progression into the Dragonlance, getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Viper going for, not Midas, but he's going for a scaling build himself, going for the Power Treads, Double Wraithband, Dragonlance. He's looking to get strong this game as well. So things are looking really great here for Shopify, at the start of the game at least.
And gold strength from Munkushi. And Saberlight just a little riff of his guitar there to hold him back. Mid lane, looks like Yopaj pressing forward onto the Ember Spirit again, forcing that Remnant off to the right-hand side.
Jumps away, but that's so annoying for him still, losing all this HP and mana. Always has to work to just refill, falling behind a lot here compared to the other cores.
It just feels like Shopify have so much freedom. Like there's nothing to stop them. You're just waiting, you're waiting for this Sven, waiting for the blink on the Mars. Moves are very difficult to be made here by one win.
Yeah, this is a lot of freedom, and mid tower is at danger as the Viper with Dragonlance just gonna siege up here, should definitely go down. See the supports coming in as well. Gonna secure it easily.
I guess Shopify, they are spending a lot of time kind of 5-manning.
Oh no.
The Doom on the Ember. Oh dear. Oh, Chira Jr., this has not been your game.
Any high fives?
Any help? Help? Helpers? No help.
Yeah, just an easy kill there. Get value for the Doom again.
The Luna voice line, die with honor. No, there's no... Ember Spirit doesn't care about honor this game. Oh, he's been an absolute pain in his backside.
Yeah, he's going for a Maelstrom build, not going for the Mage Slayer, which might make sense with how Mage Slayer is nerfed, but if you're not gonna play the Mage Slayer Ember, then I feel picking it with the enemy having a last pick is still just asking to get hard countered like this. Honestly, Gareth, I smile every time I see this happen to an Ember. I mean, the hero is so weak against certain things. Huskar, Viper, there's quite a few others that also destroy him.
But Necro we had for a bit.
Yeah, there's quite a few heroes that absolutely just demolish him. So picking him when the enemy has last pick, it's a bold move.
I even remember the days of like Monkey King and Ursa being popular against the Ember Spirit.
Oh yeah.
Maybe more of a South American flair and flavor, but...
Oh boy, did you see this Luna stack they have going? The Ancients? They are prepped and ready for him. That's a lot of gold.
It's pretty huge.
It's a 5 stack.
Sven had just cleared his stack, which was like a 2 stack, you know, pitiful.
Yeah.
Tiny little ancient stack.
Get him to Trax level.
How much gold is this? Over 1,000?
1,200 or something ish.
A lot of money. All straight up in cash. Cash money.
We'll see. He's at 1,000 now, so I'll keep track to see how much he gets from this.
You're just going to see the little kobold with the briefcase come along and show it to Arteezy.
How nice of him. He just bought the diadem so we can see all the money.
Oh, very nice. Perfect.
Yeah. He's helping us. But Viper, keep your hands off.
Yeah, what are you doing, your punch? No. Kidtrack's putting poison on them. Hey.
Stealing.
Illegally requisitioning the creeps of the Luna.
Yeah. Few creeps going away there.
Oh well. That's going to put it pretty
still
close
a good
to
amount of experience shared between them. SD was only level 7, now he's level 8.5, so the experience from the stack as well. Very nice. We see a move towards top here with a blink from Morse. They want to Doom.
Oh, but Saberlight's just too quick.
He's so fast, man.
Can't catch him. So he's out of there, and that's 4 heroes that did move up here, with one one attempting to make the move.
That was a very speedy blink. He even blinked before they blinked him. He knew.
Just
had a good read that they were coming up there.
A quick caster. There's still quite a bit of room for Munkushi to farm. Now top of the net worth, he has overtaken and leapfrogged his opponents. Farming through the Ancients on the right-hand side and now heading down south, but that's been scanned by the Radiant. They know that a move has been made down there through the Twin Gate. Yopaj saw Sweden Strong moving across. Yeah, and here's the Luna. Night Vision thinks about the Eclipse. Doesn't want to go straight for it into this Pugna with potential heroes behind him. So they'll retreat, fall back, rejoin with the other core and the rest of the gang.
Yeah, they're calling that he has to have some vision there. The back and forth there, a little bit suspicious how he turned. So indeed, Dire does have vision on them. But they're going to run back, smoke up, and go around again. Maybe find the Ember.
Oh, Ember. Oh.
Yeah, that's that Blink Doom with the stomp immediately. War Stomp.
Oh.
Very hard to survive. And yeah, this is just sad, dude. You can talk all you want about Cher Jr. being a good player, but what do you do if you're a good player on Ember against Viper with First Blood and then you get doomed repeatedly? Yeah. I mean, there's no amount of good that's going to make you look good in this game.
I mean, you're saying you have a smile on your face when this happens to Ember players, but I do. I just feel pain for the actual human being behind the screen, you know? I've got so much empathy.
I don't. Empathy left me many years of Dota ago, Gareth. But the real story is that I play TA and people do this to TA players all the time. Why not do it to Ember players too? So I feel like it's justice, you know? If you basically get countered by the same heroes anyway.
Karmic justice.
Yes, this is every time this happens, you know, I've suffered 10 times like this, so it feels good. Cathartic in a way.
Yeah. Schadenfreude. Pleasure in the suffering of others. Wait, so what was that? Does the Swedish have a name for it as well?
Yeah, we have it too. Yeah, it's just damage joy. Yeah.
Damage joy. That's the same in German,
joy from damage.
Yeah, joy from pain.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of nap time, and kill the Ember. Go back to farming. Accelerate your Viper and your Luna to this point where they are unstoppable and unkillable.
Smoke coming in towards Viper now, perhaps. Looking at him as he's going in pretty deep here. He should be dead to this gank if they connect. There he is.
Pike nearly gets him over. Still stuck inside the arena. And plenty of control to bring him down.
Well, that was probably very satisfying for Munkushi to swing into that as well with his DD rune, Echo Saber, Sven doing over 500 damage per hit right now.
It's the double tap into the Viper.
Going for Aghanim Scepter, by the way. You talked about the Aghanims last time we saw Sven, you know, thinking about it. And honestly, it has been buffed a lot. Maybe Munkushi is onto something here, queuing it up.
Yeah, I feel like the most recent Sven picks I've seen have like skipped Blink and gone Aghanims. So that's why I was like kind of, maybe not confused, but a little surprised that K1 went for that Blink over the Ags just completely.
Yeah. I mean, the Ags has a lot of range, bonus 350 cast range, and you have the 180 damage nowadays. The extra damage, you know, that's quite a lot. 500 damage stun.
Radiant's top tower.
Is it still Dispel? Is it Dispel on Ags or was it Dispel on Talent? What was the... Does it even do that anymore?
It's a Dispel on the targets that you stun. Bottom, they get Cher Jr. again, this time with a Lion catching him.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
He's about to get surpassed by Sweden Strong. Just say it. I'm support Ember this game. Puck, now step up, boy. You're the new core.
The roaming Ember Spirit back in play.
He's been demoted.
That's a real travesty.
It is. At least Sven is, you know, definitely picking up the slack. He's, you know, farming a lot. He's not being focused this game. Hasn't died a single time. So he is getting huge. The problem is they have really good single target destruction on the side of Shopify. They can just turn that to Sven later on in the late game. And Ember is going to be too underfarmed to really be relevant. This is looking very grim for one win.
Yeah, because you don't have that back and forth and the balance in the team fights. It looks like Shopify.
They reveal themselves on the illusion.
Arteezy trying to get out of there. Saberlight away as well. So they don't steal the Tormentor. 21-minute rune is going to spawn. Looks like one win is going to get that. So little victories, little silver lining.
I think that was wise. That was a good sign of discipline, honestly, coming out from Shopify Rebellion. They are dominating this game, but they don't have that good team fight. And the network lead is only 3,000, you know, like with how despair Ember's game is, you would imagine it would be even bigger. So backing out there, playing to their strengths, greed up. They have Octarine, Midas on Doom, and Luna is happy to keep farming.
Scale for days. Just like infinite gold coming into the pockets of Shopify. Which is why it's like a real testament to this Sven. There's only a 2k. It's a 2k lead overall.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing great. He's farming really fast, and the Aghanims is not too far now. I think once he gets the full Aghanims, they really need to just go and force the action, because they will fall off the more this game goes into late game.
Yeah. And I guess you have the knock-on effect as well, like looking at the net worths in general. The fact Ember has been focused and he's tanking all these abilities, the supports are actually getting like a fair amount of gold out of that. They're ahead of their counterparts by a good, 1,000, 1,500 or so. A bit of money there for Sweden Strong and respect.
Comes a smoke though. Shopify coming in. They have the Doom ready.
Cher Jr. Oh, who do they go for? The Doom on the Ember. Finger of Death and Hex onto Cloud's Mars, but he gets down the Arena Spear. Theolacor, the turnaround focus onto him, and the kill is there. Cloud's still going to die to this Viper, though. Yopaj just stands in the midst of it all, and a good demonic barrage. Mancushi is slowed down. Cloud is healed up. You're right. The life drain comes. Yeah, Luna speared across, but doesn't connect it to the cliff top. Instead to the tree behind it. Arteezy now going to be able to turn and fight back into Cloud. No one's dying, though. Finally, Chira Jr. connected on by Saberlight and Theolacor. And the chase from Kitrak. Cloud low. The Saberlight Doom is coming. And a mega kill streak for Saberlight. As Shopify do win out in the end.
They do win out, but they still fighting a bit against the Ench as well. Looking for him. Glimmer Cape. Not going for the insta TP. TPing now. A little bit late.
Oh, boy, howdy. He's jumped down to the low ground, though.
Yeah, still alive. Respect is just, creating as much space as he can here. They are chasing him. The Glimmer Cape. How is he still alive?
And this is just raw Enchantress gameplay right here.
This is raw
Look at him
space
stealing
is
a
what I'm
hurricane.
saying, dude. All of their team basically down in the bottom left corner here of this jungle. He pulled them to the most useless area he could. At least something. But yeah, another fight going the way of Shopify. Even though it looked a little bit sketch there at the start.
Chira Jr. finally gets some space, right? The Enchantress making this vacuum in the mid lane. Ember Spirit respawns and gets some farm. At long last. Sven. It looks like they're ready to go again, honestly. God Strength's up, Smoke is there, and one win, make another move.
Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion going for that Tormentor, trying to get themselves a shard. Is it the Lion Shard? Do they get it? Get the SD. SD is still very good this game, though. There's a lot of good stuff, actually, for him to continuously cleanse against. The Searing Chains, the Decrepify, even Enchant.
Yeah. A lot of super nice stuff. One win. Looking to sneak a Roshan.
Ooh, I like this. I like this move a lot. I think they're in time as well to do this. Shopify not realized quite yet. They're going to realize as the courier's moving straight down. They ping it out now, but that's too late. They don't have a counterplay.
It's so cool, isn't it? You're down 7k, you've been crushed in lanes and in the game, but yeah, you look at this. Roshan take, Aegis for Sven. Mancushi, he's been put on a pedestal here. He's the be-all and end-all of one win's team fight and damage. Give him that
a lot of
second
pressure
life.
on the Sven's shoulders for sure, but, he has that strength to back it up. It should be called God's Damage now, though. It's no longer actually giving you any strength.
Yeah, it used to give like 30 strength or something, right?
Yeah, it used to be a strength increase. It used to be a percentage-based increase on strength.
Oh, jeez. Oh, a jump in from Theolacor. Would you believe it? They found the Ember Spirit.
Not again.
Surprising target. TP out from Respect and the rest of them run away. 0, 8, and 3.
It's funny how it's always him. I think the supports have stopped shielding him. They're like, you know what? You're on your own, buddy. We can't protect you from these smoke ganks.
Yo, what's happening down bottom? There's a Satyr Tormentor killing a courier and pushing high ground on his own.
How did it kill the courier?
I don't know, but it did.
Doesn't it need like a lot of hits?
Oh, there's an arena across the map onto Saberlight, but he's got his BKB off and blinks away. Monkush just didn't touch him. Now, Arteezy. Is that a Luna trying to escape? Lion's got the backup plan with a stun, a Lucent Beam to hold him back, and the Blink Awake to dodge the Stormhammer. Beautifully done. Shopify are toying with their opponents now.
No Doom, a little bit awkward here. Both teams not really sure about it. Godstrength timing out. Shopify going in, looking for the Sven. He has Aegis though.
Baiting with the illusion, and then comes Saberlight. The chain stuns are there. Mancushi has BKB though. The God Strength wears out. Stormhammer's across to the left side onto the Viper. Disruption saves up the Doom though, and Mankushi's dead for the first time. Cloud has no arena, just a BKB and a spear to try and whack away at Shopify. But they've got the turnaround here with Theolacor draining and sucking and blinking away, but the Stormhammer still lands on him, stuns him up as he turns, gets the Impale, Saberlight and Yopaj open up on Mancushi. They've killed the Lion off, but this Sven is dropping. The only hope of one win has fallen, and Arteezy's on the backlines killing off Sweden Strong for a killing spree, and one win scattering to the wind.
It's so weird. Sorry, I get hooked up on a detail towards the very end of the fight. That was a really good fight for Shopify Rebellion. We can see it, how they took it here, actually committing onto the Aegis of the Sven. He tries to fight using the BKB before Aegis timing out, so when he respawned, wasn't quite that useful anymore. And as we see the fight here, the Lion did a really good job going in. But towards the end of the fight, Arteezy, as he was fighting the Pugna, the drain from Pugna doesn't stop from mini disjoints anymore. If you pay attention here, he's got Manta Style it, and it doesn't stop. It keeps going. And I'm super confused by that. Like, it definitely used to stop to any moment of not working, and nowadays it continues.
Huh.
I recently played a game of Storm, and if you get drained by Pugna and do a mini zip, it keeps draining you. It's super annoying.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Somehow Pugna is buffed.
Because I always thought that like Manta Style kind of took you off the map while you were casting it.
You're invulnerable, yeah.
Yeah.
Like for a while you don't exist and then you exist again, yeah.
But
so
there's
you can dodge anything, but the problem is, you know, that it keeps draining invulnerable targets for a short timer.
Damn, I would not have noticed that if you'd not pointed it out to me. That's.
I mean, it's a super niche thing, but it you know, it matters. So against the Manta style hero, you can just start draining him, and Manta doesn't stop it. You can keep going.
Manta nerfed.
Arteezy nerfed. He's in shambles. I bet he was confused there. He's like, I Manta dodged you. How do you keep draining?
Yeah. No, I disjointed it. What are you doing? Still draining away, little skeleton man.
So Luna has decided she's gonna go for the phylactery build, it looks like, as well. Going into the Kanda. Krista is coming out, already has the phylactery starting to build.
It already has the 20 talent as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. They buffed the Kanda as well to have 50 more damage now. It was already a popular build on Luna. You don't have to rush it, don't go for it too early, but it feels really nice to buy it around this timing.
Sorry, could you just say that again, but louder, and we'll clip it?
Kanda is good. Buy Kanda.
I need my Lunas and Snipers in my games to just chill out with the Kanda.
Oh yeah. Don't buy it first item. There you go. That's the soundbite you needed.
Yep. Shopify rallying around the Luna in that mid lane. Creep's going to push into the tier 2. The rest of them swarming towards Ancients, as it looks like One Win just dodging, evading any kind of proper fight.
I mean, they've tried really well to take fights, but they're just lacking a little bit of gas, and a lot of it comes down to that mid lane difference right now. The Viper is still like, well, 5,000 gold ahead of the Ember, so one full big item ahead. We see him building towards an Assault Cuirass now on Viper. Getting quite tanky. This creep on bottom lane, you can't ignore it for too long. The Enchantress actually pushes really hard. If you don't do anything about this, it will eat away at your tier 3.
What's that? 84 bonus damage.
Yeah.
Also, 137.
HP and armor of it is pretty high. They're pinging it now.
There's a tanky boy.
That's an early Roche check. One win. It's 2 minutes until Roche could spawn, so checking it way too early there.
It's desperate. Desperate for anything.
Probably just a little bit of issue with the internal clock, you know. Sometimes you get distracted.
Oh, there's a lot on their plate to deal with here. And Shopify still pretty content to farm out that northern jungle. Soft pushing into mid. Not really making a concerted effort to shove high ground though.
Ench is so important right now. What Respect is doing is so crucial for them. The fact that he's sitting down here and just pushing is buying them a bit of time. But Arteezy has had enough. He's saying, guys, come home. I'm gonna push you high ground. Cliff is already forced. They're checking Roche again now. Guys, it can't be up yet.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Something's gone wrong there.
Yeah, they didn't time it.
I think that they can sneaky get an Aegis. That was a way back into the game.
Yeah, but patience by Shopify here. They do not want to just siege up. They don't know what's going on. They're like, are they smoking around us? So they're keeping their formation very tight here in case they smoke around.
There's probably someone like, are they roshing? And Kitrak's like, no.
Yeah, they definitely have the timing. I can see Kitrak has not made a single move towards Roche. He's like, nope, not yet.
Not even possible. Yeah, One Win, they had to come back. 3 heroes in their base, and the 4th and 5th will join them shortly. Cloud and Mankushi, the last ones to join in, as the SD Luna combo is in full force now.
Yeah, a lot of siege, and the fact that they already cracked the tier 3 tower as well means that it's going to be much more dangerous. You know how easily Luna pushes that barracks, so if you lose any fight now, she's just going to bolt down, and that's a laner Rax gone. Now they're playing towards the Roche themselves. Shopify on point with the timings here and area control. Smoke coming in by one window. This is a very, very important fight for them.
It feels like their last chance almost in this game.
Yeah. Sven 500 gold off the Daedalus.
Luna tucked in the trees. Saberlight shown. Vision given by Chira.
Yeah, Sleight of Fist breaks the smoke.
Has that Shiva's guard as well. Sweden Strong and Cloud still on that far right-hand side, hidden in the trees, trying to obscure the moves here from OneWin.
Steal the illusion. Send it in.
50 seconds to go.
Good patience here by Shopify, not going into the Roche pit, putting themselves on a low ground. They want to keep the high ground, have an easy location fight.
Yeah, I'm looking at mid lane, that creep wave with the one behind it getting picked out now.
Yeah, they gotta defend. They have... Oh, this is really bad for them.
They've got to come back.
Ember can go, and he can still be around, though. He has the Remnant, so they can still contest if they want, but looks like Sven is backing out as well.
Yeah, Shopify get the full D-ward, get the full control of this bottom right-hand corner. 20 seconds to go and 2 minutes until night, so Roshan's going to stick around in that bottom right corner for a little bit. A DD rune here for OneWin, though. If they've got another smoke, maybe have another crack at that move. But they're under... they're under Radiant Vision, right? That's an observer on the high ground that's seen them all move across.
Yeah, now they're saying that Roche is up. Lion acting as a ward, finally saw it. And they still have a tier 2 tower that they need to go through on the mid lane, so OneWin, while they are split pushing and getting some farm, they even have the Daedalus or the DD rune on Sven here. Maybe you can siege up the tower. This is where you just gotta be brave. They don't see too much, but if you don't go and push here as Sven, you just lose Roche, and then the inevitable is coming, so you kind of need to go. He is backing out though on Mukushi, not making the aggressive choice. Of course, it's so easy to say just go, but what if Doom TPs and blinks and dooms you, you know? So scary.
And does he have buyback? No, right?
No, he doesn't on Sven. Yeah, he bought out for the Daedalus.
Yeah, so you're dead for like, what, 70, 80 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, if you die, it's GG, but if you don't do that, it feels like GG as well. It's really bad, so...
Do you want the soft GG or the hard GG? Like, which one do you want?
I want none of them. I want to stay in the game.
I guess it's that kind of thing. You're playing to win or playing not to lose situation.
Yeah. A little bit. Sometimes you have to push yourself even when it's dangerous, but it's you know, you can't really just expect everyone to do it. It's very dangerous. You need that Yatoro sense.
Yeah. Just know what's hiding in the shadows.
Yeah.
Yopaj out on the map has himself a Nemesis Curse, Manta Hurricane Pike, and his courier delivering a full assault cuirass to this Viper now, who is pretty stacked.
A lot of item progression, actually. We can speed through some stuff. Luna is finishing in Butterfly in 100 gold just now. We have Aghanims on the SD as well, so he's going to be quite impactful having the Shard and Aghanims.
And a banner.
And, yeah, Shiva's complete for Doom.
That's some huge items. Actually, like Viper, you know, nice item progression, looking good, but it just pales in comparison to the net worth of the Luna and the Doom at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing great for a Viper. Viper doesn't farm very fast, so he's kept up really well. And this is what I meant, like, he goes for a scaling build this game. He actually is still relevant, like, his auto attacks will hurt.
He's not even level 25 yet either. He might not even get there. I just felt like this Viper hero is, you know, picked in part somewhat because of that universal talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice touch. Luna gonna siege top now. So even though mid is open, they consider top easier because there's only one angle of approach. It's from the bottom. You can't really like wrap around from any direction. Yeah. Mid is very dangerous to push. So even when it's open there, they open up by going tier 3 top.
Right, they can just line people up. And you said in the draft, right? SD and Lion, both kind of fog heroes. They're going to be waiting in the wings. Looking
he's pretending to be an illusion, but gonna go in and hit the racks now. That's real.
Decrypt. Manta on cooldown for another couple of seconds.
Barracks falling. Glyph's there.
Glyph. And Munkushi is already half HP just from like glaives and Lucent Beam spam. And Chira Jr. trying to hold them back, but that's a full set of barracks just glaved down by the Luna.
middle barracks.
Aegis on Luna, of course, has the BKB and Butterfly as well, so Sven can't even really damage him that well. If you go on the Luna, he's just gonna be saved.
Well, here we go. This is the move. They've got to do something now. Chains on the Viper. The cleanser's there. In comes
beautiful.
the Mars, but he's doomed up by Saberlight. Stopped in his track, so no arena coming. Chira and Munkushi stuck on the right-hand side. The Eclipse there from Artesia. Saberlight kills Cloud and forces the buyback. They've glimmered and forced the Sven away. Chira Jr. has escaped. It looks like the
Enchantress in
Enchantress left to her own devices. Up
No
a creep.
buyback on him.
And no forms of movement whatsoever. No buyback. Munkushi, God Strength, still another, 10 seconds to go, but half HP and no real way in.
They have the Mars ulti, but they don't really have the damage to follow through. They can't kill any core with just the Mars ulti. They need Sven, and frankly, Carrot, I don't see the damage in their team anymore. I think this push is just inevitable. They're gonna keep going.
Why does the Mars not simply buy Brooch and 3 Rapiers?
Right? Yeah, where's the damage, man? Just have damage.
Well, the Dire Ancient.
10,000
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
This dragon is not protecting your Ancient. It is watching it crumble. The foundations of OneWin's base being shaken by Shopify.
Aegis
As
being
the
used.
Stormhammer will claim the Aegis. A little bunny hop there over the Earth Spike and off to the right. Inside the arena, they do catch out 3, but look at the damage on the Cloud. Burst down by the Viper and Luna. Glaives circling her as some immolation. Going towards respect. Munkushi will find the life of Theodore, but sweet and strong Munkushi on the run, tail between legs, nowhere to hide in the Dire base. I'll get some buybacks out of them, but Shopify just seem to be too strong. The staying power and the damage back onto the Sven will be enough. And Kitrak with the bow down. All right,
Another
calm
Doom
down.
for Kira.
Another Doom. Sweet and strong with a life drain, sucking off his ward. But Artesia has a BKB. An ultra kill for Artur. A rampage for Luna.
And a double rampage to end off the game. GG's come out. Good start to the series here for Shopify, looking very dominant throughout the entirety of this game. Happy faces here on Artesia as he got to play Luna with 10, 1, and 11 score. And Saberlight, of course.
Did you see Yopan's face? He's like, yeah, we won, but I had to play Viper. Like, he didn't look super happy.
Yopash had nothing exciting happening this game. That's why. Like, he is Viper. Yeah, he's winning, but, you know, it's like, what have I become kind of feeling.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
really
this Saberlight Doom with the 8-0-13, though, he was having a blast just blinking and dooming people.
I mean, good draft, good play. Shout out Bulba. Last pick Viper really undid everything that OneWin were bringing to the table.
I think the draft was, yeah, the issue entirely. Like, you don't have a solution here. If you don't have an Ember, you miss your timing. Sven wants to farm up until he has a few crucial items. So you basically only have a super budget Ember and your offlaner to play with. And he didn't even have that good of a game on the Mars on that offlane either, because the lane was looking pretty rough. He died in laning stage without a gank from the mid lane. So yeah, there was just 3 lanes, one basically for the team of Shopify.
Yeah, that opening, like going back to that conversation around the Lion and Shadow Demon, honestly, a pretty cool opening there. The whole mind games between Illusion Hero here, Illusion Hero there, is it coming, is it not? And they grabbed the Luna themselves, which gave them that tempo against the Sven. It all panned out really beautifully for Shopify here in game number 1. We see signs of life from OneWin. They got some fights, they got some blood in their veins and got aggressive where they could, but the staying power just wasn't there.
Yeah, how bad that was. Artesia's only death there on Luna was when the finger death could have helped him, but he just chose not to. Like, nah, you died to that pug now. Let me see.
I will watch you die.
Yeah, this is where it's basically just shooting fish in a barrel at this stage. There's no fight here. It's just Dire saying, please don't kill Earthrone. They tried until the very end, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
yeah, that's it. But yeah.
What is the do or do not? There is no try in Dota 2. It is all about the throne and defending it or forcing it to fall, crumbling it in front of the faces of your enemies. And hearing the lamentation of their heroes. Shopify Rebellion take game 1 in this best of 2 as we pop off for a quick break and return with that last game of the day. Welcome back, folks, as we get ourselves ready for Game 2 here. Shopify Rebellion taking on One Win and Wagamama. Game 1 was a stomping. It was a Viper against Ember Spirit mid, which did not go very well for the Ember.
Yeah, that was a draft issue for sure, but also execution was very clean that game. We harped on it quite a bit, how the draft was looking really good for Shopify and they played towards it, but clean execution. Saberlight had so many good jumps where he doomed a target immediately, and there's just no, there's no coming back from that initiation. And overall, just clean game from them. One win. They're on the back foot now. They gotta go back to the drawing board and think, how can we stop what happened in that game from happening again? Maybe, they will have last pick for mid this time, and that can be a helpful start at least.
Yeah, definitely something to look towards for sure. And yeah, something that we talked about as well, One Win, when they don't have their signature heroes or comfort picks, or just a comfortable draft in general, they're kind of playing up to Shopify here, trying to get on their level, and it's not a level playing field. Just looking at the way the game panned out, like you said, draft issue for sure. And it's one of those games where it's difficult to kind of pinpoint an MVP. Everyone did their job. Everyone did it so well that you just kind of have to say, congrats Bulba and Kitrak, who was in the drafting seat. Well done, you did it.
Yeah, no, I mean, they piloted the heroes really well that they had, but ultimately they were, supposed to do really well just by what we had going here as well. Yopaj dominated mid lane, the way that you want the Viper to dominate the Ember. And overall, just, good understanding of where they played on the map as well. They were always on point with, playing where Roshan is or taking towers when they can. We'll see how One Win want to come back. I think it's crucial that they secure themselves a game on Chair Jr. I mean, they did give him last pick last game, but he didn't have he only had the penultimate last pick. He didn't have the ultimate last pick. So getting him on something that is not as easy to shut down could be vital, because his aggression is what they live off.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he's the one diving, making noise, causing havoc, while the rest of them are kind of farming and getting ready, as we do have the draft for Game 2 ready here for us. One win against Shopify. And I kind of like the way you phrased that earlier on. They piloted the heroes well. I got flashes of battle bots, the little robots in the gladiatorial arena fighting each other, the guys on the controllers controlling them, the mechanics and the engineers.
Basically, I mean, yeah, you can have a good chassis, but it's how you drive it as well, right? Yeah, it's basically that. I think it's a term sometimes I use to separate between the draft and the gameplay when you try to review how a game went. Is the piloting or the draft.
That's a good way to look at it. Sort of compartmentalize the Dota 2 game. Templar Assassin first ban. Is that real? It is, right? TA first ban. What's up with that?
It is a very early ban. I mean, we had a meta recently where TA was first phase pick a lot. I didn't really agree that it was as strong as some people attributed it to be. But, the flex potential going between mid or safe lane, usually going towards the safe lane, is quite valuable. And, Team Liquid ran it a lot, especially. So it's something that they just want to remove here, I guess. It's a hero that definitely is flex for One Win. Both their carry and mid can play it.
I get rid of Munkushi's Naga Siren as well. Also that Mars Timber DK taken out, so a bit of flex between the off lane and mid, and a bit of focus on Saberlight's heroes. As we get a completely different draft development here. Centaur first pick, normal natural stuff, and Magnus, a fella who is very often first phase banned, has made his way through.
Yeah, Magnus gets through. He's also a great option to have. He works with a lot of carries really well, and also a pretty easy hero to combo around. So I like it as an opening, but I still think Centaur is kind of broken this patch and is a very, very good start. And Saberlight, like we said, last game, One Win banned it out. This time, it gets all the way through. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do on that. Saberlight played a good Centaur even before it became meta.
Yeah, for sure. And then, what kind of hero pairing is going to be there with Theolacor? Is it going to be a Rubik, a Lion? Do we see something a little flashier or interesting to come into that Centaur lane?
Could still do the SD with Centaur as well. That works really well.
Yeah.
You have the stomp on the disruption.
Oh, that used to be some old school combo with the old Soul Catcher, right? With the amplified damage on that. That should be.
Oh yeah.
Used to be a huge combo. Well, Slug now gone, so something there to just to protect the Centaur.
Yeah, they're protecting the lane also with the Undying ban. Both those bans are just, making sure the Centaur is going to have a good start here. CRTC, deep in thought, deep in his own palm as well.
And last pick this draft is 1 wins.
Yeah, they have it.
So they'll have that, what you were talking about, Shiro Jr.'s mid pick until the very end.
Yeah, I think there's no way they pick Chira's hero before last pick here. If they do, I would be very surprised, especially after the last game. You need him to have a comfortable, good hero that he can pick into 9 other heroes and say, you know what, this is going to be the, the final piece of the puzzle that's going to make us win this. If they do anything else, I'd be so surprised.
1 win, the ones to grab the Rubik.
Yeah,
of course they had that
common
first
when you have
pickup.
the Magnus, try and block pick the Rubik and also, work pretty well together. You have 2 heroes with repositioning tools.
Yeah, pretty handy against Stampede for sure. I guess the only way they pick Shiro Jr.'s hero is like guaranteed that Shopify have already picked their mid and you know the matchup.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be any like funny mind games or anything like that.
Yeah, I wonder what Shopify are gonna finally take for mid lane. Maybe they even show mid hero early because they know they don't have the ultimate last pick anyway. So they could take something that just generally does pretty well. Sadly though for Yopash, that sounds like Viper. You don't want to play something like that back to back. We saw him after last game. He was like, yeah, we won, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess with Centaur first picked, you lose that flexibility of like a Conquer pick here, right? You're not going to then flex mid and off lane. It's going to be a guaranteed role.
Yeah, not
taken
really.
up.
To get their hands on ET and Techies. A lot of AoE damage coming out here from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Got some nice things going. Good stompy heroes.
Yeah, making a lot of loud noise of bass reverberating and resonating from this ET and Centaur.
Also a
ET is
minor
kind of a
block pick,
funny-
I guess. The Techies, Techies could work in 1-wins draft as well.
True. That's something they've played both POS 4 and 5, so they've got that flex with the Rubik, lane-dependent matchups. ET's been kind of a funny hero, has been used against Meepo, has been used against these TBs and Morphlings and stuff. This is the second time now, right, where we're seeing him just kind of picked blindly?
Yeah. I don't know. It's ever since the introduction of Blood Grenade, really, I feel like ET has been very happy. I feel like that hero works really well with, popping out this Astro Spirit and then running at someone, Blood Grenading, and just going in and finishing the kill. A lot of different heroes became strong with the introduction of that item.
And I guess I'm still a little stuck in my ways thinking about heroes in a very linear fashion of this this hero counters that hero, or this is a hero that needs to be picked in a certain position. Sometimes it's just like this hero feels good. He's strong, he's tanky, does some good damage.
Yeah, I mean, the hero honestly works really well with a lot of things too. ET is just pretty good and aggressive, and he can he's like a worse version of Undying in the laning stage. He tries to do the same thing, does it a little bit worse. But then he's a bit stronger, arguably, in the mid game or late game if you really get your stuff going.
Well, Alchemist Gyro, and then into the Morphling.
Yeah, so he can become the Gyrocopter here. Always a nice thing for Morphling. You can get that flak cannon.
Is it support Gyro, just don't level flak at all. Just don't kill it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an option. It's an option for sure. Alchemist being picked as well. See here that we'll see how well he does against the Centaur. I assume he's going to be safe laning this. Having the Empower and Alchemist as well, you can farm really fast, but Centaur has pretty good burst damage with that double edge. So you gotta be careful when you go close for CSing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Thompson play it a couple of times mid, but I think he's the only guy who's been flexing that Alch. So I'd say like 99% is going to be up in that safe lane.
Have you seen any creative builds from him when he flexes in mid, or is it just still Radiance builds?
Still, yeah. I think it's still the Radiance build, Blink BKB, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, we have seen it off lane as well. It's been played a lot on the off lane, so Alch has a bit of core flexibility, but support Alchemist ever since the removal of the old, Medallion Solar Crest, you can't really play Alchemist that way anymore. It was very nice to minus armor and then nuke someone, but no longer a thing.
Yeah, I was just double checking to make sure I wasn't telling lies. It was Radiance, Blink, Sanjin Yasha, BKB. So he did add an S and Y in there, but normal stuff.
Oh, Also important thing, I just realized chat is mentioning here, you know, is the Cliff TC. They prevented Cliff TC against the Magnus Rubik by picking themselves a Morphling who can just waveform down. Genius. Our TC will not have any trauma in this game.
Oh, yes. Always searching for those hidden mechanics. Ember Spirit banned, Shopify. I was rubbing salt in the wound a little bit there for one win.
Yeah, oh, you want to have a good Ember game? No. Guess not. The general hero will be Puck. Okay, so they're picking a hero that, you know, again, scales super well into mid and late game, but this is going to be at least an easy lane for Cher Jr. no matter what he wants to play. Puck does not really oppress heroes as much.
10 seconds remaining.
Tons of options there. So if you're wanting someone who can maybe play a little faster to give space to this Alchemist Magnus, or is this something where you're looking for a timing with the Alchemist?
Yeah, I would like something with a bit of tempo, you know, but it's hard to say exactly what he's going to be comfortable for here. Ember would have fit really nicely, but against Puck, it's a bit rough. Some of those tempo heroes get cancelled by Coil a lot. It's a bit dangerous. They're going to go with the Void Spirit. It's a decent enough lane, but the Coil and the Silence later on can be obnoxious for him.
Yeah. Was DK still there, or was he banned?
I think they banned DK in the first phase.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it was removed, yeah. Otherwise, it could have been an option as well.
Oh, still going to give them that tempo, play along into these side lanes, you know, hit level 6, level 7, always able to be active as a Void Spirit. Make a bit of noise on the map while Monkushi farms that Alchemist up to his critical mass moment. I like this a lot more from 1-1. You know, having that last pick definitely helps, but it doesn't feel like they have that gotcha pick that was the Viper in game 1.
No, not really. I mean, Void can be good at bursting Puck later on if you get Aghanims, if you have some silence on those resonant pulses, if you have, you know, a decent item progression, then it can be amazing. But we'll see how well they get into the game here. You know, Centaur is usually a pretty strong bully on that off lane, together with Techies as well, which is also a super strong support early game. If 1-Win just survived the early game, I think their heroes look amazing. I mean, they have great synergies, they have great heroes to carry the Empower as well, and their team fight is really strong.
Well, they definitely pack a punch. See how it all works out though. Game 2 coming your way. 1-Win up against Shopify, and we're rounding out day 2 of the group stage here, where we always start off with 1-1s, but we're starting to get these 2-0s now. Important to rack up some victories to break out of the pack of 4 at the bottom of these 2 groups, get into those top 4 slots, where currently Shopify Rebellion are sat 4-2 overall. 1-Win, not in a desperate situation just yet, but they do need a victory here in game 2 to really look forward and be confident moving forward.
Yeah, we see both teams smoking and running towards that mid lane as soon as possible. Puck even using the orb, get there as soon as possible to get a ward on the enemy side of the river. Always nice, lower chance of that being dewarded as the Void planted a ward up on the top part.
It was pinged by Theolocore.
Yeah, it was pinged, but they didn't see it yet, so maybe they're just guessing. Now they ping bottom because they saw him with their ward come out of smoke from bottom. But he already had all his items in. Yeah, we'll see if they waste a sentry down bottom here. I think they will.
Yeah, there's nothing there, boys.
Now, Void didn't see them waste the sentry there. That's the minor win.
Theolocore's gut read was very good. He pinged like exactly on top of that observer ward. But yeah, good movement around by Chira Jr., keeping his vision up in that mid lane. Arteezy's gonna
50-50. Morphling under a ward for a little bit here, so they could wrap around with the Magnus.
Yeah, Cloud's wandering over with Sweden strong in behind him. I mean, 274 HP Arteezy. Shockwave fake pumped. And don't want to spend too much. Just send him back. On his way.
It's gonna morph back up. It's the runes. We do see 2 for 2 on the runes. D-ward on bottom though. They get this one.
Yeah, they do find it. Are they gonna do the blocking of the wave that we've seen? What are they up to?
Don't think so. Doesn't look like it. They were thinking about it.
Are they just tri-laning? Oh no!
He's just leaving the spirit, getting damage from down here. Then it's gonna go through mid lane, hopefully, take that damage, and then go to fight. This is really cool. Yeah, so you got 2 or 3 extra creeps there, hit with it.
Plus plus 70 damage or something incoming for this Kitrak ET.
He'll have some damage. 55 plus 55, 110 exactly.
Beautiful stuff, yeah. Whack into Sweden strong. Good start for Kitrak. Interesting little move there, just to spirit TP, get it all the way across the map early on.
Yeah, you can send the spirit through the portal as well, but it's not that strong because you don't have enough speed to really go and collect something. It still takes time to channel the portal.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward, but he's just gonna try and protect his Morphling here, go up and fight a bit. None of them taking the CS.
Range
like,
creep,
fine, I'll take it.
Range creep, yeah. Oh, that'll be mine. I just try and protect Arteezy as best he can. This lane can get a little spooky. Magnus and Rubik, you said it, displacement tools and quite a bit of damage once they get some levels under their belt. Then these first few levels going to be a quiet farm trade, just Kitrak putting his body on the line for the Morphling, getting those range creeps wherever he can.
Yep, it's a nice enough duo combo.
Dio?
Oh, he got skewered.
Very nearly dead. They got the skewer on him today?
He's gonna be fine. Both side lanes having action here. Techi's gonna survive as well. The Dragon gets away.
A heart attack. The other course 10 HP. The skewer up top at the same time. Oh god, where are we going?
Now mid lane also fighting all the way down to no HP. Before the runes, of course.
Pablo's
Bottle
like,
is
dude,
coming in for Void, so he wants to stay and bottle it.
Yeah, very nice. Your Purge, of course, already has that bottle, refills it up. Oh, double wave incoming to him. And down at bottom lane, Techie's being run at again by this Respect Gyrocopter. Rocket Barrage and Flak Cannon at the ready, so he does go for Flak, doesn't skip it against the Morphling. There will always be that ability now for Arteezy to grab it.
Yeah, it's usually the nicer ability, especially when you're against a long-range hero. Scaling the missile is hard.
Right, true. Theodore Core can just click it down on its way forward.
It's also very low mana cost to damage ratio. 40 mana to get 4 attacks that hit both enemy heroes a lot of the time. It's pretty good.
Stomp is there on Alchemist. Saberlight just trying to be a bit of a bully here onto Munkushi. Courier getting into the battlefield as well, as Theodore Core was kind of looking for. And now a little stuck in behind enemy lines, though. The Techies does get caught for first blood.
There's that Rocket Barrage level 1. 240 damage. It's a lot, man. Tank the entire thing and you die very quickly.
It looks like Puck is having a pretty good time in that mid lane.
Yeah, winning the CS a little bit.
About a wave ahead. But there's, what, 3 creeps arriving back in, so it's only like a 3 CS difference.
Yeah, if he gets all these, then, you know, then it's 18, so pretty good.
And up at top, Cloud, Sweden Strong, just trying to reclaim their large camp and get some pulls going.
Morphling having a very, very well-protected game here. Meanwhile, Respect dies on bottom lane as the Techies came back.
So he did. I'm having some problems with my Dota 2, honestly. The camera is all over the place. So I'm just going to look at the observer screen. I don't know, I've got a thing where I can't... Yeah, okay. It's just being a bit weird.
That's what observers are for, Gareth. You're fine.
Observing, yeah. Saberlight. Love this item build. It's always beautiful to see Centaurs. A double ring of protection plus Helm of Iron Will. You are now unkillable.
Yeah.
You've got plenty of staying power in that bottom lane.
Wolves need no armor. Centaurs, however.
Yeah. He's got tons of HP and regen, and a lot of damage as well to push forward onto that Alchemist.
Gyrocopter chasing. 2 points in the queue.
Ooh. Saberlight, you tank enough against magic damage with a stick. He might just be. Ooh, barely enough.
He's fine. Too tanky to die to this. He doesn't want to go base. He wants to stay.
Stay and fight it out, yeah.
That base HP regen doing a lot of work. 13 HP per second here. Alchemist not gonna get the stun on the Alchemist. He does get a CS with the stun though.
And now he's under tower as well with that tower protection on him.
Radiant are scanning.
Feels very good. As Kitrak has come in from the Twin Gate, it looks like. Grabs the Watcher. Gets a bit of vision down and is in behind them. Let's see if they can actually make a move onto this Alchemist, because it feels like Munkushi knows something's not quite right. He's hugging that left side of the lane, hiding in the trees.
Yeah, they're calling it. They're saying we don't know where he is. Probably they're expecting him to be mid though for the runes.
And Sableye taking a lot of damage there, but I'll come in with his Kitrak ET and Theolocore techies blasting off. Ooh, what a catch! Mid-air lift to stop the techies in his tracks and take him down.
Ah, that's sweet and strong. Very nice play there on the Rubik. Good catch.
Shira Jr. guarding that bottom room, which is the regen. Rewarded for his efforts. And Yopaj not going to have that bottle refill. And in an awkward spot there. Well, this is all happening. Cloud has been left alone up top. It's just this CS board looking very good for Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify with a great start. You can't really leave a level 4 Magnus alone against the Morphling here. He's going to get very few CS. This lane is going to be pretty disastrous pretty quickly. Mid lane at least going pretty well now with that regen rune.
Chira, more than recovered.
Yeah.
Just have to worry about the supports coming in. Oh, here we see it back.
Yeah, see the catch as well by the Rubik showing up right place, right time. Wanted that gyrocopter so badly.
Yeah, really nicely done by 1-1 in general, right? Alchemist and Gyro kind of hugging that left side, stacking, pulling, making sure they're in the fog, hidden away, and then Sweet and Strong's rotation right in the nick of time.
They're doing good, but the problem is that there's a difference in carries right now, that the free farm is happening for Morphling, but there's no free farm happening for Alchemist. He is farming up some stacked jungle here though, the Mud Golems, always nice.
Just in this race against Shopify. And Yopaj taking a fair beating from Chira. Kitrak is now all over the place. Top lane, bot lane, mid lane, refilling bottles, handing over tangos and regen.
Yeah, he
all
knows
the good stuff from your POS 5.
He has no responsibility top anymore, so he can just be all over the place, do whatever he wants. It's the best place to be.
He's getting caught out though. Around that top rune spot, Chira and Sweet and Strong offering quite a lot of damage alongside the gyrocopter, but a good blast off in. We'll get a catch here for Yopaj to clear him out. Now the Stampede getting Arteezy involved. Morphlings arrived and says, thank you very much. A double kill for my puck. Why the hell not? Chira Jr. silence, caught up in some stuns. He wants Yopaj real bad, but a dodge jaunts away to safety. Now TPing home as Chira Jr. is left with one astral step and the potential to escape. I think he should be all right here and stay alive, but Yopaj, man, that dodge.
Yeah, that was nice. Dodging a lot there on Yopaj, staying alive, and he gets the rune as well for it, so back to bottom lane.
Mankushi just farming in the jungle. Alchemist things, killing kobolds, killing all the tiny forest creatures that he can find.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants to make a rotation with the DD rune. Once he has the coil as well, for now probably gonna farm. We see a replay here of the jump.
There's a lot of damage from this gyro though, hey? Kitrak just like disappears and melts.
Yeah, it does a lot in the very early game, but it falls off hard later on. It's a very tempo-based support.
Need isolated heroes
in the jungle for Alchemist right now, being prepared, both on the Ancients and in the regular jungle.
Okay. There's some stuff to fall back on there. We'll see if Shopify can get involved and stop that from happening. It's currently Theolocore, the one being taken down by Chira Jr. and Respect. Yopaj forced to jaunt away, but the rest of Shopify arriving now. Sableye has a stampede and wants to stomp on Chira. The ET sleeps him, stomp him up now. The damage from the double edge, but Chira's still alive and Alchemist joining from that right-hand side. Centaur being pummeled, but he's pretty tanky, and Yopaj going to pick up the double kill, and I'll finish off Chira Jr. as well. Just the Alchemist left standing down here, and he's going to back himself away.
That's so painful too. Even though he didn't die or anything on Alchemist, running there, not getting anything, running away again. This is a lot of time that he could spend farming. Meanwhile, Morphling just hitting creeps non-stop, getting bigger and bigger. This is already a bit of a disparity there in like how free they are. Net worth is even, but you don't want that as an Alchemist. You want to be ahead.
Yes, that Alchemist inflation. You want to be a couple of grand ahead at this point, and you're just not quite there yet. When they get to this timing, they're going to have to hit it really hard.
Blink on Magnus. They know about the creeps in the jungle. They want to go and steal them.
Ooh. And Respect and Chira trying to protect this. Mankushi's going to have to make his way over here if he wants to clear out these stacks.
I think they have to farm it now, which is also sad, because this was intended for Alchemist.
Hey, you can't let Shopify come in here and just take it for free. Did Cloud buy something? Well, that jump in the mid lane. Swedish strong, just caught and stomped. Shows himself a little too long in that mid spot. Got a coil on respect as well. Gyrocopter, the next one lined up for them. Where's he off to? Hiding in the same little tree line he tried to with the Enchantress, but not going to pay off this time around.
This is very nice. Morphling activating as well, coming in mid, pushing with the Vladimirs for a little bit. Not going to go top and take the free farm here as there's a double wave. And mid still being dealt a lot of damage here by the catapult wave. Void wants to defend.
He'll jump straight in towards them. Spends one of the steps, gets stomped on his way. Mankushi here, claim the life of Theo. No, he's got the Stampede and a bit of heal to back away. Again, expenditure from this one-win side and getting nothing in return.
Yeah, that's very, very costly rotations for him. They are getting close to the Radiance on Alchemist, so still not a bad timing. We're 11 minutes in, almost 12. He has the Relic, still needs to farm 1,000 gold though. So ideally, I would say it's like 2 or 3 minutes behind ideal timing here. Maybe 2 minutes. Big Ancient stack though for him here.
A level 4 Empower, so Cloud can help him out. Get a bit of experience, maybe a touch of gold for himself to get to that Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
we'll see if he rushes.
Item timings.
I mean, is this the kind of game where you need to go straight into the Blink, or are you going to be able to get that Echo Saber first?
Oh, for the Magnus? I would say Blink, yeah. I think he needs to have some quick jumps and set up for his team.
Playmake with Jira. Give Alk a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit less greedy when you have that. And also, they need something to try and help them kill this Morphling right now. Maybe a Blink and Skewer and then, you know, locked down by the team.
Straight up coil from Yopash top. Magnus did buy the Blink already. Fake pumping the RP, but looks dead to right. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar up top.
Very nice play by Yopash as well. Just holding his silence, keeps auto-attacking there. Face shift dodge. Very nice play.
And that top left corner, again, just belongs to Arteezy. Almost at 7,000 net worth. Morphling becoming very, very scary.
They just look a little bit confused on the side of one-win, like finding moves right now. Not as easy for them. The Void Spirit, like, he has a decent game. It's not like last game, but he's still sitting behind the puck by 1.3k. He wants that Mage Slayer before he really is ready to fight.
And he's always been the one that's kind of been on his side of the river, waiting for Shopify's move to come. And we'd love to see Chira Jr. get involved with a smoke with this Gyro Rubik, play forward. But they've got no vision, they don't know where people are. It's testament to Shopify playing the fog so well. Like, what heroes do you see on the map right now as one win?
Yeah, they're not getting a lot of information, and that's so scary when you have so many different constellations of heroes that can kill you. You have the Puck, who can lead. You also have the Blink Centaur, who can lead. And then you have even just techies jumping from the Fog War. So many heroes can initiate, and then anything can follow up.
Yeah, like right now, it's like, okay, we see Saberlight. He's on our tail on bottom lane. He's pushing. Do we want to go on a Centaur? Not really. And then Theolicor, he's pressuring his Magnus out of that top lane, forcing a Skewer. All of a sudden, Shopify, start to come out of the woodwork. They've got 3 heroes appearing bottom, getting some ward coverage there. And Alchemist.
Good play by Alchemist, though, backing up here, realizing I can't stay too long here. They pushed Saberlight away, but now it's dangerous. Puck coming in from behind.
Yeah, could catch them off guard. I've got the concoction channeling. Yopaj in with the silence and the coil. Saberlight will stomp him. Chaining their disables with the self-stun of the concoction. And Alchemist down. All your net worth in the bin. Chira Jr. has jumped in here and he's got Yopaj all caught up. Kills off the puck. RP down. Cloud has spent it. Arteezy, he's in gyro mode here with the flat cannons flying. Got a lot of damage on the Chira with the waveform in and a triple kill for Arteezy. But he's done. Shifted down. Cloud comes in, claps him. Claims the Morphling and might look for more. Kidrak will sleep him. Gets the stomp just in time. One hit is all he needs though. Cloud, he's held back with a stun of Saberlight. And Theolicor's there to save the day as well.
Oh my god, team
wipe. But my god, that was dirty.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was a really nice catch by Yopash. The angle he comes in from is perfect. The stun timing here on the Centaur as well to chain stun. Beautiful stuff for them. They go ultra aggressive. Sure, they do lose both their pos 2 and pos 1 here. Nice jump by Void Spirit bursting down the puck. And ultimately Arteezy having a little unfortunate morph there to the wrong direction after getting the kills. He did the hard part and then he, kind of messed up a little bit.
He even pinged himself. He's like, guys, I fucked up.
Meanwhile, back in the game, aggression again here, jumping mid, Void Spirit.
Oh god,
Getting
you're right.
coiled.
Coiled, silenced, Saberlight with the techies over the top. They've got plenty.
Saberlight unstoppable on this Centaur. First pick Centaur 6, 0, and 7. I would say they have not dealt with Centaur in a good way, and you can see why this hero is such a powerhouse right now.
Man, what's he got? Veil into the Eternal Shroud.
Yeah, Blink, Veil, and then Eternal Shroud. Eternal Shroud, very, very nice on Centaur. Just so much sustainability, and it's gonna fix his mana issues as well.
And we're still really waiting for this alchemist to show his face properly. He's been caught, he's been pummeled, he's been hiding. Not really where you want to be as Munkushi.
I feel like they're playing so high tempo on Shopify compared to OneWin. They're just not really able to keep up with all the swings that they're doing at them here.
It's like, it's pressing as well. You're being hemmed into this corner, you know, wherever you are as OneWin, you're always on the retreat, kind of reversing and falling back. And look at this Saberlight. He gets jumped on. He just says, okay, I'll stomp you. You RP me. The rest of my team's arriving now. And Cloud, he skewered him across, but Munkushi unable to dish any damage and loses half his HP in a blink of an eye. Munkushi's got it in an instant. Artur with a double kill,
well.
and the follow through is just perfection.
Yeah, they're on another level. The Shopify is just, they completely have their number. They're way too strong, I think, for OneWin here. Like, this is early on in the game, but 17 minutes in, 10k lead almost. They're absolutely stomping them. And this is when Alchemist wants to be ahead. So while I'm saying like, oh, you know, this is looking horrible. Yeah, it's because Alc does not do well from behind. He really doesn't.
He's having a very sad time.
I mean, it's risky to go on a Centaur, dude. He is a big boy. Not that easy to bring down. The only reason Gyrocopter lived is because he wasn't even there. He ran away.
Just evade everything.
Morphling almost has the phylactery now. Manta blasts.
And Sweden Strong's being hunted. Yopaj and Arteezy. Sweden Strong just disappears.
Yeah, Yopaj got him. Just chases after the stolen Illusory Orb. Gets him easily. And all the momentum is just gone here from OneWin. They're trying to make a play down towards the Alchemist right now. It has to be around Void Spirit. He's the only one they can really come back with. But they just walked over some landmines. And that gives them away that they're moving towards bottom. The alarm system has been triggered.
So what's this Yasha for Alk? Like a stopgap item? Like towards
no, he's going Manta. He wants Manta style, that's all. But I don't know. He put in the Blink Dagger because he feels like just going Manta here probably isn't enough. So he's skipping the recipe to go Blink Dagger first, I think. If that's what he's doing, I am on board with it because this game is falling out of control. They need something, and Manta style won't be it.
Okay. Let's see what it does. That's like the old school Alk build, right? Radiance Manta.
It's the
Octarine Core.
It's literally the OG build, as in Team OG built it so much that Radiance was nerfed.
Yep. Respect. Saberlight has got his number. Kitrak and Theodore just sitting on the outskirts of the fight as well. Not even really a fight, was it? Yopaj, meanwhile, jumping into the mid lane, coiling with Arteezy's backup. Easy pickings onto Sweden Strong.
Oh my god, they own the entire map at this point. Meanwhile, bottom.
Oh, they got another one.
Trying to get out.
And this is what you were saying, right? The constellations of heroes, the different pairings and gatherings they've got. 3 bottom, 2 top. No matter who they are, where they are, what they're doing, enemies will die.
Give it to Bulba, man. The drafts have been really nice this series for Shopify. Looking really solid.
Well, they've not picked Storm, have they?
Without Storm, yeah, it's amazing.
No Abed, no Storm, new Shopify. Nice, it has been really spot on. I was kind of curious. Hey. Saberlight getting walked at here. OneWin. Starting to poke at the Centaur, but it doesn't seem to bother him all that much. Even thinking about turning and fighting.
He's happy to fight if they want to. He's big enough. The downside as well of this Gyrocopter support is that when you're falling behind like this, you really only have shards. So you're walking around with like brown boots right now. He has no HP. He just dies to any puck jump. Puck can kill any of the supports immediately.
He has a branch.
Hey, now it's a good branch, okay?
It's a happy little branch.
It's like finding a good stick. You're out walking. That's him right now. Wow, this is my inventory. Let's go to
With it. It's got a hilt. This is exactly what I needed. Stealing Tormentor as well at the same time. Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Immediately going for their own. I like that play. Actually, might defend here, but maybe this could be a jump for one win.
Maybe. They're clearing out enemy ancient stacks right now. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, I guess we'll get to ask in the interview later on, but when we saw them drafting, it was Kitrak sat behind Bulba, right? Bulba was like in the driving seat, but there was a passenger princess behind him, so I guess it's a duo, a pairing thing.
I mean, you draft together with the team. It's usually how it is. The team has to also say what they feel happy about and what's been working out in scrims lately. So it's a combination. But ultimately, it looks like they're really comfortable with the playstyle that they have here. They're just very dominant, and Roche should be on the agenda here any second now. We see a smoke from one win. It's get revealed by the mines, though.
Oh, it's such a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
walking over landmines.
They do have Manta Style, at least on Alchemist. He can clear out the mines.
He's nearly got his Blink Dagger now as well. DD rune spawning bottom though. Yopaj has that bottled with an Arcane rune still going.
DD Arcane, the forbidden combo. Super damage.
Pretty nasty. And
that's how we win team
Poken. RT is going to save a lot, just casually roaching at this point. Nothing whatsoever to stop them.
Free ages for them.
One win have like carved a bit of the map for themselves up north. They're together as 5 here. If they kick off a fight quickly, maybe they get that snap pick into play, but
it's gonna be a stampede and chase here.
Just blinks and stomps on them. Walks right into Cloud. Stampede. Oh, the skewer doesn't get him up on top of the high ground. Cloud attempting the TP out, but Puck is there.
Yeah, easy kill for them. And meanwhile, bottom lane, they have Morphling just sticking around here, having the Aegis. Arteezy feels like he can own the bottom part of the map, not allowing them to take over that again.
Saberlight had no vision of them, right? He literally moved top and walked at them.
Yeah, no, he just ran at them. It was a good read. I mean, they had nowhere else to be basically at that point, so he had a good read on where they were, and he just chased them down. Good game sense right there.
I don't know, you're using words like run and chase. He literally just walked at the Magnus. Oh dear. One win.
Tower falls to
stuck in their base now.
That was the last tower outside of their base. Things are looking very grim.
The pressure is on. I mean, Monkushi behind this Morphling the entire game in net worth. It's like, at this point, right, 20, 25 minutes in, you want your Alk to be at 20k net worth.
Yeah,
want to be 5k ahead of the Morph.
More even, I would say. At this point, if you're winning, it's even higher than that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you want to be ahead.
Oh, he's trying for the TP coil in Fog of War, gonna catch him. Very, very painful. Losing all control on the map, and the Aegis Morphling is knocking on the front door as well. They did show 2 cores bottom, but TC has no respect right now. He's like, I'm gonna push mid.
Like, Yopaj has pucked this game. Like, nothing has been like spectacularly flashy or anything. He's just like right place, right time, every time.
I think he's doing great. Everything has been looking really nice. He had some flashy dodge earlier, I guess the Void Spirit, but he's doing great.
I've skewered the Morphling, popped the Aegis.
Okay.
A little sleepy stompy there from the ET with the Earth Splitter, and Yopaj coming in, killing off the Magnus. Cloud down. Now the chase deeper into the base here as Artur will open up on Respect. Gyrocopter dips into the tree line. Alchemist concocting, channeling and thinking what he can do, but now he's been stunned up on his way through. Artur still on the Gyrocopter, in the tree line, hiding in the fog. Respect finally going to be found here. Quite a lot of damage onto the Morphling though at this point, and Chira Jr. giving chase onto him. Concoction is coming as well. Lift up the Gyrocopter, catching out the Morphling now, but Saberlight's in with the 2-man stomp to save his buddy and the rest of the team. The Centaur here to save the day. Buyback starting to come out of one win now as the rest of the Shopify chasing ghosts.
TZ morphing down fully, gonna heal up a little bit. That's the lifesteal as well. Push can keep going here, and that was cooldown expended on some heroes, but they still have the RP available.
Is that him TPing?
Yeah, that's him.
Yes, Cloud is there.
Below them. Looking for an angle. Not easy to get though. Trying for the skewer. He got spotted by Illusion. Good micro by Arteezy, as always. The Illusion.
The Spirit, and the Shivers, and the Stomp. Saberlight. Only sticking it to the Centaur here. The Void Spirit now has respawned, so it looks like Shopify just gonna soft retreat for a little bit, maybe hold a high ground and see what comes. One win are the ones that are in a desperate situation. 21k.
Really painful for them. They need to get something big going with the RP pulling them back, but it has to be like RP into Alchemist stun or something on multiple heroes if they want to win the fight.
And they've got to hope that Saberlight is asleep at the keyboard. 3,000 HP, Eternal Shroud, Shiva's Guard, 21 charges. I don't think that guy is the guy you wanted to catch. The coil, spectacular 3 caught up in it. Cooldown's coming and some covering fire, but the Centaur, the Magnus just disappears. No RP, no nothing. Mankushi now being hounded by Arteezy, getting some chain stuns in there with the damage over the top. And Shira Jr. in the back looks like he's just being blasted down by Saberlight. As this game, well, this series, it felt like a foregone conclusion. A little anticlimactic towards the end as Shopify dive in for tier 4 kills, looking for every little bit of blood to be spilled out of one win here.
Yeah, chasing after Rubik. Puck playing with him a little bit, but he has gems, so this Glimmer Cape useless against him. Can just keep chasing. Early gem purchased by Kiptrack earlier for the D wards, but it also helps for the solo kills.
They still have RP, like you said.
They do have RP, but they don't have a mid lane, and they're about to not have a bottom lane carry.
Problematic.
Sadly, there's no like massive spell to RP them into. They need like a wombo combo, but it's so hard to pull off with that team.
This is where you need Magnus to go back in time, pre-nerfs, have the horn toss on the shard, you know, all that stuff.
They need to go back in time and pick that techies before the opponents picked it.
It's definitely caused them some problems. Again, it's just very well crafted, very well piloted, as you put it. And it's been smooth sailing for Shopify, no matter which way you look at it.
It feels like they're just one step ahead, to be honest, both drafting-wise and gameplay-wise. I feel like Shopify is showing themselves to be the strong team that we, expect them to be here.
Yeah, it's like we know that OneWin have good players, have good drafts, but that they're, kind of 4-head right now, and Shopify are 5-heading. Just
indeed,
they have more brain power.
Dire are scanning.
Looks like top lane, the last port of call for Shopify here, pressing and cutting all the waves, and giving easy access into this Radiant base. And Yopan's going to start things off. A little poke onto Munkushi there. And that is like 30% of his HP with one hit.
Yes, Prosma, yeah.
Oh
Prosma, Kayasanj, a lot of damage from this puck now. Single attack. It's even worse if you Gyrocopter. He bought a cloak to just try and survive.
Oh yeah, you're right, so he did. Yeah, I don't know, man. ET Spirit scouting out the Gyro. Cloud and Sweden Strong just trying to tuck in behind, hide in the fog. I mean, I assume they're out of smokes at this point. Rubik does have one. Or Cloud, did his blink get cancelled? What happened
there? He did there.
That was a bit weird. He's going to die for it. He's got buyback available, but yeah, a bit of a sloppy mess. Concoction in. Good jump by the Alchemist. Magnus buys back, trying to get there with a skewer RP. 2 caught up inside. The damage seems lacking, though. Double buyback out of OneWin going to accomplish literally nothing.
Morphling has the shard as well, so he can just morph while stunned. Very convenient.
Skewer. Concoction. Saberlight is beyond godlike, and Arteezy is unkillable. Back into gyro form, has flat cannons and missiles. And the covering fire here, just artillery carving through this Radiant team.
They're finishing up the mega creeps here, and OneWin, they're still trying. I mean, there's no reason to give up, but what can they really get here?
Oh, another good skewer. Puck in the Centaur, dragged into tier 4. And the blast off in. Should be more than enough here to follow through with Saberlight and Yopage. Arteezy not even required in that little skirmish as he'll look to fountain dive. A good game called. There we have it, 6-37.
That was the most dominant series that we've had, Gareth, so far. That we cast, at least.
Yeah.
Very easy back-to-back games. Not necessarily super fast. I mean, 30 minutes still pretty quick, but you know, this was very methodical, very clean, never looked like Shopify were in doubt in this series, so well played by them.
Yeah, all chilled and relaxed there. Just another day in the office for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got the heroes they wanted, and I think they were very, very satisfied playing out from that situation. Obviously, you know, just looks like they were all very comfortable, and the fact that they got the Centaur here in game 2 as well. I mean, Saberlight just had the easiest time ever. 10, 1, and 20. Part of 30 out of the 38 kills.
Yeah.
And you can really see all of them have very high KDA because they were always like grouping and ganking. The Puck was part of even more, 32 kill participation.
And Kitrak, you know, from what, minute 6, whatever it was, he was ganking bottom through twin gates, moving mid, refilling bottles. Elder Titan had a free reign on the map pretty much to do whatever he wanted. Pair up with a Centaur, pair up with a Puck. Make life
and that's
a little
really
more
the difference
difficult.
as well. The Morphling can stand alone there after a little bit of help, can stand completely alone against the Magnus, whereas Alchemist could not be left to his own device. Here we see some highlights from the game.
Yeah,
There's the flashy Yopash dodge coming up in a bit.
Oh yeah, it is this one, isn't it? Yeah, 8 minutes in, fighting pre-rune. Yopash looked like he was dead here, but this jaunt. Shiro Jr. He thought he had it.
Good timing.
And then this move, one win. It's like last-ditch effort after last-ditch effort. Centaur, the only hero showing on the map for, you know, like minutes.
Yeah, he had a good positioning there on Saberlight. He knew, I'm the only one showing. They want to go and do something, but I'm going to stand in the way. And if they go on me, my entire team is behind me. And we saw the gigantic punishment they took for even trying to go on a Centaur there. Not an easy kill. So yeah, that was very dominant. Only 7 kills there in this game for 1 win. So they do not get even a single in this series.
Yeah, difficult stuff. Great for Shopify Rebellion, though, kind of cementing themselves in that top 4 spot in their group. Hopefully we'll have an interview coming up shortly, but before then, a quick break. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back from the lo-fi vibes and the farm and chill, off to some highlights of a pretty chill game for Shopify Rebellion, a chill series as well. 2-0 over 1-win Waga, and it all looked just all too easy.
Yeah, farm and chill was pretty much the name of the game for Arteezy in this game. He had a pretty enjoyable time, I think, this game. His, score pretty unthreatened here, just had a free farm against the Magnus offlane, who couldn't really stand against him. And I mean, meanwhile, on the rest of the map, there was just a lot of chaos. Here we see the one unfortunate death that happened, but still, they get it with a almost complete team wipe.
Yeah, a little unfortunate under that tier 2 tower, but still breaking out as victors in the end. Yeah, it's a super difficult one for 1-win. Again, going kind of playing up to opponents. Shopify have already looked good, and it seems like we've already got Arteezy on the line for an interview as he joins us here in the virtual studio. Hi, Artur. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Yeah, not too bad. You feeling feisty? You all recovered?
I was waiting for it. That was too fast. Yeah. It's been a feisty day.
Good stuff. I mean, a 2-0 victory over 1-win. You guys looked incredibly good. Honestly, what do you ask when it's this kind of anticlimactic? You stomped game 1, stomped game 2. You looked incredibly good. For me, I wanted to ask, who's the primary driver in the draft? Is it still Bulba? Is Kitrak giving offerings of information and intelligence, or is it a team effort?
I would say it's split between me and Bulba now. It's like more of an even split. It was kind of like split 3 ways last season with the older team, but now it's more like I guess I would give him more credit than me because I'm lazier. I don't do that much, but I'll be there with him drafting in the game if there's some like deviations, but he puts in the more hard work towards it. I just kind of I'm there to help him out. He needs it.
Right. Yeah, I want to go back to game number 1. You just finished game 2 here. I mean, it was easy, 2-0. Game 1, you had 1 death on Luna. Do you remember what happened there? And did you at all feel like the lion could have saved you with a finger death? You died during a Pagna draining you.
I said like, dude, someone killed this green goblin. That's what I said in the voice chat.
He was holding it. He just
I don't
didn't
know. He said he couldn't do it because of Nether Ward. I don't know if I believe him. I was gonna watch the replay. Yeah, that's bullshit. I knew it. This guy just didn't. I don't know why. I was like, guys, kill this green. What's some curse words? Goblin, Unluck.
Yeah, I was just wondering, that's a lot of patience there. I wonder how TC feels about the patience there. I was hoping you would, 2-0 so I could ask you the question afterwards.
Maybe he's just worried about me KSing me in the past games or something, and now he's just scared to click his ulti. Maybe it's my problem.
You yelled at him too much?
Yeah, perhaps.
Just burnt one too many times. Oh my goodness. I mean, as you guys were heading into this series, were you super confident going into this? Because you've had a pretty good group stage already so far.
I think it's I wouldn't say we lacked confidence, but it's been we've been working very hard, we've been scrimming a lot, and our scrim win rate's not exactly the highest, so we're just kind of taking every game how it is. But yeah, I mean, the vibes were good. The day started off okay, so we thought that Tundra was the better team, and we went with 1, so yeah.
How much, can I ask you, how much time do you as a team feel is good to spend practicing and scrimming without getting burnt out? Do you have a lot of experience in the scene, so do you feel like there's an amount of time you can spend that's too much where it becomes detrimental? And how much is productive still for you and your experience?
I think that's the hardest thing about a team and the groups of people and the culture and all these things have such a big impact to what contributes to burnout and all these things. I think this group of players, they all want to come early to boot camps. They want to be there before the boot camp officially starts. So we want to practice in pubs. So I think my definition of burnout on this team is a lot different than the other team because it just seems like people want to go. They're not forced to go to boot camps. They don't feel the urge or anything. To be forced to go. So
it's more proactive behavior from everybody.
Do you feel you need a reset sometime because you obviously scrim and practice a lot? Do you need to do some activity outside of just gaming to try and refocus as well, or are you fine with just grinding out, playing all day, several days in a row? It's fine.
I structure my life where whenever I go, so I came to bootcamp early individually, so it was me, Theo, and Kitrak. We came to this facility about like a week earlier than the bootcamp time, so we all just played pubs all day, and like that's I don't feel burnout necessarily, but I don't know. I guess what happens is I get tilted when I lose pubs, so I just keep playing and playing and playing, and then my mood shifts. But I don't feel like the burnout necessarily.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So you kind of reset after every day and get back in the groove again.
Yeah, it's like the sun rises the next morning. You know, it's a new
Yeah.
day. It's like for me, it's like reset. Just every day is kind of new.
Groundhog Day of Dota, just going.
It really, when we were here early, every day felt the same. It was pretty bad.
Oh, man. Well, thinking about the Dota, and I think Game 2 in particular, what kind of comms do you have when you have a situation where you're morphling, you're against Magnus, and Kitrak kind of leaves the lane minute 6? Is that Kitrak saying, you don't need help, I'm freaking out of here, or are you telling him, go, I don't want you leeching my XP?
Sometimes it's like super obvious because maybe we've practiced the hero before or the duo before, so like we construct duos in the draft that we kind of had an understanding of what each other want to do. So in this case, it was pretty simple for him to want to leave me because I'm morphling versus mag. So yeah, but
It's
some
like a
other ones there's
natural-
more like niche to it. There's like some specific things that need to happen, but this one is pretty simple.
Okay.
Is there, I got one more question. Is there any hero that you feel is a little bit too weak right now that you would really want to play? Something you want to be meta or want to be able to use, but you feel like you can't really justify it?
That'll have to be Shadow Fiend, I think.
Yeah?
I just get really tilted when I read the buffs to Shadow Fiend, like every patch. It pisses me off. Like it's like the balancing team doesn't play Shadow Fiend. It's quite obvious. So, you know, maybe next year.
You'll have to send some DMs, help them.
It's hopeless. They don't listen.
Make SF playable, please. Well, thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you again in the future. You know, congrats on that 2-0 victory, and good luck for your upcoming games.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Yeah, man.
Cheers. Always a joy. Always a joy.
That was good. I mean, fun to pick the mind a little bit there on some out of this series context as well, like for their practice and so on, since this was obviously a very easy series for them, so they got to feel pretty good about themselves after this performance here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a simple, straightforward 2-0 victory over 1 win, and that rounds up day 2 of the group stage here for DreamLeague Season 22. So I think we can start looking at schedule and what's happening, or what has happened already. There's Group A and the standings. BetBoom and Falcons up at the top. VP Gaming Gladiators, OG and Heroic all currently tied. And then Azure and G2IG, the two Chinese squads, down in the bottom 2.
Yeah, I mean, a very strong showing so far by BetBoom. Nothing surprising at all there, though, I would say. You know, I think Heroic might actually be one of the things that surprised me almost a little bit. I feel 4-4, they're shared with Gaming Gladiators and OG right now. Not a bad spot for them. They can still do some damage here, you know. Sure, it's showing them in the red, but they're tied. And also with VP, of course.
Yeah, all tied up, those 4 teams. Good start to get interesting with day 3 coming up, potential tiebreakers down the line as well. As I think we can peek into Group B and see what we've got going on there. Oh, look at that, the top of the table there.
Yeah,
how is Aurora 6-1? Is there a game still going on?
We have three different ties going on right now. Yeah, I guess they're still in the game then, because it's 6-1. So we'll see how it ends up for them.
Yeah, 1 win. You know, I guess coming into this, you know, new squad, young roster, no big expectations. You're in the bottom of the group, and I think that's where everyone, you know, would expect you to be. But they've pulled out some victories against teams, you know, like Liquid, some of these bigger squads, where it's like, yeah, you know, give them a few months, give them a year, and they could be competing.
Yeah, I feel like they did, you know, just play against Shopify here and get a little bit outclassed, but hopefully it's a good learning experience for them as well, to try and figure out what they can work on. Because I think 1win have really good capabilities of performing, but Shopify show how they can just wing clip them and say, yeah, you can't play Dota anymore when we do this. It's akin to like a big brother just holding their handouts on the forehead of the younger sibling. It's what it felt like to watch that series.
The second child swinging wildly with the arms.
Yeah.
And our schedule for tomorrow here on the Earth stream. BetBoom Heroic, Spirit 1win, VP Falcons, and Extreme versus 1win. I believe, again, we've got the latter 2 series of the day. I'm looking at VP Falcons, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, I think VP Falcons is going to be the big, clash there. I'm glad that is going to be our match to start out for the two of us tomorrow. But, getting to see BetBoom versus Heroic here is going to be fun as well. BetBoom are just playing such good Dota, I feel.
Yeah, and Heroic, definitely very good at kind of playing up to opponents, getting on that level, and looking incredibly strong. We'll see how it all pans out, though. Same time, same place. There's, multiple streams to watch here. DreamLeague Season 22. There's hundreds of group stage matches across all the streams, so make sure you get your Dota 2 fix while you can. And yeah, just thinking about what we've already seen, what we're going to see tomorrow. Very excited to see the development of the meta, what kind of cheesy picks or interesting stuff is going to come out of some of these teams. I think this VP Falcons, I'm excited. I've not cast Falcons yet, so I think that's why I'm kind of leaning towards that. VP we know and love, Eastern European Dota for sure, but Falcons, they bring something a little special to Dota.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We'll have to save some of that for tomorrow, though, Gareth. But it was, fun. Hope for a little bit more even matches than the Shopify game that we just witnessed here, though. I want exciting stuff where both teams are fighting for it.
Competitive, close. And yeah, we'll wrap things up here. Day 2 of the group stage, all done and dusted, and we'll leave you with some monster moments.
on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet that